Chapter 15. The White Wave Badge Acquired. Gazing at the charming visage of Mew, Suyu dared not underestimate it. Adon remarked, "You triumphed in the first competition, but the second challenge will not be as straightforward." Suyu remained silent. After all, victory in a contest does not solely rely on words. If Mew cannot prevail, he would rather not participate in the Orange League at all. The second challenge involves transforming the ice pillar into an ice ship. "Here's the design. Take a look," Adon said, handing Suyu a blueprint depicting the ice ship's design. To ensure fairness, they must create identical ice ships. Otherwise, one could simply fashion any rudimentary base, as they are all merely vessels. That Suyu presented the blueprint to Mew, as he intended to rely on it for the second round. Utilizing psychic abilities would undoubtedly be swifter than manual labor, achieving the task with but a thought. "Is it permissible to use just one Pokémon?" Suyu inquired, noting that the rules stipulated the use of 3 Pokémon, ostensibly to expedite the shipbuilding process. "Surely, using only one should not be a problem." Adon replied, "Of course, if you believe a single Pokémon can accomplish the task. That would be perfectly acceptable as long as the rules were adhered to." The Orange League had many regulations that one must comply with. Seeing that Suyu had no objections, Adon summoned 2 additional Pokémon, aside from his Nidoking, a Heracross and a Scyther, both commendable choices. However, sometimes the outcome is preordained. No matter how hard one strives, it may be to no avail. Soon, the second competition commenced. At the outset, Adon commanded his 3 Pokémon to begin their work, and their cooperation was seamless, quickly revealing the rudimentary shape of the ice ship. It must be said that the rules were indeed somewhat inequitable. Adon had constructed countless ice ships, and his Pokémon possessed ample experience in shipbuilding. At this juncture, a newcomer challenged him. The chances of victory were exceedingly slim. One could only assert that this was an opportunity to train Pokémon in specialized skills, preparing trainers to handle various unexpected situations. Adon, however, paid little attention to his Pokémon, as his focus was primarily on Suyu, or more precisely, on Mew. Having been thoroughly astonished by Mew earlier, he was eager to see how this seemingly docile and adorable Pokémon would tackle the second challenge. As time slipped away, Aiden's ice ship was nearly complete, having taken shape to about 90%. Meanwhile, Suyu stood before the massive ice pillar, yet he remained unmoved, intrigued by the fervent efforts of Aiden's Pokémon as they diligently shaped the ice ship. Mai and Xiaoxue were well aware of Mew's prowess and harbored no concerns regarding Suyu's potential defeat. They leisurely observed Aiden's side. In truth, Suyu did not feel compelled to undermine Adon, for regardless of whether he completed his task swiftly or slowly, they would both have to finish before proceeding to the next competition. Thus, he chose to commence only at the last moment. Indeed, Aiden's side was nearing completion of the ice ship. It was then that Suyu began his performance. With a flourish of psychic energy, Mew levitated the massive ice pillar before Aiden's astonished gaze. The solid ice, akin to a block of soft tofu under the deft hands of a master chef, effortlessly transformed into the likeness of an ice ship. In the blink of an eye, an ice ship identical to the blueprint materialized before the onlookers. Aiden's lips twitched. Was there even a need for competition? While he still did not recognize what kind of Pokemon Mew was, he was aware of psychic-type Pokemon. The rules did not prohibit their use. Moreover, he had encountered psychic challengers before, yet their abilities had never achieved such remarkable results. To wield psychic power to carve a hard block of ice into a finely crafted ship required both exceptional strength and mastery over psychic abilities. Alas, it seems I've lost again. "Here is the White Wave Badge," Adon stated without hesitation, handing the badge to Suyu. Suyu accepted the badge, perplexed, and asked, "I thought there were 3 competitions?" "Any challenger who secures 2 victories is entitled to the White Wave Badge, and I doubt I could win the 3rd challenge against you," Adon replied. The 3rd challenge involved descending the mountain using the ice ship. With a psychic Pokemon present, one could even fly down. How could he possibly win? Suyu said, "In that case, we shall not linger." Having acquired the badge, there was little left to cherish. Though clad in warm clothing, the temperature atop the snowy mountain was frigid, and his trousers were not particularly thick. Adon chuckled. "Yuji has not been defeated in years. It seems he is destined to taste the bitterness of defeat this time. Until we meet again." Though they had not truly battled, the outcome of the 2 competitions hinted at the extraordinary power of Suyu's Pokemon. Suyu nodded and turned to beckon the 2 girls, calling, "Mai, Xiaoxue, it is time for us to depart." Upon hearing Suyu's summons, Mai and Xiaoxue approached. Are we not taking the cable car down? Mai inquired as she reached Su Yu's side. This snowy mountain had little aside from the cable car station and a small cabin. Xiaoxue remained silent, yet her eyes conveyed a similar sentiment. Su Yu smiled gently, gesturing towards the ice ship Mew had just crafted. Taking the cable car is quite mundane. How about we try this instead? The two girls followed Su Yu's gesture, and an ice ship came into view. An ice ship? They were well aware of it, having seen Mew use its psychic abilities to create it moments ago. Are we going to slide down on the ice ship? Mai's eyes sparkled with excitement, her face alight with anticipation. Having ridden roller coasters and bumper cars, this experience paled in comparison. Imagining sliding down from the towering snowy peak in an ice ship was exhilarating. As for safety concerns, she was not naive enough to think Su Yu would allow any harm to befall them. Xiaoxue understood this as well. Otherwise, given her disposition, she would never consent to such reckless adventure. With safety assured, Xiaoxue voiced no objections. Seeing that both girls were agreeable, Su Yu pushed the ice ship to the slope of the mountain. Would you prefer to sit in the front or the back? Su Yu asked. I want to sit in the front. Mai exclaimed eagerly, envisioning the thrill of the first-person perspective. Xiaoxue softly replied, I'll sit in the back. Once their positions were assigned, the trio settled onto the ice ship. Mai took the lead, with Su Yu behind her and Xiaoxue at the rear. Given the ice ship's modest size, they were nestled closely together, prompting Su Yu to wrap his arms around Mai's midsection. A faint blush graced Mai's cheeks, but she said nothing. Mew perched atop Su Yu's head, poised to shield the group at any moment. During their descent, Su Yu intended to refrain from having Mew use its psychic abilities, unless an unforeseen circumstance arose that necessitated intervention. Chapter 16. Skiing on the Snowy Mountains. Seeing that the two were fully prepared, Su Yu began to channel his aura, propelling the ice boat forward. After a period of intermittent training, his aura had significantly improved. Although it could not yet rival that of a Pokémon, it was sufficient for handling various tasks. At present, the ice boat, carrying 3 individuals, glided effortlessly under the influence of his aura. The structure of the ice boat was remarkably simple, resembling a mere model of a vessel, lacking any steering apparatus. Originally, the third competition was designed for a collaboration between trainers and their Pokémon, guiding the ice boat from the peak of the snowy mountain down to the seaside, with a dedicated racing track laid out for this purpose. Since Su Yu intended to forego the use of Pokémon, he would have to control the direction himself. He resolved to treat his aura as a steering wheel, akin to driving a car, albeit without brakes, and he had no intention of slowing down. As they descended the snowy mountain, their speed increased rapidly, and before long, they were racing ahead. The ice boat resembled a silver streak of lightning, careening down the slope with astonishing velocity, as if it would tear through the frigid air surrounding them. The path they carved left a deep imprint in the snow, kicking up shards of ice and snowflakes on either side. Ah, Su Yu, this is incredible. It's even more thrilling than a roller coaster, Mei exclaimed, her voice nearly drowned out by the howling wind. Her hair danced wildly in the breeze, her cheeks flushed with excitement and the cold, while her hands clutched tightly at the sides of the ice boat. Is this exhilarating? Just wait, I can go even faster, Su Yu smirked, a hint of amusement dancing on his lips. Mei, Xiaoxue, hold on tight. I'm going to accelerate. With that, he summoned his aura to propel them faster. In an instant, the ice boat surged forward as if equipped with nitrous, racing ahead at a breakneck pace, blurring the surroundings into indistinct flashes of light, leaving the stray ice and snowflakes trailing far behind. Xiaoxue clung tightly to Su Yu, her head resting against his back. Unlike Mei, she was gentle by nature and typically shied away from such seemingly reckless endeavors. Yet at that moment, amidst the exhilarating rush, she felt no fear. The icy wind whipped against her face, and the boat occasionally leapt into the air, each moment fraught with peril, as if they might meet their doom at any second. Her heart raced within her chest like a startled fawn. This sensation was new to her, and astonishingly, she found herself growing fond of it. Caught in the throes of excitement, Xiaoxue shed her usual restraint and, like Mei, began to shout gleefully. In that moment, she felt utterly liberated and joyful. Everyone hold on tight. There's a sharp turn ahead. Su Yu called out, his gaze fixed intently on a distant marker indicating the curve. He had no intention of slowing down. To truly enjoy this experience, they must embrace the thrill. As they approached the turn, he exerted his aura to guide the ice boat into the bend. The high-pitched screams of Mei and Xiaoxue filled the air as the ice boat executed a near-manic turn, continuing its furious charge. Suyu exhaled deeply, resting his head lightly on Mei Yi's shoulder, his warm breath brushing against her neck, causing her face to flush even deeper. Had it not been for the strength of his aura, they might have careened off at this speed. After all, they were on a peak hundreds of meters high. Just the thought of racing a boat here was exhilarating. Before long, the ice boat surged past the snowy terrain and into a rocky area. The uneven ground caused the ice boat to jolt unsteadily, raising concerns about its structural integrity. Fortunately, Dream, their Pokémon, was robust enough to withstand the turbulence, showing no signs of disintegration, though the passengers were not as fortunate. After a jarring ride, their backsides certainly felt the impact. Thankfully, the finish line was not far ahead. In a flash, the ice boat barreled across the finish line, maintaining its momentum as it hurtled toward the sea. Just as they were about to plunge into the water, an invisible force lifted them from the ice boat into the air. That was close. We nearly became drenched. Suyu chuckled, cradling Dream in his arms. Well done. You were amazing. Dream nuzzled against Suyu's palm, contentedly closing its eyes. That was so thrilling. Far more exhilarating than any amusement park rides I've been on. Though my backside is a bit sore, Mei said, gently rubbing her rear as they walked along the beach, her face radiant with excitement. Xiao Shui added with a smile, I haven't been this wild in ages. This feeling is quite delightful. The snowy region had been smooth sailing, but the rocky terrain had been a rough ride for them. Suyu grinned mischievously at Mei. Need a massage? I'm quite skilled, you know. You lecher. Mei shot him a glare, fully aware of his intentions. What a pity, such good intentions wasted. How about you, Xiao Shui? Care for a massage? Seeing Mei Yi's disinterest, he shamelessly turned to Xiao Shui. She shook her head with a smile, declining the offer as well. With both girls unwilling, Suyu reluctantly abandoned the tempting notion. Subsequently, the group sought out an inn on the island, planning to rest for the night before setting off the next day. Early the following morning, after a hearty breakfast, they embarked on their journey. After spending several days at sea, their supplies had dwindled, and they were in search of a place to replenish their stock. In the distance, Suyu spotted an island with numerous buildings, indicating it was not just an ordinary isle. Thus, they steered their course toward the island. The island was substantial, featuring a dock, a rarity among islands. After storing away their Pokémon, Suyu anticipated finding a Pokémon Center on this island, where he could allow his Pokémon to recuperate. While their stamina could regenerate on its own, certain physical injuries necessitated the advanced equipment found in a Pokémon Center for proper examination and treatment. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, they entrusted their Pokémon to Nurse Joy, who cheerfully assured them that everything would be fine. Next, they ventured into the town to procure provisions, ingredients for their meals, food for their Pokémon, and snacks. These were essential purchases along with other necessities like fresh water. Indeed, no matter the location, money remained an indispensable factor. Chapter 17. The Champion's Trophy from 300 years ago. With their supplies replenished, the group leisurely strolled through the streets when they overheard snippets of conversation from passers-by. Did you hear? A few days ago, divers recovered a treasure from a sunken ship. I heard about that too. Apparently, there was a trophy among the finds. Indeed, it's said to be the Champion's Trophy from the Orange League, 300 years ago. I believe it's currently displayed in the museum on the island for public viewing. Is that true? We should go take a look. Mei exclaimed eagerly. I wonder what the Champion's Trophy from 300 years ago looks like. Suyu and his companions continued their walk, noting that many were discussing this intriguing topic. Let us go check it out. I had no idea the Orange League existed 300 years ago. I wonder how strong the trainers were back then. Suyu remarked with a smile. Thus, they made their way toward the museum. Upon arriving, they found a considerable crowd gathered outside. Although it was manageable given the island's size. If this were on the mainland, they would likely be met with throngs of people, and the queue could stretch on indefinitely. Upon entering the museum with ease, the spacious interior revealed a plethora of antiquities, their authenticity a matter of uncertainty. Occasionally, to avert unforeseen incidents or for other reasons. The artifacts displayed in the museum may not necessarily be genuine, yet how could the average individual discern the truth? Those capable of such discernment would naturally refrain from vocalizing their insights, lest they invite complications upon themselves. A throng of visitors gathered in one particular spot, frequently exclaiming in astonishment. The trio approached, and their eyes were immediately drawn to the magnificent trophy crafted entirely from gold. The trophy featured a grand base topped with a large pokeball, which was further adorned with a smaller pokeball, flanked by 2 ears on either side. At first glance, it appeared rather unremarkable, but the resplendent golden sheen transformed its presence entirely. Such a vast trophy, if indeed made of pure gold, would possess immense value. One wonders what the current trophy of the Orange League looks like. Surely it cannot still resemble this rather unattractive design, Suyu remarked quietly. It appears quite hideous, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. Mei gently interjected, conscious that they were in the territory of the Orange League, and such comments might provoke the ire of fervent fans. This is not a grand tournament. Aesthetics are of secondary importance here. It is the prowess of the Pokémon that truly matters, Suyu elucidated. Yet, it is exceedingly ugly. Mei muttered, shaking the hand of Xiao Shui with a playful smile. What do you think, Sister Xiao Shui? Is it beautiful? Ordinary, I suppose. Everyone has their own sense of beauty. While some may find it appealing, others will undoubtedly disagree. Xiao Shui replied with a slight smile. Upon hearing Xiao Shui's perspective, Mei found it reasonable and ceased her critiques of the trophy. Aside from its construction from pure gold and its historical significance, there was little else of interest. After a few cursory glances, the three departed, finding the museum lacking allure for their youthful spirits. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center to retrieve their rejuvenated Pokémon, they settled into a nearby hotel, conveniently located close to the museum. In the dead of night, the tranquility of their slumber was shattered by a cacophony of noise. Suyu rubbed his bleary eyes and stepped out of his room. Mei and Xiao Shui, clad in pajamas and yawning, ambled into the living room. Their expressions a portrait of confusion. What on earth is happening? Why is it so noisy outside? Mei lazily inquired. Let me take a look, Suyu replied, approaching the window and pulling back the curtain to peer outside. Before him, a crowd had gathered at the museum entrance, with police cars stationed nearby. It was immediately apparent that something had gone awry at the museum. Aside from fire or theft, what else could occur? With no flames in sight, it was evident that a burglary had taken place. Well then, would you like to join me in investigating? Suyu proposed. No, I wish to sleep. Staying up late is the greatest enemy of a young maiden. I shall return to my slumber, Mei declared, despite her penchant for excitement. Xiao Shui shook her head, admitting that had it not been for the noise, she would have thought a fire had broken out, and she would have remained in her room. The two girls, yawning heavily, returned to their respective rooms to continue their rest. What shall we do, little one? Suyu inquired, gently caressing the face of his dreamlike companion. Mew, in response, licked Suyu's face, seemingly eager to venture out. Noticing Mew's interest, Suyu acquiesced. Very well, let us go and see what the commotion is about. Quickly donning his attire, he descended the stairs. Soon, they arrived at the scene. As Suyu had surmised, the museum had indeed been robbed. Specifically, the championship trophy had been stolen. Strangely, there were no traces left behind. No footprints, no fingerprints. Had it not been for the sudden realization of the trophy's disappearance by the surveillance personnel, the guards outside would have remained oblivious to the theft. Despite the arrival of Junsha, she found herself at a loss, as there were no leads or evidence to pursue. The museum's surveillance cameras had captured nothing. The trophy appeared to have vanished into thin air. Amidst the crowd, Suyu observed the unfolding drama quietly, the bizarre occurrence evoking a sense of intrigue, reminiscent of the capabilities of psychic or ghost-type Pokémon. For instance, you could effortlessly whisk the trophy away with a mere thought. However, one would expect that individuals possessing such abilities would not target a mere trophy. As Suyu pondered, Mew communicated that it had detected a target. Curiously, it had sensed the presence of a ghost-type Pokémon at the scene, and out of curiosity, it had unleashed its psychic abilities, enveloping the entire island and surrounding waters. In an instant, it identified two Pokémon flying towards the sea, clutching the championship trophy. With a target identified, the prospect of nighttime adventure proved exhilarating. One human and one Pokémon stealthily departed the scene, as Suyu had no intention of notifying Junsha about their findings. Leaving the crowd behind, Mew teleported Suyu to the seaside. Under the cover of night, the ocean lay eerily silent, shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. A chill ran down Suyu's spine. Had he known, he would have dressed more warmly. The night air was decidedly brisk. Mew pointed towards a vessel on the water, indicating that the thieves carrying the championship trophy were aboard. A ship? Could it be pirates? When did pirates take up thievery? Suyu mused. Let us investigate. In the next moment, Suyu and Mew vanished from their location. Chapter 18, 300 Years of Guardianship. A dilapidated ship lay before them, its rotting wooden planks exuding a pungent odor of brine and decay, the hull covered in thick moss and rust, its original colors long faded by the passage of time. As Suyu stepped onto the damp and somewhat soft deck, an unsettling chill coursed through him. He had not anticipated finding himself in such a place. Even knowing that this world did not harbor such entities, a sense of trepidation lingered in his heart. Charizard, come forth, he commanded, intending to use Charizard for illumination. With a mighty roar, Charizard appeared on the ship, prepared to stretch its limbs. Suddenly, a rotten plank beneath them splintered. Fortunately, Suyu was quick-witted and swiftly recalled Charizard. Right? I possess the aura power, don't I? No need to panic. Suyu chuckled awkwardly, channeling his aura to envelop himself. Even in this pitch-black environment, the aura allowed him to perceive his surroundings clearly. Could this ship have just surfaced from the depths? Suyu mused to himself. The deck was slick with water, interspersed with patches of moss and seaweed. The door to the cabin stood ajar, emanating an ominous atmosphere. In any other world, this place would undoubtedly harbor malevolent entities. Fortunately, Mew had already scanned the entirety of the vessel, revealing only 2 ghost-type Pokémon aboard, which eased Suyu's apprehension. He then used his aura to levitate slightly, wary of the decayed wooden boards that could give way at any moment. Mew led the way, and Suyu followed closely behind, eager to discern the intentions of the 2 ghost-type Pokémon. In no time, Suyu arrived at his destination. This appeared to be the captain's quarters, where the gleaming championship trophy rested atop a counter. The 2 ghost-type Pokémon, Ghastly and Haunter, flanked the trophy, their formidable presence palpable. Suyu was not afraid of ghost-type Pokémon. Barring a few exceptionally vicious ones, ghost types typically posed no threat to humans without provocation. However, their penchant for frightful antics could be rather unpleasant. Those with weak hearts were advised against raising ghost-type Pokémon. However, Gengar and Ghastly, what do you intend to do with this trophy? Suyu inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. The intelligence of the sprites was not to be underestimated. They comprehended human language effortlessly. Noticing Suyu's lack of intention to seize the trophy, Gengar and Ghastly relaxed their guard slightly. They could sense the formidable power of Mew. Despite their own centuries of existence and considerable strength, they were vastly outmatched. If Mew desired the trophy, they would be utterly powerless to resist. Gengar muttered something incomprehensible, a stream of sounds that left Suyu perplexed, prompting him to glance at Mew for clarity. From Mew's explanation, Suyu understood that Gengar was urging them not to resist, as it wished to show them something. Nodding in acknowledgement, Suyu signaled for them to proceed. Suddenly, the eerie surroundings vanished, replaced by a breathtaking vista of azure skies, fluffy clouds, and a vast ocean, with Suyu and Mew floating gracefully in midair. Was this an illusion? It appeared strikingly realistic. A grand vessel sailed across the sea. Was this the very ship? Suyu recalled utilizing his aura to encompass half of the ship moments ago, and upon comparison, the resemblance was uncanny. As if in response to his unspoken question, Gengar nodded affirmatively. A glimmer of nostalgia and sorrow danced in Gengar's eyes, as if it was transported back to a time long past. The ship lingered in port for some time before departing, seemingly engaged in the transportation of goods. As the scene shifted, Suyu found himself aboard the immaculate vessel. At the helm stood a middle-aged man, skillfully navigating the ship, accompanied by 2 sprites, Gengar and Ghastly. It was evident that the man held deep affection for his sprites, his gaze brimming with warmth. Observing this, Suyu felt a flicker of speculation. It seemed the identity of the thief was not as clear-cut as it appeared. With a swift transition, Suyu was transported to a Pokémon battle arena, where a throng of spectators erupted in cheers. This must be the Orange League of 300 years ago. On the opposite side of the arena stood the captain and his sprites, Gengar and Ghastly. Through their seamless cooperation, they triumphed over numerous opponents, ultimately claiming victory and the coveted championship title of the Orange League. Abruptly, the scene shifted again to a tempestuous night filled with thunder and lightning. A violent storm assailed the ship, and before the captain could react, he met a tragic fate in the depths of the ocean, while Gengar and Ghastly, trapped within their Pokeballs, plummeted alongside the submerged vessel. Suyu couldn't help but sigh. In the face of such a merciless sea, humanity appeared so small and fragile. Gengar and Ghastly, along with the wreckage, lay undisturbed on the ocean floor until recent times, when a team of salvage divers arrived at the site. They retrieved the championship trophy. And though Gengar and Ghastly yearned to reclaim it, they understood that confronting humans directly was futile given their current strength. Thus, they opted to quietly reclaim the trophy under the cover of night, a gesture of restoring it to its rightful owner. They had safeguarded this trophy for 3 centuries, resolutely refusing to allow anyone to take their master's prize. As the illusion faded, Gengar and Ghastly fixed their gaze upon Suyu, eager to discern his intentions. Should Suyu attempt to forcibly take the trophy, they would fight to the bitter end, regardless of the odds. Rest assured, since this trophy rightfully belongs to you, I have no desire to take what is yours, Suyu smiled, acknowledging their unwavering loyalty to their departed master. Only a sprite could exhibit such profound devotion. The Gengar from the Girl S Canyon was similar, deemed unlikable by many, yet possessing the purest of hearts. Not just them, but many sprites shared this trait. Suyu chose not to disturb them further, allowing Mew to guide him back to the island, where Junsha and the others were still investigating. He sought a private conversation with Junsha, urging her to cease the search for the trophy. Though puzzled, Junsha complied with Suyu's request, reporting the matter upwards. Leaving the resolution to the League. The trophy's disappearance was hardly a grave concern, merely an antique, devoid of substantial value. Suyu trusted that they would grant him this favor. Once this matter was resolved, he returned to the hotel for some much-needed rest, with ample time left for a brief nap. Chapter 19. Daily life on the island on the Orange Archipelago, on an unnamed isle. The setting proved perfect for a vacation. The sun, gentle breeze, and azure waters combined to create an idyllic paradise. "This is simply marvelous," Mei said languidly, reclining on a beach chair with sunglasses perched upon her nose. Beside her, Xiaoxue gathered her long hair and chimed in with a smile. "Such a pristine island, untouched by modernity, is indeed a rarity." "Indeed," Suyu replied, lifting a glass of juice to his lips. "The island is abundant with various fruits and nuts. It is no wonder that so many wild sprites inhabit this place. The resources here are remarkably rich." After departing from Sour Orange Island, the trio had drifted at sea for several days before discovering this resplendent isle. They were pleasantly surprised by the delightful environment, teeming not only with wild sprites, but also with an array of fruits and nuts, nature's finest offerings. Not far away, several sprites basked in the sun upon the beach. Suyu's Pokémon, Vaporeon, Charizard, Dragonite, and Zapdos, seemed to be enjoying a rare respite from battle. Charizard and Dragonite were engaged in a playful tussle, though it was evident that Dragonite was simply having fun, easily overpowering Charizard. The disparity in strength among Suyu's Pokémon was significant. Charizard's only suitable opponents were Godhood and the evolved form of Dratini, both of whom were not particularly fond of battling. The only ones eager for a skirmish were Dragonite, Zapdos, and Rayquaza. However, given Charizard's current level, even Mega Evolution would not suffice, rendering any battle impossible. Vaporeon, disinterested in combat, lay peacefully on the sand, soaking up the sun. Zapdos circled above, occasionally letting out a cry. In the water, Mew frolicked with Lapras and Kyogre, the little sprite embodying childlike joy, laughing with abandon as it played. Rayquaza occasionally leaped from the ocean, its black scales shimmering under the sun, sending cascades of water splashing over Mew and Lapras. Unperturbed, Mew and Lapras retaliated with jets of water, but the streams merely elicited an expression of contentment from Rayquaza, as though it were indulging in a delightful massage. Kyogre remained still in the water, unresponsive to Mew's playful nudges. Godhood lounged in a chair alongside Suyu and the others, leisurely basking in the sun. Such behavior mirrored that of humans. Godhood's habits leaned toward human-like tendencies, and it could adeptly utilize human tools, a testament to the high intelligence of psychic-type Pokémon. Additionally, Dratini and its mother had evolved, with one becoming Dragonite and the other evolving into a Dratini. Mei Servine and Xiaoxue's Eevee joined in their playful antics. Amidst the tranquility of this island, who could fathom that those frolicking sprites contained within them the potential to effortlessly annihilate entire regions? As night fell, the trio chose not to rest in their tents, but instead sat upon the rocks by the sea, counting the stars. The night sky sparkled brilliantly. "I've heard that when people pass away, they become stars in the sky. Is that true?" Mei inquired of Suyu. Suyu did not respond immediately. Instead, he gently pressed the back of his hand against Mei Yi's smooth forehead, expressing his confusion. "How peculiar. There's no fever, yet you begin to speak nonsense?" "You're the one talking nonsense," Mei Yi retorted, swatting away Suyu's hand from her forehead in playful indignation. On the side, Xiaoxue stifled a giggle, amused by their light-hearted banter. "Why are you saying such ridiculous things?" Suyu pinched Mei Yi's puffed-up cheeks and glanced up at the starry sky, saying, "We are still young, and I will not allow such things to come to pass." A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. It was not impossible to achieve longevity in this world. Whether through human technology or the wondrous little spirits, accomplishing this feat was indeed feasible. Yet, it seemed the people of this world held little interest in immortality, fixating instead on a puzzling obsession with power. Otherwise, with the advanced technology of the spirit world, extending one's lifespan would surely be within reach. However, the exceptionally talented scientists often diverted their focus towards acquiring power or controlling mythical beasts to conquer the world, neglecting other avenues of research. It was a classic case of losing sight of the essentials. True strength lies in self-empowerment. "Don't you miss your parents, Mei? You've been away from home for such a long time," Suyu inquired. Since embarking on the Quartz Conference Challenge last year, Mei had been traveling alongside him. Although Mei's parents were friends with Mei Wan, it was unusual for them to remain completely uninvolved. Upon hearing Suyu mention her parents, Mei fell silent. After a long pause, she finally spoke softly. They are very busy. Both my father and mother are distinguished scientists. Ever since I grew up, they have been entirely devoted to their work, leaving little time to spend with me, which is why I wanted to travel. Seeing Mei Yi's somber demeanor, Suyu's heart ached, and he gently ruffled her hair, offering comfort. It's all right. We will always be here for you. Xiao Shui embraced Mei Yi, whispering, and we too. Yes, Suyu, Sister Xiao Shui, you are both so wonderful, Mei Yi said gratefully as she hugged Xiao Shui tightly. Noticing the atmosphere had shifted, Suyu quickly changed the subject, turning to Xiao Shui and asking, what about you, Xiao Shui? It seems you have never mentioned your family. They. Xiao Shui hesitated slightly, a flicker of barely perceptible sorrow crossing her eyes. After a moment of silence, she slowly replied, they left this world due to illness when I was very young. Upon hearing this, Suyu felt a pang of regret for having broached such a sensitive topic and quickly apologized. I'm so sorry, Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui gently shook her head, raising her gaze to the brilliant starry sky, softly saying, it's all right. In fact, over time, those memories have blurred, and I can barely recall their faces. Sister Xiao Shui, from now on, you will be my elder sister, and I will always stay by your side, Mei Yi said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Unsure of how to console Xiao Shui, but holding her tightly nonetheless. Suyu grasped Xiao Shui's hand, feeling the chill of her skin. His eyes filled with compassion as he spoke in a low and resolute voice. Xiao Shui, I will do everything in my power to ensure that you, Mei Yi, and Nazi are always happy and joyful. We will forever be a family. Xiao Shui's gaze was as clear as a tranquil lake, fixed on Suyu as she gently nodded, a hint of a warm smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of the gentle warmth of spring sunshine. In her heart, Suyu was her entire support, and she was willing to entrust everything to the person before her. Suyu opened his arms and gently embraced both Xiao Shui and Mei Yi. The three of them held each other tightly, their heartbeats resonating clearly. In that moment, the surrounding clamor gradually faded away, and the world seemed to fall silent, leaving only the three of them. Chapter 20. Reunion with Kina. Throughout the night, the trio shared their innermost thoughts, their bond growing ever deeper. Who could have known that the seemingly gentle and kind Xiao Shui had endured so many hardships since childhood? Though this world was beautiful, the path of solitary growth was fraught with challenges, no matter where one was. Yet, she remained remarkably outstanding. Mei Yi was eternally an optimist, harboring her own worries, but in comparison to Xiao Shui, she was relatively fortunate, having been given a beautiful childhood by her parents. The impact of childhood on a person's life is profound. Many individuals only begin to heal from the traumas of their youth as they mature. Nazi's experience mirrored this. Her childhood conflicts with her parents due to her superpowers had caused her years of suffering. Thankfully, with Suyu's assistance, she had begun to find her way back on track, and her parents were still alive, which contributed to her affection for Suyu. That night, they spoke at length, with Xiao Shui and Mei Yi doing most of the sharing, while Suyu played the role of attentive listener. The following day, they all overslept, not awakening until the afternoon. After packing their belongings, they set off once more. According to the map, their next destination was Little Orange Island, which seemed unremarkable at first glance, yet it had become extraordinary due to a certain individual. Online rumors proclaimed that Kina, the Ice-type champion and one of the 4 Heavenly Kings, was hosting a Pokémon battle seminar on this island, attracting numerous trainers eager to attend. This excitement led to rampant Pokémon battles all over the island. The moment Suyu and the others set foot on the island, they noticed the bustling activity. Many trainers, seeing his rare Pokémon, challenged him one after another. Although it was rather tedious, he accepted their challenges, considering it a chance for his Pokémon to stretch their legs. Little did they know they were challenging a reigning champion. Upon arriving, Suyu sent a message to Kina, who had previously invited him. Now that he was here and aware of Kina's seminar, it would be disrespectful to pretend otherwise. While Suyu was engaged in battles with passers-by out of sheer boredom, a strikingly alluring mature woman approached him. I didn't expect you to find such amusement, Kina said with a light laugh, observing the one-sided matches unfolding before her. Well, there are just too many challengers, Suyu replied with a hint of exasperation as he commanded his Charizard to defeat yet another challenger. And to think, this situation arose because of you, Sister Kina. Kina chuckled softly, choosing not to respond, and turned her attention to Mei Yi and Xiao Shui. At that moment, a few familiar faces appeared behind Kina, the trio of Ash, Misty, and Brock. It was unclear how they managed to traverse the world so freely. Suyu, we meet again. Ash's voice preceded his arrival, and he rushed over excitedly. Suyu, and Mei Yi, and Xiao Shui too. Ash, it's been a while, and Pikachu. Suyu greeted with a smile. Pikachu, delighted to see Suyu, joyfully waved at him. After Suyu defeated the challengers, Kina led them to her villa. Once seated on the couch, Suyu asked, Ash, have you collected several badges already? Ash proudly displayed all the badges he had earned, proclaiming, I've acquired 2 badges so far. I will definitely succeed in this Orange League. Is that so? Confidence is a good thing, Suyu replied with a smile. But too much confidence can lead to arrogance. Upon hearing Ash's boastful claims, Misty cast him a disapproving glance, unreservedly remarking, You just got schooled by Champion Kina. You really don't learn, do you? Ash's face flushed crimson, rendering him speechless. Have you already battled Sister Kina? Suyu asked, surprised, as he considered it fitting for Ash's character to engage in such antics. Others may tremble at the name of the champion, refraining from futile challenges knowing they are no match. However, such thoughts do not occupy Ash's mind. It cannot even be called a battle. Ash's Charizard was dispatched with a single blow from Master Kona. Misty chuckled, covering her mouth, as she continued to mercilessly tease Ash, who had become a bit arrogant after winning a few battles on the island. Ash felt a twinge of embarrassment at her words, unable to refute them, for they were indeed rooted in truth. Ash possesses considerable potential, yet he must learn much more. He cannot rely solely on brute strength. Kona provided everyone with snacks and tea, offering guidance. Thank you, Suyu said as he accepted the tea from Kona. Ash's experiences are still quite limited, which is natural given his youth. Though he embarked on his journey early, his maturity has not fully developed to grow into a future champion. He requires several more years of training. Hearing Kona remark that he merely fought relying on strength, Ash felt a surge of defiance. Although he had been defeated in the last battle, he believed it was due to Charizard's disobedience, leaving him somewhat unsatisfied with the outcome. Suyu and Kona could easily discern Ash's expression. He has never been one to conceal his thoughts, wearing them openly on his face. Such is the nature of youth, brimming with vitality. Yet can one truly be called young if they are not spirited? This is also the reason why Kona regards Suyu with particular admiration. While strength is one aspect, the acquisition of legendary Pokémon relies on fortune, without question. However, Suyu's demeanor is entirely unlike that of an ordinary youth at his age. She was far less composed and mature than he is. A typical person with such formidable power at his age would likely indulge in reckless behavior. Yet, even after gaining such strength, he remains steadfast in his principles, traveling with measured steps, untouched by the corruption of power. It could be said that with Suyu's current abilities, taking control of the league would pose no challenge. This was confirmed during the recent battle with Lugia. Upon learning of Suyu's strength, the league was filled with trepidation. Who could feel secure with an invincible presence within their territory? Fortunately, Suyu has refrained from any overt actions, allowing the league to breathe a sigh of relief. However, they now find themselves at his beck and call, eager to please him. Perhaps this is the reason the legendary Pokémon chose him? Observing Mew holding snacks with a charming smile, Kona contemplated. Chapter 21. Battle Demonstration. As the group conversed in the villa, Kona imparted a wealth of knowledge about Pokémon training to Ash and Misty. Misty was positively ecstatic. She aspired to become a water-type Pokémon master like Kona. Although Kona is an ice-type champion, she excels in water types as well. Kona has always been her idol, and receiving personal guidance from her felt like an incredible stroke of luck. While Ash was still nursing his pride after his Charizard's defeat, he dutifully listened, knowing that otherwise, Misty would surely have her way with him. Suyu, upon hearing Kona's theories, could not help but feel enlightened. The wisdom of a champion accumulated over years is indeed invaluable. Though he too is a champion, Suyu's strength was derived purely from raw power. Kona's assessment of Ash's reliance on strength struck a chord. In truth, Suyu was not far removed from that description. Compared to Ash, he could only claim to be calmer and more knowledgeable about Pokémon. However, when it comes to understanding Pokémon and their battle techniques, the gap between him and these seasoned champions becomes glaringly apparent. Fortunately, with his current prowess, he has surpassed them by a significant margin, reaching a level where sheer strength can overcome myriad strategies, rendering him less concerned about these nuances. Later, I will be conducting a battle demonstration. Would anyone be interested in watching? Kona addressed the group, her gaze primarily resting on Suyu. Of course, Master Kona. That sounds incredible. Misty was the first to respond, her excitement palpable. Indeed, observing the battle techniques of a champion would be quite beneficial, Suyu agreed, having yet to witness Kona in action. The group then proceeded to the venue, which resembled the court's conference arena, albeit on a smaller scale. Suyu, Ash, and others settled into the front rows, watching as Kona took her position on the battlefield. At that moment, her aura was entirely different from before. Earlier, she had been warm and gentle, her presence akin to a soft spring breeze, inviting and comforting. Yet now, standing on the battlefield, she resembled a flower on a high peak, exuding an icy demeanor that was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. No wonder she is the Ice-type champion. She truly embodies the chill. The battle commenced swiftly. Kona deployed a series of Pokémon, effortlessly defeating her opponents, despite their levels being comparable, if not slightly inferior, to her own. Each match concluded with her resounding victories. And even in the face of type disadvantages, Kona adeptly exploited her opponent's weaknesses to secure triumph. "How impressive, Master Kona!" Misty exclaimed, cradling Togepi in her arms, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she watched Kona dominate the arena. "Indeed, Miss Kona secured victory with such ease," remarked Brock, the Pokémon observer, as he fervently sketched in his notebook, unsure whether he was capturing Kona or her Pokémon. Ash too felt the weight of Kona's strength, a sense of pressure enveloping him. This was not even her true power. She had yet to unleash her main Pokémon, Suyu observed, having attentively studied her battle style. This level of combat does not necessitate her strongest Pokémon. However, it serves as excellent motivation for Ash and the others, he noted. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Ash felt even more pressured. Moments ago, he had been defiant, convinced he had not utilized his full strength. Now, confronted with the reality of Kona's formidable abilities, he grasped the vast chasm that lay between them. Before long, the battle demonstration concluded, with Kona's overwhelming prowess eliciting thunderous applause from the audience. Being a native of the Orange Archipelago, her popularity soared, further amplified by her beauty, eclipsing even that of her peers. Returning to Kona's villa, Ash remarked, honestly, "Miss Kona was astounding just now." "Yes, her opponents were defeated in a single move," Misty chimed in, having fully embraced her role as Kona's #1 fan. While Brock harbored newfound admiration for her. "It brings me joy to see you all happy," Kona said gracefully, holding her coffee with a gentle smile. Suyu added, "Sister Kona, your battle techniques were remarkably adept. With your strength, I believe you could easily claim the title of champion in the Kanto region. Have you ever considered it?" Pausing thoughtfully, Kona replied, "I have not pursued that path. However, the title of champion holds little allure for me. If you are interested, you might give it a try. After all, the Kanto region currently lacks a formal champion, and I would support you in that endeavor." Suyu shook his head in refusal. He had no desire to chase the title of champion, too much trouble. With Dado currently holding the titles of both Kanto and Johto champion, it would be best to have a champion native to Kanto. Yet, Dado, being from Johto, merely served as a placeholder, leaving Kanto in a rather awkward position. To become a legitimate champion of Kanto, Dado would first have to overcome Kona. Yet, Kina's Ice-type Pokémon holds a distinct advantage over DUI. And with the addition of a Zapdos, DUI's chances of becoming the champion of Kanto appear rather bleak. In contrast, Suyu possesses a strength that is undeniably formidable. Among the Elite Four, neither Kina nor DUI, nor any of the others, stand a chance against him. Logically, he ought to ascend directly to the champion's position rather than merely settling for an Elite Four title. However, at the time of his last encounter, his prowess was not as pronounced as it is now, compounded by his lack of foundational support within the league, which is why he was only granted the title of an Elite Four member as a gesture of goodwill. Among the Elite Four, the only ones he is familiar with are DUI and Kina, and to become a regional champion, he must secure their endorsement. Contemplating all the complexities involved, Suyu promptly abandoned the idea. Aside from the appealing title, the championship offers little in terms of tangible benefits. Kina, upon witnessing Suyu's refusal, was not taken aback. Suyu remarked, "However, Kina, your demeanor shifts dramatically during battle. Is that so?" "I merely strive to present myself as a natural trainer," Kina replied with a smile. "In everyday life, I am like gentle water, but once the battle commences, I transform into the coldness of ice," Suyu summarized thoughtfully. Kina did not dispute this. Rather, he had captured her essence perfectly. For once she enters the fray, regardless of her adversary, she unleashes her full might, vanquishing opponents with the mercilessness of ice. Chapter 22, Pikachu's Defeat. "Miss Kina, do you have any insights into Pokemon battles?" Ash inquired, his eyes alight with anticipation as he recalled the fruitless hours spent at Shiba's, where he garnered nothing of value, leaving him somewhat despondent. "Insights? I'm not entirely certain if this qualifies." Kina gently set down her cup and continued. "You should strive to attune yourself to the inner feelings of your Pokemon, opening your heart to forge a profound connection with them. Only then can you progress toward becoming a Pokemon master. Ash, bewildered, found the profundity of her words elusive. Since comprehension seemed distant, he proposed, Miss Kinna, would you do me the honor of battling with me? Ash felt that his previous encounter with Charizard could hardly be classified as a proper duel. He yearned for a legitimate challenge against Kinna. Observing the unwavering determination in Ash's eyes, Kinna discerned that this young man would not easily relent in his quest for a challenge, and thus, she acquiesced, I understand. Follow me. With that, Kinna turned towards the outdoor battleground adjacent to the villa. Fantastic! Ash exclaimed, scooping up Pikachu and hastily following Kinna. As expected of Ash, no matter who he faces, he insists on battling, Suyu chuckled. In the past, Ash would always seek a contest whenever he encountered him, and though each attempt culminated in defeat, he remained undeterred, never surrendering. Now, having matured somewhat, perhaps he recognized the vast gap between his strength and Suyu's, leading to his reluctance to challenge Suyu again. Once he feels his abilities have improved, he will undoubtedly resume his challenges without hesitation. The group arrived at the battleground. Ash and Kinna positioned themselves on opposite sides. Let us resolve this with but a single Pokemon, Kinna stated. Agreed. Ash replied, brimming with enthusiasm. I will not hold back, so be prepared, Kinna warned, as she transformed from gentle water into the chilling ice the moment the battle commenced. Of course, having just witnessed your Pokemon's type, I have a clear understanding of your strategy, Miss Kinna, Ash declared confidently, sending forth his Pokemon. Go, Pikachu. In that case, let it be decided. Kinna calmly released her Shelter. Indeed, a water-type Pokemon. This could be my opportunity, Pikachu, Ash exclaimed joyfully, surprised that Ash had noted the type advantage. Suyu internally critiqued the situation. It is well known that Ash is infamous for being a master of reverse-type matchups. Battles favoring type advantages do not necessarily guarantee victory. Kinna's Shelter was comparable in strength to Pikachu, and from a type perspective, Ash indeed held the upper hand. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt, Ash commanded without hesitation. Shelter, being both water and ice type, would take double damage from electric attacks, and a direct hit would surely be devastating. Shelter, use Protect, Kinna's voice remained calm and composed. Pikachu unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning, striking Shelter with ferocity, the electric arcs dancing like silver serpents. However, as the brilliant light faded, Shelter appeared unscathed. It had no effect. Ash's impulsive nature resurfaced. Unable to secure an immediate advantage, he began to lose his composure. If so, Pikachu, use Quick Attack. The more often Protect is employed, the greater the likelihood of failure. Ash reasoned that if he could land a few more hits, he might inflict significant damage on Shelter. Yet he opted for a close-range encounter instead. Shelter, use Light Screen. Kinna's command was swift, and Shelter's sharp edges glowed, conjuring a radiant barrier imbued with mysterious power before it. Pikachu, moving at high speed, crashed into the light screen with a thunderous impact. The barrier remained steadfast, and Pikachu was forcefully rebounded, landing heavily on the ground. Clearly, the collision had taken its toll. Pikachu, are you all right? Ash asked, concern etched across his face. Pikachu stood up, shaking its head, its gaze resolute as it faced Shelter. Excellent. Pikachu used Thunder, Ash shouted, fists clenched in determination. Shelter, disrupt it with Supersonic, Kinna instructed. And as soon as her command was issued, Shelter swiftly emitted a peculiar sound wave from its sturdy shell. Pikachu's motion to unleash Thunder faltered abruptly. Shelter, use Aurora Beam. Seizing the opportunity, Kinna initiated another offensive. In the next moment, Shelter released a dazzling beam of light, striking Pikachu with precision. Pikachu was sent flying, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. Pikachu! Ash rushed forward, cradling Pikachu in his arms, his voice filled with concern. Pikachu, please rally yourself. The outcome is clear, as anticipated, Suyu remarked. Given Ash's current capabilities, he remains far from challenging an Elite Four member. Following the battle, Kinna approached Ash, gently taking Pikachu into her care. Does it hurt? I am truly sorry, Pikachu, she said softly. Kinna's demeanor outside of battle truly reflected the gentleness of water. A battle cannot solely depend on the Pokemon's efforts. Otherwise, the encounter would devolve into a solitary performance by the Pokemon. I hope this defeat helps you realize that in battle, only through the combined efforts and mutual understanding between trainer and Pokemon can their utmost potential be realized. Kinna spoke earnestly. Ash, upon hearing this, felt a tumult of emotions. It dawned on him that he had not been prioritizing Pikachu's efforts, often charging into battle recklessly, resulting in Pikachu frequently getting hurt. Mutual understanding? Suyu had long since reached this profound connection with Mew, their bond fully realized. Moreover, he could harness the power of Aura to establish this connection, conveying his thoughts to his Pokémon with remarkable swiftness during battles. Observing Ash lost in contemplation. It appeared he had absorbed Kina's words. Indeed, Ash later underwent a bond evolution with his Greninja, a transformation ignited by the power of their hearts and their steadfast determination to become stronger together. This form of evolution appears to be exclusive, uniquely possessed by Greninja. Subsequently, the group took a well-deserved rest at Kona's place for an entire night. Kona informed them that the next gym was located in a city at the opposite end of Orange Island. Suyu, however, remained unperturbed. After all, Orange Island is the largest isle within the Orange Archipelago, expansive in its terrain. Upon learning the location of the third gym, Ash hurriedly departed early the next morning. Suyu, having stayed behind with Kona, absorbed a wealth of knowledge, be it in combat techniques or methods for nurturing Pokémon, all generously imparted without reservation. After several days, Suyu bid farewell to Kona, expressing his gratitude for her hospitality and offering his assistance in the future should she require it. Thereafter, the trio departed, continuing their journey toward the next gym. Chapter 23, The Rainbow After the Rain. Upon leaving Kona's abode, the three ventured into a vast plain. This particular expanse was quite peculiar, often beset by thunderstorms. At times, one could be walking under brilliant sunshine, only to be swiftly enveloped by ominous clouds, accompanied by the booming of thunder. Indeed, shortly after finishing lunch and not straying too far, a mass of dark clouds loomed ominously overhead. Why are there so many thunderclouds? May raised her gaze to the foreboding skies, murmuring. This was not their first encounter with such weather. They had faced it several times along their journey. Come on. We should hurry, otherwise, we'll end up drenched again, Suyu chuckled. They had previously been caught off guard by a thunderstorm, leaving them all soaked to the skin. Fortunately, there were numerous caves nearby to seek refuge from the rain, making it a manageable issue. As they sheltered in a cavern, Suyu noticed May's spirits were somewhat low. He gently pinched her smooth, delicate cheek and smiled, saying, "Traveling is like this. One can never predict what circumstances may arise. Yet, isn't this unpredictability part of the allure of travel? Whether pleasant experiences or challenging encounters, we must learn to savor them. Who knows, a rainbow might even emerge later. A rainbow, if one really does appear, I might just begrudgingly forgive this rude weather." May exclaimed, her face lighting up with a grin. "You." Suyu chuckled fondly and then released his Zapdos. Such thunderclouds were a delight for Zapdos, allowing it to absorb electricity freely. Each time they encountered a storm, he would let Zapdos out to recharge. With a triumphant cry, Zapdos soared into the stormy clouds. Its golden feathers, having been charged multiple times, gleamed even more vibrantly, with arcs of electricity crackling around it. The downpour arrived swiftly but dissipated just as quickly. In a short while, the skies cleared, and as if to brighten May's mood, a resplendent rainbow arched across the sky, washed clean by the rain. Wow, it really appeared. Suyu couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. May nimbly retrieved her camera from her backpack and handed it to Suyu. Quick, take some pictures of me and Sister Xiaoxua." Suyu accepted the camera, gazing at the youthful and lively May, alongside the gentle and graceful Xiaoxua, with the rainbow serving as a backdrop that accentuated their beauty. It was truly a breathtaking scene. Lost in admiration, Suyu was roused from his reverie by May's enthusiastic urging, prompting him to focus on capturing this splendid moment. "All right, my beautiful ladies. The photos are ready," Suyu said with a smile, raising the camera in triumph. Let me see. May bounced over, eagerly taking the camera to scrutinize the photos. Xiaoxua looked at Suyu with gentle eyes and said, "Suyu, let us take a photo together while the rainbow is still here." Sure. Although he typically shied away from photographs, taking one with beautiful women was an entirely different matter, especially since one of them was his girlfriend. They continued taking pictures until the rainbow faded, filled with joy as they resumed their journey toward their destination. Their next stop was Metropolis, the largest city on Orange Island. The gym was situated on a small island not far from Metropolis, known as the Citrus Gym. Before long, the trio exited the vast plain and were greeted by a skyline filled with towering buildings. Suyu remarked, "I never imagined such a bustling place could exist on this island. Finally, we can have a proper rest." May exclaimed, her face aglow with happiness. Just as they were about to enter the city of Metropolis, a black sedan came to a slow halt before them. A corpulent middle-aged man, dressed in an orange suit and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, emerged from the vehicle. Hello. You must be the esteemed Suyu." The man's face instantly transformed into a sycophantic grin as he hurried towards Suyu. After a brief handshake, Suyu inquired, "And you are?" "I am the mayor of this city, Bigger. Welcome to our humble abode." Bigger beamed, his demeanor exceedingly obsequious. Suyu scrutinized Bigger. Recognizing the man's eagerness to advance his own agenda, he refrained from elaborating further, merely nodding as he ushered Mei and Xiaoxue into the car. Although he was uncertain how this man had come by his information, the mayor's submissive attitude made it awkward to decline outright. As Suyu settled into the vehicle, Bigger's eyes glimmered with delight. Although it seemed somewhat humiliating to bow so low to a young man, the potential benefits outweighed his pride. He was acutely aware of the influence Suyu wielded. If he could secure Suyu's favor, his position as mayor would be solidified. The journey progressed smoothly, leading them to a lavishly decorated building, the hub of the league. Bigger guided Suyu and his companions to the mayor's reception room, personally pouring them steaming cups of tea. Though Mei and Xiaoxue were somewhat taken aback, they remained silent, choosing not to refuse anything as Suyu had not objected. "Well, you've certainly gone above and beyond as mayor," Suyu remarked, recognizing the man's ulterior motives. "If there is something you wish to discuss, please feel free to speak candidly." Bigger wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Ordinarily, such tasks would not fall to him. Yet it appeared to be yielding favorable results. "It's nothing of great consequence, really. The mayoral election is approaching, and if you have the time, I would be honored if you could cast your vote for me." Bigger's face maintained its ingratiating smile as he spoke. With the election imminent, it was to be decided by public voting. Having learned of Suyu's impending arrival, Bigger had been anxious that his competitors might secure Suyu's endorsement first. Thus, he had stationed individuals along Suyu's route, eager to be the first to make contact with him. Gaining Suyu's support would be invaluable. Even if he faced defeat in public voting, the backing of a champion would outweigh the opinions of the entire city's populace, especially one as uniquely influential as Suyu. He had heard tales of Suyu commanding the league to cease investigations into the missing championship trophy, leading to the immediate withdrawal of the inquiry. This demonstrated the league's immense regard for Suyu. Securing his endorsement would solidify Bigger's claim to the mayoral seat. Once an individual has savored the advantages bestowed by power, it becomes an addiction, rendering the prospect of returning to the status of an ordinary citizen utterly unacceptable. Chapter 24. The Monster of the Underground Passage. To be candid, from the moment Suyu discerned Big's true identity, he recognized that this individual was no ordinary person. The ability to flatter someone decades younger with nary a change in expression or a hint of psychological burden is, without a doubt, a rare talent. Nonetheless, Suyu could comprehend this. Individuals who ascend to such heights invariably possess certain skills. As he pondered whether to acquiesce to Big's request, the door was suddenly thrust open with great force. Big was on the verge of expressing his ire when he beheld the newcomer and was compelled to suppress his anger. Standing at the threshold was Joy. While Joy might not be regarded as a particularly formidable figure, the family she represented was not one to be trifled with, even by someone of the mayor's stature. "Mayor, you must listen to me," Joy said earnestly, striding directly towards Big. "You must halt that plan immediately." Upon hearing this, beads of sweat erupted on Big's forehead. If Suyu were to take offense at this matter, his fate would be sealed. "Miss Joy, grant me a moment. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory response," Big hastily replied. Before Joy could respond, another figure entered from outside. It was Junsha. "Mayor, why have you deployed a specially organized unit without notifying our police force?" Junsha questioned bluntly. Big was flustered, sweat pouring down his face. He understood all too well that without a reasonable explanation, neither Joy nor Junsha would be leaving anytime soon. Most critically, there was Suyu's stance to consider. As the saying goes, what one fears most often comes to pass. "What exactly are you referring to, Miss Joy and Miss Junsha?" Suyu inquired. Curiosity piqued at Joy's unusual urgency in confronting the mayor, a stark contrast to her typically amiable demeanor. Seeing Suyu's interest, Big quickly explained, "Your Excellency, it is not a particularly grave matter. A monster has appeared in the city's underground pipeline area. Rest assured, I have already dispatched personnel to handle the situation." "That is unacceptable. What if it is a new species of Pokémon? How can you resort to extermination without a thorough investigation?" Joy retorted vehemently. Under normal circumstances, Big might not have disregarded Joy's opinion. However, this period was crucial for the mayoral elections. Many citizens had already suffered food thefts at the hands of this so-called monster. While no physical harm had occurred, this incident could significantly tarnish his reputation at such a critical juncture. Thus, he had resolved to take decisive action, only to be thwarted by Joy and Junsha, who exposed his plans in front of Suyu. He cast a desperate glance at Suyu, silently praying that Suyu would not concern himself with the matter, which might afford him a sliver of hope. Regrettably, upon hearing the potential involvement of Pokémon, Suyu's expression darkened. "Miss Joy, Would you be so kind as to elaborate on this situation? Although Joy did not know Suyu personally, she could discern from Big's obsequious demeanor that Suyu's status was anything but ordinary. While she was indifferent to Suyu's identity, it was fortuitous that he was able to intervene in the matter. As the mayor, Big was resolute in his course of action, and she could not prevent him from doing so. Subsequently, Joy recounted the entire saga to Suyu. Upon concluding, Suyu glanced at Big and remarked in a flat tone, "To disregard your responsibilities for the sake of your position is truly lamentable. It seems you have much to contemplate." Big collapsed to the ground, realizing that his attempts to curry favor with Suyu were entirely futile, and he now faced uncertainty regarding his hold on the mayoral position. Suyu resolved to personally witness this so-called monster. Could it be another mischievous spirit Pokemon at play? As for Big, he had initially intended to assist him, but now it seemed wiser to refrain. His leniency in not outright revoking Big's candidacy was already a kindness. "Miss Junsha, would you kindly guide me to the location?" Suyu inquired. "Of course, Lord Su. Please follow me," Junsha replied with a smile, fully aware of Suyu's identity and formidable prowess. Suyu's willingness to assist was most welcome. Had he declined, they would have been at a loss. Ignoring the mayor, who remained slumped on the ground, Suyu followed Junsha to an underground passage. Given the unsanitary conditions of the sewer, he had not brought Mei and Xiaoshui along. They had no objections and proceeded to act independently. "Miss Junsha, is the monster known to frequent this area?" Suyu surveyed his surroundings, noting that the environment was considerably better than he had anticipated. Indeed, someone was robbed of their food not far from here last time. Junsha indicated towards a nearby manhole cover. "Dream, please scan this area for any anomalies," Suyu instructed. Dream nodded, and, centering its psychic abilities here, began to extend its senses outward. Meow. Soon, Dream detected something and relayed the information to Suyu. After communicating with Dream, Suyu announced, "We've located it. Miss Junsha, prepare yourself. We are about to teleport." Junsha nodded, indicating her readiness. In an instant, the trio vanished from sight. The next moment, Suyu and Junsha found themselves in a narrow space, the ground strewn with straw. They carefully examined their surroundings and spotted a Pokemon not far away. Contrary to Suyu's expectations of a ghost-type Pokemon, it was instead a relatively large Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur. The creature called cheerfully, displaying no signs of malice. "Is this what you refer to as a monster?" Suyu inquired. "That should be it," Junsha replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. It was rather humiliating for the police to be unable to identify even a Bulbasaur. Suyu shook his head in resignation. It seemed that the police's capabilities were consistently lacking, regardless of the location. Approaching the Bulbasaur, Suyu knelt and gently stroked its head, saying, "Little one, you must refrain from stealing others' food. I will find you a safe and comfortable place." Recognizing that the Bulbasaur was likely simply hungry, Suyu understood that it was a very gentle Pokemon at heart. Bulbasaur. The creature responded, happily nodding in appreciation of Suyu's affection. "Lord Su, this Pokemon doesn't appear to be feral," Junsha remarked, noting the bell around the Bulbasaur's neck. "Indeed, the bell indicates that it has an owner. It seems this Bulbasaur has been abandoned," Suyu observed. "Do you recognize the design on this bell?" he inquired, pointing to the distinctive emblem. Junsha scrutinized the bell's design and after a moment's contemplation replied, "It looks somewhat familiar." "That's right, it bears the mayor's insignia." Chapter 25, Knowing Faces but Not Hearts. It appears this mayor is far from ordinary. A glint of coldness flickered in Suyu's eyes. He harbored a deep disdain for those who abandon their Pokemon. To cast aside one's own Pokemon reveals a heart devoid of compassion. The irony of such a person holding the office of mayor was profound. Furthermore, his eagerness to eliminate the so-called monster from the underground passage suggested motivations beyond mere concern for his reputation during the election period. It could very well be an effort to conceal past transgressions, for under the League's laws, abandoning Pokemon is indeed a crime. Should it come to light that the mayor has forsaken his own Pokemon, the election would undoubtedly culminate in failure, and he might even find himself apprehended by the Alliance under the law. This world is intricately woven by both Pokemon and humans, and the standing of Pokemon within it is far from negligible. "Come, let us observe what our mayor shall say upon seeing it," Suyu remarked, rising to his feet and addressing Junsha. With that, the duo departed from the location. Upon returning to the reception room, they found that Big had vanished, leaving only Joy behind. After informing Joy about the situation concerning the underground passage, Suyu continued, "Miss Joy, I entrust this Pokemon to your care from now on. The Pokemon Center does an admirable job of sheltering injured or homeless Pokemon." He gestured towards the Bulbasaur, which was of a considerable age. and not particularly suited to accompany him on his travels. Not to worry, we shall take excellent care of it, Joy replied with a warm smile. Turning to Junsha, Suyu said, Miss Junsha, would you be so kind as to notify the mayor? I have some inquiries I wish to pose to him. Certainly, Junsha responded, promptly departing. Fully aware that the mayor's fortunate days were drawing to a close. Before long, Mayor Big returned. As he opened his mouth to speak, his gaze fell upon the Bulbasaur on the floor, and he froze in place, clearly recognizing it. Do you have something to say? Suyu remarked coldly. At the sound of Suyu's unfriendly words, a cold sweat broke out on Big's brow. He understood that the forthcoming words could jeopardize not only his position as mayor, but potentially lead to imprisonment as well. Please, allow me to explain. This Bulbasaur truly is mine. However, it vanished unexpectedly during an outing, and I searched for it tirelessly, unable to eat for several days. Big implored with genuine emotion. With that, he rushed to embrace the Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, I've searched for you for so long. I cannot believe you are still alive. Thank you, kind sir, for bringing it back to me. Big exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes, creating a scene of profound warmth. Observing this, Joy and Junsha's perception of the mayor softened. They had not anticipated his deep affection for Pokémon. Suyu remained impassive, knowing that some matters were not as simple as they appeared. Possessing the power of aura, he could sense the fluctuations of emotions. Despite Big's joyful tears, a deep tranquility lay beneath the surface. Unlike humans, Pokémon do not harbor complex thoughts. Witnessing Big's elation, the Bulbasaur beamed, forgetting entirely the abandonment it had suffered. Is Mayor Big truly as fond of Pokémon as he seems? Perhaps I have misjudged you, Suyu spoke slowly. No, it cannot be the fault of the esteemed sir. It is entirely my own issue. I must thank you for reuniting me with Bulbasaur, Big replied, his voice trembling with fear. Let us proceed this way. I shall pose a few questions, and should you answer truthfully, I may assist you in obtaining what you desire. Suyu said, a faint smile gracing his lips. Big's heart raced. Suyu's smile instilled a sense of unease within him, yet he forced a grin. Please, ask what you wish. I shall disclose all that I know. He believed his performance to be flawless, confident that Joy and Junsha had not discerned any discrepancies, and thus felt assured that he could not be outmatched by Suyu. Given Mayor Big's talents, it is a pity to see him in such a position. I trust you will answer the forthcoming questions honestly. Suyu gradually withdrew his smile, his tone turning icy. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, I can discern whether you are lying. Big's heart sank. Could he have truly been seen through? It was impossible. Suyu must merely be attempting to intimidate him. First question, did Bulbasaur truly get lost by accident? Suyu inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Big. Yes, that day. The sky was drizzling lightly, Big described vividly, as though the events had transpired just yesterday. After hearing Big's account, Suyu asked. Second question, did you send individuals to the underground passage for the sole purpose of protecting the public? A look of shame crossed Big's face as he replied, well, I confess I had a slight ulterior motive. I did not want the citizens to perceive me as incompetent, which is why I hastily issued the orders. Suyu found himself somewhat impressed by this fellow, whose inner calm was reminiscent of a machine. However, it was enough to indicate that Big was indeed lying. One must be prepared in advance to maintain such serenity. Knowing he was lying sufficed, for this world also harbored the existence of Pokémon. Mew, use hypnosis. I wish to discern the veracity of his recent statements, Suyu commanded. Big, taken aback, had no time to react before being lulled into slumber by Mew's powers. Mayor Big, were your previous statements truthful? Suyu inquired directly. False. I knew you would go to the underground passage. With your abilities, you could undoubtedly locate it. Thus, I had prepared several excuses before your return, Big replied, his eyes vacant and his tone mechanical. Quite astute indeed, Suyu remarked approvingly, continuing, now? Please elucidate the true nature of this matter. When I was a child, Bulbasaur was unable to evolve, so I abandoned it in the sewer. To my surprise, many years have passed, and it remains alive. One of my subordinates stumbled upon it and reported its existence to me. Coincidentally, it was during the election period. I could not allow anyone to learn of my past. The best course of action was to make it disappear, but regrettably, my subordinates proved utterly inept. Unable to even deal with a single Bulbasaur, Big said, his expression turning fierce, revealing his true nature. Joy and Junsha, upon hearing this, covered their mouths in disbelief. The mayor, who had always presented a friendly facade to the public, was in truth so cruel. To think he had discarded Bulbasaur simply for failing to evolve, and now, out of fear that its existence could jeopardize his future, he contemplated its elimination to safeguard his position. If it were not for Bulbasaur's decades spent navigating the sewer, It might have fallen victim to the cruel machinations of Big's subordinates. No wonder Bulbasaur had resorted to stealing human food in the dead of night. It dared not venture forth in search of sustenance, for it was acutely aware of those who wished to end its life. Little did it know that its former master was the very one who sought its demise. Bulbasaur instinctively took a few steps back. Despite having been abandoned by Big, it had greeted their reunion with joy. Yet now, it clearly saw the mayor's ugly true face. This man was rotten to the core. Mew, lift the hypnosis, Suyu commanded. Big's eyes regained their former luster, and the vicious expression on his face transformed back into one of subservience. However, he quickly sensed that something was amiss. Joy and Junsha were fixing him with icy glares. A heavy dread settled in his heart. Had they uncovered the truth? Miss Junsha, please arrest Big. The malicious intent to harm a Pokémon is a grave offense, Suyu declared. Understood, Junsha replied. Upon hearing Suyu's words and the approach of Junsha, Big realized that his fate was sealed. He sank to the ground in despair, offering no resistance nor outbursts of anger, fully aware that such actions would be futile. Having achieved his position, he was not without intelligence. Though the charge of maliciously murdering a fairy creature is indeed grave, he ultimately failed in his attempt. Should he be imprisoned, there remains a glimmer of hope for his release. However, should he provoke Suyu, his fate would be irrevocably sealed. Junsha placed handcuffs on Biggie and escorted him away from the scene, where he would face a life behind bars. Abandoning his own fairy, even going so far as to send others to hunt it down, has led Suyu to internally sentence him to death. Keeping Biggie in prison may not be permanent. After all, his years of service as mayor were not without merit. Mew whispered a few words into Suyu's ear, and in an instant, it unleashed its psychic abilities and vanished from sight. Suyu also departed, while Bulbasaur accompanied Joy to the Pokémon Center. Upon learning that Bulbasaur had been abandoned by Biggie and had lived in the sewers for decades, Joy felt a profound sympathy for its tragic plight and vowed to care for it diligently. May and her companions had already secured a hotel, and after contacting them, Suyu made his way there. At that moment, Mew returned. He instructed Mew to hypnotize Biggie, confident that news of Biggie's eventual suicide in prison would soon follow. As for whether the League would suspect him, he was indifferent. What difference would it make? Although he held no interest in the struggles for power, he would never allow himself to be ensnared by their constraints. The following day, news of Biggie's suicide in prison spread like wildfire, with the authorities releasing an announcement detailing his numerous crimes. This delighted his rivals, who effortlessly ascended to the position of mayor. Suyu paid little heed to the news, and the League made no attempts to approach him. He boarded a ferry to Yuzu Island with Mei and Xiao Shui. Yuzu Island bore a striking resemblance to any ordinary isle, but the waters near its shores were turbulent, marked by towering rocks. Nevertheless, the ferry navigated these challenges effortlessly, and the group arrived at Yuzu Island without incident. The rules of the Yuzu Gym dictated battles of the same type, yet Suyu realized he lacked any grass-type Pokémon. The gym battles consist of electric, grass, and water types, he remarked. He possessed Zapdos for the electric type and Suicune for the water type, but it appeared he truly had no grass-type Pokémon. Should I call upon Mew? That would indeed be a waste of its prowess. I have one. Would you like to borrow my superior? Mei chimed in cheerfully, stepping closer to Suyu. Superior? You still remember you have one? With you constantly holding on to Ralts. I thought you had forgotten all about your Pokémon, Suyu teased. Mei's delicate face flushed, and she playfully retorted, Humph, you insufferable Suyu. I won't help you. Ha ha. I'm merely reminding you not to neglect your Pokémon. Humph, as if I wouldn't know. My bond with my superior is strong. If it weren't for its size, I would have it by my side all the time. Indeed, Superior was 3 meters long, making it impractical to carry around. Their playful bickering continued, and ultimately, Mei handed over Superior's Pokeball to Suyu, who graciously accepted it. Before Xiao Shue's arrival, he had always taken charge of preparing food for their Pokémon. And coupled with his alluring charm, Mei's Superior had formed a close bond with him. Although Superior may not have been the strongest, it was more than sufficient for the Orange League competition. The trio soon arrived at the Yuzu Gym. Upon entering, they were greeted by a vibrant melody, and one might mistakenly believe they had wandered into a nightclub. Numerous Pokémon danced joyfully to the rhythm of the music, creating a delightfully amusing spectacle that left the trio wide-eyed. While it was understandable for slender Pokémon, like Gardevoir, to engage in such dancing, it was rather amusing to see Rock and Tyranitar joining in as well. Is there something you need? A flamboyantly dressed young man approached them, inquiring. Hello, I am here to challenge the gym, Suyu stated. Greetings, I am AE, the gym leader, the young man introduced himself. Let me first show you around my gym, and then we shall proceed to the test. Suyu nodded. accustomed to the tests that the gyms of the Orange Archipelago often employed. Why are all these Pokémon dancing? May asked, her curiosity piqued. That? He seemed to have been waiting for the question, flipping his hair stylishly as he proudly explained, the era of merely teaching Pokémon moves is long gone. This is a unique method of nurturing Pokémon that I have developed. May nodded, not expressing further interest in the method of nurturing. Suyu, however, observed keenly. While the effectiveness was uncertain, the Pokémon did appear to be quite joyful. To attain the position of gym leader, A must possess some genuine skill. The tour of the gym concluded quickly, revealing that there was no dedicated battle arena, only areas for Pokémon to dance and a dining area. Afterward, AE led Suyu to undergo a shooting test. The challengers would sit on a moving boat, using their Pokémon to shoot at targets that could appear at any moment. Only those who passed the test would be permitted to challenge the gym. This posed no challenge for Suyu, who completed the test with ease. Next came the same type battles, which would take place on the rock arena near Yuzu Island. Suyu and AE ascended in a hot air balloon to the battleground, while Mei, Xiao Shui, and Yi's sister watched the match from above. As they faced each other, the battle was poised to commence. Chapter 27, The Dancing Coconuts. Below the rock arena, turbulent waters surged, making a fall from the platform perilous. Let us begin with an electric-type showdown. Electabuzz, it's your turn. AE declared confidently. Electric type, is it? Zapdos, I entrust this battle to you, Suyu responded. With a resounding cry, Zapdos soared high above the rock arena, its piercing gaze fixed on its adversary. The legendary Pokémon, Zapdos. AE gasped in shock. For tales of the legendary birds were well known among the natives of the Orange Archipelago. The students of Yi's gym aboard the hot air balloon could hardly contain their excitement, marveling at the sight of a legendary Pokémon. A stroke of incredible luck for anyone. AE's expression turned serious as he realized the magnitude of Suyu's strength, even against the god of thunder. I will not yield. Electabuzz, Thunderbolt. AE launched the first attack. Electabuzz summoned its electric energy, unleashing a powerful bolt towards Zapdos. Suyu remained silent. Electric-type Pokémon exhibit a remarkable resistance to electricity, often absorbing currents that do not exceed their thresholds. Zapdos regarded Electabuzz with disdain, making no effort to evade the attack. With a thunderous cry, the electric strike hit Zapdos, which appeared utterly unfazed, effortlessly absorbing the energy. One would expect that AE, having participated in same-type battles before, would understand this principle. However, with Zapdos soaring above, Electabuzz fighting-type moves could not reach it. Is it truly so? No damage dealt? As expected of the god of thunder. AE marveled. Upon hearing this, Suyu refrained from correcting him. Without a divine position, the Thunderbird cannot be deemed a god of thunder, yet for them, the distinction between possessing or lacking such a role holds little significance, as both remain insurmountable entities. Yi's electric beast, merely at the initial level of a quasi-king, stood no chance of defeating the Thunderbird. Such an endeavor was nothing short of fanciful delusion. Thunder now? Suyu commanded. In the next moment, dark thunderclouds suddenly gathered in the previously clear sky. A resounding roar of thunder echoed, and bolts of lightning, thicker than those unleashed by the electric beast, cascaded downwards with unwavering precision. Beware, electric beast. Quickly use quick attack to evade. Judging by the sheer magnitude of the lightning, its power was evidently formidable, and the electric beast could not withstand its might. In an instant, the electric beast activated quick attack, desperately dodging the impending strikes on the rocky arena. However, evading the Thunderbird's thunder was no simple feat. The lightning nearly enveloped the entire battleground. Fortunately, the Thunderbird was aware not to strike the trainer, or else he would already be lying on the ground. The electric beast narrowly dodged several bolts, but an overwhelming number of strikes confined its escape routes, ultimately resulting in a devastating hit. A powerful surge of electricity surged through the electric beast's body. Initially, it managed to endure, but soon the current exceeded its limits, prompting a pained cry. With a thunderous explosion, akin to an overcharged battery, the electric beast was overwhelmed. Electric beast, AE shouted towards the smoke, but received no response. As the haze gradually dissipated, the electric beast lay motionless on the ground, its fighting spirit extinguished. Return, electric beast. You have performed admirably, AE said, recalling the creature into its pokeball, where its injuries would be alleviated to some extent. I never imagined you possessed such a formidable Pokémon, but I shall not concede, AE declared, sending forth his second Pokémon, a coconut tree with legs, known as Executor, which in the Alola region even boasts a dragon typing. Return, Thunderbird. Glancing at Executor, Suyu withdrew the Thunderbird and summoned another Pokémon. Go, Superior. Upon entering the fray, Superior fixed its piercing gaze upon Executor, startling it into retreating several steps. Witnessing the opponent's trepidation, Superior exhibited an air of disdain before turning to nuzzle against Suyu. Superior, I entrust this battle to you, Suyu said, affectionately stroking Superior's sleek body, its coolness offering a delightful sensation. Superior nodded in agreement, signaling its readiness. Do your best, Superior, Mei Yi called out excitedly from the hot air balloon. Although Superior had not battled frequently, its potential was commendable, bolstered by the diligent care from both Suyu and Xiao Shui, resulting in a formidable strength. Possessing elite peak capabilities, its level matched Executor's. However, in terms of presence, Superior exuded superiority. He felt a twinge of disdain as Suyu withdrew the Thunderbird, yet inwardly, he felt a measure of relief. After all, with his sister and the gym trainees present in the hot air balloon, a swift defeat at the hands of Suyu would have been a blow to his pride. The Superior before him, though unfamiliar, emanated an aura far less intimidating than that of the Thunderbird, rekindling Yi's confidence. Executor, use Seed Bomb. Without hesitation, Executor launched an attack towards Superior. Superior, evade, Suyu commanded. Superior moved with remarkable speed, successfully dodging Executor's assault just as Suyu's words fell. Executor, pursuing the direction of Superior's movement, attempted to retaliate, but each attempt missed its mark. Superior, Leaf Tornado. While Executor boasted powerful attacks and substantial health, it lacked speed. Thus, when Superior initiated its offensive, Executor ostensibly had little chance of evasion. Let the music begin. Ei snapped his fingers, a smile gracing his lips. At his command, music resonated from the hot air balloon, and Executor's large form began to sway rhythmically. Each movement adeptly allowed it to dodge Superior's attacks. This is my unique training method. I will not lose this round. Seeing all of Superior's strikes go amiss, Ei smirked, continuing, Executor, Seed Bomb. Executor released a flurry of white bombs from its head, landing around Superior, which struggled to evade but was caught in the blast's aftermath, sustaining some injuries. Observing the shift in battle dynamics, Suyu began to contemplate a strategy. It was impressive that Executor could overcome its sluggishness through dance, but it also revealed a critical flaw. The Pokémon must clearly hear the music to dance along. By introducing noise to disrupt the melody, Executor's rhythm could be interrupted. However, since Superior did not possess a noise-based skill, Suyu sought alternative methods to halt Executor's dance. Recalling the moment at the start of the battle when Superior had intimidated Executor, an idea struck him. Superior, use Glare, Suyu commanded decisively. Instantly, Superior's eyes glowed red. Its sharp gaze fixated on Executor. Startled, Executor trembled, its dancing abruptly ceasing in panic. Now, Superior, unleash Solar Beam. On this splendidly sunny day, after the skirmish, Superior had amassed ample sunlight within. Furthermore, it could amplify the solar energy within its body. With a graceful arch of its long neck, dazzling golden light enveloped Superior, coalescing rapidly towards its mouth. In an instant, a beam of brilliant radiance, akin to the sun itself, erupted forth. Executor sensed the overwhelming energy, its multiple heads displaying sheer terror. Executor, evade, Ei cried out, taken aback by the swiftness of Superior's attack. As Executor attempted to dodge through its dance steps, the solar beam was already upon it. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, sending Executor hurtling through the air, its massive form tracing an arc as it plummeted towards the turbulent sea whirlpool. Mew, catch Executor, Suyu instructed. Mew immediately activated its psychic powers, halting Executor mid-air, and with a powerful force, returned it safely to the rocky arena. Ei sighed in relief, expressing gratitude. Thank you for saving Executor. It was merely a trifling effort. Suyu replied casually, then turned to Superior, praising, you performed exceptionally well in this match. Superior affectionately nuzzled against Suyu, clearly pleased. You were magnificent, Superior, Mei Yi exclaimed, brimming with excitement, eager to leap down and embrace Superior in celebration. While I appreciate your kindness, I shall still give my all in the third round, Ei stated earnestly. Hearing Ei's declaration, Suyu shrugged, does it truly make a difference? Gem Starfish, emerge. Ei summoned his third Pokémon, a delicate lavender dual starfish, adorned with a large crimson gem at its center. Go forth, Water Lord. The final battle is entrusted to you, Suyu proclaimed as he recalled his monarch serpent. Another legendary Pokémon. Ei's previously confident demeanor faltered at the sight of Water Lord. The elegant creature stood poised on the arena, effortlessly commanding the attention of all spectators. Even without making a move, Gem Starfish, unleash Water Gun, Ei declared resolutely. As a gym leader, Conceding defeat was not an option. He would maintain his dignity even in loss. Waterlord, employ Blizzard, Suyu instructed. The small size of the rocky arena posed a risk. Any misstep could send a Pokémon flying out, necessitating constant rescues. Thus, he opted for an immediate freeze. With a graceful leap, Waterlord deftly evaded the gem starfish's attack. It then raised its head and emitted a deep, commanding roar. In an instant, a fierce wind howled, and countless crystalline snowflakes erupted from the void, enveloping half the arena in a massive blizzard. The gem starfish had no time to evade and was swiftly engulfed by the relentless storm. Gem starfish! Ai cried out, fully aware that he had lost this match. Soon, the blizzard subsided, revealing a silvery, pristine scene. At the center of the arena stood a magnificent ice sculpture of the gem starfish, resembling a delicate work of art. With a resigned sigh, Ai remarked, "Come back, gem starfish, you have done your best." The match is concluded, and Suyu from Jinshin Town emerges victorious. The referee declared, "Perched atop a statue, your strength is formidable. Here is the rune badge. It rightfully belongs to you." Ai approached Suyu, presenting the badge. Suyu nodded appreciatively, responding, "Your training methods are quite exceptional as well. Indeed. How about joining our gym? I would be glad to share my knowledge," Ai offered enthusiastically. "Perhaps next time. I have some matters to attend to." Suyu politely declined. Ai felt a pang of disappointment, but urged, "Make sure to inform me in advance when you return." Certainly, Suyu assured him. The group then ascended into a hot air balloon, returning to the gym. After bidding farewell to Ai, Suyu departed with Mei and Xiaoxue from Yuzu Gym. On their way back to the hotel, Mei was still brimming with excitement. "Suyu, my monarch serpent is impressive, isn't it? It effortlessly secured your victory." She had never participated in a formal competition with the monarch serpent before and was astonished by its prowess on the battlefield. "Then you should let the monarch serpent battle more often," Suyu suggested, amused by Mei's enthusiasm. "Who knows, you might even clinch a championship together." Champion! Mei's heart raced at the thought, envisioning herself and the monarch serpent triumphing over a series of opponents on the arena, eventually claiming the coveted title. Noticing her growing excitement, Suyu continued, "If you follow my guidance, learning about Pokémon traits, skills, and various knowledge, I am confident you will succeed." "Ah, is there really so much to learn?" Mei's expression fell at the daunting prospect of acquiring extensive knowledge. "Of course, and thankfully, Xiaoxue helps prepare Pokémon food daily. Otherwise, you would also need to learn how to nurture Pokémon. Only with proper nutrition can they develop robust physiques, enhancing their combat abilities. I spent several years learning these things at Professor Oak's," Suyu reminisced. After hearing Suyu's words, Mei refrained from mentioning her desire to become a Pokémon trainer. She decided that being a traveler felt far more comfortable. Chapter 29. The revelation of Mega Evolution. Research days passed after leaving Yuzu Island, and the supplies the group carried were nearly depleted. They resolved to find an island to replenish their provisions. "The island ahead is Mekon Island. It has a city where we can purchase food," Suyu stated, consulting the map. Some islands remained unmarked on maps, yet typically, those inhabited by humans were indicated. Mei and Xiaoxue agreed. Without replenishing their supplies, they risked going hungry. Before long, Kyogre brought them to the port. Suyu had allowed Lapras to rest. As its youthful age required breaks from constant travel, Kyogre's strength rendered this short journey effortless, and it preferred being outside rather than confined within a Pokeball. Suyu had no intention of forcing his Pokémon. He allowed Rayquaza to soar freely above, only recalling them in specific or inconvenient situations. "Suyu, let us eat first. I'm starving." Mei tugged at his sleeve, looking pitiful. The group had not eaten adequately for days. "All right, let us go. There's a restaurant just ahead. We can check it out," Suyu replied, leading the way after letting Kyogre rest. Suddenly, a panicked shout echoed nearby. "Fire! Fire! Help!" Thick black smoke billowed into the sky as people rushed toward the source of the commotion. "It's on fire. Let's go see. Perhaps we can assist," Mei exclaimed eagerly. Xiaoxue, her eyes filled with concern, added, "Indeed, the flames seem quite fierce. It could be dangerous if anyone is trapped inside." "Then let us hurry," Suyu urged, and the trio dashed toward the scene. They soon arrived at a warehouse engulfed in flames, yet it appeared no one was trapped inside, as no cries for help were heard. Nevertheless, Suyu instructed Mew to scan the warehouse, confirming it was unoccupied. Under the control of Miss Jun Xia, the situation remained orderly, though extinguishing the fire would take time, and it showed signs of spreading. This warehouse, located at the dock, was interconnected with others, and the materials stored within ignited rapidly. Upon arriving, Suyu prepared to send out Waterlord to assist in extinguishing the blaze. The fire was substantial, and the warehouse was nearly consumed. It was imperative to contain the flames and prevent further spread. At that moment, a sharp whistle pierced the air. A squad of well-trained Squirtle emerged swiftly, executing their firefighting duties with precision and coordination. Wow, these Pokémon are amazing, May exclaimed, captivated by the Squirtle's organized efforts and efficient firefighting abilities. In a short span, the flames diminished under the relentless spray of the Squirtle squad, successfully curbing the fire spread. It seems this is a firefighting team composed of humans and Pokémon, Suyu remarked with a smile, noting the man in an orange firefighter suit directing the Squirtle team with utmost seriousness. Indeed, it's wonderful to see Pokémon participating in various professions, Xiaoxua chimed in with a grin. Absolutely. In the medical field, Nurse Joy often collaborates with a Chansey for healing. Miss Junsha typically partners with a Houndoom, while the Fire Brigade utilizes Squirtle and its evolutions for rescue operations, Suyu elaborated. In this world, fairies and humans have gradually merged into one, to the extent that some fairies have even entered into matrimony with humans. The raging fire was swiftly extinguished by the efficient efforts of the Charizard Fire Brigade, and amidst the accolades and resounding applause from the crowd, the uncle discreetly departed alongside his Charizard. Shall we be on our way? May, aren't you feeling hungry? Suyu inquired with a smile. May, who had previously been brimming with energy, suddenly appeared listless and weakly responded, I'm starving. I feel as though I could devour an entire cow. Xiaoxua couldn't help but stifle her laughter. The trio made their way to a restaurant, indulging in a hearty meal before seeking refuge in a nearby hotel. Only after resting did they venture out to shop. As they strolled down the bustling street, Xiaoxua suddenly remarked, Suyu, have you seen the latest article published by Professor Oak? Professor Oak? Has he proposed another new theory? Suyu mumbled, taking a bite from the apple he had just purchased. Mew playfully tugged at Suyu's hair, pointing at the apple with eager eyes. Instantly comprehending, Suyu held the apple to Mew's mouth, allowing it to take a bite. Professor Oak has published a report on fairy Pokemon's mega evolution. And your name is even mentioned. Aren't you paying attention? Xiaoxua chuckled. I thought Professor Oak would need more time. But true to his reputation, he has managed to research it so swiftly, Suyu remarked, taking another bite of the apple before offering it to Mew. Does that mean everyone will be able to enable their fairy Pokemon to Mega Evolve in the future? May asked. Not so easily, Suyu clarified. Professor Oak has likely revealed that, in addition to an exceptionally high bond with their trainer, fairy Pokemon require a Mega Stone and a Keystone to achieve Mega Evolution. These Mega Stones are not easily acquired. For ordinary individuals, obtaining one is far from simple. Now that Mega Evolution has just been announced, countless people are scouring for Mega Stones, yet they remain unaware that each Mega Stone corresponds uniquely to a specific fairy Pokemon. In the short term, aside from the elite of the league or the champion, it will be quite challenging for ordinary people to achieve Mega Evolution. Suyu, can my superior Mega Evolve? May asked eagerly, despite her general aversion to combat. She was curious to see her superior's evolved form. Superior? I'm not entirely sure. It depends on whether we can find its Mega Stone. Only then is Mega Evolution possible, Suyu replied. I see, May said, somewhat disappointed, though she brushed it off, having merely asked out of curiosity. What Suyu did not realize was that following Professor Oak's announcement, the entire world had plunged into a fervor in search of Mega Stones. The news had spread beyond the Kanto region, reaching every corner of the world. Champions and elite trainers from various regions, along with numerous powerful families and dark organizations, dispatched their subordinates to seek out Mega Stones. In the marketplace, exorbitant prices were being offered, yet even at such prices, the stones remained elusive. If Suyu were to present a Mega Stone for sale at that moment, he could effortlessly become wealthy and gain the favor of numerous influential figures. Many even wished to invite Suyu as a guest, considering him the first to utilize Mega Evolution and one of the researchers behind it. However, upon realizing Suyu's prowess, those thoughts quickly dissipated. It was wiser to search for the stones than to seek demise. Chapter 30, Soaking in Hot Springs. The following day, the group departed the small island, heading toward the final gym, the Lychee Gym. The rules of the Lychee Gym were more lenient compared to the previous ones, devoid of convoluted tests, yet still differing from the conventional Pokemon battles. Here, the format consisted of double battles, requiring a trainer to command 2 fairy Pokemon simultaneously. Only the victors would earn the Luminous Badge. Suyu was unfazed. As long as it was a battle, it posed no challenge for him. What could be more absurd than scaling a nearly vertical rock face? Securing this badge would enable participation in the ultimate Orange League Victory Cup. Days later, they arrived at Lychee Island. Gazing at the bustling seaside, Suyu smiled and remarked, I've heard that the seafood cuisine and hot springs here are extraordinary. The hot springs are rumored to possess beauty-enhancing properties. Xiaoxua nodded gently, responding, beauty-enhancing? Is that true? We can't miss out on that. Hearing Xiaoxua, Mei became noticeably excited. The allure of beauty is undeniably strong for young women. Welcome, welcome. If you're looking for accommodation, come to the Lychee Hotel. A plump woman with short red hair exclaimed loudly. The other hawkers nearby fell silent upon noticing her. Let us head to this hotel. Suyu suggested to Mei and Xiaoxua. Mei, spotting the woman, looked at Suyu with disdain, believing he was attracted by her figure. Seeing Mei's scornful expression, Suyu understood her thoughts and retorted with a hint of annoyance. Do I really appear that lecherous? Mei nodded vigorously, her eyes seemingly saying, Isn't that the case? Xiaoxua softly interjected. Mei, you're mistaken. This hotel is the largest and finest on Lychee Island, equipped with every amenity, including hot springs. Just look at Xiaoxua. If only you read more instead of watching TV all day. Suyu gently tapped the top of Mei's head. Mei's face flushed red as she muttered, I'm sorry. Come on, don't underestimate her. Her identity is quite remarkable, Suyu said indulgently, ruffling Mei's hair before taking her and Xiaoxua's hands and approaching the woman. Hello, we would like to check into the Lychee Hotel. Handsome, you have an eye for quality. I'll take you right over, rest assured. The Lychee Hotel is undoubtedly the best on this island, the woman replied cheerfully. Could you arrange for us to enjoy the hot springs? We wish to soak in them. Suyu added. Of course, no problem. Not only hot springs. Our hotel has everything you could desire, and more. The woman asserted confidently. Soon, they followed her into a luxurious building. Welcome. Upon entry, the staff lined up on either side, bowing in unison to greet them. The woman led the trio to a suited man, saying, Manager, please prepare the finest room for these esteemed guests, along with hot springs and dining. Yes, President. The man replied respectfully. Mei's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that the woman before them was the president, meaning the entire luxurious building belonged to her. Whatever needs the three esteemed guests may have, please feel free to express them. Do not hold back. The woman instructed the manager before turning to the trio with a smile. By the way, my name is Lu Li. I trust we shall meet again soon. Her final remark was primarily directed at Suyu before she turned and departed. Suyu nodded, smiling as he said, Thank you, manager. Please lead us to our room in the hot springs. Yes, right this way, the manager replied courteously. Though he was unaware of the trio's exact identities, the deference shown by his boss indicated they were far from ordinary. In the hot spring room, Suyu, clad in shorts, reclined against the rock, comfortably closing his eyes. Although called a room, it was remarkably spacious, with numerous trees planted around the hot spring pool. Opposite Suyu sat Mei and Xiaoxua, their alabaster faces tinged with a rosy hue, leaving one to wonder whether it was the effect of the hot spring or some other cause. Mei had initially contemplated enjoying the hot spring separately from Suyu, yet was forcibly drawn into the pool by him, and in a state of reluctant compliance, she acquiesced. Xiaoxua, though somewhat bashful, offered little resistance and followed suit. Is the proprietress acquainted with you, Suyu? Why is she so warmly welcoming us? Mei broke the tranquil silence with her inquiry. I do not know her personally, but she is likely familiar with me. Considering her business acumen and extensive network, Suyu replied, his eyes now open as he regarded Mei and Xiaoxua. Both Mei and Xiaoxua were clad in swimsuits, the alluring kind chosen by Suyu. After all, Mei had just cast doubt on his character, and he felt compelled to provide her with a glimpse of his more audacious side. As Suyu's gaze remained fixed upon her, Mei's cheeks deepened in color, feeling as if the scant fabric barely concealed her form. Xiaoxua, somewhat caught in Mei's predicament, accepted the situation with the camaraderie expected of allies. Lu Li also has another identity. She is the master of the Lychee Dojo, Suyu remarked. Wow, how impressive. Not only does she run a successful business, but she is also a dojo trainer, Mei exclaimed, astonished by the formidable woman's prowess. In fact, you are in the presence of an equally formidable individual right now. Have you not noticed? Suyu declared proudly. Where? I see nothing. Mei blinked her sparkling eyes, glancing left and right in a state of perplexity, eliciting laughter from Xiaoxua. A few beads of sweat appeared on Suyu's forehead, slightly vexed by Mei's ignorance. Yet a smile broke across his face as he turned to her. Mei, it seems you are still oblivious to the reality. With that, he swam closer to her. Wait, Suyu, I was wrong. Mei squealed in a panic, realizing he was serious. The hot spring was not large enough for her to evade him. Too late. Prepare to face your reckoning, Suyu declared with a mischievous grin, swiftly seizing Mei with a firm grip. Brother Suyu, please spare me. I truly understand my mistake. Mei implored, her eyes wide with desperation. It is too late to plead for mercy now. You previously labeled me a lecher, and I cannot disappoint your expectations. Suyu replied with a chuckle. Ah, Sister Xiao Shui, save me. Suyu is bullying me. Mei exclaimed in alarm, turning to Xiao Shui for assistance. Your sister Xiao Shui is like a clay Buddha crossing the river. She cannot save herself, let alone you. Suyu laughed in a booming voice. With a startled cry, Xiao Shui found herself pulled into Suyu's embrace as well. Only Ming Huan and Ralts remained comfortably soaking in the hot spring, curiously observing the playful trio. Chapter 31. Double battle. The following day, Suyu approached Lu Li to express his intentions. Lu Li appeared unfazed by his request and led him to the dojo's battle arena. The venue was constructed with great formality, complete with an officiant and spectator seating, though currently devoid of an audience. From this moment on, Lu Li, the dojo trainer of the Lychee Dojo, will face off against Suyu from Pallet Town in a Pokémon battle for the badge, announced the referee. According to the rules of the Lychee Dojo, this match would be a double battle, and both trainers were instructed to send forth their Pokémon. With the referee's declaration, the battle commenced officially. This marked the first formal match since Suyu's challenge in the Orange Archipelago. Mei and Xiao Shui took their seats in the audience, their attention fully captivated by the unfolding contest. Mr. Su, allow me to witness your formidable prowess. Lu Li smiled as she dispatched her Pokémon, Alakazam and Gyarados. Too kind. Dojo Master, Suyu replied with a slight smile, releasing his own Pokémon, Charizard and Dragonite. Lu Li was no weakling. Both her Pokémon boasted intermediate champion level strength, and it was possible that this was not her full potential. With her substantial wealth, acquiring high-quality Pokémon was well within her reach, and with diligent training, their power would not falter. Suyu's Charizard had reached the advanced champion level after breaking through to that tier, yet its progress had slowed significantly, requiring ample time to ascend to the level of Master. Dragonite's strength, on the other hand, seemed to have stagnated, having existed for thousands of years and reached its limits. Without external assistance, a breakthrough in its abilities appeared unlikely. Nevertheless, attaining peak-level strength as a quasi-deity was already an extraordinary feat. Alakazam used Psychic to restrain Charizard. Gyarados, attack with Bone Club, Lu Li commanded. Having researched Suyu's information in advance and aware of the strength of his Pokémon, she seized the initiative. A glimmer of white light flashed in Alakazam's eyes as it unleashed Psychic, attempting to bind Charizard. Gyarados hurled its Bone Club toward Charizard with great force. In a double battle, cooperation is paramount. Two well-synchronized Pokémon can yield results exceeding the sum of their parts. However, this requires a prerequisite. The gap in strength between the opponents must not be too vast. Alakazam's Psychic seemed to momentarily bind Charizard, and Gyarados' Bone Club appeared poised to strike. Suddenly, Charizard let out a fierce roar, its body shuddering violently as it broke free from Alakazam's grip. Charizard, soar into the skies and unleash Flamethrower on Alakazam, Suyu commanded. Charizard flapped its wings vigorously, soaring into the air and effortlessly evading Gyarados' Bone Club. In the next moment, it inhaled deeply and unleashed a torrent of flames toward Alakazam. Alakazam quickly used Teleport to evade. Lu Li exclaimed, hastily instructing Alakazam to dodge, surprised by the ineffectiveness of its Psychic against Charizard. Now, Dragonite, finish Alakazam with Thunderbolt. Teleportation is undoubtedly a troublesome technique, yet with two Pokémon working in concert, even Alakazam's teleport would not guarantee an easy escape. Gyarados, use Protect to shield Alakazam, Lu Li urgently commanded, fully aware that Alakazam was known for its frail defenses. A direct hit from Dragonite would leave it gravely injured, if not outright defeated. Gyarados swiftly positioned itself in front of Alakazam, its gaze resolute as it braced for Dragonite's Thunderbolt, a radiant light enveloping its form. However, Lu Li overestimated her Pokémon's capabilities while underestimating Dragonite. Although Gyarados successfully cast Protect, the disparity in their strengths proved insurmountable, and the Protect was easily breached. Gyarados was left charred and smoking, collapsing to the ground as it lost its fighting spirit. Had it been tasked with absorbing Charizard's attack, it might have fared better, given that Charizard was merely at the champion level, while Dragonite surpassed Gyarados by 3 tiers. Yet Lu Li remained unaware of the true strength of Suyu's Dragonite. She only knew it was exceptionally powerful, but the extent of its prowess remained elusive to her. In the quartz conference, Suyu's opponents could not discern his full capabilities, not even managing to gauge the strength of a single Pokémon. This left many wary of Suyu. Gyarados, Lu Li, taken aback, realized that even with Protect, her Pokémon had been swiftly dispatched. It was at this moment she comprehended why Suyu commanded such respect despite his youth. Dragonite, Suyu began to instruct Dragonite to finish off Alakazam, only for Lu Li to interject. Wait, I concede this match. Lu Li was no fool. As a successful businesswoman, her foresight surpassed that of the average person. If her Pokémon could be eliminated in mere moments in a 2-on-2 scenario, facing a 1-on-2 battle would be tantamount to courting disaster. Unless her Hoodie could Mega Evolve, there might be a glimmer of hope. From the very beginning, she did not harbor any thoughts of victory. She merely wished to personally experience Suyu's prowess. Lu Li conceded defeat, and the match was declared in favor of Suyu from Jinshin Town. The referee once again confirmed Lu Li's surrender and announced loudly, "Hooray! Suyu has triumphed." Mei Yi's face blossomed with a smile as she excitedly high-fived Xiao Shui. The two of them made their way from the audience to the competition arena. "This is the Lu Li badge." Lu Li approached Suyu and handed him the badge. "Thank you." Suyu smiled in gratitude, and Lu Li warmly entertained several people, naturally expressing his appreciation. Mr. Su has achieved such remarkable success at this age, truly extraordinary. Lu Li was lavish in her praise, and then she added, "My child is about the same age as you. I wonder how he is faring now." "Madam, you may simply call me Suyu. Is your child also traveling?" Hearing someone significantly older than herself address him, as Mr. felt somewhat awkward. "All right, Suyu. If you don't mind, just call me Ligia." Lu Li smiled at the group, handing her Pokeball to the referee, and continued, "Let's find another place to chat and have a bite to eat." Suyu did not refuse, and soon the group followed Lu Li to a picturesque outdoor garden. The garden featured a pavilion, with an array of pastries and tea set upon the table, flanked by two maids standing nearby. "Ever since my son embarked on his journey, I have had no one to converse with these past years." Looking at Suyu and the others, Lu Li couldn't help but express her melancholy. Despite her boundless wealth, she still bore numerous worries. Since her son had departed, she had no one to confide in. "Ligia, have you never considered finding someone else?" Suyu inquired. "With your qualities, what kind of person could you not attract?" Lu Li shook her head and replied, "I know all too well the intentions of such individuals, and I do not want my child to suffer any grievances in the future. I can't help but wonder how Air is doing. Is he safe? Has he had enough to eat?" Chapter 32. The Fish Leaps Over the Dragon Gate. Suyu could deeply empathize with Lu Li's sentiments. Every time he departed, although Mei Wan did not voice it, he could sense her emotional disappointment. Naji did not accompany him on this trip, also wishing to spare Mei Wan from being alone at home. Suyu silently took note of this. "Children will find their own fortunes. Ligia, you need not worry excessively." Noticing Lu Li's somewhat forlorn expression, Suyu offered words of comfort. Lu Li smiled faintly, regaining her composure, and said, "True, that naughty boy was quite the troublemaker at home. Now that he is away, I can enjoy some peace. What are your plans next? Do you intend to challenge the Champions Cup right away?" Suyu shook his head and replied with a smile, "We plan to rest here for a few days. There is no rush. I still wish to indulge in the hot springs here." Upon hearing Suyu mention the hot springs, both Mei Yi and Xiao Shui's fair faces flushed slightly, recalling their playful antics in the springs. "That sounds wonderful. Please feel free to let Ligia know if you have any requests. Do not hold back. Consider this place your home." Lu Li said with a smile, "Given your strength, I am certain that Yongzi will be exceedingly pleased to meet you. Finally, someone capable of defeating him. Yongzi is the chief trainer of the Orange League, who has long sought a challenger who could best him. However, many trainers struggle even against his first Pokémon." Suyu smiled and replied, "Ligia, you flatter me. But I am indeed eager to witness the prowess of this chief trainer." After conversing with Lu Li for quite some time, the trio finally took their leave, clearly demonstrating that Lu Li's warmth was entirely genuine. Although she was aware of Suyu's identity, she felt no need for him to assist her and did not seek to ingratiate herself with him. Those who usually surrounded her often harbored ulterior motives, which she found exceedingly distasteful. Suyu was different. His age was akin to that of her child, yet he occupied a prominent position, allowing her to relax without concern for any ulterior motives, making their interactions quite pleasant. This was the reason for her warmth towards Suyu. Perhaps initially, she simply wished to meet this renowned figure in elite circles, but subsequently, she genuinely desired to engage in conversation with him. Suyu could sense Lu Li's sincerity, and in the following days, the trio frequently sought her out, inviting her to join them in shopping and leisure activities. Lu Li had lived on this island for so long that she was intimately familiar with it, yet she still found immense joy in showing Suyu and his companions around. Until the day of their departure, Lu Li waved goodbye to Suyu and the others with tears in her eyes. Over the course of those few days, she had genuinely come to regard them as her own children. Mei could not help but shed tears as she waved farewell to Lu Li. And even Xiao Shui could not suppress her emotional downer. Suyu reassured her. After we challenge the Orange League, we can certainly return to visit Ligia. Really? We must come back to see Ligia. She is so lonely. Mei sobbed, resting her head on Suyu's shoulder, gently patting Mei's back. Suyu spoke softly. Of course, Ligia has been so kind to us. We will undoubtedly bid her farewell before we leave. After soothing Mei, Suyu took hold of Xiao Shue's hand, feeling the warmth of her touch. Although Xiao Shui remained silent, Suyu could sense her discontent. Neither spoke, yet everything was conveyed without words. That day, the group continued as usual. Sitting upon the back of Kyogre, they gazed absent-mindedly at the boundless sea. Traveling by sea was truly not a comfortable endeavor. For a short duration, it was bearable, but prolonged periods could indeed lead to boredom. Whether it was pulling out a handheld console to catch up on news, playing single-player games, or watching television, Suyu found himself reminiscing about the days spent scrolling through short videos, which had indeed been filled with amusement. Suyu, look over there. Why are there so many Magikarp? Mei exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the distant school of Magikarp. Her outburst broke Suyu's reverie as he slowly turned to follow her gaze. Indeed, like a migration, an uncountable number of Magikarp were swimming steadily towards a small island. How peculiar! What is so special about that island? Suyu pondered, feeling a sense of curiosity as he retrieved the map to investigate the island's details. The map did indeed contain information about the island, named Sweet Island. However, beyond that, there was little additional information. It was noted as an uninhabited island. Why not go take a look? Xiao Shui suggested. It seemed that after being at sea for so long, she too had grown weary of the monotony. Exactly. Let us explore the island. Mei chimed in, her enthusiasm palpable. Suyu had no objections, feeling rather bored himself. A trip to the island sounded delightful. Thus, the three of them set forth towards Sweet Island. In no time, they arrived on the island. Here. As soon as Mei set foot on the island, her energy surged, and she began to run around with her Ralts in tow. Suyu and Xiao Shui approached Mei, only to discover a river flowing along the edge of the forest. The Magikarp that had just been in the sea continued to swim along the river, heading towards an unknown destination. The trio followed the river, walking onward. They eventually arrived at a waterfall, where the Magikarp were still swimming, attempting to leap over the tiered cascade. Is this the fish leaping over the Dragon Gate? Could it be that these Magikarp will evolve into Gyarados upon surpassing this waterfall? How fascinating, Suyu remarked in wonder. Fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. What does that mean? Mei and Xiao Shui inquired curiously. In the legends, it is said that if a koi fish can leap over the Dragon Gate, it will transform into a dragon. Suyu remarked. Are you implying that the Koi King evolves into the Gyarados? However, isn't Gyarados a water and flying-type Pokémon? Mei blinked in confusion. I refer to a different dragon altogether. Suyu responded. How could he know that Gyarados appears so fearsome, yet fails to be classified as a dragon type? That is merely a fable. The phrase a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate symbolizes transformation and transcendence, inspiring individuals to strive against the current and pursue progress. This notion is indeed applicable to Pokémon. Can these Koi Kings truly evolve? Mei inquired, observing the Koi Kings that were repeatedly leaping upward. Suyu contemplated for a moment before saying, one could say there is a possibility. The evolution of Pokémon does not solely depend on growth, but also requires a measure of luck. Effort does not always guarantee the desired outcome. Yet diligence certainly increases one's chances. Let us ascend and discover where these Koi Kings aspire to go, Suyu suggested. Mei and Xiao Shui nodded, their curiosity piqued by the Koi King's behavior. Chapter 33. The collective evolution of Koi Kings. Following the waterfall, the trio ventured onward until they arrived at a vast, boundless lake. In the tranquil waters, Koi Kings swam gracefully, each one a formidable entity that had successfully leaped over the Dragon Gate. Besides the mirror-like lake, they unexpectedly encountered some familiar faces: Ash, Misty, and Brock. What a delightful coincidence. Suyu greeted them with a beaming smile. Ash exclaimed excitedly, Suyu, what brings you here? We saw Koi Kings heading towards this island from the sea, so we came to investigate. What are you all up to? Suyu queried. Alongside Ash's trio was an elderly gentleman with glasses, presumably a seasoned researcher. This is Mr. Midori, a Pokémon observer. He possesses extensive knowledge about Pokémon and is truly remarkable. Ash introduced. Greetings, Mr. Midori, Suyu said, addressing the elderly gentleman before him. Mr. Midori did not respond. His complete attention was fixated on a Mew. This is Mew, Midori exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Having dedicated a significant portion of his life to studying Pokémon, he had only heard of such a creature in legends, never anticipating he would witness its reality. Indeed, Its name is Mew, Suyu confirmed with a smile, gently stroking Mew's little head. How extraordinary, how marvelous. Midori's previously murky eyes seemed to ignite with wonder, and he leaned forward, eagerly asking, "May I take a photograph of it?" "Well, that's permissible," Suyu replied, initially concerned that the old man might wish to study Mew, to which he would certainly have refused. However, as it was merely a photograph, it was inconsequential. It seemed this elderly man possessed a fair amount of self-awareness. Even Professor Oak had only been granted a single strand of Mew's fur for his studies. The rocket team had created Mewtwo using Mew's eyelash. If humans were allowed to conduct thorough research on Mew, the world would be inundated with legendary Pokémon. Mr. Midori, brimming with excitement, captured the photograph, feeling that his life was now complete, having learned from Ash and his friends about their purpose for being there. Suyu also intended to witness the spectacular spectacle of the Koi King's evolution, so he and Mei, along with Xiao Shui, set up a tent nearby. That evening, everyone gathered around the campfire, engaging in conversation as they patiently awaited the critical moment. The Koi Kings occasionally leaped high from the lake, brimming with vitality. It is about to commence. This is the special ceremony preceding the evolution of the Koi Kings, Midori announced, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he observed the increasingly numerous leaping Koi Kings. It is about to begin. Really? Ash shouted, brimming with enthusiasm. But what exactly is the principle behind the evolution of Koi Kings, Mr. Midori? Suyu inquired curiously. Koi Kings can only perform splash, exhibiting no offensive capabilities, and are often regarded as the weakest Pokémon in the realm. Yet, their vitality is incredibly tenacious, and they can be found in every corner of the world. I am currently researching this as well. If we could ascertain the principles behind Koi King's evolution, its status would undoubtedly undergo a significant transformation, Midori explained. Indeed, the reason Koi Kings are not well regarded is precisely that. No one knows when they might evolve. A Koi King that cannot evolve is deemed useless, but once it successfully evolves, it becomes extraordinarily powerful. Gyarados boasts tremendous combat strength and can also mega-evolve, exhibiting fierce prowess. However, it is curious why Gyarados is classified as a water and flying type rather than water and dragon. Can Gyarados even fly? How absurd. The commotion in the lake intensified, and just as everyone was filled with excitement, an unexpected entity emerged from the water, a gigantic Koi King. This colossal Koi King relentlessly pursued other Koi Kings, leaving the onlookers bewildered. How could there be such a massive Koi King? Midori gasped in astonishment. Musashi remarked, "Since you were so sincere." "Jesse," added Kojiro, "we shall generously." "Meowth, exactly Meow." Suyu could not help but facepalm in exasperation. Indeed, where Ash was present, the rocket team could not be far behind. "Rocket team, what are you up to?" Ash shouted. Musashi grinned. "We are, of course, here to capture these Koi Kings, along with yours." Before Musashi could finish, Kojiro tugged at her sleeve. "What is it now? Don't you see I'm speaking? What do you want to say?" It seems there are not just little twerps, but others as well." Kojiro timidly pointed towards Suyu. Musashi glanced over, muttering, "Others? As rocket team, do we need to fear Suyu?" These two were indeed persistent, still fixated on Ash's Pikachu. Noticing the attention of both Musashi and Kojiro directed at him, Suyu offered a friendly smile and waved, saying, "Kojiro, Musashi, Meowth, until next time." Mew nodded, activating its psychic powers to firmly grasp the rocket team and the enormous Koi King beneath them, subsequently liberating the Koi Kings they had captured. With a gentle flick of its finger, Mew hurled the rocket team and their colossal Koi King away, sending them soaring into the distant sky. "Ah, what an unpleasant sensation," the rocket team lamented as they retreated. At that moment, countless Koi Kings began to shimmer with brilliant white light. "It has begun," Midori exclaimed excitedly. Under the eager gaze of the onlookers, the white light emanating from the lake intensified, as if the entire lake was enveloped in radiance, gleaming resplendently. What a truly magnificent sight. Suyu marveled. The collective evolution of Pokémon is a rare event, and witnessing the simultaneous evolution of Koi Kings is an extraordinary occurrence. Roars reverberated through the air as Koi Kings transformed en masse into Gyarados. However, many Koi Kings did not succeed in their evolution and retained their original forms. Indeed, even after leaping over the Dragon Gate, not all become dragons. Suyu reflected with a sense of contemplation. Whether it was time or some other factor, the Gyarados and Koi Kings began to swim back along the path they had taken, seemingly preparing to depart. The crowd watched as the Gyarados and Koi Kings ventured towards the ocean, their destination unknown. All that was certain was that next year, countless Koi Kings would return to this very spot to continue their journey of evolution. Chapter 34. The Hall of Victors at long last. They had arrived at their final destination, Orange Islands. Embracing the elongated neck of the Dragonite, Suyu rose to his feet, gazing with excitement at a distant isle. On that small island, one could easily discern the magnificent Citrus Stadium perched atop a hill, a hallmark of Citrus Island. The challenge of the Orange League does not adhere to a fixed schedule. Rather, once challengers successfully gather 4 badges, they may proceed to register at the badge verification room on the island. The day following registration, they are eligible to challenge the esteemed champion of the Orange League, Yuji. Should one triumph over Yuji, they would earn the prestigious champion trophy and have the opportunity to leave behind a photograph and footprint in the Palace of Victors, a reward of considerable significance and a cherished memento. Soon, the trio successfully disembarked upon Citrus Island. Upon arrival, Suyu led his companions to the badge verification room. "Greetings. I am here to apply for participation in the Champions Cup of the Orange League," Suyu announced. "Please present your badges," the staff member replied. Suyu handed over the badges, and in a brief period, the verification and registration process was completed. "Your match is scheduled for tomorrow at 10 in the morning, to be held at Citrus Stadium. Please ensure you are punctual," the staff member kindly reminded. "Understood. Thank you," Suyu nodded. "Look, Suyu. There's a statue of Dragonite," Mei and Xiaoxue exclaimed as they admired the stone effigy of the Dragonite. After finishing the registration, Suyu approached them, smiling. Dragonite is regarded as the guardian of this island. Thus, it is no surprise to see its statue. The waters surrounding the Orange Archipelago are abundant, and Dragonite frequently rescues those who find themselves in peril at sea, which has endeared it to many. Dragonite looks quite adorable. "I wonder when my Dragonair will evolve into a Dragonite," Mei mused upon seeing the statue. The growth cycle of Dragon-type Pokémon is generally prolonged, and with you not allowing it to train, the evolution process will undoubtedly take even longer, Suyu chuckled. The disposition of Pokémon often mirrors that of their trainers. Mei's Pokémon, for instance, are quite laid back. Ever since Mini Dragon evolved into Dragonair, it has not undergone any training. "I just don't want my Pokémon to struggle too much. They should live happily," Mei stated. Suyu did not refute her. Her sentiment held merit. Pokémon possess the right to choose their own way of life, and it is not necessarily the path of rigorous training and championship victories that defines success. He himself did not impose training on his Pokémon. If they wished to train, he would assign them tasks, but he would not compel them against their will. However, his Pokémon were either at their peak upon emergence or possessed extraordinary potential. Only Charizard demonstrated unwavering dedication to training, yearning to become even stronger. Though Ralts had been in a state of free-range upbringing, its rate of growth surpassed that of Charizard, and it was now on the cusp of champion-level prowess. This exemplifies the disparity between top-tier geniuses and those of average talent. Charizard, though commendable, paled in comparison to Ralts. "It's still early. Shall we explore the Hall of Victors?" Suyu suggested, glancing at the time, noting that there was still a while before mealtime. Mei and Xiaoxue had no objections. They were unfamiliar with the area and were content to follow Suyu's lead. The Hall of Victors, adjacent to Citrus Stadium, bore resemblance to a yurt, albeit with a green roof and 2 statues of Dragonite flanking the entrance. Inside, photographs and handprints or footprints of past champions and their Pokémon adorn the walls. "This is the photograph of the captain," Suyu remarked in astonishment. As the trio explored the Hall of Victors, a familiar face caught Suyu's eye. He had previously encountered this champion, the captain, through the illusions created by GUIs. To his surprise, the champions from 300 years ago were commemorated here. "Is this the captain?" Mei inquired, leaning in with curiosity. Having never seen the captain in person, Mei and Xiaoxue listened intently as Suyu recounted the tale of GUIs and the captain, which moved them to tears, prompting Suyu to console them for quite some time until they regained their composure. Xiaoxue gazed at the 2 jubilant Pokémon by the captain's side and reflected. If the captain knew that GUIs and Guesong had guarded his honor for 300 years or even longer, I wonder how he would feel. Suyu responded. The captain would likely be both touched and saddened. He would not wish for GUIs and Guesong to lose their freedom. But didn't GUIs and Guesong choose this themselves? If they truly wished to leave, wouldn't they be able to? Mei pondered aloud. Taken aback by Mei's words, Suyu paused before responding slowly. "Indeed. We are not GUIs or Guesong. How could we possibly know if they are joyful or suffering?" With a smile, Suyu added, "Perhaps they truly relish this way of life." The number of champions within the hall was not exceedingly vast, although the passage of time was lengthy. It did not mirror the court's conference, which produces a champion annually. To become a champion of the Orange League, one must defeat the chief trainer, who typically possesses formidable strength. While they may not reach the level of the Elite Four, they remain a considerable challenge for most challengers. Since Yuji assumed the role of chief trainer, no challenger has ever succeeded in besting him, indicating that champions have been scarce for quite some time. Furthermore, the Orange League is not widely recognized across various regions, compounded by the diverse styles of gym challenges that diverge from traditional Pokémon battles, resulting in a dwindling number of challengers and champions. Upon exiting the Hall of Victors, the trio sought accommodation at a nearby hotel. The following day's match would adopt a 6-on-6 format, which left Suyu feeling somewhat perturbed. His roster of Pokémon had long exceeded 6. Yet he employed a Master Ball, alleviating concerns of being forcibly transported back to Pallet Town. The dilemma lay in deciding which Pokémon to bring forth. Mew would undoubtedly take the stage, as he wished to leave a legacy of victory with Mew across all regions. Ralts, being one of his earliest partners, a gentle and considerate Gardevoir, could not be absent either. Additionally, Charizard, who had been diligently training to compete against formidable foes, must be included. Then there was Latios, Kyogre, Dragonite, Lapras, Raikou, and Zapdos. With such an abundance of Pokémon, Suyu inevitably found it challenging to devote adequate attention to each, which was a significant reason he had refrained from capturing too many Pokémon. Chapter 35, The Champions Cup, Mew vs. Ditto. The next day, precisely at 10 in the morning, within Citrus Stadium. Following yesterday's extensive promotion, the audience was now brimming with spectators, filling every seat. Good morning, esteemed viewers. Today, Citrus Stadium welcomes a new challenger. Let us anticipate his performance. At this moment, the legendary champion, Yuji, who had long maintained his reign in the Hall of Champions, made his entrance. Since assuming the role of chief trainer, no challenger has ever claimed victory over him. The commentator, brimming with enthusiasm, recounted Yuji's illustrious achievements, while the audience erupted in cheers, chanting Yuji's name. As the commentator continued to introduce the profiles of both competitors, he was left momentarily speechless upon encountering Suyu's information, before exclaiming with palpable excitement. The challenger about to take the stage is anything but ordinary. He is Suyu, hailing from Jinshin Town in the Kanto region, a celebrated champion of the Quartz Conference and a prominent figure in the scientific community, having published numerous significant research papers. At the Quartz Conference, he triumphed with an overwhelming advantage, and it is evident that the upcoming match promises to be nothing short of spectacular. The commentators were astounded, and the audience erupted in excitement upon hearing this introduction. It is truly hard to fathom that such a young lad standing on the stage has already achieved such remarkable accomplishments. As Yuki and Suyu stepped onto the battlefield, they exchanged a handshake. I never expected to face you here. The pressure is quite intense, Yuki remarked with a wry smile. Suyu responded with a smile. In competitions, we must all give our utmost. Now that we are on Orange Islands, it would be remiss not to challenge the Orange League. I look forward to your guidance. Although Yuki had not witnessed Suyu's battles firsthand, he had watched the matches of the Quartz Conference and could deeply appreciate the prowess of legendary Pokémon even through the television screen. From the outset, this battle seemed to lack suspense. The audience, however, remained hopeful for an exciting showdown akin to a fierce clash between dragons and tigers. Yet, as the chief trainer of the Orange League, Yuki could not afford to concede before the battle even commenced. Subsequently, the referee announced the rules of the match. It would be a 6-on-6 format, with the battlefield chosen at random. When 3 Pokémon from either side were rendered unable to battle, the arena would change. During the fight, the chief trainer could not substitute Pokémon, while the challenger was free to make substitutions. Suyu nodded, having familiarized himself with the rules prior to the match, thus encountering no issues. These rules seemed to favor the challenger, as the type advantages of Pokémon significantly impact the outcome of the battle. Suyu and Yuki returned to their respective positions as the battlefield began to shift. And we are underway. The initial battleground has randomly selected a rocky terrain. I wonder which side holds the advantage. The commentator announced. Go Suyu, you're the best. Mei and Xiaoxua cheered from the stands, fervently waving their hands in encouragement. Let us go Ditto. Show us your flair. Yuki called out. A light purple Pokémon, resembling Jelly, appeared on the field, its small black eyes reminiscent of Brock's. Both squinty and adorable. Isn't that a Ditto? Suyu chuckled softly upon seeing Yuki's Pokémon, gently patting the shoulder of his own Mew. He said, Then it's your turn, Mew. Mew, with its eyes narrowed with glee, fluttered over to face Ditto, intrigued by the opponent. Before Ditto could even execute its transformation ability, Mew shimmered with a white light, instantly morphing into Ditto, resulting in 2 identical Dittos on the field. What on earth is happening? Suyu's Pokémon has transformed into Ditto as well. The commentator, initially troubled with how to narrate Mew's presence due to his lack of knowledge about it, was taken aback by Mew's quick transformation. Yuki had hoped to have Ditto take on the form of Mew, but little did he know that Mew would act so swiftly. Now, Ditto's transformation ability was rendered ineffective. He could only pray that the opposing Ditto, upon transforming, would not be able to use any other skills. Mew, now in the guise of Ditto, approached Yuki's Ditto wanting to tease it, yet Yuki's Ditto seemed unable to discern that the other was merely an imitation. It assumed it was its own kind, its gaze suddenly turning hostile as it prepared to attack. However, Ditto itself lacked other abilities, resorting to futilely flailing its arms at Mew, who effortlessly hovered in the air, out of reach. All right, Mew, finish it off with a wave bomb, Tsuyu instructed with a smile. Thus, the audience witnessed this scene. A Ditto soaring in the sky gathered a white energy sphere in its hands and gently tossed it towards the Ditto on the ground. With a resounding crash, Yuki's Ditto was blasted away, collapsing at his feet, rendered unconscious. Return, Ditto, Yuki said helplessly. Realizing the moment he saw Mew transformed into Ditto that he had lost this round. Mew was unaffected by the transformation, able to use its skills freely, whereas Ditto, with its singular transformation ability, was powerless in retaliation. Tsuyu claimed victory in the first round, showcasing his formidable strength, truly deserving of the title of Quartz Conference champion. Having defeated Yuki's Ditto with just one move. What a display of prowess. Though he is from the Orange Islands, the commentator maintained professional integrity, not showing bias towards either side. Onyx, it's your turn now, Yuki declared, tossing out a Pokeball. Mew performed splendidly. For the next round, Charizard. It's your time to shine. Gently stroking Mew's small head, Tsuyu sent out his second Pokemon. Roar. Upon entering the field, Charizard unleashed a fiery blaze into the sky, eyes fiercely locked onto its opponent. Tsuyu has chosen Charizard, who is at a type disadvantage, the commentator pondered aloud. Generally, trainers opt for Pokemon that exploit type advantages as a standard strategy. Thus, Tsuyu's choice of Charizard left the commentator perplexed. However, Tsuyu soon demonstrated that battles are not solely dictated by type. Strength plays an equally crucial role. Charizard, unleash a fire blast. Charizard inhaled deeply and exhaled a torrent of flames that expanded into a massive letter, hurtling towards Onyx. The intense heat caused Yuki's expression to shift dramatically, and he quickly commanded, Onyx, dig underground to evade. Onyx, swift as ever, burrowed underground before Charizard's fire blast could reach it. This rocky terrain was Onyx's domain, allowing it to maneuver with ease. The fire blast, lacking a target, plummeted directly onto the rocky ground, resulting in a thunderous explosion, creating a vast crater, even melting the incredibly sturdy rock beneath the searing flames. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Chapter 36, Yuki's Helplessness. Good heavens! The power of that flame is astonishing. The commentator's exuberant voice shattered the stillness, noting that even the rocks were melting. Surely Onyx would struggle to withstand such an assault. Yuki's gaze grew more serious, realizing that Charizard's strength seemed to surpass what he had witnessed at the Quartz Conference. Tsuyu's Charizard was at the elite level, while Yuki's Pokemon, though commendable, predominantly hovered around the semi-elite level. His strongest contender, a Dragonite, likely possessed peak semi-elite strength, making it formidable in its own right, but overall, the trainers of the Orange Islands lacked the strength to match Tsuyu's caliber, allowing Yuki to maintain his undefeated streak. Yuki had accurately assessed the situation and had Onyx evade Charizard's attack in time. Otherwise, Onyx would have likely been knocked out. Charizard, take to the skies, Tsuyu commanded. With Onyx underground, Charizard would be unable to penetrate the thick rock layer and avoid a potential ambush. So it was prudent to fly up and seek an opportunity. Just as Charizard was about to leave the ground, Onyx surged up from beneath, colliding forcefully with Charizard. Well done, Onyx, Yuki exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face. Charizard was knocked into the air by Onyx's massive frame, but it quickly regained its composure and flapped its wings, soaring upward. The impact stung, igniting Charizard's fury, and it unleashed a torrent of flames towards Onyx. Onyx, continue to dig, Yuji commanded with determination, aware that the prowess of the Onyx fell short compared to the might of the Charizard, even with the advantage of type. Engaging in a direct confrontation would undoubtedly lead to his defeat, thus he opted for a flanking assault. The Onyx retreated underground once more, while Charizard's attacks proved ineffective against it. The commentator pondered how competitor Tsuyu would navigate this predicament. Charizard, unleash Earthquake, Tsuyu commanded. If the Onyx refuses to surface, we shall compel it to do so. With a thunderous roar, Charizard plummeted from the sky, its powerful legs crashing into the ground, causing the arena to tremble violently. This is bad. Onyx, emerge quickly, Yuji exclaimed anxiously. It was crucial to note that Earthquake's potency would be doubled against a target in the burrowing state. Alas, Onyx surfaced too late, sustaining considerable damage from the tremors. Yet, this was not the end. Upon the Onyx's emergence, Tsuyu shouted, "Charizard, strike again with Fire Blast." Charizard, unwavering, unleashed another fiery assault upon the Onyx, which found itself unable to retreat underground as the shockwaves from Earthquake still reverberated. Onyx quickly used Protect. Unfortunately, before Onyx could successfully execute the move, Charizard's attack struck true. Boom. The impact resonated, and the Onyx let out a mournful cry as it was sent soaring into the air. "Onyx!" Yuji shouted in alarm. Overwhelmed by the dual onslaught of Earthquake and Fire Blast, the Onyx collapsed, rendered unable to continue fighting. With a triumphant roar, Charizard proclaimed its victory. "Return, Onyx, and take your rest." Indeed, Tsuyu's formidable prowess left Yuji feeling utterly powerless. "Go, Gengar," Yuji declared. "Lopunny, I entrust this battle to you." Tsuyu responded with a smile. The confident little Lopunny nodded and instantaneously teleported onto the battlefield. In a flash of white light, Lopunny evolved into a Gardevoir. How remarkable! This shiny Gardevoir can control its own evolution. The commentator marveled. Yuji's expression turned grave as he beheld the elegant Gardevoir before him. Sensing it was no less formidable than the Charizard, perhaps even more so. Gengar Shadow Ball. Gengar's crimson eyes fixated on Gardevoir, a mischievous grin spreading across its face as it launched a Shadow Ball. Gardevoir, teleport. In an instant, Gardevoir vanished just as the Shadow Ball was about to strike, reappearing at another location. Gardevoir, use Hypnosis. Tsuyu commanded. The blue light in Gardevoir's eyes intensified as it locked onto Gengar. The moment their gazes met, an eerie power invaded Gengar's consciousness. In the next second, Gengar succumbed to confusion, lashing out wildly at the ground with erratic moves. "Gengar, stay calm," Yuji shouted. But Gengar was oblivious to his voice. "Gardevoir, finish it with Psychic." Gardevoir nodded slightly, enveloped in an ethereal blue glow. Psychic energy surged forth, coalescing into a powerful invisible wave that shot towards Gengar like an arrow. Under the immense pressure of the psychic attack, Gengar was severely weakened, collapsing into unconsciousness. Gengar has lost its fighting capability. Gardevoir is the victor, the referee announced. Tsuyu had triumphed once more, achieving 3 consecutive victories. The commentator, filled with excitement, questioned whether Yuji could still turn the tide. The audience, captivated by Tsuyu's overwhelming strength, erupted into cheers as they witnessed his success. "Return, Gengar," Yuji sighed. Knowing the outcome had aligned with his expectations, devoid of hope for victory, he tightened his grip on the Pokeball around his neck. Gazing at Tsuyu as he murmured, "My partner, I wonder if you can triumph over even one of his Pokémon. Since competitor Tsuyu has defeated 3 of Yuji's Pokémon, we shall now change the battlefield," the referee announced. The arena transformed swiftly, now set in a treacherous desert where a single misstep could lead to a fatal fall. "Go, Venusaur." Yuji sent forth his 4th Pokémon. "Zapdos, it's your turn," Tsuyu declared. He had been deliberating whether to utilize Suicune or Zapdos, but ultimately chose Zapdos for its combative nature, particularly in the Orange Archipelago. As Zapdos entered the fray, gasps of awe erupted from the crowd. "My goodness, it's the Thunder God, Zapdos. I can hardly believe someone has managed to catch it," the commentator exclaimed, excitement palpable in his voice. Although the audience knew Tsuyu had been the champion of the Indigo Plateau Conference, details about his Pokémon were not widely known. Countless spectators rose to their feet, captivated by the sight of Zapdos soaring through the sky. Yuji remained composed, having known about Tsuyu's Zapdos since the Indigo Conference, though he couldn't help casting glances at the legendary bird. With Zapdos soaring above, Venusaur struggled to land an attack, hindered further by the sandy terrain. This left Yuji feeling at a loss. The only slight advantage lay in the fact that electric-type moves dealt reduced damage to grass types, allowing Venusaur to endure a bit longer. "Zapdos, use Thunder to finish it," Tsuyu commanded. Given Zapdos' strength, defeating Venusaur would be effortless, even without a type advantage. With a thunderous cry, Zapdos ascended, dark storm clouds gathering ominously above the battlefield. Indeed, the Thunder God is truly legendary, able to alter the weather in an instant. Such power is nothing short of divine, the commentator exclaimed, his voice tinged with fervor. As the sound of thunder roared, massive bolts of lightning danced within the clouds, their power unmistakable. Suddenly, a colossal bolt of lightning struck directly towards Venusaur. "Venusaur, use Protect." Yuji's face paled as he watched this unfold, unable to conceive a way to evade the impending strike. Venusaur, already slow-moving, had no hope of dodging the lightning in the desert. He anxiously glanced at Venusaur, silently praying it could withstand the attack. In the blink of an eye, the lightning struck Venusaur with tremendous force, arcs of electricity crackling wildly around it. The protect shield shattered under the assault, despite being a grass type, which mitigated some of the damage. Venusaur still succumbed to the overwhelming force of the thunder and collapsed onto the sand, unconscious but seemingly not severely injured. Yuji exhaled a sigh of relief. Under the circumstances, this outcome was not entirely unfavorable. The Protect had absorbed a significant portion of the damage, or else Venusaur would have sustained far more grievous injuries. With Venusaur unable to continue, Zapdos circled triumphantly in the air, screeching in victory. The atmosphere surged with excitement as the crowd erupted in cheers for the mighty Zapdos. "Thank you for your efforts, Venusaur," Yuji said, recalling his Pokémon. He then retrieved another Pokeball, declaring, "Now it's your turn, Electabuzz." As Yuji sent forth his fifth Pokémon, the commentator expressed his exhilaration, pondering what formidable creature Suyu would summon next. "Return, Zapdos," Suyu stated. Suyu retracted the Zapdos, deeming one battle per Pokémon sufficient. He placed Zapdos's Pokeball into his pocket, but did not retrieve another one, as the next Pokémon to take the stage was not contained within a Pokeball. Raising his gaze towards the heavens, a smile graced his lips as he cupped his hands around his mouth and called out, "It's your turn, Rayquaza." Yongzi followed Suyu's gaze, noticing only a patch of thunderclouds that had yet to dissipate completely, with nothing else in sight. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, a resounding roar echoed through the sky. The lingering thunderclouds were instantly dispersed by the dragon's roar, allowing sunlight to bathe the battlefield once more. However, a figure of immense grandeur emerged against the clear blue, a black dragon stretching 15 meters in length, its obsidian scales shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. The black dragon descended gracefully towards the arena. "Is this Suyu's Pokémon? What kind of Pokémon is this?" The commentator stammered, overwhelmed since the moment Rayquaza appeared. Aside from Suyu and his companions, everyone in the stadium felt an overwhelming pressure, rendering them breathless. "All right, Rayquaza, tone down your intimidation," Suyu chuckled, gently patting Rayquaza. Despite its aloof and commanding demeanor, Rayquaza had a penchant for showing off, making a grand entrance to establish dominance. Rayquaza blinked, retracting its oppressive aura. The audience collectively exhaled in relief, gazing at Rayquaza with a mix of awe and reverence. Its presence was far more formidable than that of Zapdos. Yongzi wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling the pressure more acutely than anyone else due to his proximity. He questioned whether he might perish in this battle. It was utterly terrifying. Electivire glanced at Rayquaza, then shifted its gaze to Yongzi, its silence a testament to the incredulity it felt. If it could speak, it would have surely unleashed a torrent of expletives. "What kind of matchmaking is this? This is absurd." Rayquaza cast a disdainful glance at Electivire, deeming the opponent far too weak, especially in comparison to the previously weakened Lugia. This was simply tedious. However, that dismissive glance incited Electivire's fury, causing it to forget the earlier intimidation and the vast disparity between them, yearning only for a proper battle with the colossal creature before it. Suyu's Pokémon is truly formidable. Is it called Rayquaza? I wonder how Yongzi will respond. The commentator finally regained his composure, casting a wary glance at Rayquaza as he spoke cautiously. "Electivire, Thunderbolt," Yongzi commanded, his complexion pale, yet his inner resolve was stronger than that of an average person, allowing him to recover swiftly. Electivire glared at Rayquaza, unleashing a full-powered Thunderbolt in its direction. Rayquaza, however, made no effort to evade. Instead, it yawned and stood motionless to absorb the assault. As the electric discharge faded, Rayquaza's black scales appeared even more lustrous. Witnessing this, Yongzi felt a surge of despair. This battle seemed futile. "Rayquaza, Dragon Tail, but be mindful of your strength," Suyu cautioned. Unlike Mew, who was inherently gentle and would hold back without prompting, Rayquaza lacked such restraint. A miscalculated strike could prove fatal. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Rayquaza nodded, raising its powerful tail and lightly swinging it toward Electivire. Before Electivire could react, the surroundings rapidly blurred past it, culminating in a heavy impact against the protective wall of the audience area. Boom! A deep crater formed, with Electivire lying motionless at the bottom. Rayquaza lowered its head, nudging Suyu as if to seek approval for its performance. Suyu remarked, tapping Rayquaza's head with a chuckle. "You mustn't act recklessly next time, understood?" At that moment, the arena was enveloped in silence. It was evident that Rayquaza had indeed instilled considerable fear among the spectators. Chapter 38. The Orange League Champion Trophy. Electivire has lost its fighting capability. Rayquaza is the victor, the referee announced weakly. With such a colossal dragon looming nearby, the referee felt immense pressure, especially after that overwhelming aura. If not for his robust mental fortitude, he might have hesitated to approach. Go on, return and get ready for a photo op, Suyu said gently, patting Rayquaza. Rayquaza nodded, soaring into the atmosphere. As it departed, the atmosphere of the arena gradually returned to normal, with many spectators exhaling deeply in relief. Suyu truly is remarkable. Managing to command such a powerful Pokémon, the commentator marveled as Rayquaza vanished from sight. It seems Yongzi's undefeated record is under threat today. After recalling Electivire to its Pokeball, Yongzi returned to the battlefield, retrieving a Pokeball from around his neck. Now, he had but one Pokémon remaining, his trump card, his strongest companion. Go, Dragonite, unleash your full potential, Yongzi exclaimed. He had abandoned any hope of victory. With Rayquaza in play, he was uncertain how Dragonite could prevail. In Yongzi's mind, the final Pokémon deployed would undoubtedly be the strongest. Suyu's Pokémon had appeared in an ascending order of strength, so he mistakenly assumed Suyu's last Pokémon would surpass even Rayquaza. In reality, Mew's power was comparable to Rayquaza's non-mega evolved state. Yet Mew's unassuming nature led Yongzi to misjudge its capabilities. Dragonite, it's your turn, Suyu declared. Knowing Yongzi's final Pokémon was Dragonite, he had intentionally chosen to send out his own Dragonite last, indulging in a bit of wicked amusement at the prospect of witnessing it battle its own kin. Dragonite was an ancient Pokémon. Its relationship to the modern Dragonite could be considered ancestral. Yongzi has summoned his ace, Dragonite, the one that has secured him countless victories, the commentator announced excitedly, only to be taken aback as Suyu also sent forth a Dragonite, exclaiming, Suyu possesses a Dragonite as well. But why is Suyu's Dragonite so much larger? Yongzi's Dragonite stood at approximately 2 meters tall, which was already considerable. However, Suyu's Dragonite towered at around 4 meters, making Yongzi's appear childlike in comparison. Yongzi was somewhat taken aback by the emergence of Suyu's Dragonite, especially since he knew Suyu still had the legendary Suicune yet to be deployed. In his eyes, legendary Pokémon were undoubtedly superior to Dragonite. What he did not realize was that Suyu's Dragonite was even more formidable than the average legendary Pokémon. Dragonite, take to the skies and use Ice Beam, Yongzi commanded, believing that due to its massive size, Suyu's Dragonite would be slower. As long as his Dragonite could outpace it, there was still a chance to fight back. Dragonite regarded Suyu's Dragonite with a serious expression, flapping its wings to ascend, unleashing a chilling blue beam. The beam raced through the air, reaching Suyu's Dragonite in the blink of an eye, on the verge of impact. With a whoosh, Suyu's Dragonite vanished from sight, appearing above Yongzi's Dragonite, grinning down at its junior. Wow, Suyu's Dragonite is incredibly fast. Its speed is quite unexpected for its size, the commentator exclaimed in astonishment. Dragonite, get away from there, Yongzi shouted urgently, having not anticipated such swiftness from Suyu's Dragonite, fearing it might seize the opportunity to attack. Yongzi's Dragonite flapped its wings, attempting to escape Suyu's Dragonite's attack range. Suyu's Dragonite remained unperturbed, still wearing that cheerful expression, appearing quite endearing. Once Yongzi's Dragonite had distanced itself, Suyu's Dragonite began its pursuit, swiftly closing the gap once more. Alas, the final match has been lost. Yuji sighed in resignation, fully aware that the outcome had been determined. If he could not even match the speed, what could he possibly use to fight? At the court's conference, Suyu's Dragonite had effortlessly dispatched opponents with a single punch, exhibiting overwhelming prowess. Alright, Dragonite, enough of the games. Use Ice Punch to finish it off, Suyu commanded with a grin. Upon hearing Suyu's instruction, Dragonite's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, as its fist glimmered with a blue aura. In a desperate attempt to evade the impending attack, the opposing dragon flapped its wings furiously, yet it appeared utterly powerless against Dragonite's full-speed assault. In the blink of an eye, Dragonite had closed the distance. With a powerful strike, Dragonite's fist connected with the opposing dragon, hurling it violently towards the ground with tremendous force. Fortunately, the battle took place in a sandy arena. Had it been on rocky terrain, the consequences would have been dire for the opposing dragon. Nevertheless, even on the sand, the impact created a substantial crater. Shakily, the opposing dragon managed to ascend once more, its gaze steadfast as it defiantly stared at Dragonite, seemingly unwilling to concede defeat. Dragonite, with a nod of encouragement, surged forward and landed another punch, sending the opposing dragon back into the very same pit it had just emerged from. To withstand 2 of Dragonite's punches was already a commendable feat for the opposing dragon. Moreover, the ice punch's freezing effect had activated, encasing the opposing dragon in a block of ice, rendering it immobile. The situation does not bode well for Yuji's dragon. Is this the end of the match? The commentator remarked, observing the frozen opponent. The referee approached to assess the condition of the trapped dragon. Upon determining its loss of fighting capability, the referee announced, "This battle is won by Suyu." As the referee's words echoed, the arena erupted into a chorus of cheers and applause. Suyu's formidable prowess had thoroughly captivated the audience. "Oh, Suyu, you are incredible!" Mei and Xiaoxue exclaimed in unison, unable to contain their excitement as they embraced. Yuji retrieved his dragon into its pokeball, offering a wry smile. "Thank you for your efforts, dragon. Suyu has defeated the top trainer Yuji, emerging as a newly crowned champion. Let us all cheer for him," the commentator declared, rising from his seat with palpable enthusiasm. "Suyu, Suyu." The entire arena reverberated with his name. As the battle concluded, a podium ascended at the center of the arena. Suyu ascended the podium slowly, where Yuji awaited, holding the Orange League Championship trophy. "Congratulations. I wholeheartedly accept my defeat in this match. Here is the championship trophy," Yuji said with a smile. "Thank you." Upon receiving the trophy, Suyu beamed and raised it high, reveling in the adulation and applause of the crowd. However, he mused to himself, this trophy was considerably smaller than the one the captain had received. Subsequently, the Orange League staff arranged for a photo with Suyu and his Pokémon, capturing this momentous occasion. Due to the considerable size of Suyu's Pokémon, the league procured an oversized stone slab to record their footprints. Ultimately, both the photograph and the colossal stone slab were preserved in the Hall of Victors for future generations to admire. Chapter 39, The Poacher's Ship. Having triumphed in the Orange League, Suyu and his companions departed Citrus Island. Before returning to Pallet Town, he intended to visit Lychee Island to bid farewell to Lioli. "Dream, don't you think the Orange League has grown increasingly stingy? This championship trophy is not only much smaller than the captain's, but also not made of pure gold," Suyu remarked while seated atop his Dragonite, scrutinizing the trophy acquired on Citrus Island with a slight grimace. Mew nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. The previous golden trophy in the possession of Ghost had been nearly impossible to lift with one hand. Now, the championship trophy was neither made of pure gold nor of substantial size. It was evident that the Orange League had indeed fallen from grace. As Suyu and Mew engaged in their musings, a series of deafening explosions suddenly echoed from afar. "What is happening? This is a Pokémon protection zone," Suyu exclaimed in confusion, glancing towards the source of the commotion. Across the vast seas and expansive lands, numerous Pokémon protection zones existed, typically frequented by rare Pokémon. To prevent human exploitation leading to the extinction of these creatures, such areas were clearly marked on maps. Engaging in the capture of Pokémon in these zones was illegal, let alone employing such high-damage weaponry for that purpose. Undeterred by the danger, Suyu, accompanied by Mei and Xiaoxue, advanced towards the source of the noise, determined to uncover the identity of those audacious enough to commit such acts. Before they could approach, they were met with the agonizing cries of Dragonite. "Dragonite, speed up," Suyu urged, as the Pokémon responded with urgency. Soon, they beheld a ship emblazoned with a skull emblem, relentlessly pursuing a group of Dragonites. Cannons fired incessantly, causing the Dragonites to scatter in terror, unable to retaliate. One of the crew members, a man with an orange bandana, spotted Suyu and his companions and quickly relayed the news. "Boss, we have company." "Is it the police?" queried the leader. A rotund man sporting a handlebar mustache and several scars on his face, a hint of panic in his voice. "No, boss. It's just 2 incredibly beautiful women and a man. Beauty is of no consequence. Give the order to eliminate them all. The Dragonites are nearly exhausted. We must not complicate matters. Sell these creatures, and we'll have everything we need." "Understood, boss." Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Suyu's fury ignited. These were poachers, callously capturing rare Pokémon for sale, disregarding the lives of these creatures, truly the dregs of society. Before Suyu could react, the ship's cannon turned towards them, unleashing a barrage of explosive shells. "Heaven has a path, yet you choose to tread the road to hell," Suyu scoffed, commanding, "Mew, shield us. Kyogre, unleash Origin Pulse with all your might." Mew's eyes shimmered with blue light as its psychic powers surged forth, conjuring a massive pink barrier above them. The cannonballs struck the shield in rapid succession, creating only minor ripples. Breaching Mew's defenses was a futile endeavor. Meanwhile, Kyogre soared into the sky, its colossal form surrounded by several blue energy spheres. With a thunderous roar, All the energy spheres were directed at the enemy vessel, unleashing a powerful assault. In an instant, blinding light filled the air, followed by the resounding crash as the ship disintegrated under the onslaught, akin to fragile building blocks collapsing into countless fragments that scattered across the sea. An eye for an eye, a fair exchange, Tsuyu mused. Uncertain whether anyone aboard the ship had survived, he instructed Kyogre to remain in place while Dragonite carried him closer. If they were dead, so be it, and if not, he would ensure they met their end. It must be said that the scarred leader's tenacity was remarkable. Despite being covered in wounds and bleeding profusely from his head, he still clung to a slightly larger piece of driftwood, bewildered as he surveyed the empty waters around him. What just happened? The rotund man murmured in fear, recalling the blinding light that preceded the destruction. His ship and crew had been reduced to debris. Dismembered limbs floated ominously on the surface. To survive Kyogre's full-force strike was indeed a stroke of luck, Tsuyu remarked with a cold smile. Dragonite swam a circle around the wreckage, and apart from the leader, not a single intact soul could be found. Thankfully, he had kept Mei and Xiaoxue at bay. Seeing such dire circumstances, it is likely that neither of the two had any appetite for their meal today. Is it you? Did you do this? The rotund man's pupils constricted sharply as he gazed at Tsuyu in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had ordered the bombardment to eliminate Tsuyu and his companions. Yet, he could hardly fathom that the artillery had proven utterly ineffective, and the counterattack from the other side was so terrifying. Do you even comprehend how many lives you have extinguished? Are you aware of the repercussions of murder? The rotund man found it hard to believe that someone so young before him could possess such a heart of stone. Tsuyu lowered his head, regarding the man with a look of disdain, and retorted, "What? Is it only permissible for you to take lives? Am I not permitted? Were you jesting with that artillery? Speak your last words. Your brothers are still awaiting you." A chill coursed through the rotund man at these words, and he stared at Tsuyu in horror, stammering, You intend to kill me too? No, no. Please, turn me over to the authorities. Let the law judge me. Tsuyu replied coldly. Law? Now you think of the law? When you were trafficking in helpless little spirits, did you consider the law? When the little spirits were writhing in agony, did the law cross your mind? When they perished in despair, was the law a thought then? Now that death looms, you suddenly remember the law? Go down and have a word with the king of hell. No, I implore you, grant me one chance. I promise, the rotund man pleaded tearfully, nearly prostrating himself before Tsuyu, were it not for the brine of the sea. Tsuyu averted his gaze, dismissing the rotund man, and stated blandly, Dream. Let him sink into the sea. I want him to meet his end in full awareness. The rotund man attempted to utter more, but his body began to submerge. No matter how desperately he struggled, it was futile. The seawater gradually engulfed his mouth and nose. His eyes filled with terror until it swallowed him whole. After concluding this final act, Tsuyu's fury gradually subsided. In the heat of rage, he had felt little, but now, witnessing the severed limbs and shattered bodies, his complexion turned pale. Previously, he had allowed Dream to handle such matters, having never witnessed them firsthand. Now, seeing this gruesome spectacle, he found it hard to adapt. After some time, he began to feel somewhat better. Chapter 40. Parting is for a better reunion. At this moment, the herd of seahorses had gathered together. Tsuyu, accompanied by his seahorse, swam towards them. Seemingly aware of Tsuyu's intervention, they did not exhibit fear. The seahorse gazed intently at a pale blue variant among the herd. The variant looked gentle, quietly observing the seahorse. Its demeanor reminiscent of how Mei Wan gazed at Tsuyu. Could it be? Tsuyu suddenly realized that the connection was not merely one of kinship. His seahorse, being smaller in stature, was not due to a lack of nutrition, but rather its young age. Compared to the others, it was still just a baby. No wonder it had been injured on the beach. It appeared the storm had separated it from its family. Witnessing this heartfelt scene, Tsuyu made a decision. Gently patting the seahorse's neck and softly saying, Go on, it has undoubtedly been worrying about you. Tsuyu then dismounted from the seahorse, hovering in the air alongside Dream. He could sense the variant's current emotions. Had he not been present, it likely would have rushed over by now. The seahorse nudged Tsuyu, extending its tongue to lick him. Haha, all right, go on, or your mother will be anxiously waiting. Tsuyu chuckled. At that, the seahorse excitedly swam towards the pale blue variant. Upon seeing the small seahorse, tears welled in the eyes of the pale blue variant, joyfully bringing its head to meet that of the little one. The last storm had taken the little seahorse away, and it had feared it would never see its child again. The little seahorse, too, was overjoyed, affectionately nuzzling against its mother. Tsuyu watched this touching moment with satisfaction. A child by its mother's side is the happiest, even among little spirits. Dream, let us depart. Tsuyu embraced Dream, tenderly smoothing its fur, and spoke softly. Mew? Dream lifted its head, glancing at the seahorse, and looked at Suyu with curiosity. Let it stay with its family. See how happy the little seahorse is now. Is it not? Suyu smiled with a carefree demeanor, though he felt a twinge of reluctance upon seeing the tears of the variant. He believed it was for the best that the little seahorse remained. Dream sensed Suyu's discomfort and extended its pink tongue, gently licking Suyu's cheek in a gesture of comfort. Thank you, Dream. Let us go? Suyu forced a smile, turning away from the little seahorse and departing with Dream from the herd. Mew. Seeing Suyu leave, the little seahorse hurriedly pursued. Dream, do not let it follow. Suyu instructed. Instantly, the little seahorse froze in place, unable to move. Mew. The little seahorse looked longingly at the receding figure of Suyu, issuing a mournful cry, seemingly understanding Suyu's intentions. Suyu halted, slowly turning around, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. All right, let us leave it here. When you grow up, I will come to fetch you. With that, Suyu waved goodbye and resolutely turned away, striding forth. The little seahorse stood there, tears falling uncontrollably as it gazed wistfully at Suyu's departing silhouette. Suyu understood that this was the best course of action. After leaving the Orange Archipelago, the seahorse would no longer be able to carry him on daily adventures. Most of the time, it would have to remain in a pokeball, as there were few suitable places for seahorses to thrive on land. Unless he left the seahorse at Professor Oak's research facility, where aquatic environments could accommodate its needs. However, that would render the seahorse lonely, without companions of its kind, and without Suyu by its side. Would it truly be happy? Rather, it would be better to let the seahorse live freely with its mother and kin in these waters. Moreover, being so young, having its mother nearby would surely bring it more joy. When the little seahorse grows up and wishes to accompany him, Suyu would gladly resume their journeys together. To safeguard against poachers, he planned to ask Kona to look after the seahorse herd. She had seahorses of her own, and he was confident she would not refuse. Upon returning to the back of Gyarados, Mei Yi and Xiao Shui immediately sensed that Suyu was not quite himself. They were at a distance, merely observing that the seahorse seemed to have returned to its herd. Connecting this with Suyu's demeanor, they began to form a silent understanding. The two grasped Suyu's hands, offering silent comfort. Rest assured, I am not so fragile. Suyu sighed, gazing in the direction of the seahorse. Smiling as he said, a brief parting is for a better reunion. Until we meet again, seahorse. Gyarados, take flight. Roar. Gyarados let out a mighty roar, its colossal form gradually ascending into the sky, heading towards the Grapefruit Island. In the midst of the seahorse herd, nestled beside the variant, the little seahorse turned its head to watch Gyarados depart, emitting a long cry. The trials on Orange Archipelago had concluded. They need not traverse step by step anymore. They would soar through the skies upon Gyarados. Soon, the trio found themselves back at Grapefruit Island. Sisterly, we have come to intrude once again. Suyu chuckled. Upon hearing this, Luli raised her fist in mock threat, exclaiming, You little rascal, what do you mean by intrude? If you keep saying that, I might really get angry. This place is your home. It's my fault, my fault. Sisterly, please don't be angry. Suyu quickly admitted his fault. Sisterly, I missed you so much. Mei exclaimed, enveloping Lu Li in a warm embrace. Mei, I missed you too, as well as Xiao Shui. Come here and give your sister a hug. Lu Li laughed. Xiao Shui, blushing, felt a bit shy, but the enthusiastic Lu Li paid no heed, pulling her into an embrace. Suyu watched on with envy. Let us first indulge in a sumptuous meal. I have orchestrated a grand feast, eagerly awaiting your arrival, which also serves as a celebration for you, exclaimed Lu Li with a radiant smile, brimming with joy. She had long been aware of Suyu's victory over Yongzi and had been anticipating the arrival of Suyu and his companions, not wishing to dampen her spirits. Suyu, although he regarded the conquest of the Orange Alliance as a trivial matter, decided it was best to revel in the merriment. That evening, he accompanied Lu Li in consuming a considerable amount of wine, with both Mei Yi and Xiao Shui partaking as well. Their fair cheeks flushed a delightful shade of crimson, captivating Suyu's attention. However, before he could entertain further thoughts, Lu Li had intoxicated him. It was not until the following day that he regained consciousness, silently lamenting the missed opportunity. In the subsequent days, Lu Li graciously guided the group around the island, ensuring they explored all the locales they had previously overlooked. After all, who could say when they would reunite? Chapter 41. Return to Masera Town. After several days on Lugon Island, Suyu resolved to depart. Prior to his departure, he sincerely invited Lu Li to visit his home, recognizing that she was alone in this place while her son was traveling without a clear return date. Lu Li expressed her need to ponder the invitation, assuring him she would provide an answer before they left. On the day of their departure, Su Yu and his companions had finished packing but found themselves waiting for Lu Li, who had yet to appear. He wondered if she had declined his invitation, although it was customary for her to bid them farewell. Perhaps she was avoiding the sorrow of parting? Su Yu was perplexed. He had informed Lu Li the previous day of their plans to return, and she had not expressed any objections. Surely, she had not overslept? This seemed unlikely, as neither Xiao Shui nor Lu Li had a habit of sleeping in, unlike Mei Yi and himself. Unable to make sense of the situation, Su Yu decided to call Lu Li after leaving. Just as he was about to depart with Mei Yi and Xiao Shui, Lu Li appeared, explaining that she had been delayed in arranging their helicopter. With her luggage in tow, Lu Li smiled and said, "I had to ensure the helicopter was ready." Upon seeing her with her belongings, Su Yu understood that Lu Li had accepted his invitation and replied with a grin, "I thought you might not come, Lu Jia. After guarding this hotel for so many years, it is indeed time to explore. Otherwise, I shall truly grow old." Lu Li glanced back at the hotel, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Her life had revolved around caring for her child and managing this establishment, which she had built up over many years of hard work. "Not at all, Lu Jia. You are far from old. As we step out together, I wonder how many will steal glances at you." Mei Yi chimed, linking arms with Lu Li, her face beaming with joy. "Indeed, Lu Jia is in her prime and ought to venture out more. It would be a shame to remain here," Su Yu added with a smile. "Ha ha. You two have tongues sweeter than honey." Lu Li laughed, her joy infectious. "Come, let us go. The helicopter should be ready. I can hardly wait to meet the best mother under heaven you spoke of." Su Yu felt a flush of embarrassment at the recollection of his drunken words from that night. Though he believed them to be true, still, it felt awkward to verbalize. Soon, the three boarded the helicopter alongside Lu Li, Masera Town. Su Yu's home. Nothing feels more comfortable than home, Su Yu mused languidly as he reclined on the sofa. "Is it that you feel uncomfortable at my place?" Lu Li feigned annoyance. Su Yu sat up quickly, eager to clarify. "No, Lu Jia, please do not misunderstand. You know I did not mean it that way. Little rascal. You could have at least called ahead before returning." Mei Wan, with her lovely eyes, shot Su Yu a playful glare before serving tea to everyone. She then turned to Lu Li with a smile. "Sister, you must be a bit older than me, so I shall also call you Lu Jia. Thank you for taking care of Su Yu during this time. Hasn't he caused you any trouble, has he?" Lu Li accepted the tea, shaking her head with a smile. "Then I shall address you as Mei Wan Mei Mei. Su Yu is quite considerate. Having them around has brought me much joy, and I shall be a burden for a while longer." Mei Wan replied, "What burden? Please make yourself at home. When Su Yu and the others go traveling, the house feels so quiet and empty." Lu Li could deeply empathize with this sentiment, as both she and Mei Wan were single mothers, sharing a profound understanding of one another's experiences. However, they would never hinder their children from pursuing their dreams. Instead, they would silently cheer them on. As their conversation flowed effortlessly, laughter echoed in the air, as if they were long-lost friends. "Well then, it seems we have become extraneous," remarked Su Yu with a chuckle. "By the way, I'm going to see Nazi. Would you like to join me?" Mei Yi and Xiao Shui exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. "You go ahead. We will stay with Lu Jia and Mei Wan." Su Yu nodded, rising to leave the house and following the path toward the newly constructed estate to the east. He understood that Mei Yi and Xiao Shui wished for the two women to have some private time together, and after such a long separation, he too was eager to see Nazi. Mei Wan had mentioned that Nazi often took strolls in the garden of the newly built estate, which had been designed as an ecological area by the Alliance, boasting breathtaking scenery. In preparation for his challenge against the Orange Alliance, he had requested the Alliance to construct this estate in the eastern region of Masera Town. The efficiency of the Alliance was remarkable, and it was completed in no time. After all, with humans and Pokémon collaborating, the efficiency of material production and transportation was greatly enhanced. Before long, Su Yu arrived at the entrance of the newly built estate, the gate standing wide open. The grand entrance was crafted from heavy ironwork, intricately adorned with elaborate and ornate patterns, flanked by towering stone columns that exuded a sense of majesty. Entering the estate, a broad stone pathway meandered ahead, bordered by meticulously trimmed, verdant shrubs. Not far away, a delicate fountain joyfully gushed, its crystalline droplets sparkling in the sunlight, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. The main building of the estate was a magnificent European-style villa, its cream-colored facade exuding elegance against the backdrop of lush greenery. The villa featured lofty spires and a spacious terrace, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows allowing soft, radiant light to fill its interior. Surrounding the villa was a meticulously tended garden, where a riot of colorful flowers bloomed vibrantly. their fragrance wafting through the air as a gentle breeze passed. Scattered throughout the garden were exquisite Pokémon stone sculptures and benches, inviting visitors to rest and enjoy the scenery. As he entered the courtyard of the estate, a vast and boundless meadow unfolded before him, rivaling that of Professor Okito's courtyard, though it lacked the vibrancy of Pokémon presence. Nearby, a dense forest stood lush and green, resembling a sea of deep emerald, undulating towards the distant horizon. In addition to the meadow and forest, a serene and crystal-clear lake lay nestled nearby, with willows gracefully swaying at the water's edge, adding a touch of poetic tranquility to the entire estate. By the willow trees stood a woman with flowing hair. She wore a dark long dress that danced lightly in the wind, harmonizing with the soft branches of the willows. Her long, emerald green hair cascaded smoothly like satin, casually draped over her shoulders, with a few strands playfully lifted by the breeze, dancing beside her cheek. Her complexion was as fair as snow, and her eyes sparkled like stars, exuding both vivacity and profundity. With a delicate nose and lips resembling unadorned cherries, she tilted her head slightly, gazing at the willow branches swaying in the breeze, a faint smile gracing her lips. Chapter 42, Nazi. Observing this picturesque scene, Suyu found himself captivated. As the saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and with Naji being an exquisite beauty in her own right, coupled with their recent separation, she appeared as if a celestial fairy had descended from the heavens, enchanting him utterly. With utmost stealth, Suyu approached, intending to surprise Naji. The mere thought of startling her brought a smile to his face, and he tiptoed lightly, as if a feather were falling silently. However, unbeknownst to him, Naji's lips curled slightly, a barely perceptible smile flickering in her eyes. Just as he stealthily reached her back, poised to shout, Naji suddenly turned around. Instead of the anticipated breathtaking visage, a comical grimace manifested on her face. Ah! Suyu gasped in shock, every hair on his body standing on end. His body reacted uncontrollably, stumbling backward and landing unceremoniously on the ground. What are you trying to do? A gentle laugh echoed, and the grimace vanished, revealing Naji's stunningly beautiful face adorned with a hint of mirth as she regarded Suyu. Realization struck him. He had forgotten that Naji possessed extraordinary abilities, and they were indeed formidable. Ahem, I just slipped a bit there, huh? He coughed a couple of times, rising to brush off his pants, his face flushed with embarrassment. Truly, a failed attempt at mischief had led to a significant blunder. Naji looked at the mortified Suyu with a gentle smile, choosing not to mention the incident. She gracefully approached him, extending her hand to dust off the remnants of dirt from his clothing, softly saying, "You've tanned quite a bit during this time away. You seem to have lost a little weight." Her tender tone flowed like a gentle stream, touching Suyu's heart deeply. He slowly reached out, tenderly grasping her hand. Smooth as jade, his eyes filled with affection and remorse as he sincerely said, "None of that matters. You've endured much during this time." Naji gently shook her head and replied, "This is my own choice. You need not feel guilty, and I find this life quite fulfilling." As she spoke, a ripple of longing flickered in her bright eyes, and she whispered, "I do miss you a bit." Suyu's heart skipped a beat. A multitude of words caught in his throat, leaving him momentarily speechless. Instinctively, he enveloped Naji in a tight embrace, as if trying to merge her essence with his own being. They could both distinctly hear each other as heartbeats, quickening in unison. After a moment, they slowly lifted their heads, their gazes locking, an intense emotion saturating the air around them. Then, Suyu and Naji shared a passionate kiss, rich with their yearning for one another, reluctant to part. Only when Naji began to struggle for breath did Suyu reluctantly release her. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She gazed at Suyu with tender eyes. She was now his, no longer the shy girl she once was. Suyu led Naji to sit by the riverbank, recounting their experiences on Orange Archipelago, while she listened quietly, absorbed in his words. As evening approached, they finally noticed how late it had grown. "Let us head back home," Suyu suggested, their fingers intertwined. Naji softly replied. Upon returning home, they encountered Ye and Xiao Shui heading out. "Sister Naji," Ye exclaimed, spotting her and rushing over to embrace her like a child. Naji held Ye, her eyes filled with warmth. In the eyes of those around them, Ye had always been an innocent and lovable child. "Aunt Mei Wan has prepared dinner. Let us go get you," Xiao Shui chimed in cheerfully. Suyu patted his stomach, saying, "I must admit, I am rather hungry. It's been so long since I had my mother's cooking. I have missed it dearly." Let us go. You can catch up later. Right now, we need to eat," Suyu interjected, eager to break the endless chatter of the girls. They shot him a playful glare but refrained from further protest. Luli had quickly developed a close friendship with Mei Wan. and Naji soon grew comfortable with Luli as well. The dining table buzzed with laughter and conversation, devoid of any awkwardness that typically accompanies the presence of strangers. After dinner, there were only 3 rooms available. Though Luli did not mind sharing a room with Meiwan, she felt it would be impolite. Thus, Meiwan decided that Suyu would relinquish his room to Luli, leaving Suyu to sleep on the sofa. However, he had hoped to squeeze in with Yi and Xiao Shui, but they shot him a disapproving look and promptly locked the door. As for Naji and Meiwan, after receiving a glare from Meiwan, Suyu surrendered. Initially, he had wished to discuss life with Naji that evening, but it seemed that hope was lost, intensifying his desire to move. Early the next morning, Suyu called Lu Ying, asking her to bring people to assist him with his relocation. Only he could command the elite dispatched by the Alliance with such ease. Lu Ying acted swiftly, soon arriving with several vehicles and sturdy men at Suyu's residence. All belongings were packed into boxes, swiftly loaded onto the vehicles. Lord Su, do you have any further instructions? Lu Ying inquired respectfully. Suyu pondered for a moment before responding. By the way, the manor is quite well built, but it feels a tad desolate. Let us transfer some gentle wild Pokémon to the manor's courtyard. Certainly, I shall arrange that immediately, Lu Ying replied, preparing to execute his wishes. Suyu halted her, continuing. Not so fast. Tell me, have any significant events occurred during this time? How is the investigation into Team Rocket's movements progressing? Lord, recently there has been tranquility across the regions, with no significant incidents. It appears Team Rocket has abandoned this area, as we Haven T detected their presence for quite some time. Good work, Suyu acknowledged, sensing that Sakaki was wise enough to withdraw. If other malicious organizations attempt to encroach, deal with them directly. If you encounter difficulties, inform me, and I shall handle it. Understood, Lord Su. After conversing a while longer with Lu Ying, it became evident she handled matters exceptionally well, fulfilling all his directives proficiently. The previously mentioned Pokémon Center and police station had also been constructed not far from Suyu's manor. He had noticed them during his passage yesterday. They were already operational. Overseen by Miss Joy and Miss Junsha, he was quite pleased with his beautiful subordinates, confidently delegating authority to her. As the saying goes, trust those you employ. If you doubt them, do not employ them. Chapter 43, Hiram. The moving process was swiftly completed, with the manor maintained by dedicated staff, allowing for immediate habitation. In the courtyard of the manor, Suyu released all the Pokémon. He intended to transform this courtyard into a wilderness area, which would infuse the manor with vitality. And in the future, he could relocate Pokémon from other regions as well. For now, Kyogre would have to endure a temporary confinement, as the ruler of the seas would reside in this small lake for a while. The other Pokémon settled into the courtyard, each finding suitable spots to rest. The courtyard was not merely what was visible. Beyond the grassy expanse lay rocky terrains, marshlands, and more, essentially forming a miniature ecosystem. It was remarkable how the Alliance had achieved this. Clearly, the power of technology should not be underestimated. After ensuring the Pokémon were settled, Suyu began to tally his recent acquisitions. However, the gains this time were not particularly substantial. Aside from earning a wave of coins from battling with Lugia, other accomplishments, such as becoming a renowned trainer, seemed rather trivial. Suyu opened the system panel. Coins, 1, 426, 188. Indeed, it was not far from his expectations. Without the battles against legendary Pokémon, the accumulation of coins was indeed sluggish. After reviewing his coin count, Suyu began to peruse the system notifications. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Become a renowned trainer of the Orange League and earn 10,000 coins. Task issued. Win the Silver Conference Championship. Task reward. 10,000 coins. A new task had emerged. The Silver Conference was quite similar to the Indigo Conference, though its quality surpassed that of the latter significantly. It seemed that over the years, the standards of regional competitions had been declining, with the Johto region developing more rapidly than the Kanto region. Through numerous tasks, Suyu had gained a fair understanding of the system. Besides the main tasks, it was the hidden tasks that piqued his interest the most. The main tasks aligned with Suyu's objectives, which were to traverse the entire Pokémon world. Winning championships was merely a matter of course. However, hidden tasks were distinct. Their rewards were not coins, but lottery tickets. It was noteworthy that these tickets were marked as belonging to this world, which implied the potential to acquire tickets from other realms. This prospect filled him with anticipation, yet he remained uncertain about how to fulfill the hidden tasks. He speculated that these tasks might pertain to other aspects, such as status or reputation, for he had nearly reached the pinnacle of strength. Perhaps becoming the champion of the Johto region might yield another lottery ticket. Initially, he had little interest in becoming a champion. but it now seemed prudent to give it a try, if only to validate his hypothesis. Subsequently, Suyu gazed at the millions of coins in the system, contemplating their use. System, exchange for Jirachi. Instantly, 1,000,000 coins vanished without a trace. In the void, a small Pokémon resembling a star quietly materialized, its eyes firmly shut, gently floating in the air. The tips of its star-like appendages were adorned with a bluish-green square structure, and triangular markings in a similar hue graced beneath its eyes, rendering it exceedingly adorable. Its petite size was even slightly smaller than that of Mew. Moments later, Jirachi languidly opened its eyes, which sparkled like the brightest stars in the deep night sky, brilliant and pure. Jirachi blinked curiously, surveying its surroundings. Upon noticing Suyu's warm gaze, joy instantly illuminated its eyes. The little Pokémon danced merrily, diving into Suyu's embrace, snuggling tightly against him. "Little one, you shall accompany me from now on," Suyu remarked with a smile, gently ruffling Jirachi's star-like head, feeling its soft texture. Jirachi nodded enthusiastically. Jirachi awakens only once every 1,000 years, and had it not been for the system, Suyu would have been at a loss on how to address this matter. Mew, witnessing the new companion, cheerfully greeted Jirachi. A bit shy, Jirachi nestled in Suyu's arms, peeking at Mew. Sensing its apprehension, Mew transformed in a flash of white light, instantly taking on Jirachi's form. Jirachi gazed at Mew in astonishment, bewildered by the identical appearance. Mew, with a beaming smile, extended its small hand, inviting a handshake. Only then did Jirachi emerge from Suyu's embrace, curiously reaching out its tiny hand. Observing the joyful interaction between Mew and Jirachi, Suyu smiled. These two little creatures were utterly charming. When Mei and the others laid eyes on Jirachi, they would undoubtedly be ecstatic. With Jirachi in mind, Suyu recalled the legends surrounding it, unsure of their veracity. The lore stated that when Jirachi awakens from its 1,000-year slumber, it grants the wishes inscribed on the note affixed to its head. Any wish could be fulfilled. Suyu found this somewhat exaggerated. Jirachi's strength was not particularly high, and even as a product of the system, it was only at the intermediate level of a level 2 deity. This measurement referred to its intrinsic power, not its combat capability. With Jirachi's dismal battle prowess, it would be fortunate to exhibit the strength of a level 3 deity. Nevertheless, Jirachi was never intended for combat. Rather, he was curious to see if Jirachi's wish-granting ability would prove effective during the next lottery draw. He planned to have Jirachi assist him in enhancing his luck, perhaps allowing him to obtain desired items. As for the notion of having Jirachi set the rewards for the roulette, such a thought was impractical. If that ability truly existed, Jirachi's value would skyrocket beyond comprehension. As for Jirachi's wish-granting power, there was no rush to explore it. Even if it turned out ineffective, Suyu would not harbor regrets. Witnessing the little one's radiant smile made the expenditure of 1,000,000 coins feel worthwhile. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly mealtime. Thus, Suyu returned to the estate with his two little companions, inevitably attracting Mei's attention. Mei was incredibly excited, eager to enfold Jirachi in her arms, which startled the little Pokémon, causing it to retreat further into Suyu's embrace. "You silly girl, you frightened Jirachi." Suyu gently tapped Mei on the head, then turned to comfort Jirachi in his arms. "Ouch!" Mei exclaimed, rubbing the spot where Suyu had tapped, her eyes continuously darting toward Jirachi with an expression of adoration. Jirachi? What a lovely name. However, she understood that she had startled Jirachi and could not approach it just yet, merely gazing longingly. Suyu chuckled. "This little one is a bit shy. Once you become familiar, it will warm up to you." For the time being, the little creature would likely cling to him, just as Ralts had done in the past. Chapter 44, Departure to Johto. The next day, Suyu awoke refreshed from his slumber on Naza's bed, where she was peacefully sleeping. Gazing at Naza's serene visage, Suyu gently kissed her cheek, carefully dressed, and then quietly descended the stairs. Today, he intended to pay a visit to Professor Oak, who had previously assisted him greatly. It was only fitting to express his gratitude upon his return. He also aimed to upgrade his Pokédex, as the previous one only contained data from the Kanto region, while the Johto region had yet to be recorded. Although he seldom utilized the Pokédex, it was always prudent to be prepared. After finishing breakfast and exchanging pleasantries with Mei Wan, he set out. Mei was still lost in dreamland, while Xiaoxua busied herself preparing Pokémon food, leaving him to embark on the journey alone, though not entirely alone, as Jirachi and Mew accompanied him. With Jirachi and Mew perched on either shoulder, Suyu's physical condition had improved significantly. Otherwise, carrying two Pokémon weighing several kilograms each would surely exhaust him. Shortly, he arrived at Professor Oak's research facility. Upon arrival, he spotted Ash and Gary preparing for a Pokémon battle. Professor Oak, I have come to see you. Suyu approached the professor and announced, Ah, Suyu, just in time to witness these two young trainers in battle and observe their growth. Professor Oak replied with a smile. Ash and Gary often engaged in such contests, and he was not overly concerned. Suyu surveyed the two. Gary appeared considerably more mature and composed, while Ash remained as he was. It seems Gary has matured quite a bit, Suyu remarked to Professor Oak. Indeed, after being surpassed by Ash last time, Gary has been undergoing intense training. He has indeed made significant progress, Professor Oak responded with satisfaction. The relationship between Ash and Gary was intricate, characterized by mutual motivation, rivalry, and a blend of friendship and competition. Alongside Ash and Gary, Misty, Brock, and Tracy were also present at the facility. It seems that Dr. Nakamura has once again turned down the advances of Ash, making the path of love for Brock quite arduous. Pikachu and Eevee face off in a decisive one-on-one battle, the time limit set to none. The battle commences with Brock taking on the role of referee, announcing with fervor, I shall demonstrate to you the prowess of a top 16 contender from the Indigo Conference. A revered trainer of the Orange League. Ash proclaims with pride. Spare me the banter. You may make the first move, Gary retorts with a scoff. Damn it. I don't need your permission. Ash, noticing Gary's disdainful expression, feels a flush of embarrassment. Suyu quickly discerns Ash's inflated ego, evidently boosted by his recent victory in the Orange League. The title of honorary trainer from the Orange League suggests Ash possesses considerable skill. However, when facing Gary, Ash soon loses his composure, unable to harness his full potential. Yet, 1's mindset is indeed a component of strength. The battle concludes swiftly, with Ash suffering defeat, vanquished by his arrogance and impulsiveness. What a splendid match. It is clear that you both have made significant progress, Suyu remarks with a smile. However, Ash, one must not be so reckless in battle, lest one make erroneous judgments. Brother Suyu, Ash and Gary exclaim in unison. Upon hearing Suyu's admonition, Ash numbly nods, still engulfed in the disappointment of his loss to Gary, failing to absorb the lesson. Observing this, Suyu refrains from elaborating further, turning to Gary. You've become notably more composed. It appears that your previous defeat has imparted valuable lessons. Indeed, Brother Suyu, Gary replies with a grin. Every setback strengthens my resolve. I have always forged ahead. Ash, you must strive diligently as well. Farewell, Brother Suyu, Grandpa, I must take my leave. With that, Gary departs the Oak Research Lab with an air of nonchalance, heading west towards Pallet Town, the direction of the Johto region. Departing? Where is Gary headed? Ash suddenly snaps back to reality, hastily inquiring. Gary intends to challenge the Johto League. The Johto League? Ash's eyes spark with renewed determination. All right, I too shall challenge the Johto League and defeat Gary at the conference. A smile graces Suyu's lips. Truly, they are a pair of delightful rivals. By the way, Professor Oak, could you assist me in upgrading my Pokédex? Suyu asks, nearly forgetting this matter. Of course, Ash can join as well. Otherwise, your Pokédex will be of no use once you reach the Johto region. Thus, the group follows Professor Oak into the research lab, where he swiftly completes the Pokédex upgrade. Oh, Suyu has captured a new Pokémon. Professor Oak finally notices the Karaki perched on Suyu's shoulder and inquires. Wow, how adorable. Misty and May, like enamored children, succumb to the charm of the cute Pokémon. Karaki, sensing the attention, timidly retreats into Suyu's clothing. This little one is still somewhat shy. Suyu explains with a chuckle, omitting the details of how he captured it, and Professor Oak, respecting Suyu's privacy, does not pry further. Brother Suyu, are you also planning to challenge the Johto League? Ash curiously asks. Indeed, you all must put in your utmost effort. I eagerly anticipate witnessing your exploits in the finals. Such words from Suyu carry no air of arrogance. Rather, they exude confidence that only a capable individual can possess. All right, it's settled then, Brother Suyu. I will certainly reach the finals and battle you once more. Ash exclaims, fists clenched in excitement. Suyu nods in acknowledgement, a silent agreement. Given Ash's current abilities, he stands a fair chance at the Silver Conference. It will ultimately depend on his performance. After lingering at Professor Oak's for a while longer, Suyu bids farewell. In the days that follow, he dedicates his time to accompany Mei Wan, for soon enough, he must set off on another journey. Fortunately, this time, Leo Lee will be joining them, and it appears they plan to travel the world together, as Mei Wan attempts to persuade Hanako to join them. After all, once Ash embarks on his journey, Hanako will be left home alone. Suyu wholeheartedly supports this idea, arranging for some personnel to discreetly protect them, ensuring that Mei Wan and the others do not encounter insurmountable dangers. He advises Mei Wan to take along some of his Pokémon for his peace of mind. Thus, Before Suyu's departure, Mei Wan, Lioli, and Hanako board a helicopter, smiling brightly as they set off. Meanwhile, Suyu, Mei, Xiaoxue, and Naz accompany them to bid farewell. A few days later, the four of them embark on their journey to Johto. Chapter 1. Leaf Town, the city where the wind begins to blow. Say, are we lost? Mei inquires, gazing at a large tree they just passed, which bore a bird's nest, something she had noted earlier. The trio promptly turns their attention to Suyu, who is leading the way. Let me take another look at the map, Suyu mutters, scratching his nose, his face flushed with embarrassment. It seems he too has caught the directionally challenged trait from Ash. Upon examining the map, he realizes they have indeed strayed off course, having been wandering in circles. Yet, it cannot solely be blamed on Suyu. Who could have anticipated that fog would suddenly envelop the forest, leading him astray? Who would have thought Suyu could have such a moment? Ha! Mei chuckles gleefully. Xiaoxue and Naz also regard him with amused expressions. As such moments are rare for Suyu, who they perceive as almost omnipotent, seemingly untroubled by challenges. Even the wisest of sages may err. Suyu concedes with a smile. It appears the fog is beginning to lift. We should reach Leaf Town upon traversing this forest. Are you all weary? Do you require a moment's respite? Xiaoxue shakes her head with a gentle smile, her stamina quite sufficient. This distance poses no challenge for her. Naz also indicates she is fine, despite carrying Ralts, for she can effortlessly utilize her psychic abilities to aid in their journey. As for Mei, she is the most vivacious among them. Had she felt tired, she would have complained long ago. Notably, Karaki has finally warmed up to Suyu's companions. Perhaps drawn by their shared essence with Suyu, no longer exhibiting the same shyness as on the first day. Karaki has grown fond of Mei, who delights in holding and caring for the tiny Pokémon. Karaki, being petite and shy, possesses a charm that particularly captivates the girls. However, Karaki's addition has not increased the number of Pokémon Suyu possesses. Rather, he has parted with a few. Upon Mei Wan's departure, he entrusted her with Suicune, 2 Dragonites, and Zapdos. With a mighty Dragonite and Suicune at her side, even the most daunting dangers would pose little threat to their escape. As for Rayquaza and Kyogre, they carry the pride of legendary Pokémon. None but Suyu can command them. Suyu finds himself resigned to this fact, yet he feels adequately equipped. There may yet be hidden powerhouses in this world, such as mythical Pokémon, but Suyu harbors no grievances with them, nor do they seek to provoke him. It is worth noting that while many covet the legendary Pokémon associated with Suyu, save for a few foolish members of Team Rocket encountered early in his journey, none have dared to challenge him. The leaders of various factions are not fools, without absolute certainty, who would dare to provoke a being capable of world destruction. After walking for a while longer, they finally emerge from the forest. Is this Leaf Town? It certainly seems bustling and vibrant. Standing atop the mountain, gazing down at the multitude of towering edifices below, it is hard to believe that this is merely a town. This is Rui Town, a city where the winds of new beginnings gently blow. Xiaoxue articulated each word as she read from the signpost. Upon finishing, a soft breeze caressed her, and she exclaimed, "How delightful! Let us proceed. This is the first step towards the Johto League," Suyu remarked with a smile. Soon after, they ventured into Rui Town. To challenge the Johto League, the initial task is not to confront the gym leaders, but to register in Rui Town. Hence its designation as the city where the winds of new beginnings blow. The registration takes place at the Pokémon Center. Rui Town is relatively expansive, and after quite a walk, Suyu and his companions finally arrived at the Pokémon Center. However, to their dismay, Miss Joy was not present. From a video left by her, they learned that she had gone to the Elm Research Institute to conduct health checks on Pokémon and would not return until around 4 in the afternoon. The Elm Research Institute, akin to the Oak Research Institute, is where novice trainers from the Johto region embark on their journeys to receive their first Pokémon. The starter Pokémon of the Johto region include Chikorita, Cyndaquil, and Totodile, maintaining the classic trio of water, fire, and grass types. By the way, Professor Elm is still a protege of Professor Oak, whom Suyu had met while delivering items for the latter. If he wished to raise one, he could easily obtain one, given his status and relationship with Professor Oak. However, he had no intention of doing so, as the potential for growth of this generation's starters was not particularly high, especially when compared to those of the first generation. Instead, he had prepared another Pokémon, which lay nestled in his backpack, awaiting hatching. Since Miss Joy has gone to the Elm Research Institute, let us pay a visit to Professor Elm. It would be remiss not to do so while we are here, Suyu suggested. His companions readily agreed, and they followed him toward the Elm Research Institute. Upon arrival, they found Miss Joy assisting with a health check for a Cyndaquil. What an adorable Pokémon! Though it pales in comparison to Kirlia, May remarked. glancing between the Cyndaquil and Curlia. Suyu chuckled and shook his head, greeting Professor Elm and Miss Joy. Suyu, it has been quite a while. How is Professor Oak faring? Elm inquired with a warm smile. Suyu responded, he is as immersed in his research as ever. It has been a long time since I last communicated with him. He remains as spirited as ever, much like yourself, Professor. Haha, it seems I must strive even harder to surpass my mentor. Professor Elm exclaimed with enthusiasm before turning back to his laboratory to continue his research. Suyu couldn't help but smirk at Elm's singular focus. Professor Elm is truly an amusing character, Xiaoxue commented, laughing. That is simply his nature. Please do not mind him. His passion for research appears inexhaustible, Miss Joy explained, cradling the Cyndaquil with a smile. Suyu nodded in understanding, as this was not his first encounter with Professor Elm. By the way, Miss Joy, I am here to register for the Johto League. I would appreciate your assistance with the registration, Suyu stated. Oh, I see. I apologize. We have had an influx of new trainers recently, and I am here helping out due to the shortage of staff at the Elm Research Institute. I appreciate your patience. Miss Joy replied apologetically. It is quite all right, Miss Joy. I completely understand, Suyu responded with a smile. Thank you. Please follow me. I will assist you with the registration right away. Miss Joy led them to a computer, where Suyu handed her his Pokédex. She connected it to the computer, and soon a large image of Suyu appeared on the screen. Suyu from New Bark Town, you are officially registered for the Johto League. A mechanical voice chimed from the computer. Now, all you need to do is collect 8 gym badges to participate in the league tournament. Miss Joy smiled as she returned the Pokédex to Suyu and handed him a booklet. This is a guidebook containing a wealth of relevant information. Thank you, Suyu replied gratefully. With the preparations complete, all that remained was to challenge the gyms for badges. Given Miss Joy's busy schedule, Suyu refrained from further intruding and, after bidding her farewell, the group departed the Elm Research Institute. After resting for a night in Rui Town, they set off towards their first gym. The Kikyo Gym, located in Kikyo City. The Johto region possesses a more rustic charm compared to the Kanto region, with most areas characterized by low-lying lands and forests. At this moment, Suyu and his companions found themselves traversing a lush woodland. It is much more comfortable on land. I could hardly move on the sea, Mei remarked. Unable to contain her disdain, Suyu glanced at her and teased, then you must be sure to stay active. Don't be the first to complain of fatigue. Mei huffed defiantly. I am brimming with energy now. You better not be the one to tire out first. Xiaoxue and Nasi had long since grown accustomed to their playful banter, knowing that Mei and Suyu often exchanged quips. Just as their banter continued, a young girl appeared before them. She wore a white baseball cap emblazoned with a lightning emblem, a yellow striped jacket, and held a baseball bat in her hand. At that moment, she was engaged in battle with a Rattata. Chikorita, let us finish this with a tackle. Use your tackle move, the girl commanded enthusiastically. She seems like a novice trainer, full of energy, rather reminiscent of Mei, Suyu commented, noting the girl's spirited demeanor. I am nothing like that, Mei retorted. Glaring at Suyu, the girl quickly concluded her battle, joyfully bursting into song, her exuberance infectious as her Pokémon appeared equally elated. Suyu and his friends paused to watch this charming spectacle, not in a hurry to leave. Upon finishing her song, the girl turned and noticed them watching, momentarily frozen in place. Just when Suyu thought she might feel shy, the girl dashed towards them with remarkable speed, stopping right in front of Mei. Can I hold that adorable yellow Pokémon? She exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Clearly, Suyu had misjudged the situation. This girl was anything but shy. I'm sorry, but Curlia is a bit timid and doesn't he like to be held? Mei apologized as she noticed Curlia shrinking back in her arms. Oh, that is too bad. The girl replied, her disappointment evident. It was clear she had a genuine fondness for yellow Pokémon. One could only wonder how she would react to seeing Zapdos, though unfortunately, it was not present at that moment. Hello, I'm Nana, a trainer from Rui Town, aspiring to become a Pokémon master. The girl introduced herself confidently to Suyu and his companions while they settled on a patch of grass to rest. I'm Suyu, currently challenging the Johto League. It's a pleasure to meet you, Suyu replied with a smile. Xiaoxue and the others also introduced themselves briefly. What kind of Pokémon is that? I can't find it in the Pokédex, Nana asked curiously. This is Curlia. It is not a Pokémon native to the Johto region, Suyu explained. Oh, I see. I would love to catch one. I adore yellow Pokémon. If it had stripes, that would be even better, Nana exclaimed, her hands clasped tightly to her chest. Her face radiating delight. My absolute favorite is Electabuzz. I have always dreamed of assembling a team comprised solely of yellow Pokémon. Haha, what a remarkable dream indeed. Suyu chuckled and remarked. By the way, are you planning to challenge the Chengdu Alliance? It seems we are rivals after all. In that case, how about a Pokemon battle with me? Nine Eye's eyes sparkled with excitement, completely unaware of the caliber of opponent she was facing. Me? Nine Eye must be a novice trainer just setting out. Suyu stated affirmatively. It was quite easy to deduce Nine Eye's identity as a novice trainer from the ages of the Chikorita and herself. Yes, is there a problem? Nine Eye inquired, puzzled. There is no problem per se, but I lack any newly captured Pokemon. Suyu subtly indicated that he was not a novice trainer and did not possess low-level Pokemon. If the egg in his backpack were to hatch, he would not mind battling Nine Eye, but alas, it had not yet hatched. Upon hearing this, Nine Eye felt slighted. Clenching her fists, and retorted angrily, "You are looking down on me. I don't need your pity. No, Nine Eye, you've misunderstood. That is not what I meant." Suyu attempted to clarify, but seeing her demeanor, he resignedly said, "Very well, I accept your challenge." Only then did Nine Eye smile again, saying, "Don't underestimate me. If you do, you might find yourself at a disadvantage." Suyu shook his head, realizing he would indeed bear the stigma of bullying a newcomer. "Go, Suyu. I have faith in you," Mei cheerfully encouraged. The illustrious champion of the Quartz Conference, one of the Elite Four of Kanto, stooping to bully a novice trainer, and even deploying his main Pokemon. Behind all this, is it a moral degradation or a distortion of human nature? Let us observe. Mei even took out a camera from her backpack, preparing to record the event. Nine Eye wore a confident expression as she hurled a Pokeball, announcing, "You are my ace, Pidgey." Suyu could not help but chuckle, exasperated. Indeed, she was the quintessential novice trainer. Turning, he noticed Mei had already raised her camera to start filming, and he shot her an annoyed glare. Unfazed, Mei returned the gesture with a playful face and continued recording. "Go, Ralts. This battle is in your hands," Suyu sighed. Among his remaining Pokemon, only Charizard and Ralts were not too overpowering. The others like Rayquaza, Kyogre, and Mew were simply out of the question. He could not let the novice trainer lose hope. Chapter 3, a 3-on-3 battle with Nine Eye. Ralts joyfully leaped onto the battlefield. However, Ralts had not evolved into Kirlia. It possessed a high level of intelligence and could naturally comprehend Suyu's intentions. Suyu did not wish to inflict too great a blow on the opposing trainer, so he decided to hold back. After all, Nine Eye's Pokemon had yet to reach even the elite level, merely captured haphazardly along the roadside. Yet Nine Eye displayed an abundance of confidence. It must be said, novice trainers often exude such self-assurance. Another unfamiliar Pokemon appeared, yet it mattered not. "My Pidgey shall not falter. Pidgey, use Tackle," Nine Eye commanded, pulling out her Pokédex to check Ralts' information, but the Pokédex still failed to display any data. Undeterred, she directed Pidgey to commence the assault. Pidgey squawked twice, eyes fixed on Ralts, rapidly flapping its wings and launching itself towards Ralts with impressive force. Ralts, however, gleefully observed Pidgey's approach, seemingly unperturbed by the impending attack. Just as Pidgey was about to collide with Ralts, a flash of white light enveloped Ralts, activating teleport, causing Pidgey to miss and nearly crash to the ground. Ralts laughed merrily from a short distance away, teasingly reminding Pidgey of its presence. Pidgey, feeling deeply insulted, Pidgey let out a furious cry and charged at Ralts once more. "Pidgey, remain calm, do not act impulsively," Nine Eye called out urgently, surprisingly demonstrating some combat experience, aware that recklessness would lead to folly. However, Pidgey, consumed by rage at Ralts' mockery, paid no heed to Nine Eye's commands. After all, it was a newly captured Pokemon, and their bond was still rather tenuous. "Pidgey, watch out, there's a tree." "A tree?" Nine Eye exclaimed in alarm. Pidgey, blinded by Ralts' taunts, failed to notice that Ralts had teleported in front of a large tree, which Nine Eye had observed clearly. Regardless of Nine Eye's rising panic, Pidgey continued undeterred, pouring all its strength into the charge, eager to strike Ralts down. Before teleporting, Ralts playfully waved goodbye to Pidgey, and the next moment, it vanished from sight. It must be said, Ralts was quite mischievous and adorable in this state. Yet, propelled by inertia, Pidgey could not stop in time, crashing headfirst into the tree. A visible bump appearing on its head. Sliding down the tree, it lay on the ground, dazed, with swirling eyes. "Ah, Pidgey." It seemed a swift change of Pokemon was in order. Nine Eye hurriedly recalled Pidgey, retrieving another Pokeball from her pocket. Next up is Rattata. In this 3-on-3 format, it appeared Nine Eye had only 3 Pokemon, otherwise she would not resort to using Rattata. So you could not suppress a smile as Rattata took the field. He recalled his own first experiences with Pokemon games, feeling a nostalgic urge to capture every Pokemon he encountered, from Oddish to Rattata, even Caterpie, using up all his Pokeballs in the process. "Rattata, use Quick Attack to overpower it, make it fall to pieces," Nine Eye shouted, brimming with enthusiasm for the battle. "Ralts, Use hypnosis, Suyu said with a smile. This Rattata was freshly captured and lacked stamina. It was best to go easy on it. Ralts nodded, watching as Rattata rushed forward at increasing speed. A peculiar light flickered in Ralts's eyes as it unleashed a wave of psychic energy imbued with a hypnotic effect, enveloping Rattata. Rattata's mental fortitude was no match for Ralts, and its running form gradually slowed, eyelids growing heavy. After struggling a few steps toward Ralts, it finally collapsed on the ground. Fast asleep. Rattata, how could you fall asleep? Get up and battle. Nai exclaimed in shock, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. The psychic type's attack was silent yet deadly. Rattata had succumbed to Ralts's hypnosis. An awakening would require considerable time. You may send out your third Pokémon now. Are you still willing to continue? Suyu inquired with a smile. How could this happen? Come back, Rattata. Nai scratched her head, looking distressed. She had never anticipated her first battle would conclude in such a manner. Taking a deep breath, she fixed her gaze on Suyu, shouting, I will not concede defeat. A baseball game truly becomes more thrilling when two players are out. The real show has only just begun. My third batter is this. Go, Chikorita. Let us hit a home run and turn this battle around. Truly, she was a passionate baseball fan. Let us go, Chikorita. Use Vine Whip. Nai remained resolute, evidently having great faith in her Chikorita. Ralts. Use hypnosis once more. Ralts did not hesitate, casting another hypnosis, and in an instant, Chikorita found itself ensnared in slumber. Just like Rattata. What? How could this happen? Upon encountering the failure against Chikorita, Nana was abruptly engulfed in despair, collapsing onto the ground in a state of utter despondency. Tears welled in her eyes, quivering as she spoke. I lost. I lost so utterly. Chikorita, please come back. Observing Nana's profound sorrow, her companions hastily gathered around her, with May momentarily neglecting the recording of Suyu's embarrassing moments to offer support. Nana, do not lose heart. As a novice, your performance was commendable, Xiaoxua gently reassured her, squatting beside her. Is that true? Nana lifted her tear-streaked face, gazing at Xiaoxua with eyes clouded by sorrow. She had departed from Konoha town brimming with confidence, having boldly proclaimed before her family that she would never be bested by anyone. Yet, to suffer such a crushing defeat in her very first battle left her feeling as though she had let her family down. Of course, Nana, you must believe in yourself. This is not your fault, it is his. May declared, pointing an accusatory finger at Suyu. Me. Suyu exclaimed, bewildered, as he gestured toward himself, having shown considerable restraint in their encounter. You, the so-called champion, bullying a little girl. How despicable. May retorted with indignation. Indeed, May is right, Xiaoxua concurred, nodding in agreement. Naji also chimed in, affirming that the fault lay with Suyu. Observing Nana's tears, Suyu pondered that perhaps he should shoulder the blame this time. Champion? A champion? Nana wiped her tears, her expression one of incredulity as she looked at Suyu. No way, am I really up against such a formidable opponent in my first match? Indeed, not only has he claimed victory at the Indigo Conference, but he is also a renowned honorary trainer of the Orange League. You need not feel disheartened for losing to him. May comforted, sharing Suyu's accolades. However, her explanation was cut short, for merely that information sufficed. The Indigo Conference champion? Nana gasped, her astonishment palpable. Unfamiliar with the Orange Archipelago, she had little understanding of what an honorary trainer entailed. Yet she was well aware of the significance of the Indigo Conference. The Indigo and Johto regions were akin to one another, the pinnacle of competition in the Kanto region. The Indigo Conference paralleled the Silver Conference of Johto. To achieve victory in such a prestigious tournament was no small feat, thus losing to such an opponent seemed justifiable. After ruminating on this, the weight of her defeat lessened considerably. Noticing the change in Nana's demeanor, Suyu silently exhaled, relieved that she was recovering, though it had been her insistence to challenge him. However, he could hardly hold a grudge against a young girl. Her sorrow was palpable, and he felt a twinge of discomfort. Thankfully, May and Xiaoxua provided her with ample comfort. By the way, the champion of the Johto region, Kinta, faced off against Suyu last time and was unable to defeat him, May added, revealing another shocking piece of information. She spared Kinta some dignity by omitting the fact that he had been thoroughly outclassed. Really? Is that true? Nana's astonishment grew, her gaze towards Suyu now imbued with a spark of admiration. Kinta, the champion, was renowned for his strength, and the realization that even he could not best Suyu made her feel that her defeat was not without merit. She held no doubts regarding the authenticity of this revelation. Her youth fostered a strong trust in others, and it was clear that Suyu and his friends had no reason to deceive her. Seeing that Nana's spirits had lifted, Suyu extended a hand, encouraging her. After a few years of travel, perhaps I shall no longer be your match. Grasping his hand, Nana rose to her feet, her sorrow dissipating and her lively spirit returning, though remnants of tears lingered in her eyes. I've made up my mind, Brother Suyu. You shall be my target, and I will surely defeat you. At the Silver Conference, I will showcase my growth. Her fists clenched, her eyes ignited with fierce determination. Your spirit mirrors that of Ash, Suyu mused, observing the fervor radiating from the young girl. No problem, Nana. I eagerly anticipate your progress at the Silver Conference, he replied with a smile. Already having become the goal of many aspiring trainers, yet they would find it exceedingly arduous to surpass him. Nana, believe in yourself. You are exceptional and will undoubtedly triumph over this malevolent boss. Mei chimed in cheerfully. We will be cheering you on at the Silver Conference, Nana. Keep pushing forward. Xiaoxua added softly. Go for it, Nana, Naji whispered encouragingly. La 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 Laysai cheered from Su Yu's embrace, rallying support for Nana. Overwhelmed by the warmth of her friends, Nana nearly succumbed to tears once more, choking out, Thank you. Thank you all. Sisters, you are truly wonderful, and Brother Suyu, I will strive with all my might. Indeed, Nana, keep pushing forward. Remember, failure is not to be feared. It is surrender that is truly terrifying. As long as you possess an unwavering spirit of perseverance, you will inevitably become a Pokémon master, Suyu gently encouraged, leaning down to ruffle Nana's hair, his gaze filled with warmth and encouragement. I understand, Nana murmured, her cheeks flushed as she spoke softly. Subsequently, she bid farewell to Suyu and his companions, setting off in a different direction. The path to the Silver Conference was not singular. As long as one could collect 8 or more gym badges, they would converge at the Silver Conference. Mei and her friends were quite fond of the tenacious and innocent girl with a Kansai accent, wishing to invite her to travel alongside them. Nana felt a twinge of temptation, grappling with indecision, but ultimately declined their kind offer. Her aspiration was to become a Pokémon master. While traveling with Suyu would provide abundant learning opportunities, it would also entail sacrifices. Under Suyu's protection, she might feel safe, yet her growth would be stunted. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the storms of the outside world. Moreover, she wished to stand before Suyu next time and astonish him, to earn his admiration for her growth. After bidding Nana farewell, the group began to pack their belongings to depart. Where's Suyu? Wasn't he just here? Mei inquired. Puzzled. Over there, Naji smiled slightly, pointing at Suyu, who was fiddling with the video camera. Suyu, you are insufferable. Stop this at once. Mei yelled, rushing over to snatch the camera from his hands. Too late. I've already deleted the video, Suyu grinned, returning the camera to Mei with a triumphant air. Ignoring Suyu, Mei seized the camera and commenced her work. Well, if it's gone, it's gone. How could someone as brilliant and valiant as I leave behind any incriminating evidence? Suyu remarked, chuckling at Mei's persistence. Really? The illustrious and valiant Suyu. It seems you are unaware that this camera has a video recovery feature? Mei replied, her expression gleeful as she finally paused. Suyu was taken aback. Stepping forward cautiously as he said, I don't believe you. You must be deceiving me. Unless you show me. Not a chance. I won't give you that opportunity. Mei retorted, removing the memory card from the camera and placing it in her cleavage. Her cheeks flushed as she declared, If you have the guts, come and take it. She did not believe Suyu would dare to do so. With that, she puffed out her chest defiantly. Suyu, astonished by Mei's boldness, slowly raised his hand, jesting. Is there such a delightful opportunity available? Mei shrieked, her face turning crimson as she hurried behind Xiaoxua and Naji, peeking out to shout, Pervert! You want to take advantage of me? Isn't this what you asked for? Suyu shrugged, feigning innocence. Is that what I meant? Mei retorted, her face flushed with indignation. After engaging in playful banter with Mei for a while, the group finally finished packing and continued their journey toward the gym. As for the video, Suyu wasn't particularly concerned. If Mei wished to keep it, so be it. Chapter 5. The Birth of a Larvitar. Several days later, the group was gathered for a meal. Suyu, why is this Pokémon egg still showing no signs of hatching? It's been several days already, Mei inquired. Gazing at the small Pokémon egg resting beside her backpack, her heart filled with curiosity. This egg was a gift from the Alliance, not one purchased from the system. It should be soon. It ought to hatch within the next few days, Suyu replied, taking a bite of his meal. Having given a portion of his Pokémon to Mei Wan, he currently carried only a few, precisely 6, including his Kirlia, which he did not intend to battle with. Thus, he planned to nurture new Pokémon. Coincidentally, while he was contemplating this, Luing reported that the Alliance had sent a gift to congratulate him on being honored as an honorary trainer by the Orange Alliance. Suyu graciously accepted the Alliance's gift, which turned out to be this Pokémon egg. Knowing that he possessed a Dragonite, the Alliance thoughtfully provided him with a Bagon egg. Renowned as the Desert Tyrant, Bagon is an immensely powerful Pokémon, comparable in strength to Dragonite, and possesses the potential for Mega Evolution, indicating a remarkably high growth ceiling. Moreover, the quality of this Pokémon was exceptional. Otherwise, the Alliance would not have had the audacity to present it to Suyu. Suyu envisioned nurturing Bagon during this journey, believing that by the time of the Silver Conference, it would be sufficiently strong. As they engaged in light-hearted conversation, the Pokémon egg suddenly began to stir. Observing this, Suyu swiftly set down his bowl and chopsticks and hurried to the side of the egg, watching as it gradually emitted a soft white glow. Mei and the others gathered around, their excitement palpable as they witnessed the egg beginning to hatch. Is it finally going to be born? This is my first time witnessing a Pokémon hatching, Mei exclaimed with enthusiasm. Xiao Shui, have you prepared the energy blocks? Suyu asked. Xiao Shui nodded with a smile, responding, yes, I made them a few days ago. I just don't know when this little one will emerge. The newly hatched Bagon, from Bagon, feeds on soil, deriving energy from the nutrients within, and once it has absorbed enough energy, it will evolve into Shelgon. After completely assimilating the energy within, it will evolve into the formidable desert tyrant, Salamence. However, that is the natural growth method for wild Bagon. And Suyu had no intention of following that path. He had already prepared energy blocks specifically designed for Bagon, with the recipe sourced from Professor Okido, and crafted meticulously by Xiao Shui, a top-notch breeder, ensuring that Bagon would have an advantageous start in its development. The radiance intensified, compelling the onlookers to avert their gaze. In the next moment, the light dissipated, revealing a Pokémon with rock-like gray-green skin, adorned with a blunt horn atop its head. Its eyes were a striking red, its arms short, and each foot had a single toe. Its abdomen bore a diamond-shaped red scale, with 4 diamond-shaped black holes at its waist, and its tapered tail was encircled by a plate-like structure. The little creature curiously surveyed its surroundings, and after a thorough inspection, its gaze settled on Suyu, joy flashing in its crimson eyes, seemingly recognizing him as its trainer. With a smile, Suyu extended his hand, saying, Bagon, I look forward to our journey together. The newly hatched Bagon nodded eagerly, reaching out to shake Suyu's hand. Suyu would have loved to hold Bagon, but despite its diminutive stature of merely 70 centimeters, it weighed an astonishing 72 kilograms, making it quite a challenge to lift. Not everyone is like Ash, who can simply scoop up Pokémon at will. After a brief interaction with Bagon, Suyu retrieved the energy blocks prepared by Xiao Shui and gently patted Bagon's head, saying, Little one, eat up. The more you consume, the stronger you'll become. Bagon, appearing quite hungry, eagerly grabbed the energy block and stuffed it into its mouth. Curlia flew to Suyu's head, eyeing Bagon's enthusiastic munching, and playfully tugged at Suyu's hair, pointing at the energy blocks. With a grin, Suyu handed an energy block to Curlia, who seemed delighted, evidently having developed a taste for snacks. However, Curlia's joy was short-lived. After taking a bite of the energy block and chewing a couple of times, it promptly spat it out, looking woefully at Suyu while pointing at the block, exclaiming Curlia, Haha, silly little one. Those energy blocks are specially made for Bagon, with flavors tailored just for it. Suyu chuckled at Curlia's distressed expression. This was also why the gluttonous Curlia wasn't tempted. It had previously tasted the energy blocks meant for Charmander, which had left a lasting impression that deterred it from trying this one again. Then, with a smile, Suyu pulled out a lollipop from his backpack and offered it to Curlia, which finally brought a smile back to its face. Seeing that Bagon exhibited no abnormalities and its size was consistent with records, the group resumed their meal. Crafting energy blocks is no simple task. Suyu had previously only made them for Charmander and Ralts during their infancy, and back then, he had been financially constrained, producing only a limited quantity to serve as rewards post-training. In contrast, Bagon could now feast on energy blocks without issue. This illustrates why affluent trainers find it relatively easy to nurture powerful Pokémon. With ample resources, the process becomes exceedingly straightforward. Many of Ash's Pokémon owe their strength to Professor Okido's assistance in their upbringing. Otherwise, the cost of their sustenance alone would be substantial. After finishing their meal, Mei and Na-Zi cleared the dishes while Xiao Shui checked on the health of the Pokémon. Suyu approached Bagon and devised a training plan for it. Since Bagon had just hatched, the training intensity could not be too demanding, primarily aimed at establishing a daily training habit. Fortunately, Bagon was inherently a spirited Pokémon, diligently completing the tasks Suyu assigned, which provided Suyu with great satisfaction. Bagon's growth potential was exceptional, and as long as training was conducted progressively, strength was inevitable. This is why so many trainers covet semi-divine Pokémon. Divine beasts appear and disappear mysteriously, possessing immense power, and even if encountered, subduing them remains a formidable challenge. Although acquiring a semi-divine Pokémon is not without its difficulties, there is always hope. For instance, the Dragon Cave owned by the Champion's family, or the Silver Mountain controlled by the Johto Alliance. Suyu's Bagon also hails from the Silver Mountain, reinforcing the notion that the strong remain strong. Resources are concentrated in the hands of the Alliance's upper echelon, making it challenging for ordinary individuals to rise in the Pokémon world. Chapter 6, Agate. Their SAT shop ahead. Shall we rest for a while? Suyu turned to the others and suggested. Mei eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, that sounds great. Xiao Shui and Na Zi had no objections either. After walking for so long, a break was welcome. The tea house was bustling with patrons, all of whom shared a common trait. Each carried various excavation tools. Hello, here are the dumplings and tea you ordered. The proprietress efficiently brought Suyu's order to the table. Thank you. Have you noticed something peculiar? It seems a bit different here. Suyu observed the surrounding crowd intently, speaking softly. Mei, her mouth full of dumplings, replied indistinctly, well, what's different? Just enjoy your food. Oh, Xiao Shui interjected. Could it be that a new ruin has appeared? Perhaps. It certainly seems lively. Suyu responded with a smile. Na Zi quietly noted, it's agate. These people are here to mine for agate. Agate, you say? The value of agate is indeed high, which naturally attracts a great number of people. Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded in agreement. As for how Naji came to know, well, she is the queen of superpowers, effortlessly using her abilities to overhear the conversations of those around her. Not only agate, but there is also a village specializing in agate carving. The agate mined by these individuals is either processed in the village or sold outright, Naji explained slowly. I see, what do you think? Shall we go take a look? Suyu suggested. Absolutely. Let us go. After finishing her dumplings, Yi exclaimed excitedly. Xiao Shui chuckled, saying, then let us go and see. Naji remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. After a brief respite, the group left the tea shop. The precise location of the village was unclear, but this posed no challenge for Meng Huan. Utilizing her superpowers, she enveloped the entire valley, swiftly pinpointing the area. Following Meng Huan, they made their way to a canyon where they paused above. Below, numerous individuals were engaged in mining activities, indicating that there was likely a substantial amount of agate present. However, these workers were not mining alone. They were assisted by a small sprite resembling an elephant. Is that a Dunjia? Suyu pondered, pulling out his Pokédex to focus on the gray, elephant-like sprite. Dunjia, the armored sprite, equipped with sharp, sturdy tusks and tough skin. Its tusks grow larger with age. A mechanical voice emanated from the device. But when did Dunjia acquire the ability to locate agate? Suyu wondered in confusion. Observing the scene, it was evident that these individuals relied on the Dunjia to identify the general locations of agate before proceeding to mine manually. However, most of the agate appeared to be of ordinary quality, possessing little value. Perhaps the Dunjia itself lacks this ability. It may have been trained by someone. Xiao Shui suggested. That is indeed a possibility. Didn't we encounter a similar situation on Orange Island, where they taught sprites to dance to evade attacks? With proper training, sprites can exhibit many unexpected capabilities. The group watched for a while before departing. Suyu intended to purchase some agate to craft jewelry for Yi and the others. But ordinary agate would not suffice. Given the duration of mining in this area, precious agate had likely long since been depleted. They would have to venture to the village and hope for good fortune in finding high-quality agate. Upon arriving at the village, it appeared quite ordinary. Strolling down the street, most of the shops on either side were dedicated to selling agate or processing it. The villagers dressed in a simple manner, their attire reminiscent of an ancient aesthetic, differing somewhat from modern fashion. Unsure which shop to choose, Suyu led the group towards a well-decorated, larger establishment. Welcome. How may I assist you? A beautiful woman with short, dark green hair approached them, her face radiating a brilliant smile. Hello, we are here to purchase agate, Suyu stated, expressing their intent. Given your attire, you must be travelers. Please, have a seat. If you're not in a hurry, we can chat leisurely. The woman cheerfully invited them to sit down, instructing a staff member to prepare tea. I am the owner of this shop, Ichi. I would like to know what type of agate you are seeking, sir. Ichi replied with a smile, her establishment holding a certain reputation in the village. Miss Ichi, you are indeed youthful and accomplished, Suyu complimented her. I would like to first see your finest quality agate. I wish to create some jewelry. Upon hearing Suyu's praise, Ichi's smile widened, and after surveying the group, she mused, Then allow me to present our store's treasure. Please wait a moment while I retrieve it. She showed no concern that Suyu might be unable to afford it, for despite their modest attire, his demeanor exuded an air of calm assurance that suggested he was no ordinary person, though there are indeed those who pretend to be affluent. Her successful business indicated her discerning eye. Moreover, the presence of such beautiful companions as Yi and the others further elevated her regard for Suyu. Watching Ichi depart, Suyu felt very satisfied with her service. It was uncommon for someone to immediately fetch the best items without first inquiring about the customer's means. Ichi's boldness was commendable. Before long, Ichi returned, carefully cradling a wooden box. It was evident that the contents were extremely precious. Thank you for your patience. Here lies our store's treasure. Please take a look, Ichi said, slowly opening the box, her face displaying a hint of pride. These agates were mined solely by her and her sprite, yet due to their high value, they had remained unsold. Wow, they are stunning, Yi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed intently at the agate within the box. Even Xiao Shui and Naji's eyes reflected admiration, unable to divert their gaze. Inside the box were merely 4 pieces of agate, each less than the size of a fist, shimmering under the light, none of which were ordinary. Ichi, smiling, enthusiastically introduced the agates to them. This is the wrapped silk green agate, also known as cicada silk green agate, renowned for its thread-like patterns. The natural purple agate displays a gradient from a delicate lavender to a deep, rich purple, reminiscent of the color variations of violets under different lights, exuding nobility and mystery. The sapphire agate resembles the profound ocean or the azure sky, its blue brilliance intensifying under light, full of vitality and dynamism. Finally, the ice-colored chalcedony, transparent and colorless at its base, is tinged with soft pink and pale yellow, evoking the ethereal beauty of wispy clouds at dawn. Chapter 7. The Dream Pendant. Seeing the enthralled gazes of Yi, Xiao Shui, and Naji, Ichi's elaborate introduction became less significant. As long as they were pleased, that was what mattered. Despite their prolonged companionship, Suyu had only gifted them one necklace. They seldom requested anything openly, yet Suyu understood the importance of thoughtful gestures. Regardless of how close their relationships were, it was essential to present small gifts. The price was secondary to the sentiment behind them. He had noted that the necklace he previously gifted, while not particularly valuable, was consistently worn by the 3 of them. Even though they possessed finer pieces, they still cherished the necklace he had given them. Miss Ichi, I will take all of these agates. Can you assist with the processing? Suyu declared grandly with a wave of his hand. Will you take them all? May I inquire what type of items you wish to create, Mr. Su? Ichi responded, somewhat astonished. Though she recognized Suyu's extraordinary nature, she hadn't anticipated such extravagance. Each piece of agate held considerable value, and she had assumed he might select 1 or 2, not the entire collection. Let us discuss it in a moment. By the way, does your shop accept card payments, Miss Ichi? Suyu inquired, concerned that in this seemingly ancient village, cash might be the only option, which would be quite awkward. Yes, we do accept them. Although the village may seem somewhat old-fashioned, it's merely a matter of habit. We have kept pace with modern conveniences in everyday life, Ichi replied, her smile radiant. Suyu nodded and produced a purple card to hand to Ichi. This card, issued by the Alliance during his tenure as the king, contained an unspecified amount of funds, too numerous for him to count. Previously, he could only use a gold card in the Kanto region, but since obtaining the purple card, he had seldom utilized the gold one. Yi and the others understood that Suyu was buying for them and did not protest against his generosity. Had their family's financial situation been difficult, they would naturally have refrained from allowing Suyu to spend so lavishly. However, the family is not lacking in financial resources. Both Suyu and Mei, as well as their companions, are quite well off. Mei's parents are eminent scientists, while Nazi's family runs a dojo. Perhaps only Xiao Shui's situation is somewhat less affluent. Yet she is a top-notch breeder, having won countless awards. Earning money is, therefore, a trivial matter. Ichi swiftly returned with Suyu's card, respectfully handing it over to him. All right, my 3 beautiful companions, let us now discuss the kind of jewelry we wish to create, Suyu remarked with a smile. Although the 4 pieces of agate were not yet the size of his fist, they were still sufficient to craft a variety of items. The 3 women then engaged in animated discussions with Ichi, who offered suggestions from her considerable experience in the industry. Suyu did not interfere. He was unfamiliar with the intricacies of their preferences and believed it best to create whatever they desired. Embracing Dream, he began to caress her, and she felt as soft and comforting as a kitten. He enjoyed such moments of tenderness with her. Dream, in turn, relished Suyu's touch, her body gently writhing in pleasure, her eyes narrowing into slits as she relaxed in his embrace, occasionally nuzzling his hand with her head. After a lengthy discussion, the women concluded their deliberations. Due to the number of items to be crafted, they would not receive the finished products until the following day. Ichi enthusiastically invited them to stay overnight at her place. Suyu did not decline, staying there seemed wise, especially since the village was small and accommodations might be scarce. Camping in the wilderness would have been their only alternative. The next day, they retrieved the completed jewelry from Ichi, each piece exquisitely crafted, and the three women were immensely pleased. Subsequently, they departed the village, leaving behind Ichi's radiant smile. "Suyu, this is for you," Mei exclaimed, bounding up to him on the road and presenting a beautifully adorned box. "For me? What is it?" Suyu inquired, slightly puzzled. "Oh, come on, open it and see. We three specially prepared this for you," Mei teased playfully. Xiao Shui and Nazi also looked at him with bright smiles, encouraging him to unveil the contents. Suyu chuckled, deciding not to ask further, and opened the box. Inside lay a crystal-clear pendant, intricately carved into a miniature version of Dream, strikingly lifelike and remarkably adorable. Suyu was taken aback by its beauty. "What do you think? Do you like it?" The three women bore expressions tinged with anticipation and anxiety, their eyes fixed on him, eager to gauge his reaction. They had decided to craft a pendant from the iced jade agate, believing Suyu had few things he truly cherished beyond them and his family, as well as the little sprite. They could not possibly offer themselves outright, could they? This thought made them blush, leaving only the little sprite as a suitable gift. It was evident to anyone that Suyu had a special fondness for Dream, as they always slept together. Thus, they resolved to present this pendant to him. Noticing the nervous excitement in their eyes, Suyu smiled gently and replied, "Yes, I truly like it." He refrained from uttering thanks. Such formalities were unnecessary between them, as he understood their intentions. Upon hearing Suyu's approval, the three women visibly relaxed, as this was their first time gifting him something, and the prospect of his disapproval would have been quite awkward. However, they had worried unnecessarily. As long as it was from them, he would surely appreciate it. And this pendant truly delighted him. "Hee, I'm glad you like it," Mei exclaimed joyfully. "However, if you could gift me something else too, I would be even happier," Suyu said, casting a mischievous grin at the trio. "What else? Is there something else you desire?" Mei asked, somewhat confused by his insinuation. Suyu pointed to his face, making his intentions unmistakably clear. "You lecher," Mei muttered under her breath, but she quickly pecked him on the cheek. Xiao Shui and Nazi did not hold back either, both blushing as they placed gentle kisses on his cheeks. Gazing at the originally pristine faces of the three, now adorned with a charming rosy hue from their shyness, Suyu felt invigorated, his spirits lifted, and his steps became notably lighter. Along the way, he playfully teased the girls, eventually provoking Mei to a fit of embarrassment, prompting her to bite him a few times, causing him to grimace in pain until she ceased her teasing. Chapter 8, Larvitar vs. Jengar. "Larvitar, use tackle. Go for it." Larvitar's small face was taut with concentration as it charged towards Spinarak with determination. One must understand that Larvitar's weight was not to be taken lightly. When it ran, it exuded considerable force. With a resounding crash, Spinarak was sent flying, colliding with a tree before coming to a halt, instantly losing its combat capability. "Well done, Larvitar," Suyu praised. "Go for it." Larvitar was exhilarated, having begun to grasp the thrill of victory in battle. Throughout their journey, Suyu arranged various training sessions for Larvitar, seeking suitable opponents to help bolster its confidence and alleviate any fears of combat. True to its title as the Tyrant of the Desert, Larvitar displayed remarkable bravery in each encounter, with its desire for battle intensifying after several skirmishes. This was a positive development. A yearning for combat would only serve to make it stronger. After recalling Larvitar into its pokeball, Suyu gazed upwards at the sky. The sun was preparing to set. "Let us set up camp here," he suggested. They were currently situated within a vast forest, and traversing it at night would be quite inconvenient. The others agreed, adeptly unpacking their backpacks and busily organizing their surroundings. Soon, the twilight deepened, enveloping the forest in a thick shroud of darkness. Suyu gathered some firewood, igniting it so that they could share a meal and converse around the campfire. Suyu, I can't shake the feeling that this place is a bit eerie," Mei remarked, glancing at the surrounding trees, which appeared particularly foreboding under the cloak of night, causing her to shiver involuntarily. "Do not worry, forests often possess such an atmosphere," Suyu reassured her, sipping his soup with a smile. "The temperature tends to drop at night in the woods. A warm soup will help." The trees of this forest were tall and densely packed, allowing little sunlight to penetrate even during the day. As night fell, the entire area was suffused with a chilling aura. But I just feel like someone is watching me, Mei said, instinctively pulling her neck in. Her voice filled with trepidation. I share that sentiment, Xiao Shui admitted. Upon noticing that both Mei Yi and Xiao Shui felt similarly uneasy, Su Yu's demeanor turned serious. He harnessed his aura powers, scanning the surrounding woods, but found nothing amiss. Just as he was beginning to think it was merely their imagination, Nazi spoke softly. There is indeed something nearby, but it is not human. The group was taken aback. Not human? Then what could it be? It is a sprite. Numerous ghost-type Pokémon are watching us from the trees, Nazi explained. Su Yu exhaled in relief. As long as it was sprites, he felt reassured. However, it seemed his aura powers were unable to detect the ghost-type's invisibility. Nazi's psychic abilities, on the other hand, were effective upon hearing Mei Yi's voice. She had activated her powers and discovered the presence of many ghost-type sprites perched in the trees. It appeared these sprites were drawn in by the firelight, likely plotting a playful prank. Should I handle this? Nazi inquired, her gaze fixed on Su Yu, her voice soft. Her psychic prowess was more than sufficient to deal with these sprites. Leave it to me. Su Yu contemplated for a moment and remarked. Young Giratina has been winning too effortlessly. I fear it may become arrogant. It requires a genuine battle. Along the way, they encountered only wild Pokémon, most of which were bug types, far too weak to withstand even a few rounds against young Giratina. Ghost-type Pokémon typically possess considerable strength and are notoriously challenging in battle, making them perfect adversaries for the current young Giratina. Mew, hold off on snacking for now. Go and fetch those ghost-type Pokémon, Su Yu said with a smile, patting Mew, who was presently indulging in its treats. Mew lifted its head, glanced around, yet made no move. In the next instant, illuminated by the flickering flames, a host of ghost-type Pokémon revealed themselves. Ghastly, Haunter, and Jengar. Had they disturbed Jengar's nest? Jengar wore a sinister grin, completely oblivious to its exposure. For an ordinary person, encountering ghost-type Pokémon in such a place and moment would be exceedingly unfortunate, likely terrifying them into madness by nightfall. However, they were not ordinary individuals. Upon seeing the Jengars and Haunters, Mei's trepidation swiftly dissipated. Indeed, the unknown is the most fearsome. Jengar, let us engage in battle. Otherwise, I shall hold you accountable, Su Yu declared, gazing at Jengar, for he did not believe that these Jengar and Haunters had come merely out of curiosity, especially since they had already frightened Mei and Xiaoxue. The Jengar before him appeared somewhat larger than the others. Perhaps it was the leader. Hehe. Jengar, noticing Su Yu's gaze, was taken aback. Could this human actually see it? Jengar attempted to sidestep, but Su Yu continued to look at it, confirming that Su Yu had indeed detected its presence. Hehe. Jengar sneered at Su Yu, clearly dismissive, though it was uncertain how this human had discovered it. Very well, young Giratina, show this fellow a thing or two, Su Yu commanded. Young Giratina regarded Jengar with confidence, evidently satisfied with this opponent. Hehe. Jengar grinned malevolently, swiftly appearing beside young Giratina, extending its long tongue to give young Giratina a sharp lick. So fast. Are you alright, young Giratina? Su Yu had not anticipated Jengar's remarkable speed. Yo give. Young Giratina shook its head, nodding to indicate it was fine. Excellent. Young Giratina, use bite. Young Giratina charged at Jengar, intent on biting it. However, Jengar was exceedingly swift, evading young Giratina's attack with ease, and then licked young Giratina once more before retreating, as if toying with it. Indeed, it was. This Jengar's level far surpassed that of young Giratina, who had only just reached the pinnacle of the ordinary tier. Although this Jengar was not particularly powerful, it possessed elite intermediate strength, which was quite commendable for a wild Pokémon. Infuriated by being toyed with, young Giratina impulsively lunged at Jengar. Calm down, young Giratina. You're merely wasting energy, Su Yu shouted. Upon hearing Su Yu's call, young Giratina halted, though its fury only intensified. Chapter 9. Young Giratina's Narrow Victory. Young Giratina had not yet mastered many skills, and being a rock ground-type Pokémon, most of its abilities were physical attacks. However, physical attacks were not particularly effective against ghost types like Jengar. The only skill that could inflict significant damage on Jengar was Bite. While this was also a physical attack, Dark-type damage dealt double damage to ghost types, still capable of inflicting decent harm. Unfortunately, young Giratina's speed was too lacking. Unless Jengar remained stationary, it could not land a hit. Fortunately, Su Yu was present. This was the distinction between having a trainer and not. Young Giratina, listen closely to my commands and remain composed. Only then can we identify your opponent's weaknesses and defeat it, Su Yu instructed. Young Giratina's previous battles had been overwhelmingly one-sided. So after a few failed attempts and being toyed with by Jengar, it had grown agitated. This was precisely what Suyu hoped young Giratina would learn from the battle, to control its emotions and not lose its rationality during combat. Gradually calming under Suyu's persuasion, young Giratina continued to glare fiercely at Jengar, though it was no longer irrational. Excellent, young Giratina, maintain this state. Observing young Giratina's composure, Suyu smiled gently and asked, do you trust me? Yogiv. Young Giratina nodded seriously, having fully recognized and trusted Suyu during their time together. Now let's focus. We must patiently await a prime opportunity. Do not rush. Await my command, Suyu advised. Yogiv. Young Giratina concentrated, ever ready to heed Suyu's directives. Jengar, sensing young Giratina's regained composure, found the situation somewhat dull. Young Giratina's lack of fury left it feeling somewhat unexciting. When some individuals revel in provocation, ignoring them might cause them to falter themselves. Jengar was such a creature. Witnessing young Giratina's cessation of mindless attacks, it began its antics once more. With a sinister smile, it approached young Giratina rapidly. Fortunately, Mew had nullified the invisibility abilities of these ghost-type Pokémon. Otherwise, young Giratina might not have seen even a shadow of Jengar. Suyu's aura of power enveloped the entire area. Although Jengar was swift, it could not escape his reach. Now, young Giratina, to your left, use bite. Suyu commanded loudly. Without hesitation, young Giratina turned and bit into the air on its left side. In the next moment, Jengar seemed to collide with young Giratina deliberately. Before Jengar could react, young Giratina had successfully bitten it. Hee. Jengar shrieked, attempting to distance itself from young Giratina. Young Giratina, press the attack, use roar. Suyu shouted. Having suffered once, Jengar would certainly avoid close combat with young Giratina again. This opportunity was singular and must not be squandered. Young Giratina reacted swiftly, opening its mouth to unleash a piercing roar. Jengar, still within close proximity, was affected by the shrill sound, clutching its ears in agony as it froze in place. Now, young Giratina, one more time bite. Suyu instructed. Without hesitation, young Giratina lunged at Jengar, delivering a fierce bite, finally venting its frustrations. Hee. Jengar let out a pitiful scream, its crimson eyes spiraling, collapsing to the ground. Yogiv. Young Giratina, panting, gazed triumphantly at the fallen Jengar, exclaiming with excitement. This opponent was unlike any it had faced before. It found this exhilarating battle utterly splendid. Well done, young Giratina. Suyu patted young Giratina's sturdy head, feeling elated by its complete trust. However, he cautioned, do not underestimate your opponents. Always remain calm during battle, understand? Yogiv. Young Giratina nodded earnestly. Had it not been for Suyu's adept guidance and Jengar's overconfidence, winning this battle would have been quite challenging for young Giratina. Come back and rest, young Giratina. Observing young Giratina's fatigue, Suyu returned it to its pokeball. Not long after the birth of the young Gyarados, it had already endured several licks from the mischievous Jengar during battles and utilized numerous skills. Its ability to persevere until now is quite commendable. Observing the Jengar sprawled on the ground, Suyu stroked his chin, lost in thought. He pondered whether to capture this Jengar, as its growth potential appeared to be quite promising, aside from its penchant for pranks. However, recalling that Mei and Xiaoxue seemed indifferent towards ghost-type Pokémon, Suyu ultimately dismissed the idea. Please take your companion away and keep your distance from us, or I shall not hesitate to take action. He addressed the ghasts and ghastly floating in the trees around him. Should they prove uncooperative, he would have to summon Mew. A few ghastly drifted over to carry the Jengar away, vanishing into the inky blackness of the forest. One by one, the other ghostly figures also faded from view. Nazi, have they all departed? Suyu inquired. His aura manipulation had advanced to a range of barely 20 meters, and the further he progressed, the more arduous the training became. In contrast, Nazi's psychic abilities extended far beyond his own, a fact he greatly envied. Yes, they have left the range of my perception, Nazi replied. Upon hearing that the ghost-type Pokémon had moved on, Mei and Xiaoxue couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although their fear had dissipated upon realizing they were dealing with ghost types, an underlying discomfort lingered. You two should rest. I will extinguish the fire. Suyu smiled gently at Mei and Xiaoxue, adding, if you feel frightened, you're welcome to sleep with me tonight. It may be a bit cramped, but I wouldn't mind. Ugh, absolutely not. You big pervert. Mei shot Suyu a disdainful glance, playfully linking arms with Nazi and quipping, with Sister Nazi here, I have nothing to fear. She's much stronger than you. Xiaoxue nodded in agreement, as their time together had made it clear just how formidable Nazi's abilities truly were. It could be said that most psychic Pokémon pale in comparison to her. Suyu found it hard to refute, for Mei's assertion held true. His aura manipulation was indeed vastly inferior to Nazi's psychic prowess. Nevertheless, the effects of their abilities were distinct, rendering comparison unnecessary. In terms of real combat, psychic powers were undeniably superior. Only after the three had entered the tent did Suyu extinguish the fire, subsequently entering the tent to rest. Chapter 10, The Performance Festival. After traversing the forest for several days, the group finally emerged into the light. Before them lay a bustling and vibrant town. This is Eastgate Town. Let us rest here for a few days, Suyu announced as he glanced at the map. Mei's eyes sparkled at the sight of the town. And with a hint of fatigue, she exclaimed, "Wow, we've finally reached a city. If we had walked any longer, I would have turned into a wildling." At that moment, she appeared quite disheveled, her hair in disarray. Suyu and Xiaoxue were in similar states, while only Nazi managed to maintain a somewhat cleaner appearance. Though her hair remained tousled due to the difficulty of bathing in the forest. Such is the nature of wilderness travel. "Come, let us find a hotel and freshen up," Suyu said with a smile. Soon, they entered Eastgate Town and quickly found a suitable hotel to stay. After washing up and resting for a while, they began to feel revitalized. Suddenly, Suyu's phone rang. "Hello, has the delivery arrived?" "All right, I understand." He concluded the call and set his phone aside. It had been a call from Luying. Not long ago, he had instructed her to prepare some rare minerals to be sent to the cities along his route. These minerals were intended for the young Gyarados. Typically, Gyarados' growth relies on consuming soil and minerals. He planned to substitute energy cubes for the soil and procure high-quality rare minerals for the latter. These rare minerals would indeed benefit the young Gyarados' development. However, given their weight, transporting them all at once in his backpack would be cumbersome, even with a spatial backpack. Thus, he had instructed Luying to store the items in batches at the Pokémon Center in the town for him to collect later. In the afternoon, the group finally set out. After retrieving the minerals from the Pokémon Center, they began to meander through the city. "This place is so lively," Mei remarked. "Indeed. It seems there must be some sort of event happening," Suyu speculated. It was rare to encounter such crowds, even in major cities. The streets were teeming with people, alive with activity. "Hello, big brother and sister. Can I take a moment of your time to show you this?" A cute little girl in a dress approached them, presenting a flyer with a radiant smile. Suyu took the flyer, puzzled as he read it. "A Pokémon Performance Festival?" "Yes. Tomorrow at the pedestrian street. The annual Pokémon Performance Festival will be held. If you are interested, you can come and watch." The little girl beamed. "A performance festival sounds intriguing," Mei said, leaning closer to Suyu to inspect the flyer. "Let us go see it tomorrow," Xiaoxue added with a smile. "All right, we shall attend the event tomorrow," Suyu confirmed. "Great," Nazi nodded. Many cities and towns have their own customs. Since they were traveling, it would be worthwhile to explore and broaden their horizons. Right now, there are many people practicing on the pedestrian street. If you're interested, you can go take a look, the little girl suggested. "Is that so?" "Thank you, little girl." Suyu replied. "You're welcome. Goodbye, big brother and sister. I must get back to work," the little girl said, waving cheerfully as she left. "What a diligent little girl," they remarked as they made their way to the pedestrian street. The street was even more crowded, with numerous performers showcasing their talents. It resembled a circus, albeit with Pokémon rather than animals collaborating in the acts. "Isn't that Flareon jumping through hoops? Does it fear fire?" Suyu mused. "And look at the Mewtwo swaying to and fro. Isn't it afraid of exploding?" A group of Monferno danced around a soulful performer, providing a plethora of amusing moments. Mei and Xiaoxue watched with rapt attention, frequently applauding the performers. "Is this like a simplified version of the Grand Festival?" Suyu wondered aloud. It certainly bore resemblance, albeit lacking the formal structure of the Grand Festival. The Grand Festival in the Hoenn region is quite renowned. Those who excel in it receive a ribbon badge. Once 5 badges are collected, one can participate in the regional Grand Festival celebration, where victors earn the esteemed title of Top Coordinator, akin to being the champion of a Pokémon League tournament. While the Kanto and Johto regions also host Grand Festivals, their prominence pales in comparison to that of the Hoenn region. "Mei, if you're interested, you might consider participating in the Grand Festival," Suyu suggested suddenly. He had noticed Mei's keen interest in the Pokémon performances, prompting his proposal. "Me." Mei pointed at herself, hesitantly admitting, "But I don't know anything." She was aware of the Grand Festival, given its stature alongside the League tournaments. "Well, that's true. You'd just be a bystander," Suyu chuckled, recalling that the Grand Festival indeed included battle segments. It comprised 2 phases. The first involved Pokémon performances, with only the top 32 coordinators advancing to the second phase of dazzling battles. Given Mei's current capabilities, even passing the first phase would be a challenge. "What do you mean by that?" Suyu, are you looking down on me? Upon hearing Suyu's words, Mei felt defiant and retorted angrily. I've made up my mind. I shall participate in the grand contest. I will surely make you see me in a new light. Suyu gazed at her with a cheerful smile, remaining silent, yet his eyes betrayed his thoughts. Ah, you insufferable guy, I am serious this time. Yes, yes. I believe in you. Suyu continued to smile at her. This caused Xiao Shui and Na Zi to stifle their laughter. They returned to the hotel amidst a cacophony of banter, and the group did not take Mei Yi's intention to join the grand contest too seriously. Given her character, it was likely she would forget about it in a few days. However, to their surprise, Mei Yi was indeed earnest this time, astonishing everyone in the Hoenn region. The following day, the group attended the Pokémon performance contest punctually. The performances were reminiscent of those they had seen by the roadside the previous day, yet the participants displayed even greater dedication. Each performer aspired to showcase their utmost talent on stage, and the audience's applause resonated like waves. After the conclusion of the performances, Suyu returned to tend to the baby Gyarados with mineral stones, while Mei Yi and the others went shopping. They planned to remain there for several days, as a balance of work and leisure was the key to a fulfilling experience. Chapter 11. The Rescue of the Stantler. Who would have thought we would encounter such an expansive forest park in the city? Mei Yi exclaimed in astonishment as they strolled through the park. This is more than just a park. On the other side, it connects with the forest, given that we are on the city's outskirts. Suyu replied with a smile. After departing from East Door Town, they journeyed toward Kikyo City. The distance between the gyms in the Johto region was considerably greater compared to that in the Kanto region, where one would find gyms shortly after leaving Masera Town. Indeed, it's rare to find a city with such an excellent environment nowadays, Xiao Shui remarked. Certainly, as human technology advances, many developed cities have environments that leave much to be desired. These smaller locales, while not as advanced, are often more suitable for human habitation. Oh, what is that Pokémon? Mei Yi inquired curiously, spotting a deer-like creature nestled in the thicket by the roadside. What is it? Following Mei Yi's gaze, they indeed saw a Pokémon warily observing them. A Stantler? But how could a Stantler appear in such a place? Suyu mused, his eyes reflecting a hint of intrigue. Generally, wild Pokémon do not inhabit areas frequented by humans. They prefer the wilderness, especially rare species like Stantler. Could it be a domesticated Pokémon? Yet, typically, Pokémon captured by trainers become accustomed to human presence and do not exhibit excessive fear. But this Stantler exuded a palpable sense of vigilance and fear toward humans. A rarity in Suyu's experience. It's injured, Nazi whispered. Injured? Suyu exclaimed, startled. The Stantler was partially concealed in the grass beside the park, and he had not detected it using his aura powers. Hearing Nazi's observation, he swiftly employed his aura powers to assess the Stantler's condition. Indeed, its leg was injured. Please wait a moment. I shall tend to its wounds. Suyu instructed the others briefly before approaching the Stantler with a gentle smile, softly reassuring, little one. Don't be afraid. I mean you no harm. He had faith in the efficacy of the charm fruit. The Stantler's initial fear was likely due to the number of people present, and now that he was approaching alone, it should not resist. As Suyu slowly drew nearer, although the Stantler did not retreat, he failed to notice its antlers twitching slightly. Suyu, look over there. Just as he was about to touch the Stantler, Mei Yi's anxious voice rang out. What? He looked up to find several adult Stantlers emerging from the surrounding brush, glaring menacingly at them. Suyu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? He had just scanned the area with his aura powers and detected no other Stantlers nearby. It was improbable that such a large number could exist in this vicinity without making a sound. He directed his aura powers toward the adult Stantlers. Indeed, under the scrutiny of his aura, these Stantlers appeared as mere illusions, indistinguishable from air. Ah, they were merely illusions. Suyu exhaled in relief, smiling at Mei Yi. It's all right. These are mere phantoms. Do not be afraid. Really? Mei Yi, upon hearing Suyu's assurance, harbored no doubts. Even though the Stantlers appeared strikingly real in her vision, they are indeed illusions, Nazi clarified for Mei Yi and Xiao Shui. It seems the antlers of the Stantler emit psychic energy, causing you to experience hallucinations. As a psychic queen, Nazi sensed the faint psychic energy emanating from the Stantler's antlers, which was likely the source of the hallucinations experienced by Mei Yi and the others. I see. Xiao Shui nodded. While she was familiar with Stantler and its habits, she was unaware that many Pokémon possessed abilities unknown to humans. Little one, do not fear. I will not harm you. Suyu knelt beside the Stantler, gently stroking its head. The Stantler seemed to sense his aura and did not react aggressively, remaining still. Mew, please heal its injury, Suyu requested. Mew. In no time, Mew transformed into Shalebi and healed the Stantler's injured leg. The Stantler lifted its hurt foot, feeling completely restored, and joyfully licked Suyu in gratitude, aware that this human had saved it. Ha ha ha. Well then, can you tell us how you ended up here? Suyu inquired with a smile. Goo. The Stantler emitted a sound. With Mew's translation, Suyu understood that this Stantler had lost its way, having ventured from the forest on the other side of the park into the human city. In an effort to evade humans, it had inadvertently sustained an injury. Gently soothing the Stantler, Suyu noted its size and realized that this Stantler was still a juvenile. Observing that the Stantler had calmed down, he turned to Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui, could you bring some Pokemon food? This little one must be quite hungry. In a human park, combined with its injury, the little creature was not in optimal condition. Okay, Xiao Shui replied softly, stepping forward to retrieve some Pokemon food from her backpack, gently offering, Here, eat this. If it's not enough, I have more. The Stantler glanced at Xiao Shui, then at Suyu, before it began to eat with ease. We will take a detour, Suyu stated, looking at the map before addressing the group. This child is lost, and I wish to return it. The other side of this city park led to the Stantler's habitat, which was also a protected area. Due to the Stantler's exquisitely shaped antlers, they could fetch a high price as art pieces, which nearly led to their extinction, making Stantler a rare Pokemon. The League had established numerous protected areas for them. The group unanimously agreed. Even without Suyu's initiative, they would have done the same, as their affection for Pokemon was genuine. Watching the Stantler devour the Pokemon food with gusto, they could not help but express concern in their gazes. Xiao Shui, fearing the Stantler might choke, took out some juice made from berries. After a while, the Stantler finally paused, indicating just how long it had been hungry. All right, Stantler, let us go, follow us home, Suyu said with a smile. Goo. The Stantler responded joyfully. No longer does it harbor fear towards May and her companions. It has come to understand their benevolence. Following the route indicated on the map, Suyu guided his companions toward the dwelling place of the majestic, startled antler deer. Chapter 12. Crossing the Snowy Mountains. After a considerable duration of travel, they finally entered the territory of the startled antler deer sanctuary. Suyu couldn't help but admire the little creature's bewilderment. Even while meandering homeward, it managed to traverse such a distance. Standing at the edge of the sanctuary, Suyu refrained from entering, for access was typically restricted to outsiders. Though, given his status, he could easily wander in and out without consequence. Delivering the little one to this haven was sufficient. All right, little one, you have arrived home. It is time for you to return. Suyu gently patted the startled antler deer. With a hint of reluctance, it affectionately nudged Suyu's leg, appearing almost like a well-behaved hound. In a short span of time, the little creature had developed a fondness for Suyu. Go on now, your family awaits you. Be a good deer, Suyu spoke softly, crouching to meet its gaze. The startled antler deer licked Suyu's cheek before reluctantly making its way toward the sanctuary. At that moment, a number of adult startled antler deer emerged from the woods, quietly observing Suyu and his group. Is this yet another illusion? Mei tugged at Suyu's sleeve, whispering her query. No, this time it is quite real, Suyu replied, his powers allowing him to perceive the genuine presence of these majestic creatures. From the herd, a particularly large adult startled antler deer stepped forward, and upon seeing it, the little one joyfully bounded over to nuzzle its neck. It appeared that this was indeed a family member. After a brief exchange, the large deer let out a loud call, and the surrounding startled antler deer swiftly departed. Yet, the little one and the big deer remained, watching Suyu from a distance. What could this signify? Suyu pondered, though it was evident that the startled antler deer herd did not regard them as foes. Soon, the meaning became clear as the departing deer returned, bearing gifts. One by one, they placed their offerings before Suyu. Is this an expression of gratitude? A smile graced Suyu's lips. While he was indifferent to the items, he felt a sense of joy nonetheless. After laying down their gifts, the startled antler deer followed the large one away from the area. Such abundance. It seems we won't need to purchase supplies for quite some time, Suyu chuckled. The assortment of offerings included various fruits and black pearls shed from the antlers of the startled deer, which, when ground, could be used in remedies to cure insomnia, worth quite a fortune. Suyu beckoned his companions to gather the items. It was a gesture of goodwill from the startled antler deer, and he could not let it go to waste. With gifts in hand, they departed the sanctuary. Before us lies the snowy mountains. Be cautious of the cold, and dress warmly, Suyu advised, halting his steps. Mei instinctively rubbed her arms, exclaiming, No wonder it feels a bit chilly. We shall be fine once we cross the snowy peaks. Here, put on these coats, Suyu said, retrieving several coats from his backpack and handing them to his companions. The climate of the Pokémon world was indeed peculiar. Just moments ago, They enjoyed a spring-like atmosphere. Yet now, a formidable snow-capped mountain loomed ahead. The weather forecast indicated ongoing snowfall, which seemed quite absurd. Dream, are you cold? Do you want to come inside my coat? Suyu inquired, concerned for his companion who preferred to remain outside of its pokeball. However, he need not have worried. Dream, being of a higher echelon, was impervious to temperature fluctuations. Yet, Dream did not decline the offer. Mew, it chirped happily, burrowing into Suyu's coat, leaving only its little head visible. Navigating the snowy mountains proved a challenge, as the thick accumulation of snow created deep pits with each step. After a considerable effort, they reached the summit. Suyu, let us ski down, May exclaimed excitedly, recalling their previous adventure at Orange Islands where they had sled on ice boats, which had been immensely enjoyable. Suyu nodded. That is indeed a splendid idea, but do you have any skiing equipment? Xiaoshui shook her head. I do not. Not see, neither do I. Oh no. Does that mean we cannot ski? May lamented, her spirits dampened. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu smiled. It is not without a solution. What do you mean? May's interest peaked, her previous gloom dissipating. We can utilize these large trees to construct a raft, then freeze the bottom to facilitate sliding down, he proposed. Excellent. Let us commence. With determination, Suyu patted Dream, prompting it to use its psychic powers to assist. In no time, a rudimentary raft was assembled. Its sole requirement was to support the group's weight without need for additional features. Suyu added a railing around the raft, lest someone accidentally tumble overboard. Describing it as a raft might be misleading. It resembled a small boat, with a sturdy base and four sides akin to a vessel. The space within the wooden craft was ample, and they felt comfortable seated inside. Are you ready? We shall set off. Suyu announced cheerfully from the front. Ready. They responded with bright smiles. Mew, Dream, and the other adorable companions chimed in excitedly. Splendid. Let us depart. With that, Suyu harnessed his wave-guiding powers to propel the wooden craft down the snowy slope. Before long, the raft met the incline and began to glide downwards, picking up speed. Suyu skillfully maintained stability on the snow surface, steering the raft to avoid any trees. The raft leapt and jolted across the snowy terrain, soaring high at times, sending up a flurry of snow, while the group squealed in exhilaration, their voices echoing through the mountains. Fortunately, Suyu's adept maneuvering ensured their journey was filled with thrills yet devoid of peril. Even if he had faltered, with Natsi and Dream by his side, they had nothing to fear. After spending considerable time ascending the mountain, the descent was a swift affair. Without even braking, they raced down in under 20 minutes. Thrilling. As they disembarked from the wooden craft, their faces were flushed, whether from the brisk wind or sheer excitement was uncertain. Taking shortcuts is indeed the way to go. It's no wonder so many favor them, Suyu mused, gazing at the distant outline of the city. Chapter 13, The Kanto Gym. The journey from the snowy mountains to Kanto City was brief, and soon they entered the urban landscape. However, as dusk approached, Suyu dismissed the idea of challenging the gym at that moment. Thus, they found a hotel to rest for the night. The following day, brimming with energy, Suyu led his companions to challenge the Kanto Gym. The Kanto Gym, also known as the Flying-type Gym, was presided over by a skilled leader named Su, who specialized in nurturing Flying-type Pokémon. I read online that at the northernmost point of this city stands a vast, swaying tower known as the Trumpet Bud Tower. It sounds quite intriguing, Xiaoshui remarked. Indeed, I noticed that as well. Once I complete my gym challenge, we shall visit it, Suyu replied, having heard of the tower and eager to explore it now that they were here. Honestly, it seems like you're bullying the gym leaders with your current prowess. May chuckled. It would be somewhat akin to wielding one's power over the weak for him to challenge these gyms, given his current status and strength. Cough, cough. How could one put it that way? Suyu coughed a couple of times and, with utmost seriousness, remarked, each individual possesses a unique fighting style and experience. Every battle allows me to glean valuable insights. Is that so? I believe you simply wish to dominate the weaker opponents, Mei chuckled. Indeed, with Suyu's current prowess, battling them is akin to playing with children. However, it would be unseemly to demand the badges outright. One could easily imagine headlines accusing him of leveraging his status to bully others, questioning the legitimacy of his championship. It is far from a mere display of cruelty. This time, I intend to let Mew take the stage, Suyu declared, believing the gyms to be perfectly suited for Yu's training. Can you truly handle it, being so small? With formidable adversaries, Yu would grow at a quicker pace, and it is worth noting that it is not as weak as it once was. Over this period, Yu has consumed a substantial amount of rare minerals. For Yu, the more it eats, the faster it grows. Coupled with a nourishing diet, its growth rate would be even more accelerated. Nevertheless, even if it were to lose, there would be no significant issue. Suyu still has Lalalaisai and Charizard as a fallback. Losing one battle would not be catastrophic, yet a true failure to challenge would certainly tarnish his reputation. Leading to mockery from Kina and Du before long, Suyu and his companions arrived at the Jigandalgon, nestled within a towering edifice. He was uncertain if the entire building belonged to the Jigandalgon. Should it indeed be the case, the City Alliance is quite generous. The top floor of this skyscraper is open to the sky, where the battle arena has been established, facilitating combat for flying-type Pokémon. Upon expressing their intentions at the front desk, a student from the gym approached them, stating, "Hello, the master is currently training Pokémon at the battle arena. Please follow me." Suyu nodded and followed him into the elevator. Upon reaching the top floor, they beheld a vast open-air battle arena, surrounded by spectator seating. Several individuals were present, seemingly engaged in training. Upon learning from the student that Suyu was there to challenge, ASU, the gym leader, approached with a smile. "Hello, I am ASU, the leader of the Jigandalgon. Greetings, I am Suyu." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, ASU outlined the competition rules, and upon seeing no objections from Suyu, they commenced their battle. "Go Gugu. Fight for the honor of the Jigandalgon trainer. Let him witness the prowess of flying-type Pokémon," ASU declared loudly. Gugu, a spherical Pokémon standing on one leg, appeared on the battlefield, exuding an air of fervor. Not one to hesitate, Suyu dispatched his first Pokémon as well. Yogilasu, this is your inaugural match. Do not take it lightly. Yogi, Yogilasu replied, its small face serious, gazing intently at Gugu. In terms of attributes, Yogilasu held the advantage. Although it was slightly lower in level, however, this was not a significant concern. ASU's Gugu was at the peak of the elite level, while Yogilasu had just reached the intermediate elite stage. Yogila used Rock Slide. Suyu commanded without hesitation, initiating the attack. Gugu, fly up and evade. ASU reacted swiftly, issuing his command. Gugu, possessing remarkable speed, deftly avoided all the rocks unleashed by Yogilasu. Gugu used Tackle. Gugu dove from the air, accelerating towards Yogilasu with the force of gravity. Yogilasu used Scary Face. Yogilasu displayed a fearsome expression, startling Gugu, whose eyes filled with trepidation as it hastily retreated. Yogila, what an opportunity! Use Rock Smash. Gugu, now ensnared in a state of fear, found its speed drastically diminished, presenting Yogilasu with a perfect chance. Before Gugu could recover from its fright, it was struck hard by the rocks controlled by resulting in double damage that Gugu found quite unpleasant. Gugu, are you alright? Come on, show your spirit. ASU shouted. Perhaps ASU's encouragement spurred Gugu into action, as it trembled but managed to rise to its feet. Do you wish to continue fighting? Yogilasu, use Tackle to finish it off. Suyu directed. Yogi, Yogilasu, focused and determined, swiftly charged at Gugu. Gugu, fly up and evade. ASU urged urgently. Gugu flapped its wings with all its might, but it barely gained altitude before plummeting back down, evidently having sustained injuries to its wings from the previous rock attack. Yogila seized this prime opportunity, leaping into the air. Its solid body collided forcefully with Gugu, sending it soaring in a perfect arc before crashing to the ground. Gugu, no matter how fervently ASU shouted, Gugu lay motionless on the ground. Gugu has lost its fighting capacity. Yogila is victorious, announced the referee. Return. Gugu, I have witnessed your resolve, ASU said, recalling Gugu into its Pokeball. He then retrieved another Pokeball, addressing Suyu. Now, allow me to introduce you to my specially trained Pokemon. Go, Duduo. Duduo? A flying-type Pokemon that cannot fly? Suyu inwardly scoffed at the three-headed creature before him. Yogilasu, do you wish to continue battling? Yogi. Yogilasu displayed a spirited determination, clearly eager for more action. Very well, Yogilasu, charge in and use Bite. Since Yogilasu was keen to fight, Suyu naturally would not hinder it. Yogilasu moved swiftly, its sharp teeth glinting ominously, ready to deliver a satisfying bite. Duduo, take to the skies. ASU shouted, fists clenched. Fly? When did Duduo learn to fly? Suyu was left perplexed. Wow. Duduo cried out, launching skyward with great force, leaping directly over Yogi's head. It turned out to be a jump, albeit an impressive one. Suyu had initially believed it could truly fly. Evidently, he had overestimated. Duduo, use Try Attack. Watch out, Yogilasu. Suyu cautioned. ASU had timed this perfectly. Yogila, unable to halt its heavy body after its attack missed, became vulnerable. Duduo effortlessly leaped behind Yogilasu, launching an assault. Each of its three heads emitted a beam of light aimed at Yogila, which had no time to dodge and was struck. Boom. The explosion resonated as Mew was sent flying. Fortunately, its defensive capabilities were commendable, and it did not suffer severe injuries. However, Dojuo was engulfed in electric arcs, having been paralyzed by Dujuo's recent attack. Return, Yojila. You performed admirably in this match, so you praised, recalling it into its Pokeball. Being paralyzed rendered it immobile, and even though it had not yet lost its fighting capacity, it would merely serve as a target. Assessing whether one's Pokemon can continue battling is also a skill of a trainer. Now, it's your turn, Charizard. Roar. Charizard let out a mighty roar, emanating an aura of immense power. Duduo, sensing Charizard's presence, displayed a flicker of fear in its eyes. Charizard is currently at the advanced level of a champion, while Duduo is merely at the peak of the elite. The disparity in strength is quite pronounced. However, Charizard's recent progress had been somewhat sluggish, despite its diligent training. Its potential seems to have reached a plateau, likely peaking at the champion level unless aided by external factors. ASU naturally sensed the formidable power of the Charizard, causing his expression to grow solemn. Charizard, unleash your flames, Suyu commanded. Charizard cast a fleeting glance at the opposing Dojuo, inhaled deeply, and released a column of fire exuding an ominous heat. Dojuo, take to the skies and evade. ASU urgently shouted. The air distorted in the wake of the fiery torrent, a testament to its intense temperature. If Dojuo failed to escape, it would surely meet its demise. Dojuo attempted to employ the same tactic, leaping high to avoid Charizard's onslaught. However, fortune was not on its side this time. With a swift motion, Charizard raised its head, and the flames continued their relentless pursuit of Dojuo. The three heads of Dojuo displayed expressions of dread, but being airborne, it was not truly capable of flight. Lacking wings, it could not leverage its power and could only watch helplessly as the flames drew ever nearer. As the flames engulfed it, Dojuo let out a tragic cry, plummeting from the sky, charred and lifeless. Dojuo. ASU's heart ached, and he hastily recalled Dojuo into its Pokeball, where its injuries could be somewhat alleviated. Your Charizard is exceptionally strong. However, I still possess my trump card. Go, Pidgeot. ASU declared. Pidgeot, ASU's majestic and robust Pokemon, boasted glossy feathers, a clear indication of meticulous training. At the intermediate level of the Elite Four, its strength was commendable. Charizard, unleash your flames, Suyu commanded. The disparity in strength was too great. Regardless of the technique employed, the outcome would remain largely unchanged. Pidgeot, use Tailwind to redirect Charizard's flames. ASU instructed. The idea was sound, yet the same truth remained. The gap in strength was insurmountable, and even the most skilled execution would be futile. Pidgeot flapped its wings with all its might, creating a powerful gust. Yet, Charizard's flames remained unaffected, hurtling directly towards Pidgeot. This is bad. Pidgeot, evade. ASU shouted in alarm. Pidgeot quickly flapped its wings and soared into the heights. True to its reputation for speed, Pidgeot reached incredible velocities. Charizard ceased its fiery assault. The distance was too great, and the flames had lost much of their potency, inflicting minimal damage upon impact. Due to Charizard's overwhelming strength, ASU hesitated to let Pidgeot approach. Instead, it circled in the sky, refraining from launching an attack. Charizard, ascend and capture Pidgeot. Suyu commanded. As if anyone is incapable of flying, he added sarcastically. With a mighty roar, Charizard rapidly closed the gap towards Pidgeot. Pidgeot, use quick attack to create distance. ASU called out, recognizing Charizard's overwhelming power. ASU understood that a direct confrontation was unfeasible. He could only wait and see if Charizard would reveal a vulnerability. Observing Pidgeot gaining distance, Suyu shouted, Charizard, use Flame Vortex to confine it. With a deep breath, Charizard expelled a surging torrent of flames, which swiftly spiraled and intertwined, forming a colossal flame vortex. Pidgeot found itself ensnared within the flames, struggling to break free, yet the searing heat caused it to hesitate. Now, Charizard, charge in and seize it. Use Seismic Toss. Charizard flapped its wings and dove into the vortex of flames, gripping Pidgeot tightly with its claws. It ascended rapidly before plummeting towards the ground. Upon reaching a certain altitude, Charizard twisted its body and forcefully hurled Pidgeot downwards. With a deafening crash, the ground was struck, creating a massive crater and sending dust soaring into the air. Pidgeot. ASU gazed anxiously at Pidgeot's position, already dreading the outcome. As the dust settled, Pidgeot lay motionless in the pit, devoid of any fighting spirit. With Pidgeot unable to continue, victory was claimed by Suyu of Newtown. After the referee assessed Pidgeot's condition, he announced loudly, Return, Pidgeot. You performed admirably. A bittersweet smile crossed Asu's face as he recalled Pidgeot into its Pokeball. Your strength is formidable, I concede. This wing badge now belongs to you, Asu said, stepping beside Suyu and presenting the badge with a smile. Thank you, Suyu replied, accepting the badge and placing it into his badge case. After acquiring the wing badge, Suyu politely declined Asu's invitation and departed with his companions. The first badge of the Johto League was thus secured, a clear indication of the prowess found within the gym. The strength in the Johto region was indeed superior to that of the Kanto region. However, this could also be attributed to the Kanto gym leaders often holding back, as they rarely employed their strongest Pokémon in battles, usually opting for lower-level creatures, allowing challengers to pass with minimal resistance. This led to many trainers exhibiting a lack of strength during the Quartz Conference. The Johto League, in contrast, took such matters seriously, and it was anticipated that the upcoming Silver Conference would be considerably more thrilling. Chapter 15. The Pure-Hearted Little Ming. Is this the Horn Tower? How marvelous! May exclaimed with wide-eyed wonder. The wooden tower before them stood 3 stories tall and was said to have been constructed around a central core made from a single horn Pokémon exceeding 30 meters in height. This core supported the entire structure. Remarkably, the core continued to sway left and right, yet the tower remained extraordinarily stable, much like the horn Pokémon itself. Is this the wisdom of the ancients? Suyu mused, gazing up at the tower in admiration. To have endured for so many years and still maintain such a form is truly impressive. The Horn Tower was open to the public, attracting numerous visitors drawn by its fame, though fortunately, the crowd was not overwhelming at that moment. Suyu and his companions entered the Horn Tower along with the other tourists. Upon entering, they were greeted by a palpable aura of ancient history. The interior space was spacious but largely empty, suggesting that valuable artifacts had long been removed, leaving only the tower's structure. In the center of the tower, the core continued to sway, while those surrounding it felt no tremors. It really does resemble a horn Pokémon, May remarked, gazing at the swaying core, utterly puzzled by its mechanics. Perhaps it truly did exist in such a grand form in ancient times, Suyu speculated. After all, my Dragonite is quite large. And there were ancient Jengars and ancient Alakazams. Thus, the existence of a 30-meter horn Pokémon may not be entirely implausible. Wow, what an adorable Pokémon. A sweet, cherubic voice chimed in. Excuse me, big brother, what Pokémon is that? Why isn't it among the ones our teacher taught us? Looking down in response to the voice, Suyu noticed a little girl with bright blue twin tails, her large, sparkling eyes gazing up at him with innocent curiosity. Her fair, rosy face beamed with a pure, unblemished smile that was utterly enchanting. What a lovely little girl. Suyu smiled warmly and knelt down, gently ruffling the girl's hair. What is your name, little sister? Where are your guardians? My name is Ming, and I came here with my teacher. The girl replied, her eyes sparkling with hope. But big brother, you still haven't answered my question. Are you referring to Mew? It's a Pokémon from another region, so it's understandable that you haven't learned about it yet. Suyu gently explained. From Ming's words, he deduced that this little girl was likely a student, indicating that schools did exist in this world. Moreover, there were various types of schools, given the multitude of professions in this world, such as trainers, breeders, observers, and so forth, most of which were related to Pokémon. Big brother, can I hold it? Ming asked, her eyes wide with anticipation, making it difficult for Suyu to refuse her request. That depends on whether you can make Mew like you. If you can, it will let you hold it, Suyu replied with a smile. Though he would not force Mew to comply. Even May had to spend a considerable amount of time in the company of Mew before she could seize the opportunity to embrace it with treats. Mew is drawn only to those with pure hearts. Even children are not guaranteed its affection. Mew, may I hold you? Little Meng, with her delicate, fair hands clasped neatly before her and fingers intertwined, gazed nervously at Mew with her innocent, flawless face. Just as Suyu was bracing himself to comfort little Meng. Believing Mew would decline, it gracefully fluttered from Suyu's shoulder to little Meng's, nuzzling her cheek. Wow, this is the first time I've seen Mew approach a stranger, May exclaimed, astonished by the scene. Not only May, but even Suyu was taken aback. He, who understood Mew best, knew that such an intimate gesture from Mew attested to the purity of little Meng's spirit. Seeing Mew willing to draw near, little Meng's face blossomed into a sweet smile as she chirped, Mew, my name is Little Meng. We are friends from now on. Mew, beaming with joy, nodded in agreement. Recognizing this little friend, my apologies, my student hasn't caused you any trouble, has she? A beautiful woman dressed as a teacher approached, offering her apologies to Suyu. Not at all, little Meng is very well behaved, Suyu replied with a smile. Teacher Xiao Baihe, this big brother is really nice, and his little Pokemon is super cute. Little Ming declared excitedly. Upon the arrival of the stranger, Mew returned to Su Yu's shoulder. Although Little Ming did not get to hold Mew, the fact that they became friends was enough to fill her with joy. Hello, I am Xiao Baihe, responsible for teaching these students about Pokémon. Today, I brought them here for a tour. She introduced herself. Hello, I am Su Yu, he said, shaking her hand with a smile, then turned to Little Ming. Do you aspire to become a Pokémon trainer in the future? Yes, my dream is to become a Pokémon master, Little Ming exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she declared her ambition. I believe in you. You can definitely achieve it, Su Yu encouraged, his belief genuine. It is worth noting that a heart as pure as Little Ming's is highly favored by Pokémon. Thank you, brother Su Yu. Little Ming's cheeks flushed with shyness at his compliment. As they grew more familiar, Xiao Baihe learned from Su Yu and the others that they hailed from another region, and she eagerly took on the role of guide, introducing them to the Horned Bud Tower. Truly, as a teacher, she possessed vast knowledge. She mentioned another meaning of the Horned Bud Tower, which Su Yu had previously been unaware of. The term Horned Bud, in translation, also signifies an unblossomed flower, representing the early stages of growth. Hence, many Pokémon trainers who participated in the Johto League often return to this tower to reminisce about their initial departure from home and to reflect on the paths they have traversed, ensuring they do not forget their original aspirations. After touring the Horned Bud Tower, Xiao Baihe invited Su Yu and his companions to give a lecture at the Pokémon school. Sharing stories from Su Yu's journey, Su Yu quickly waved his hands, insisting that he was not fit to teach, fearing that he might lose his patience with unruly children. Not all children are as obedient and delightful as Little Ming. Some can indeed be quite troublesome. Goodbye, brother Su Yu, Mew, and the big sisters. I wish you all a safe journey. Little Ming waved her small hand, reluctantly bidding farewell to Su Yu and his group. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, ready to spill over at any moment. Farewell, Little Ming. Remember to keep striving. I look forward to witnessing your growth. Chapter 16, The Horned Bud Tower. After leaving Kikyu City, they traversed through forests and valleys, arriving at a vast, sprawling grassland. Surveying the surroundings, Su Yu suggested, let us prepare lunch here. There is a large tree that provides ample shade from the sun. The group agreed, setting down their backpacks and beginning to assist. Come forth, Giratina, Charizard, and Kyogre. Su Yu released his Pokémon. As for Rayquaza, it had been outside all along, likely still soaring through the atmosphere. May's Superior and Dragonair, along with Little Shue's Sylveon and Nashi's Kadabra, joined them. Little Shue's EV had already evolved into a Sylveon, having learned Fairy-type moves with Mew's assistance. And due to their strong bond, it successfully transformed. The Sylveon's body predominantly featured white, with pink accents on its ears, tail, and lower legs, while its inner ears were blue. Its eyes shone a pale blue, adorned with a bow on its left ear and neck, with ribbons cascading down in hues of pink, deep blue, and light blue. It looked utterly enchanting, and May was filled with envy, yearning to capture an EV and evolve it into a Sylveon. Lunch was prepared swiftly, and the group sat on a picnic blanket, leisurely enjoying their meal. Stop daydreaming. If you truly want one, I can ask Professor Oak to get you an EV. Su Yu said with a chuckle, gently tapping May's head. As soon as the Sylveon appeared, May became oblivious to her meal. Really? You are so kind, Su Yu, she exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her, barely registering his playful gesture. However, to evolve into a Sylveon, you must have a very high bond with it. Can you take good care of it? Su Yu cautioned. If the bond isn't strong enough, Eevee might evolve into another form, and that would be rather awkward. While Little Shue was meticulous in caring for her Pokémon, May's carefree nature often led her to overlook their feelings. I'll teach you how to care for Pokémon, May. Little Shue offered, noticing May's hesitation. Thank you, Sister Little Shue. I will certainly study hard. May replied determinedly. During their travels with Su Yu, they encountered a diverse array of individuals. Most possessed their own goals, striving relentlessly to achieve them. Even a child like Little Ming had her own aspirations. May couldn't help but reflect on her own journey. Having left home to travel with Su Yu, she had experienced joy and happiness. Yet, she sometimes pondered whether having a clear goal in life would be more fulfilling. During the performance festival, she had not merely spoken in jest. She genuinely found the grand competitions intriguing, but lacked sufficient knowledge about Pokémon. Now, learning alongside Little Shue to care for Pokémon and deepen her understanding would perfectly address her shortcomings. As Su Yu observed May, he sensed a subtle change within her. He held no expectations for her. Everyone deserves the right to choose their own path. Not everyone is required to harbor grand ambitions. Some may simply wish to cultivate their gardens peacefully, resting when weary and eating when hungry, or indulging in moments of daydreaming. Each person is the master of their own life, entitled to pursue their desires and live as they wish. Thus, he never interfered with others' aspirations. Whether May aspired to be a coordinator or a traveler, he would support her wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, Curlia was happily munching on Pokémon food when a Tylo approached slowly. Holding an apple, Curlia gazed at it in confusion, uncertain of its intentions. The Tylo offered the apple to Curlia, gesturing towards Curlia's food, seemingly wishing to exchange their meals. Understanding its intent, Curlia happily pushed its Pokémon food towards Tylo. The Tylo expressed gratitude with a gesture. At that moment, Suyu and the others noticed the interaction. Isn't that a Tylo? It certainly has a bold spirit to approach humans without fear, Suyu remarked in astonishment. Tylet possesses a rather neurotic disposition and is an exceedingly vigilant little sprite. Yet, this particular one stands out as distinctly unique. However, in any group, there are always a few conspicuous individuals. Observing the harmonious interaction between Tylet and Kirachi, Suyu naturally refrained from intervening. However, noticing that Kirachi's supply of Pokémon food was dwindling, he retrieved 2 plates from his backpack and approached the duo. Tylet, unafraid, took the initiative to greet Suyu. Feel free to eat, there's more here, Suyu said with a smile as he placed the Pokémon food before Tylet and Kirachi. Tylet joyfully chirped and resumed feasting alongside Kirachi. Upon seeing Tylet, Mew floated over, and soon the 3 little sprites were engrossed in playful antics. Xiaoxua, your Pokémon food is truly remarkable. Even wild sprites are drawn to it. It would not be an exaggeration to call you a nurturing master, Suyu commended Xiaoxua, expressing his admiration for her culinary skills. I still have a long way to go. There's so much more for me to learn, Xiaoxua modestly replied with a smile. Mei echoed Suyu's sentiment, nodding in agreement. I also believe that Sister Xiaoxua's current ability to prepare Pokémon food is truly impressive. What do you think, Sister Naz? Naz nodded and remarked, I concur. Xiaoxua is now at a top-tier level. Hearing such praise from everyone made Xiaoxua blush and feel somewhat bashful. You mustn't lose face in front of your master, Suyu teased. Since Xiaoxua was to teach Mei how to care for Pokémon, whether it be nurturing knowledge or other aspects, it was entirely reasonable for Mei to address her as master. Of course, Master Xiaoxua, please pass on all your knowledge to me. Mei cheerfully responded, following Suyu's lead. Very well, my little disciple Mei, Xiaoxua replied with a giggle, covering her mouth. After finishing lunch, the group leaned against a large tree to rest, relishing the gentle breeze. Such a life is truly leisurely and delightful. Tylet had already departed, escorted away by a larger Tylet, presumably a parent, likely to receive a reprimand upon returning home. A short while later, Tylet returned with a few apples for Suyu and the others, seemingly in gratitude for the care Suyu had shown to its child. Suyu graciously accepted the offering, adhering to the principle of reciprocity, and in return, he gifted Tylet some Pokémon food. Chapter 17. Charizard Valley. Charizard Valley is nestled between Kikyo City and Hinoki Town, a natural park forbidden to ordinary folk. It serves as a sanctuary for numerous wild Charizards, a place where they gather to hone their skills. Suyu and his companions happened to arrive near the valley. Hello, may I ask if you are the esteemed Suyu? A tall, green-haired woman clad in red appeared before them. I am Suyu, and you are? Suyu inquired with a hint of confusion, as a vague recollection stirred in his mind, though he could not quite grasp it, having spent considerable time in this world. Wonderful. I'm so pleased to finally meet you. Hello, I am Jiku, the green-haired lady expressed with palpable excitement, stepping forward eagerly. I learned from Xiao Chuan that you would be passing through here, and I've heard that you possess a remarkably powerful Charizard. May I request your assistance? Upon hearing Jiku's introduction, Suyu recalled who she was. Jiku, the administrator of Charizard Valley, was a friend of Xiao Chuan, the leader of the Yin Mo Gym. He surmised that Xiao Chuan must have shared his information, as she is the cousin of Du, and within the upper echelons. Such information is hardly a secret. It was evident that someone capable of managing such a vast Charizard Valley was no ordinary individual. Seeing the anticipation and plea in Jiku's eyes, coupled with the fact that she had been awaiting his arrival, he felt it would be impolite to decline her request. Thus he acquiesced. Splendid. Please, follow me, Jiku beamed, her smile illuminating her face. Subsequently, she produced a whistle, and after a sharp blast, a Charizard adorned with a bow appeared, towing a hot air balloon before them. I apologize, but due to the rivers surrounding Charizard Valley, we can only access it by flying. However, this hot air balloon is rather small, so you may need to squeeze in a bit, Jiku said apologetically. Not to worry, I have a Pokémon capable of carrying passengers, Suyu replied, glancing at the diminutive hot air balloon, realizing that accommodating 3 individuals would be quite a challenge. Gyarados, I'll need your assistance. The massive form of Gyarados emerged above them, casting a significant shadow over the area. Jiku gazed at Gyarados in astonishment, clearly never having encountered such a colossal fish, let alone one that could fly. Suyu, your Pokémon is truly extraordinary, she exclaimed. Now please follow me. Jiku mounted her Charizard and led the way, while Suyu and his companions settled onto Gyarados' back, following her towards Charizard Valley. Before long, they arrived at Charizard Valley. The valley was encircled by water, dominated by a gigantic rock statue of a Charizard at its summit. Upon arrival, the temperature in the air noticeably rose. At the valley center stood a massive metallic gate, enclosing the entire area. May I inquire how I can assist you, Miss Jiku? Suyu asked as they approached the gate. Upon hearing Suyu's question, Jiku sighed, her expression troubled. You see, recently a Charizard in the valley has experienced a significant power breakthrough, which should be a cause for celebration. However, this Charizard, emboldened by its newfound strength, has begun to look down upon the other Charizards. It attacks any that venture near its territory, resulting in many Charizards sustaining injuries. While this behavior is part of their survival instinct, I shouldn't interfere too much. Yet, with the increasing number of injured Charizards, the entire valley has become quite restless. Upon hearing Jiku's explanation, Suyu understood the situation. This was a classic case of someone getting carried away after a power surge. That is why I am seeking your help, Jiku continued. Suyu nodded in acknowledgement, signaling his comprehension. Pushing open the metallic gate, they entered Charizard Valley. What greeted them was a sight filled with Charizards. Some were training, others feeding, and many were sleeping. Yet, the majority seemed to be engaged in combat. Suyu noticed that several Charizards bore injuries, some even wrapped in bandages. So many Charizards, May exclaimed in astonishment. In truth, Charizards are quite remarkable Pokémon, boasting both growth potential and combat capability that many aspire to possess. All of these Charizards are wild, Jiku explained with a smile. Their strengths are quite impressive. Suyu observed the Charizards and remarked, most of them are at an intermediate to advanced level of Quasi-King strength, with the occasional peak Quasi-King. The fact that Jiku could manage so many powerful Charizards indicated that her status was not to be underestimated. Come forth, Charizard. Knowing that addressing the issues in Charizard Valley necessitated the use of a Charizard, Suyu summoned his own. With a mighty roar, Charizard appeared. And upon seeing so many of its kin, it let out a resounding cry, as if announcing its arrival. Suyu's Charizard surveyed its surroundings. And under its formidable presence, no other Charizard dared to meet its gaze, all bowing their heads in submission. As the roar subsided, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed from the valley's center, seemingly responding to Charizard's challenge. That must be the Charizard that has undergone the breakthrough, Jiku remarked with a wry smile. Initially, she had been thrilled about the Charizard's power surge, but little did she know the complications that would ensue. Let us proceed and take a look, Suyu suggested. Hearing the dragon's roar, his Charizard eagerly took to the skies. In the realm of the valley, the arrival of Suyu's Charizard had incited the animosity of a certain creature residing at its heart. Upon their arrival, Suyu and his companions discovered two Charizards already locked in a fierce struggle. The one opposing Suyu's Charizard was notably larger, towering at nearly 2 meters, while Suyu's Charizard stood at approximately 1 meter 80. Typically, Charizards average around 1 meter 70 in height, rendering Suyu's specimen rather impressive. However, the foe before them was even more formidable, estimated to reach an imposing height of about 2 meters 20. Scarred from countless battles, the wild Charizard bore testimony to its extensive combat experience. In the wild, Pokémon must contend with one another for survival and resources, making conflict an inevitable aspect of existence. This is precisely why the Charizards within the valley exhibit such formidable prowess. They adhere to the primal law of survival of the fittest. Fortunately, the rival Charizard was not of a higher level than Suyu's, being merely of the intermediate king rank. Otherwise, Suyu's Charizard might have found itself at a disadvantage. Attaining such a rank in the wild is no small feat, as Pokémon generally progress more swiftly under human guidance, benefiting from energy cubes, targeted training, and the wealth of experience gained through battles. While wild Pokémon do engage in numerous skirmishes, the injuries sustained over years without timely treatment can ultimately hinder their growth potential, creating barriers to their advancement and strength. At this moment, the two Charizards were evenly matched in combat, yet a closer inspection revealed that the wild Charizard held the upper hand. Its extensive battle experience, honed through years of rigorous encounters, gave it a distinct advantage, coupled with its greater age compared to Suyu's Charizard, which had only recently emerged into the world. Fortunately, Suyu's Charizard possessed superior attributes across the board. Each level attained brought comprehensive enhancements to its capabilities. Thus, despite appearing to endure significant blows, the injuries it sustained were not severe, and it continued to seize opportunities to counterattack. Miss Jiku, do you believe that defeating this Charizard will ensure its compliance to remain peacefully within the valley? Suyu inquired, shifting his gaze from the battling Charizard to Jiku. Healing must address the root cause, not merely the symptoms. Jiku, clearly caught off guard by this question, hesitated as she sought a response. This Charizard is fiercely untamed. Even if my Charizard manages to subdue it now, what will happen next? My Charizard cannot stay here indefinitely to monitor it. Remaining here would not facilitate significant growth for my Charizard, as it already ranks as the strongest in this locale. The only aspect that could improve is its battle experience, which could equally be gained through participating in various competitions. This wild Charizard has reached the king level. If you are willing, I believe many trainers would eagerly seek to capture it. In the Pokémon world, a king rank is regarded as top-tier strength, not to mention the unseen powers that remain unaccounted for. Consider the Quartz Conference. Throughout the entire tournament, not a single king-level Pokémon was showcased. Even the most formidable trainer of the Orange League possessed only a single near-king-level Dragonite. A wild Charizard of such caliber would certainly attract attention. Despite its exhausted growth potential, its intermediate king rank remains indisputable. Some trainers of lesser strength possess only 1 or 2 king-level Pokémon. However, their influence is minimal, serving primarily as a symbolic gesture, a benefit offered by the League to appease certain families. The power of families should never be underestimated. In contrast, the likes of Suyu wield considerable authority due to their hard-earned strength. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Jiku pondered for a moment. It was indeed true. This Charizard's strength had far surpassed that of its peers. Expecting it to coexist harmoniously with others in the valley was evidently implausible. Even among humans, those endowed with extraordinary abilities often ascend to positions of prominence. For the welfare of the entire Charizard Valley, it would be prudent to allow this creature to venture into a broader world, a mutually beneficial decision for all parties involved. I understand, King Su. Jiku replied with a respectful bow. I will expedite the search for a suitable trainer for it. Suyu nodded. Finding a trainer for the Charizard was a simple matter. Once Jiku disseminated the information, countless individuals would likely converge upon the valley, eager to lay claim to such a powerful creature. As for Suyu, he bore no particular intentions regarding this formidable wild Charizard. It was a case of drought and flood. In his eyes, the distinctions between king-level Pokémon and ordinary ones were minimal, and with the wild Charizard's advanced age and depleted growth potential, he viewed it with a sense of detachment. At this juncture, the battle between the two Charizards was reaching its climax. Suyu's Charizard, having absorbed lessons from the skirmish, grew more adept as its inherent strength flourished. In contrast, the opposing Charizard, despite maintaining an aggressive demeanor, began to show signs of fatigue, its movements becoming sluggish, perhaps due to age or hidden injuries. Suddenly, Suyu's Charizard unleashed a fearsome Dragon Claw attack, its razor-sharp talons striking the wild Charizard's face with the force of lightning, leaving deep gashes in their wake. Following this, it executed a powerful Dragon Tail move, the gust of wind accompanying it a testament to its might, slamming into the wild Charizard with tremendous force. The impact sent the wild Charizard careening through the air, tumbling several times before crashing to the ground, a cloud of dust rising in its wake. With its head held high, Suyu's Charizard let out a deafening roar, proclaiming its victory and strength to all present. The wild Charizard, writhing in pain on the ground, was filled with a fiery defiance, its eyes blazing with determination as it struggled to rise. Yet, after a prolonged effort, it ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. I believe it will remain quiet for some time, Suyu remarked. Though not critically injured, it would nonetheless require a period of recuperation. Jiku gazed sorrowfully at the fallen Charizard. Despite the troubles it had caused her, the bond formed through their time together was undeniable. However, she understood the necessity of prioritizing the well-being of the other Charizards over one. Thank you, King Su, Jiku expressed sincerely, bowing deeply once more. It's but a minor affair. Your Charizard had the opportunity to battle such a formidable opponent, and that alone brings it joy, Suyu replied with a smile. Though Suyu's Charizard had acquired a few new scars, it remained vibrant and full of life, now soaring through the valley, showcasing its prowess to the other Charizards. King Su, if you would not mind, I would like to invite you to my home as a token of my gratitude, Jiku warmly proposed. Her residence was not far from the valley, and she often patrolled the area on her Charizard to deter poachers. Occasionally, she would even spend the night within the Charizard Valley. Yu and his companions readily agreed. The valley was not an ideal place to stay overnight due to the oppressive heat. Thus, they followed Ji-Ku to her abode, where they would rest for the night. Chapter 19. Capturing the Fireball Mouse. Miss Ji-Ku, I sincerely appreciate your hospitality over these past few days. I believe it is time for us to take our leave. Yu remarked to Ji-Ku. For several days, Yu and his companions had been residing at Ji-Ku's home, primarily to enhance the combat abilities of his Charizard, as the Charizards in Charizard Valley served as excellent training partners. Over the course of these days, Charizard's battle techniques had improved significantly. Now, most of the formidable Charizards in the valley had been bested by Yu's Charizard, establishing it as the dominant force in Charizard Valley. Very well, Su Tianwang. You are always welcome here whenever you wish to visit, Ji-Ku replied with a smile. Indeed, I will certainly come by when time permits. With that, the group departed from Charizard Valley, continuing their journey towards Huapi Town. The map indicated the presence of fireball mice in the vicinity. As they traversed a forest, Yu glanced at the map and informed his companions, fireball mice? They are quite rare Pokémon, seldom seen in the wild. Fireball mouse, a rare Pokémon. May repeated softly while diligently noting down Snow's words in a small notebook. Ha! May, you could simply consult the Pokédex instead of writing it all down, Yu chuckled. You don't understand. I'm doing this to reinforce my memory, May replied, scribbling furiously. I must commit this knowledge to memory. Nazi smiled encouragingly at May, saying, Keep it up, May. Thank you, Sister Nazi. May beamed. Well then, since you're so dedicated, let us go see a wild fireball mouse, Yu decided. Wanting to give May an opportunity to observe a fireball mouse firsthand for a deeper understanding of Pokémon. Yes, May nodded eagerly. Given the vastness of the forest, they had no doubt that Yu would locate the fireball mouse, especially with the help of Mew. Mew, I'm counting on you, Yu said, lifting Mew and affectionately rubbing its fluffy cheek. Mew, delighted, squinted its eyes and quietly activated its psychic abilities. In an instant, the entire forest was enveloped in its aura. Mew, it called softly. Found it. Let us go, Yu instructed. Following Mew, they wound through the forest until they arrived at a towering rock face, dotted with numerous holes of varying sizes. Look, there's the fireball mouse, Yu exclaimed, spotting an adorable little Pokémon resting at one of the entrances. The fireball mouse was indeed charming. Its body primarily divided into two hues, a deep blue on its back and above its head, while its underbelly, limbs, and chest were a creamy yellow. For small red holes on its back were capable of emitting flames, although at that moment, no flames were visible. It stared at the group with a hint of hesitation, contemplating whether to flee. Naturally timid, the fireball mouse would ignite the flames on its back to defend itself when threatened. Let me see if I can coax it over. Please wait a moment, Yu said, gradually approaching the fireball mouse. He retrieved some Pokémon food from his backpack and, using his aura powers, guided the food toward the fireball mouse. Little one, this is a tasty treat. Don't worry, I mean you no harm, Yu said with a gentle smile. The fireball mouse, sensing Yu's comforting presence, hesitated in its attempt to escape. After sniffing the offered food, it cautiously picked up a piece and tasted it. Yana, the fireball mouse's eyes brightened, and its eating pace quickened. No need to rush, little one. I have plenty more, Yu continued enticingly. I also have delicious juice. Under the allure of the food, the fireball mouse slowly inched closer to Yu. Yes, that's it, little one. Don't be afraid, Yu's smile widened. Sister Xiao Shui, Sister Nazi. Do you think Yu resembles an evil uncle trying to lure an unsuspecting girl? May teased, glancing at the two. It does have that vibe, Xiao Shui nodded, stifling a laugh. You can drop the like, Nazi added with a chuckle. Their laughter rang out. What has got you all so merry? Do share, Yu said, approaching them while cradling the fireball mouse. Seeing Yu return, May quickly cleared her throat, diverting the topic. Oh, it's nothing. Wow, the fireball mouse is so cute. This was not merely an act. The fireball mouse was indeed adorable, small and quiet. It was hard to believe it was a fire-type Pokémon, as most fire types were known for their fiery tempers. Isn't it precious? What do you think? Do you want to capture it? Yu, momentarily distracted by May's interjection, forgot his previous question. The 3 starter Pokémon were exceedingly rare in the wild. This fireball mouse seemed docile, appearing rather dazed, making it easy to capture. Initially, the plan was for May to learn, but seeing how charming the little creature was, capturing it seemed a delightful option. However, Yu reminded them that once the fireball mouse evolved into a firestorm beast, its temperament could become quite explosive, which was a common concern for trainers. This observation was primarily directed at May, as Xiao Shui and Nazi were quite knowledgeable themselves. Su Yu's understanding stemmed not only from his years of study under Professor Oak, but also from watching countless animated series. Otherwise, he wouldn't have surpassed Xiao Shui and Na Zi in knowledge. Mei eagerly jotted down notes, her expression reflecting her newfound enlightenment. Nevertheless, none of them expressed a desire to capture the new Pokémon. The fireball mouse, having indulged in food and juice, was now beginning to doze off. Before long, it had fallen asleep in Su Yu's embrace. This little one truly trusts you, Xiao Shui whispered to Su Yu, mindful not to disturb the sleeping creature. Mei, smiling, gently poked the fireball mouse's head and remarked, its silly demeanor is just so adorable. Why don't you capture it? The fireball mouse seems quite fond of you. Na Zi suggested. Observing the fireball mouse nestled comfortably in his arms, Su Yu's expression softened. All right, I shall take this little one with me. He carefully produced a master ball, capturing the slumbering fireball mouse within it. Chapter 20, Huapi Town. While the fireball mouse's growth potential may not be particularly high, Su Yu's intention in capturing it was never solely for its capabilities. One cannot simply toy with a creature and then abandon it. Moreover, the fireball mouse was undeniably charming, and he genuinely liked it, despite the possibility of its temperament becoming fiery upon evolution into a firestorm beast. However, not all Pokémon choose to evolve. If the fireball mouse wished to remain as it was, Su Yu could always provide it with an Everstone, which would prevent it from evolving. Conversely, if the fireball mouse desired to evolve, Su Yu would certainly not stand in its way. He had always respected the autonomy of Pokémon. For instance, Ralts particularly cherished its form as Ralts, preferring to maintain that state. After departing from the forest where they had captured the fireball mouse, the group arrived at the vicinity of Huapi Town. Walking along the main road, they were surrounded by fields of crops, though many of them showed signs of wilting. The weather forecast indicated that there had been no rain in the area for some time, leading to distress among local farmers. Observing the withering crops, Su Yu couldn't help but reflect, natural disasters are merciless. In such circumstances, farmers' harvests are most vulnerable. Should the relentless drought persist, this year's harvest can only be described as utterly dismal. Not only are the crops on the brink of withering, but I feel as though I too may succumb to the desolation. Mei, panting and exhausted, remarked, it is unbearably hot. I can hardly endure it any longer. The path that several of us traversed offered no shade whatsoever, and the sun blazed mercilessly. Even Xiao Shui and Na Zi found it difficult to bear. Meng Huan, could you conjure some rain to nourish these crops? Su Yu suggested, noticing the discomfort etched on everyone's faces. Meng Huan nodded, activating her rain-summoning ability. Within moments, the previously clear sky was adorned with dark clouds, and soon a gentle drizzle fell. The crops, receiving the much-needed rain, slowly regained their vitality. Bathed in the refreshing rain, Su Yu and the others felt a significant relief. He refrained from requesting a torrential downpour, as he was uncertain of the local conditions. Excessive rain could potentially harm the crops, leading to considerable complications. The light rain soon subsided, and the group's spirits were notably lifted. Their scant clothing, already minimal, dried quickly under the fierce sun. At that moment, Huapi Town came into view. Their essay notice, let me take a look, Mei, revitalized by the rain, cheerfully bounded ahead. Due to the ongoing drought, water restrictions had begun, leading to the temporary closure of schools, hotels, and the Pokémon Center. Oh no, where will we stay? Mei exclaimed in disbelief, having read the notice. The water crisis in the town had escalated to such an extent. The group stood before the notice board, clearly astonished by the dire situation in Huapi Town. Since we can't stay at the hotel, the Pokémon Center should still be open, Su Yu pondered aloud. If that doesn't work, we can seek lodging from the Iron Master. The Iron Master? Mei inquired with curiosity. Yes. The Iron Master is a craftsman known for creating Pokeballs, and he has been a longtime friend of Professor Okido. They even traveled together in their youth. Su Yu explained with a smile. This connection would surely facilitate their stay with the Iron Master. If all else fails, he could always ask the League personnel to arrange accommodations, as there are typically League officials in every town. However, while traveling, he preferred not to utilize his authority. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in the air. Su Yuji, Su Yuji. From a distance, Xiao Ji and his companions appeared, with Xiao Ji calling out Su Yu's name as he rushed over. Su Yuji, I can't believe you are ahead of us. Xiao Ji gasped, clearly delighted. Oh, Xiao Ji, it's been quite a while. Su Yu greeted him with a smile. Reflecting on Xiao Ji's comment, Su Yu thought, wasn't he to be expected? Given Xiao Ji's propensity for getting lost, he was genuinely curious how they had managed to reach the Silver Conference. Had Su Yu not been traveling at a leisurely pace, occasionally lingering in cities for days, Xiao Ji and his friends would likely not have crossed paths with them before the conference. This time, I will definitely earn the Hoopy Gym badge before you, Xiaoji declared with determination. Don't be foolish, Xiaoji, Xiaoxia interjected, cradling her Pidgey. Didn't you see what the notice said? The gym is temporarily closed. What? Xiaoji rushed over to read it, and upon confirming its truth, he dejectedly said, Then I'll just have to deliver the GS ball to the Iron Master first. You should have done that from the beginning. Xiaoxia shot him an annoyed glance. Let us go. We were also planning to visit the Iron Master, Suyu suggested with a grin. He was eager to discover whether the Iron Master recognized the GS ball, as rumors suggested that he was the one who crafted it. Subsequently, the group made their way to the Iron Master's residence. Along the route, they encountered numerous drowsies at shop entrances, along the main road, in alleys, and even depicted on roadside signs. Be cautious, the drowsies here hold significant status. Should you inadvertently harm one, it could lead to considerable trouble, Suyu cautioned. This information was prominently marked in bold red on the online map, underscoring its importance. Hearing this, the group became more vigilant. Fortunately, no incidents occurred, and following the map, they soon arrived near the Iron Master's abode. Excuse me, little miss, do you know where the Iron Master lives? Xiaoji inquired, flashing a friendly smile at a young girl. The girl pointed toward a large gate. Here, we've finally found it. Upon locating the place, Xiaoji joyfully exclaimed, Thank you, little one. He then rang the doorbell and called out, Excuse me, is anyone home? What brings you to my home? A curious voice inquired from within. Are you Chiwi? Suyu asked after a moment's thought, smiling. You know me? I'm Chiwi, the girl replied, surprised that someone recognized her. Of course. I've heard that the Iron Master has a very adorable and well-mannered granddaughter, Suyu replied with a chuckle. Chiwi blushed slightly and softly said, You flatter me. Big brother, you must be here to see my grandpa. Let me show you in. Grandpa should be crafting Pokeballs now, and one tea hear the doorbell. She added before opening the door and warmly inviting everyone inside. Chapter 21. An encounter with Team Rocket. Big brother, please wait here for a moment while I fetch Grandpa, Chiwi said as she led the group to the living room, smiling sweetly at Suyu. Thank you, Chiwi, Suyu replied with a smile. Chiwi shook her head, indicating it was no trouble, and skipped off to find her grandfather. Before long, Chiwi returned with a sprightly elderly man with a shock of white hair. Upon seeing the Iron Master, the group rose to greet him. No need for formalities. Please, have a seat. Chiwi will prepare some tea. We must not neglect our guests, the Iron Master instructed, turning to Chiwi. Chiwi nodded and went to the kitchen. I already received a call from Okido regarding your purpose here, the Iron Master said once everyone was seated. However, concerning the GS ball, we may need to wait a moment. Before anyone could inquire further, the Iron Master continued. You must have witnessed the situation surrounding Hoopy Town on your way here. The group nodded, having seen the drought firsthand. I suspect there is an issue at the Drowsy Well. I need to investigate immediately. Please inform Chihui of any needs you have. We will address the GS ball matter upon my return. After speaking, the Iron Master donned a drowsy costume and prepared to head to the Drowsy Well. Wait. We'll accompany you. We might be able to help, Suyu asserted, standing up. Yes, Iron Master, please allow us to join you, Xiaoji added enthusiastically. The Iron Master hesitated for a moment, but seeing their eagerness to assist, he relented. Very well, though outsiders typically aren't allowed near the Drowsy Well. I trust Okido's judgment. Follow me. The Drowsies residing at the well are revered in Hoopy Town, and measures have been implemented to prevent outsiders from approaching them. The Iron Master, being the overseer, was well aware of this. However, he also knew Professor Okido's discerning eye. He was confident in the integrity of these individuals. Fantastic. Iron Master, let us be on our way, Xiaoji exclaimed, brimming with curiosity about the Drowsy Well. Please don this attire. It has been specially crafted to prevent alarming the deity of the Slowpoke residing in the Slowpoke Well. The Iron Master retrieved several Slowpoke plush costumes from the warehouse and distributed them among the group. In the quaint town of Whippozen, the Slowpoke holds a status akin to that of a deity, hence they refer to it as the Slowpoke God. As they gazed at the plush costumes in their hands, the group exchanged glances, wondering if they truly had to wear such garments. Under the urging of the Iron Master, they reluctantly donned the Slowpoke outfits. Surprisingly, the costumes appeared rather endearing. Thus, a large assembly of individuals clad in Slowpoke attire set off from the Iron Master's residence towards the Slowpoke Well. Upon her return, Chiwi found the living room devoid of any occupants. Where has everyone gone? She wondered. Remember, we must not disturb the Slowpoke God, the Iron Master repeatedly cautioned. His gaze primarily fixed on Ash. Along their journey, he had learned the names of the group members. He had heard about their personalities during conversations with Professor Oak, and his greatest concern was for Ash. Understood, Iron Master, You need not worry, Ash reassured him, thumping his chest with confidence. We will keep a close watch on Ash. Misty chimed in with a smile. The Iron Master nodded in acknowledgement. Upon reaching the Slowpoke well, the Iron Master sensed something amiss as the ground trembled slightly beneath them. He hastened towards the cave entrance, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, something has transpired." The group quickly followed suit. As the Iron Master jogged, the tremors intensified upon entering the subterranean cavern. Just as he pondered the cause of the disturbance, a colossal mole appeared before him, relentlessly pursuing and capturing the Slowpoke that dwelled in the underground grotto. "Stop! Cease this at once!" The Iron Master shouted at the giant mole in an attempt to halt its actions. "There's another Slowpoke." It meowed, turning its gaze upon the Iron Master. "No way," he gasped, realizing the giant mole was charging at him with its pincers raised, causing him to break into a cold sweat. "Prepare yourself," it screeched. "Ah, my back." The Iron Master swiftly dodged, but in his haste, he overexerted himself and strained his back. Mew restrained it. Fortunately, Suyu and the others were close enough to rescue the Iron Master. "What are you all doing?" Ash demanded angrily as he witnessed the Slowpoke fleeing in panic. "Triggered by circumstance." "Musashi, ha ha ha, since you were so sincere." "Kojiro, we shall show mercy." "Indeed," they said in unison. Two figures slowly rose above the giant mole. "Of course, it's these three miscreants," Suyu remarked disdainfully. Wherever Ash was, these three were sure to follow. He had been pondering who would dare harm the Slowpoke. And these were the only culprits. "What do you intend to do with the Slowpoke?" The Iron Master, clutching his back, admonished the trio. "Isn't it obvious? We plan to capture the Slowpoke and sell them for a handsome price," Kojiro boasted proudly. "Meowth, why have you stopped catching them?" "Don't be lazy," Musashi complained, stamping her foot in frustration as the machine ground to a halt. "The machine won't move, Meow." Even Meowth doesn't know why it suddenly stopped. Due to the subterranean environment, aside from the light emitted by the mole's machinery, there was no illumination anywhere else, rendering visibility impossible. Suyu and his companions were utilizing flashlights. Thus Team Rocket had no idea he was present as they assumed only Ash and his friends were there. "Team Rocket, this is where your escapade ends," Suyu stated coolly. "You little brat, it's been a few days, and your voice has changed along with your tone." Musashi mocked. Their current plan was proceeding exceptionally well, something they had not experienced in quite some time. "Indeed, Mew, illuminate the cavern." Mew emitted a soft white glow. In an instant, the previously pitch-black cavern was transformed into a bright expanse akin to daylight. Suyu, Musashi, and Kojiro finally recognized their opponent, their faces reflecting sheer terror. "All right, let us bring this farce to an end. Mew, rescue the Slowpoke and return them home." Mew smiled mischievously at Team Rocket and activated its psychic powers. Musashi and Kojiro exchanged glances, silently opting to surrender. It was not a matter of resistance. They were not strangers to Suyu, and there was no need to fight back. Besides, they knew that Suyu would not take their lives. It seems we're about to take flight again. Chapter 22, Rain for Whippizon. With a resounding explosion, Team Rocket was sent to where they belonged. Mew spared the habitat of the Slowpoke, transporting Team Rocket outside the grotto before detonating the giant mole. After soothing the Slowpoke, the group returned to the surface. "I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for my old bones, I truly would not have known how to stop them," the Iron Master said gratefully, supporting his back. "You're too kind, Iron Master. Every righteous individual would be compelled to intervene against such malevolent organizations," Suyu declared with noble conviction. "Well said. It's no wonder Professor Oak constantly talks about you," the Iron Master chuckled heartily, patting Suyu on the shoulder. "However, the Slowpoke god has been frightened. It appears that rain will not fall this year." The inhabitants regarded the Slowpoke as divine beings precisely because they could summon rain. Long ago, during a severe drought, the sun blazed mercilessly, threatening to scorch the land. At that time, a Slowpoke appeared, and upon its arrival, the sky darkened, and torrential rain poured down. Consequently, the people revered the Slowpoke as a deity. Yet now that the Slowpoke had been frightened, it seemed unlikely that rain would come. The Iron Master felt disheartened at the thought of the crops in the fields withering away. "Summoning rain? I possess a modicum of skill in that regard, though I'm unsure of the magnitude of rainfall you require, Iron Master," Suyu inquired. "You can summon rain?" the Iron Master exclaimed in delight, gazing at Suyu with surprise. While he had heard from Professor Oak of Suyu's remarkable abilities, he was unaware of their true extent. "I have a Pokémon that can perform a bit of rain magic," Suyu replied with a smile. "As long as it rains, I believe we can endure a little longer until the skies themselves open up." The Iron Master's aged visage brightened with joy. "Then let us proceed. Come forth, Kyogre." Suyu retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket and summoned Kyogre, stroking its smooth skin as he spoke. Kyogre, please summon a torrential downpour to assist them in overcoming this challenge. Kyogre affectionately nudged Suyu and eagerly nodded before soaring gracefully into the sky. Roar! Kyogre bellowed towards the heavens. With that roar, it seemed as if a decree from the divine had been issued. In an instant, the previously clear sky underwent a dramatic transformation. In the far distance, the horizon began to darken, the inky hue rapidly expanding and spreading. Soon, thick clouds surged like a tumultuous black tide, converging from all directions, layering upon one another to a staggering height. Lightning flickered within the clouds, and thick bolts of lightning tore through the sky, followed by the rumble of thunder that resonated in their ears, their hearts pounding in time with the thunderous cacophony. In a mere moment, torrential raindrops began to pelt down, quickly escalating into a deluge, the downpour so dense it resembled a curtain of water, impenetrable to all. The rain splashed against the parched earth, sending sprays of mud into the air as the dried-up riverbeds rapidly filled, torrents of water rushing towards the desperately thirsty fields. The Iron Master stood frozen in awe, his mouth agape, his eyes wide with astonishment. Is this what you meant by a little rain? A mere sprinkle? The prowess of Kyogre is truly astounding, a fact that goes unnoticed in its everyday demeanor. Ash and his companions were left utterly astonished as they beheld Kyogre soaring freely amidst the clouds. Although Ash had witnessed Kyogre numerous times at Suyu's side, he had never seen it unleash its formidable powers, and he was taken aback by its divine might. May and her friends could not help but regard Kyogre with newfound admiration, finally grasping why Suyu referred to it as a top-tier divine beast. Its ability to alter the very fabric of the heavens and earth is nothing short of godlike. Suyu, on behalf of Hinoki Town, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. Had it not been for your intervention, many lives in our town would have faced dire hardship this year. Please allow me to express my thanks with a bow. Master Steel, overwhelmed by the downpour, was so moved that he attempted to bow before Suyu. Please, Master Steel. You are far too kind. Suyu quickly interjected, supporting the elderly man. It is truly an honor, but I cannot accept such reverence. This immense favor is something I cannot adequately repay, Master Steel insisted earnestly. How about this, Master Steel? If we may take refuge with you for a while, I would be immensely grateful. I was just lamenting my lack of accommodation, Suyu suggested, somewhat exasperated. Refuge? From now on, you are welcome to come and go as you please. Consider my home your own, Master Steel replied warmly. However, I must still repay your kindness. I will confer with the townsfolk and send you some gifts. With Master Steel no longer intent on bowing, Suyu breathed a sigh of relief, choosing not to contest the latter's proposal. For him, whether or not gifts were offered was of little consequence. His intentions were never driven by the expectation of reward. The rain intensified, transforming from a heavy downpour into a veritable deluge. Suyu promptly instructed Kyogre to disperse the clouds. In myth and legend, Kyogre is known to expand the oceans by unleashing torrential rains and tumultuous waves upon the land. If this continued, Hinoki Town might soon be submerged. In mere moments, the once dry riverbeds brimmed with water, overflowing into the fields. The townsfolk rushed into the streets, joyfully reveling in the long-awaited rain, their lips fervently thanking the Diding deity for the downpour. Little did they know, it was not the Diding deity who had come to their aid, but rather the legendary sea god, Kyogre. Thank you, Kyogre, Suyu smiled, affectionately patting the rounded head of his companion. Kyogre's small eyes sparkled with joy as it basked in the satisfaction of being able to assist Suyu. After a brief interaction, Suyu returned Kyogre to its Pokeball. Subsequently, the group followed Master Steel back to his residence. Both Suyu and the trio of Ash found ample accommodation within Master Steel's abode, which boasted a sufficient number of rooms to accommodate them all. With the issues surrounding the Diding Well and the drought in Hinoki Town resolved, the town's water resources returned to normal. The group enjoyed a refreshing hot shower at Master Steel's home before gathering in the living room. Master Steel, this is the GS ball that Professor Oak entrusted you to study, Ash announced as he produced a silver and gold Pokeball from his backpack. Master Steel took the GS ball from Ash with a grave and focused expression. Suddenly, his face lit up with disbelief. This is... What is it? Please tell us, Ash exclaimed excitedly. The others watched in eager anticipation. Even Suyu, who usually maintained a calm demeanor, raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the GS ball held a significant connection to Master Steel? This ball. Master Steel leaned in closely, almost pressing his nose against the GS ball. The entire group instinctively leaned forward as well. Master Steel's face flushed red as he coughed to regain his composure. I don't fully understand it. With a collective gasp, the group fell backward in unison. What's going on, Master Steel? Ash asked incredulously. Haha, I apologize. This is the first time I've encountered such a ball, Master Steel chuckled, continuing to examine the GS ball. Without thorough investigation, it's impossible to discern its nature. Fear not, my grandfather will surely uncover its secrets, Chihui confidently stated. Then we leave it in your capable hands, Master Steel, Ash replied. Master Steel set the GS ball down, nodding with a smile. No problem, I will study it closely. For now, let's keep the GS ball here. I will inform Professor Oak. By the way, as a token of gratitude for your assistance, please accept these Pokeballs. Master Steel said as he opened a box revealing several unique Pokeballs, distinct from ordinary ones. Is this a speedball? Suyu inquired hesitantly. Indeed. You truly possess a wealth of knowledge, Master Steel chuckled, surprised that Suyu recognized it. These Pokeballs are all of my own creation. A speedball? What sets it apart from a regular Pokeball? Ash asked, examining one of the speedballs. Aside from its unusual shape, he found no apparent special features. Before Suyu could respond, Chihui explained, a speedball enhances capture effectiveness by fourfold for Pokemon that are fast at fleeing. Fourfold? The group gasped in astonishment. Yes. These special Pokeballs crafted by my grandfather are quite precious, Chihui continued, unfazed by their surprise. In addition to speedballs, there are level balls, lure balls, moon balls, friend balls, sweet balls, heavy balls, and park balls, each possessing its own unique effects, all of which my grandfather can create. Impressive. Truly worthy of the title Master Steel. The group marveled. Haha, it's merely a title. Should you desire other special Pokeballs, I can assist in crafting them. But you will need to gather the materials yourselves, Master Steel offered with a smile. Noticing Ash's puzzled expression, Chihui added. We only have the fruits needed for speedballs at home. The fruits required for crafting the other types can only be found on the back mountain. So you'll need to collect them yourselves. Alright, let's head to the back mountain then. I wonder what the other special Pokeballs are like, Ash exclaimed eagerly. If you wish to go, I can guide you there, Chihui said with a bright smile directed at Suyu. Then we are in your debt, Chihui. Suyu replied with a grin. The allure of these special Pokeballs held little appeal for him, as he had always relied on Master Balls. The comfort and assurance of a Master Ball were unparalleled, boasting a 100 capture rate for ordinary Pokemon. Even the speed balls crafted by Master Steel could not compare. And he still had numerous Ultra Balls unused, rendering the speed balls destined to gather dust. Nevertheless, with the gym yet to officially open, a stroll to the back mountain seemed a pleasant diversion. Not at all. Please follow me, Chihui said cheerfully. Thus, the group followed Chihui as they made their way to the back mountain. You certainly have a knack for attracting the admiration of young ladies wherever you go, Mei teased, poking Suyu lightly as they walked. Well, I can't help it, Suyu replied with mock innocence, bemused by his own charm. Humph, Mei huffed, choosing to ignore him. Why are you getting jealous, little girl? Suyu chuckled, playfully pinching Mei's puffed cheeks to lighten the mood. Mei was not truly upset. She merely enjoyed teasing Suyu. After he offered a few kind words, her smile returned. After a considerable walk with Chihui, they finally arrived at the back mountain. This peach-colored round fruit is the primary ingredient for crafting sweet balls, Chihui exclaimed with delight. It resembles a peach, but peaches aren't quite so round, Mei remarked. Chihui continued, sweet balls can be used on Pokemon of the opposite gender to your own, enhancing capture effectiveness by eightfold. Eightfold. The group gasped in astonishment once more. This is even more formidable than the speed ball from earlier. I wonder if it will have any effect on Miss Joy and Miss Junsha? Xiaojing, lost in a haze of fantasy, wore a foolish expression. Unable to tolerate his daydreaming any longer, Xiaoxia seized his ear and snapped him back to reality, scolding. Don't embarrass yourself. That is simply impossible. Ouch, that hurts. Xiaojing retreated, looking sheepish. Qianhui certainly knows a lot, Xiaoxua praised. All of this is what my grandfather teaches me. Qianhui replied, feeling bashful at the compliment, her cheeks turning crimson. All right, I need to gather more sweet fruits, Ash announced as he approached the sweet fruit tree, preparing to harvest. Noticing this, Qianhui hurriedly interjected, wait a moment. Ash halted, looking at Qianhui in confusion. With earnestness in her gaze, Qianhui explained. You cannot pick them just yet, these fruits are not ripe. Harvesting unripe fruits, or taking too many at once, could potentially kill the entire tree. Upon hearing this, Ash promptly retracted his hand, scratching his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Understanding he meant no harm, Qianhui smiled reassuringly. It's all right. I'll let you know which fruits are ready for picking. As they walked deeper into the forest, they encountered various fruit trees. Though many of the fruits were still unripe. This fruit is ripe and ready for harvest. Qianhui pointed to a tree laden with blue fruits, declaring. These are the fruits used to create bait balls, which enhance the capture rate for water-type Pokémon by fourfold. Ah, this fruit is perfect for me, Xiaoxia exclaimed, her excitement evident, for she adored water-type Pokémon and aspired to become a master of them in the future. Qianhui then gestured towards another tree not far off. Those black fruits are also ripe. They are used to create heavy balls, which work excellently for capturing heavier Pokémon. Ash and Xiaojing, filled with joy, dashed over. Brother Suyu, aren't you going to pick any fruits? Qianhui asked, puzzled. She had noticed Suyu hadn't harvested a single fruit during their walk, which piqued her curiosity. After all, these special Poke Balls were highly sought after, with many traveling great distances to have her grandfather craft them. With the speed ball gifted by the Steel Master. I have all I need, Suyu replied with a smile. I rarely capture Pokémon, so these special Poke Balls would be wasted on me. All right then, Mei, Xue, and Nashi. Do you not want any either? Qianhui inquired further. Both Xiao Xue and Nashi shook their heads, mirroring Suyu's sentiment. They seldom captured Pokémon. Qianhui, do you have any special Poke Balls that can enhance friendship? Mei asked eagerly. She was planning to nurture a Sylveon, and for her, friendship was the key to successful evolution. Of course, she would take great care of her EV to boost its friendship, but it's always best to be prepared. Qianhui pondered for a moment, recalling that such special Poke Balls did exist, albeit they were seldom utilized. Don't tell me there aren't any? Mei's expression fell as Qianhui hesitated to answer. Suddenly, Qianhui's eyes brightened, and she exclaimed, there are. The friendship ball significantly enhances the bond between a Pokémon and its trainer. Really? That's fantastic. Little Qianhui, can you take me to find this fruit? Mei responded, brimming with excitement. Of course, Mei. Follow me. Qianhui replied with a smile. Initially, she hadn't thought of the friendship ball because it was rarely sought after. Most requests to the Steel Master involved Poke Balls that greatly increased capture probabilities, while the friendship ball was quite unique. It does not enhance capture rates at all, functioning similarly to traditional red and white Poke Balls, which is why it remains relatively unknown. After all, having the Steel Master craft such a special Poke Ball requires a certain cost. And for most, investing merely to enhance friendship is not worthwhile. Following Qianhui, the group arrived at a tree laden with green fruits. Mei, this is the fruit used to create friendship balls. These fruits are now ripe, Qianhui announced. Mei's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's wonderful. Thank you, little Qianhui. You've been a tremendous help. After harvesting the friendship fruits, Mei could hardly wait to find the Steel Master to have her friendship balls crafted. However, Ash and the others were still busy picking fruits, so they couldn't leave just yet. Xiaojing was still at the heavy fruit tree, capturing a bound sweet, which, much like a whimsicott, had a penchant for self-detonation. When Suyu encountered Xiaojing, his already dark complexion appeared even darker from the day's exertions. Once reunited, the group, their harvest brimming, joyfully returned to the Steel Master's residence. Thank you for your assistance, Steel Master, Suyu said. Of course, this is my duty. After all these years, I feel restless if I don't hammer and forge each day, the Steel Master chuckled heartily. Suddenly, he recalled something and addressed the group. By the way, are you all aiming to challenge the Hinoki Gym? It has reopened for operations. Really? Great. Let us go, Pikachu. Ash exclaimed, pumping his fists in excitement. Pika, farewell, Steel Master. And Suyu, I'm off to challenge the gym. Ash declared. Hey, wait. You should check the sky first. Xiaoxia chided, shaking her head as she pulled Ash back. Ash looked up, only then realizing that the sun had set and night had fallen. Ha ha ha. You're quite the energetic one. But let us wait until tomorrow to challenge the gym. It's time for dinner, the Steel Master laughed. Amidst the laughter, Ash sheepishly scratched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed, even his usually thick skin warming slightly. After dinner, everyone retired to their rooms for rest. The next morning, after breakfast, Ash was eager to challenge the gym. The others, having nothing pressing to do, accompanied him to the Hinoki Gym. Is this really the Hinoki Gym? It doesn't look like a gym at all. It resembles a botanical garden, Xiaoxia remarked weakly. She was quite fearful of bug-type Pokémon, and such a place surely harbored many. This is indeed the place, Xiaoxia. This is the Hinoki Gym, Qianhui confirmed. Let us go inside and take a look. The map indicates it is here, Suyu suggested. With that, the group stepped into the vast botanical garden. This place is enormous. It's filled with trees. It feels just like a forest. Ash exclaimed. Ah, there's a bug. Xiaoxia shrieked in fear, dropping to the ground as a caterpie appeared beside her. Are you alright, Xiaoxia? The group rushed over to help her shoo away the caterpie. This is clearly a botanical garden. I detest bugs, Xiaoxia said, tears welling in her eyes. Her voice quivering. This is not a botanical garden. It's the Hinoki Gym, and bug-type Pokémon are truly the best Pokémon in the world. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed from above the group. Xiaoxia, filled with indignation, glared at the purple-haired boy perched in a tree, retorting, I hate them. Bug-type Pokemon are the worst. Who are you, anyway? What s with the attitude? I should be the one asking you. Who are you? The purple-haired boy shot back. I'm Ash from Pallet Town. We're here to challenge the gym, Ash declared loudly to the unfamiliar boy. I see, so you're challengers. I am the gym leader, Abi, the boy replied, rising from the tree and addressing the group. Ash's face lit up with joy. You're the gym leader? Fantastic. Let us battle. He could hardly contain his anticipation. Engaging in battle is certainly acceptable, but prior to that, could you assist me in properly placing the fallen ladder? Abi said awkwardly. Upon inspection, the group discovered a ladder nestled within the bushes. This must belong to a child, Suyu thought, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Subsequently, Xiaoji helped Abi descend safely from the tree. Thank you. Follow me. The battle arena is located on the other side. Abi expressed his gratitude. The previous gym was a flying-type gym, and this one is a bug-type gym. It appears that the gyms in the Johto region are categorized by type. Suyu pondered silently. The arena was not situated indoors, but rather set within the forest, seemingly designed to accommodate bug-type Pokemon battles, similar to the flying gym. The battle commences now, with Abi, the gym trainer from the Hinoki gym, facing Xiaoji from Masera Town. This is a formal match with badges at stake. Chapter 25, Charizard Sweeps 3. Xiaoji, have you ever heard the phrase? To conquer bug-type Pokemon is akin to conquering the world, Abi stated nonchalantly. Hearing Abi's confident tone, Mei couldn't help but inquire of Suyu. Is this a famous saying? Suyu shook his head, having no recollection of such words. Xiaoji, looking perplexed, questioned, who said that? Abi replied, I did. The group responded with surprise. Enough of the idle chatter, go forth. The silent warrior of the bug type, Caterpie. Abi sent out his first Pokemon. Caterpie, excellent choice. Cyndaquil, you're up, Xiaoji declared. Observing the lethargic Cyndaquil on the field, Suyu fell into contemplation. Indeed, the flow of history remained unaltered. Wild Cyndaquil were incredibly rare, and he had captured one in the Cyndaquil cave. Xiaoji had also managed to capture a Cyndaquil, as if an unseen hand were subtly steering the course of the world. The first battle concluded swiftly. Cyndaquil failed to muster its fighting spirit, prompting Xiaoji to substitute it with Chikorita. Typically, challengers are permitted to freely switch their Pokemon during gym challenges, whereas gym leaders are not. Chikorita triumphed over Caterpie, securing a point. However, before Xiaoji could revel in his victory, Chikorita was swiftly defeated by Metapod. It was hard to fathom the incredible speed of this Metapod, leaving Suyu to wonder how Abi had trained it. Could it be that he has been suppressing its level, preventing it from evolving? Suyu speculated. Next, Pikachu took the stage, resulting in a one-for-one exchange, ultimately falling to Scyther. To be honest, Suyu felt that Pikachu had gone easy, as it should not have lost to Scyther. The classic one-on-one segment was upon them. Scyther faced Cyndaquil. Xiaoji found himself momentarily overwhelmed, unable to retaliate, but eventually, he began to strategize. He identified Scyther's vulnerabilities and executed a flame wheel, successfully defeating Scyther and claiming victory. You were amazing, Xiaoji, Misty exclaimed joyfully. Suyu smiled and said, Congratulations, Xiaoji. That was an impressive strategy. You won quite splendidly. Hee, it was nothing special, Xiaoji replied, scratching his head and grinning foolishly while cradling Cyndaquil. Abi, are you still open to challenges? Suyu inquired. Since we're here, it's best to challenge while we can. Otherwise, I'll have to return tomorrow, Abi replied, slightly taken aback, thinking Xiaoji was the only challenger. Suyu nodded and stepped onto the battlefield, stating, In that case, let us begin. From the previous battle, Suyu had gauged Abi's strength and found it lacking, though Abi was still quite young and had commendable skills for his age. Moreover, bug-type Pokemon generally possessed lower combat capabilities, making it difficult for Abi to compensate despite his extensive training. Go, Beedrill. Abi sent out his first Pokemon, confidently declaring, This time, I will not lose. Suyu chuckled, Then let us see your skills. Go, Charizard. Given the late hour, Suyu opted for a swift conclusion with Charizard. It's Charizard. I wonder how my Charizard is faring now, Xiaoji mused, missing his own Charizard and hoping it was doing well in Charizard Valley. Had Xiaoji's Charizard arrived at the valley sooner, it might have faced a stern challenge from Suyu's Charizard. As the group engaged in light banter, the first match concluded with Charizard incinerating Beedrill in a single fiery blast. Suyu is still as formidable as ever. It appears I must work even harder. Xiaoji, rather than feeling disheartened, found his resolve invigorated. That was simply too powerful. Abi stammered in disbelief. He had intended for Beedrill to deflect the flames. Yet the fire struck unimpeded, sending Beedrill crashing down. To counteract the bug type's inherent weakness to fire, he had undergone extensive training, only to find it utterly futile. I entrust you with this task, Beedrill. Abai sent out his second Pokémon, gazing intently at Suyu. Your strength is remarkable, but I believe in my Pokémon. Suyu nodded, stating, Charizard, unleash another flamethrower. Abai's Pokémon was merely at the peak of the elite level, lacking any quasi-champion. Or perhaps he simply had not revealed it. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Bug-type Pokémon inherently possessed lower combat capabilities, and with their levels being low, how could they possibly contend? Beedrill dodge. Abai, having learned from previous encounters, understood that Charizard's flames were immensely potent and could not be faced head-on. Beedrill swiftly maneuvered, evading the flamethrower. However, before Abai could breathe a sigh of relief, a fire spin engulfed Beedrill. Beedrill, Abai shouted anxiously. Before he could finish his sentence, Beedrill lay on the ground. Incapacitated. Beedrill has lost the ability to battle. Charizard wins, the referee announced. Another swift defeat, and Suyu's prowess was evidently on the rise, observed Brock, who had witnessed Charizard's 2 consecutive victories over Abai's Pokémon, reflecting on how much stronger Suyu had become since their last battle. Xiaoji, you must step up your game, Brock advised. Xiaoji nodded earnestly, declaring, I will. I am determined to surpass Suyu in the future. Even with just 1 Pokémon left, bug-type Pokémon can be quite resilient. Go Heracross, Abai called out, perhaps due to the consecutive defeats of his 2 Pokémon. Abai sought to regain some dignity. The last Pokémon he sent forth possessed the strength of a quasi-champion. Heracross, huh? Bug and fighting type, quadruple weakness to flying. Suyu murmured to himself. Heracross, use horn attack. Heracross lunged forward, charging at Charizard with its sharp horn. Charizard, take to the skies and unleash a fire blast. Charizard soared into the air, evading Heracross's attack, inhaled deeply, and expelled a massive fireball. The flames surged with the wind, taking the shape of a colossal letter. Seeing this, Abai shouted in haste, Heracross, evade. Charizard had already dispatched 2 of his Pokémon with a single flamethrower. One could only imagine the destructive power of this ultimate move. Heracross, sensing the impending inferno, fervently flapped its wings to escape, but it was too late. With a thunderous explosion, the fire blast struck the ground, causing a violent detonation. Heracross found itself within the blast radius, propelled skyward by the force of the explosion. Chapter 26, The Golden Magikarp? Heracross has lost the ability to battle. Charizard wins. This match has been claimed by Suyu from Mossera Town. The referee proclaimed after assessing Heracross's condition. Thank you. Heracross, you fought valiantly. Abai sighed as he returned his Pokémon. Charizard exhibited remarkable prowess. Suyu chuckled as he patted Charizard's neck. Roar. Charizard nuzzled against Suyu with delight. Heracross, being 4 times weak to flying and twice weak to fire, coupled with its already inferior strength compared to Charizard, was swiftly vanquished under the might of Charizard's massive flamethrower. Brother Suyu, you're amazing. Qianhui gazed at Suyu with admiration. Suyu, your Charizard is incredible. Once my Charizard finishes training, I must battle yours. Ash exclaimed excitedly. Suyu replied with a smile, sure, that sounds good. It seems my research still has a long way to go. Here is the bug badge. It rightfully belongs to you both. Abai cheerfully handed the bug badge to the 2. Suyu expressed his gratitude and accepted the badge. Upon receiving the bug badge, Ash struck his signature pose. With the battle concluded, and the hour growing late, everyone bid farewell to Abai and returned to Qianhui's home. The following day, the Steel Master completed the special Pokeballs. May held the friend ball with joy, dancing about as she carefully placed it in a box, eagerly awaiting the next encounter with an EV or a trip back to Pallet Town to capture one in Professor Oak's backyard. After acquiring the Pokeballs, the group took their leave from the Steel Master. Having spent several days in Hinoki Town, it was time to continue their journey. In the wistful gaze of little Qianhui, Suyu promised to visit her whenever time permitted. Subsequently, the group departed from Hinoki Town. The next gym awaited at the Goldenrod Gym, located in Goldenrod City, the largest city in the Johto region, akin to Viridian City in Kanto, serving as the hub of the entire area. The distance from Hinoki Town to Goldenrod City was quite considerable. At this moment, Suyu and his companions arrived at a coastal town, Yeji Town. Our timing is quite fortuitous. It seems a festival is underway here, promising numerous delightful activities, Suyu remarked with a smile. May, brimming with excitement, replied, that's wonderful. Let's spend a few days here. Having departed from Hinoki Town, they had already traveled for several days. All right, let's first find a hotel, Suyu suggested. Soon, they located a charming hotel, deposited their belongings, and ventured onto the vibrant streets. The thoroughfare was adorned with colorful lights, bustling with life. Suddenly, a cloud of dust arose in the distance as a herd of toros charged down the street. What's going on? Suyu queried in confusion, quickly pulling his companions to the roadside, observing the scene with intrigue. It was peculiar. One would expect such a large group of toros to incite panic among the bystanders. Yet instead, people were eagerly watching, seemingly preparing for something. Here they come. This time, I will definitely touch a toro's horn, a man exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves and sprinting towards the toros. This is a local spectacle, the toro's chase. Whoever manages to touch a toro's horn will be hailed as the bravest among us, a long-haired man explained, noticing the group's bewilderment. No time to chat. I'm going to. With that, he dashed toward the toros. Suyu and his companions watched as the long-haired man soared into the air. Observing him transform into a star amidst the clouds, Suyu couldn't help but smirk, remarking, indeed a warrior, who would dare do such a thing? Amidst the stampede of the herd, touching the horns of the bulls, was this truly an idea conceived by mere mortals? Witnessing the numerous individuals being tossed aside, the group struggled to suppress their laughter. Thankfully, the inhabitants of this world possessed robust physiques. Otherwise, they would have met dire fates long ago. As they strolled through the streets, a myriad of activities unfolded around them. Various vendors lined the roadside. Hey handsome, take a look at my wares. I have something special. An elderly man selling Magikarp called out. Me? Suyu glanced around, pointing to himself in inquiry. The Magikarp vendor, with an air of mystery, replied, indeed, handsome, just you. Come see, I have something extraordinary. Suyu scrutinized the vendor's cart, questioning, aren't you selling Magikarp? Indeed, but my Magikarp is unlike any other, the vendor insisted. Glancing around furtively as he whispered, my Magikarp can produce gold. Produce gold? The group exclaimed in astonishment. You see, a Magikarp lays 1,000 eggs. Then those 1,000 Magikarp also lay 1,000 eggs. 1,000 times 1,000 equals 1,000,000, and those 1,000,000 Magikarp will. The vendor lured them in. May, envisioning the scenario, nodded enthusiastically, her lips curling into a smile. If they all sell out, you would earn over 100 million. That's worth more than gold. The vendor continued with his persuasive charm. Over 100 million. May's eyes sparkled with dollar signs. That's right, you would be striking it rich. This Magikarp, originally priced at 10,000, along with the egg-laying tools and raising equipment, is now yours for just 998. Act fast. There's only one set left. This opportunity won't come again. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. May exclaimed, her expression brimming with excitement as she rummaged through her wallet to pay. Seeing May in such a daze from the vendor's persuasion, Suyu felt exasperated. Are you truly the legendary foolish daughter of a landlord? Unable to watch any longer, Suyu gave May a light smack on the head. Ouch, that hurt. What was that for, Suyu? What if I become foolish after that? May pouted at Suyu, her eyes wide with indignation. Suyu pinched May's cheek and retorted, if I hadn't woken you up, you would have been giving away your money. No, I'm not giving away money. I'm making a profit. May protested, her words muffled as she tried to pull away. Exactly, this gentleman here doesn't see the brilliance that this lady does. This is the way to make money, the Magikarp vendor interjected. Suyu shot a glance at the vendor and remarked, if I were you, I would have started running by now. Why? The vendor asked, his face contorting in confusion. Look over there. Suyu gestured subtly with his chin. A group of menacing individuals was charging toward them, brandishing clubs and exuding a distinctly unfriendly aura. With a barely perceptible smile, Suyu jested with the Magikarp vendor. It seems your customers are quite fond of your treasures and have returned to find you. The Magikarp vendor's complexion drained of color as he nervously replied, ladies, we shall meet again if fate allows. With that, he quickly gathered his stall, taking mere seconds to hoist it onto his shoulder before vanishing in a flash. Stop, you scoundrel! A robust man in the chasing crowd bellowed, his neck bulging with veins. 3,000 for a worthless Magikarp and a bunch of junk. If you don't clarify this today, you'll regret it. Upon hearing this, the Magikarp vendor broke into a cold sweat, his feet gaining speed as he fled even faster. Chapter 27, The Onyx Cave. The robust man and his entourage rushed past Suyu and his companions, hot on the heels of the Magikarp vendor, seemingly unwilling to relent. Suyu turned to May, a gleam of amusement in his eyes as he teased, looks like your grand scheme for wealth has come to naught. May turned crimson, murmuring softly, actually, I realized that earlier. I just wanted to tease him. Oh, really? You're quite clever, May. Suyu chuckled at her adorable demeanor. Of course. I've always been this smart. May huffed, turning away to join Xiaoxua. Suyu smiled and refrained from further teasing her. The group continued to wander the streets. There are so many little Pokémon here. What are they up to? Are they performing? After walking for a while, Mei regained her vigor, feeling a surge of curiosity as she observed those around her showcasing their Pokémon. Suyu shared his recently purchased ice cream with Mew, Curlia, and Ralts, explaining, "They are engaging in Pokémon trading." "How do you know?" Mei inquired. "Look over there." Suyu pointed to a machine and continued, "That is a Pokémon exchange machine. By placing both parties' Pokeballs on it, they can exchange Pokémon." "Oh, but why would they trade their Pokémon? Those companions have been with them for so long. Wouldn't they feel sad to part with them?" Mei expressed her confusion. If she were to trade her Servine, she would surely be heartbroken. "That's unclear to me. In any case, my Pokémon are not up for trade." Suyu licked a bit of ice cream from Mew's offering, affectionately patting Mew's small head as he added, "Even if they lack formidable abilities, I would cherish them for a lifetime." At that moment, a girl came running up to Suyu. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed not at Suyu, but at Mew, and eagerly asked, "Hello, would you consider trading your Pokémon?" "Sorry, but this is my most important partner. I cannot trade." Suyu declined without hesitation, anticipating such encounters, as most visitors were there for Pokémon trading. Though these people might not recognize Mew, its adorable appearance was undeniably captivating. The girl, reluctantly gazing at Mew, was about to leave when she caught sight of Curlia, joyfully enjoying ice cream in Mei's arms, and her eyes lit up once more. "Hello, would you consider trading your Pokémon? This little Pokémon belongs to him as well." "He won't trade any of his Pokémon," Mei interjected. "What about this one?" The girl's attention shifted to Ralts in Naza's arms. Naza shook her head. "Ah, all right, I apologize for the disturbance." The girl departed, visibly dejected. Suyu did not linger in the Pokémon trading area, initially intending to simply observe the commotion. He was surprised by the number of people who approached, eager to trade Mew, Curlia, and Ralts. One after another, they came, despite the previous refusals, resembling NPCs in a game. Some offered Pokémon in exchange, while others attempted to buy with money, and even a few resorted to threats. For those who threatened, Suyu instructed Mew to teach them a lesson about the perils of careless words. After leaving the trading area, Suyu chuckled. "You three little ones are indeed quite popular." Mew affectionately licked Suyu, expressing its feelings. "Yes, we will always be together." The group continued to stroll through the streets before returning to the hotel. Over the next few days, they explored Leaf Town, participating in various activities. Being a coastal city, Suyu also released Gyarados to frolic freely in the sea. Notably, his Larvitar, which had been consuming minerals daily, evolved into Pupitar. Pupitar was encased in a gray-blue shell, resembling a cocoon formed by a bug-type Pokémon. Once it absorbed enough energy, it would evolve into the formidable Tyranitar. This process was expected to take some time, as Suyu had provided it with numerous rare minerals and energy cubes during its Larvitar stage, establishing a solid foundation that would naturally prolong its evolution compared to ordinary Pokémon. Once the festivities concluded, the group set off again. In an unnamed forest, Suyu stated, "We now have 2 paths to reach the next town." Pausing briefly, he continued once he noticed their attention on him. "The first option is to traverse the nearby Onyx Cave. The advantage is the shorter distance, as we can reach the town after passing through the cave. The downside is that the path may be somewhat treacherous, and the atmosphere could be quite eerie." He refrained from mentioning Onyx, as it posed no threat to them. With Mew present, a single hypnosis would incapacitate it. Rather, it was the environment that would have a more significant impact on them. And the second option? Mei, intrigued by the mention of an eerie atmosphere, inquired about the alternate route. The second route involves circumventing the mountain via lesser-known paths. The drawback is the extended travel time. We may need to wander through the forest for several more days. Additionally, as these paths are seldom traversed, they may be more challenging to navigate. Suyu spoke slowly. "Ah, I see. Sisters Xiaoxue and Naza, which path do you prefer?" Mei hesitated, seeking their input. "I'll follow your lead," Naza replied softly. She utilized her psychic abilities for travel and was unperturbed by any supernatural entities. "Let us take the cave. It's closer, and with Suyu here, we'll be safe." Xiaoxue smiled, trusting Suyu to protect them. Suyu smiled at Mei. "See how much your sister Xiaoxue trusts me? Rest assured, I won't let you fall into the hands of any specters." "Humph, I'm not scared," Mei retorted defiantly. "Then let us set off." Although the cave is closer to the town, it still requires considerable walking. With that, Suyu led the group to the entrance of Onyx Cave. The entrance was a massive opening surrounded by rocky terrain. Having made their decision, the group stepped boldly into the cave. Chapter 28. Meichi's challenge as they entered the cave. A few rays of light remained, but as they ventured deeper, the darkness enveloped them. Soon, they could barely discern the path ahead. The eerie surroundings caused Mei to feel a chill, prompting her to draw closer to Suyu for comfort. Feeling her grip tighten on his arm, Suyu chuckled. "Aren't you afraid?" I am merely worried about tripping in the darkness, May responded quietly, her cheeks slightly flushed, though the dim light made it hard to see. After walking for several more minutes, they found themselves in complete darkness, illuminated only by the light sources they carried. Suddenly, they heard the sound of stones falling. I feel like something is watching us, May exclaimed, glancing around nervously. Naza's calm voice reached their ears. We are surrounded by onyxes. She sensed the surroundings with her psychic abilities. Indeed, there were onyxes nearby. With that knowledge, Suyu felt more at ease and turned to Mew, saying, I'm counting on you, Mew. Earlier, he had mentioned the eerie environment merely to frighten May. With Mew by their side, even in darkness, they could experience daylight's brightness. Mew nodded, emanating a gentle glow that instantly illuminated the cave. The group saw several enormous onyxes glaring at them, seemingly perceiving them as intruders. Mew, let us put them to sleep. The onyxes seemed unwilling to let them pass, so it was time to employ a little strategy. With a flash of light in Mew's eyes, hypnosis was cast. The effect was remarkable. The onyxes, which had been fixated on the group, began to topple one by one. Succumbing to slumber, May sighed in relief. The darkness was no longer encircling them, and with the onyxes asleep, her tension dissipated. Let us go. Mew has put all the onyxes to sleep, Suyu informed the group, taking the lead as they continued forward. Sure enough, as they progressed, all the onyxes they encountered remained in a state of slumber. For an ordinary person attempting to traverse this cave, they would likely have to battle through from beginning to end. It was indeed a prime training ground. The cave harbored not only onyxes, but also several sleeping Zubats and Geodudes, native inhabitants of the cave. After a long day of trekking, the group finally emerged from the Great Rock Snake Cave. As they stepped outside, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. They found a clean spot to set up camp. While Suyu began preparing dinner, a band of unexpected guests arrived. Wiping his hands dry, Suyu approached the group with a smile and remarked, This is my first encounter with a Dratini. Should I consider myself fortunate or unfortunate? Although many might not be familiar with Dratini, most would surely recognize Houndoom, a quintessential villainous Pokémon. This was also Suyu's first sighting of such Pokémon in the wild. But unfortunately, this particular group of Dratini seemed intent on their food, their eyes gleaming with a menacing red glow as they bared their teeth. Despite being surrounded by Dratini, May did not show fear, commenting, These little dogs look rather fierce. As Dark-type Pokémon, they certainly are. Go, Charizard, teach them a lesson, Suyu commanded, releasing his Charizard. Although the Dratini were numerous, their levels were too low. Charizard was more than sufficient. Even if there were any slip-ups, Mew was present for backup. With a mighty roar, Charizard charged into the throng of Dratini, scattering them like sheep fleeing a wolf. With a single punch, he sent one flying, eliciting a series of pitiful cries from the Dratini. Unfazed by the commotion, Suyu continued to chop vegetables and prepare the meal, though the occasional wail from the Dratini reached his ears. Soon, the group of Dratini scampered away with their tails tucked between their legs. By that time, Suyu had finished dinner, and since they had been subsisting on bread during their trek through the cave, the sight of a proper meal made them abandon any semblance of decorum as they devoured the food hungrily. After satisfying their appetites, contentment washed over their faces. Wow, Suyu, your culinary skills are still exceptional, May exclaimed, letting out a satisfied burp and giving a thumbs up in praise. Xiaoxua, rubbing her round belly, lamented, Eating Suyu's cooking every day makes me feel like I've gained weight. Me too, Nazi agreed. That's not gaining weight. That's called being well-rounded, Suyu chuckled. You should all eat more. Being too thin isn't good for you. May, however, might want to cut back a little. You're genuinely at risk of gaining weight. What? This is discrimination, isn't it? May retorted. After a bit of light-hearted banter post-dinner, they each retreated to their tents. Having traveled all day, fatigue soon enveloped them, and they quickly drifted into slumber. The next morning, after packing their belongings, the group set off once more. However, they were halted before a suspension bridge. Excuse me, do you have any flying-type Pokémon? A tall, elegant woman inquired, her gaze landing on Suyu. We do have one, but before Suyu could finish, the woman beamed, wonderful. Mechi, may I challenge you to a Pokémon battle? Realizing it was a battle request, Suyu replied, My flying-type Pokémon is rather formidable. Although uncertain of Mechi's true prowess, he doubted she was at the level of a champion. He had seldom engaged in battles with ordinary trainers lately, unless they initiated the challenge, for he now bore the title of the Kanto champion, and didn't he wish to tarnish his reputation by bullying weaker opponents. The stronger, the better. Please, I implore you to battle with me, Mechi insisted earnestly. Hearing this, Suyu ceased to decline and nodded in agreement to her request. Sometimes, experiencing defeat can indeed be a valuable lesson. Distance was established between them as Suyu declared, "Let us begin." "All right, come forth, Skarmory." A bird-like Pokémon clad in armor materialized before Meichi, exuding an aura of grandeur. "What kind of Pokémon is this?" "It looks impressive," Mei said, pulling out her Pokédex to scan Skarmory. Skarmory, the steel bird Pokémon, nests in thorny bushes. The wings of chicks that grow up accompanied by thorns become incredibly hard. "How remarkable." Mei marveled at such an extraordinary growth process. Suyu assessed Skarmory and remarked, "A rather rare Pokémon." "Go, Charizard." "Charizard, huh? Even as a fire type." "My Skarmory will not be intimidated." "Skarmory, use Steel Wing." Meichi initiated the attack, and Skarmory unleashed a rapid star-shaped beam toward Charizard. "Charizard, counter with Flamethrower." Suyu commanded. With a fierce roar, Charizard unleashed a colossal column of fire that swiftly obliterated Skarmory's attack and surged directly toward it. "Skarmory, evade with high-speed movement." Meichi called out urgently. Skarmory activated its high-speed movement, narrowly dodging Charizard's onslaught. "Well done, Skarmory. Use Steel Wing." Meichi directed. This level of enthusiasm might have been tempered had she been fully aware of Charizard's capabilities. Before the battle commenced, Suyu had sensed Skarmory's strength through his aura perception, an elite peak Pokémon, not far from breaking through to the quasi-champion level. Yet, this strength was still insufficient against Charizard. "Charizard, let's mirror that with Steel Wing." Suyu shouted. In a confrontation between equally matched opponents, direct engagement proved to be an excellent strategy. With a powerful flap, Charizard's wings glowed with a bright light as it charged toward Skarmory. The clash echoed with a resounding clang, as Charizard and Skarmory's wings collided fiercely. In the next instant, Skarmory felt an overwhelming force surging from Charizard's wing. Despite exerting all its strength, it could not withstand the blow. With a tremendous impact, Skarmory was sent crashing to the ground. "Skarmory!" Meichi exclaimed anxiously, watching as Skarmory plummeted. She had never anticipated Charizard's strength would be so formidable. As the dust settled, Skarmory lay motionless in a pit, its eyes swirling in confusion. "Return, Skarmory." "I'm sorry. I misjudged the situation," Meichi expressed regretfully. She had underestimated Charizard's capabilities in seeking a direct confrontation, which was her error. Had she relied on Skarmory's speed, the battle could have lasted far longer. Retrieving her Pokémon, Meichi approached Suyu and said, "Thank you for this battle. It was a small matter, but your Skarmory should seek treatment promptly," Suyu advised. "Yes, I'm headed to the Pokémon Center for healing. I hope to battle you again next time," Meichi responded. Suyu nodded with a smile. "Absolutely, see you again." With that, Meichi departed toward the Pokémon Center. "Let's move on. If we cross this forest and walk a bit further, we will reach the Green Prairie," Suyu informed the group. If his memory served him correctly, something significant was about to unfold in that location. "Are you referring to the Green Prairie? The one ranked first on the list of places most desired by girls in the Johto region?" Mei exclaimed with excitement. She had anticipated visiting it for quite some time, never expecting their journey would lead them there. Her original plan was to wait until after Suyu challenged the Johto League. Suyu replied with a grin, "Yes, that's the very Green Prairie. I'm quite curious about what this place, renowned as the most desired destination for girls, truly looks like." Natsu softly remarked. "It is said that the gentle breeze that sweeps through the Green Prairie calms both hearts and spirits of humans and Pokémon alike." Mei cheered. "I'm growing more excited by the minute. There are so many beautiful pictures online, but I wonder how the actual scenery compares." Xiaoxua laughed. "In this era, there exists an overwhelming prevalence of deceit, with online promotions often cloaked in extravagant embellishments. Many who arrive, lured by such allure, frequently find themselves sorely disappointed. However, the environmental beauty of our world is significantly more splendid, which may mitigate such occurrences." Suyu remarked, "Since we are merely passing through, we shall ascertain the reality. Should the scenery be delightful, we could linger here for a few days." "Indeed, let us hasten," Yi exclaimed eagerly. Suddenly, Suyu's phone rang, the screen illuminating to reveal a call from his mother. "Mother? Did you not just call a few days ago?" Suyu pondered, albeit with a hint of curiosity, as he swiftly answered the call, greeting her with a smile. "Suyu, how far are you from the Green Prairie? Aunt Huazi has encountered an incident." Mei Wan's anxious voice resonated through the receiver, her words succinct and clear. Suyu's smile faded instantly, replaced by concern as he inquired, "What has transpired? Are you safe? I could reach you in no time." "We are unharmed. However, a fire emperor appeared unexpectedly and forcibly took Aunt Huazi away. Strangely, the fire emperor did not harm us, and we are uncertain of its motives. Stay calm. I shall arrive shortly. Await my return." "Yes. We will be at the Elf Center on the Green Prairie." Upon hanging up, Suyu summoned his Gyarados and addressed his companions. Aunt Huazi is in trouble. We must expedite our journey to the Green Prairie. Without further questions, they boarded Gyarados, who soared into the sky, heading towards their destination. As they rode, Suyu reflected upon the events. While he was not surprised by the appearance of the Fire Emperor, he struggled to comprehend how it had managed to abduct Huazi right under Meiwan's nose. After all, his Dragonite and Suicune, along with Zapdos, were with Meiwan. Even if the real Fire Emperor had arrived, it would have been a formidable task. The only exception might be the resurrected Fire Emperor, which could possess such power. Yet, he was certain that the one on the Green Prairie was not it. If memory served correctly, this Fire Emperor was a counterfeit, created by an unknown totem, and thus should not possess such strength. Suyu found himself perplexed. Nevertheless, given the situation, it seemed that complications had arisen, and they could only ascertain the truth upon arrival. The phone rang once more, and Suyu initially believed it to be Meiwan. He answered hastily, "Hello, mother. What has occurred now?" "Ahem, it's Dado." "Dado?" Suyu moved the phone away from his ear to glance at the screen, which displayed the name of the Flying King, Dado. He replied with irritation, "What do you need?" "An incident has occurred on the Green Prairie. Are you aware?" Dado inquired, unfazed by Suyu's tone. "What does this have to do with me? Isn't this a matter for your region?" Suyu retorted coolly. He refrained from mentioning that he was en route to the Green Prairie, primarily for Meiwan and Huazi, not to assume the role of a savior. He had no desire for others to seek him out whenever trouble arose. If it fell within his jurisdiction, it was reasonable for him to contribute. But this was beyond his region. "Of course, I am aware this pertains to the Johto region. A Johto king has already been dispatched. However, you are quite near the Green Prairie, and I wish to request your assistance in investigating, regardless of whether you intervene. Both I and the Johto League owe you a favor," Dado implored. Dado, understanding Suyu's disposition, was concerned that the legendary Fire Emperor's emergence would pose a challenge for the dispatched king, especially since he was currently absent from Johto. Among those he could think of, only Suyu was the most suitable and powerful. Chapter 30, The Crystal Tower. It appeared that Dado was unaware of Huazi's abduction by the Fire Emperor. Otherwise, he would not have specifically sought his assistance through a favor. "Very well, on your behalf, I shall lend my aid, but let it be known, this is a singular occasion." Suyu feigned reluctance. "Thank you." Suyu was not devoid of compassion. Rather, he understood that he could not allow his contributions to seem trivial, lest others take them for granted. He could assist, but he must not allow them to perceive his help as a given. Otherwise, should he falter even once, he would be met with discontent. A good person committing a misdeed reveals their true nature, whereas a bad person performing a good deed is seen as having turned over a new leaf. Suyu was acutely aware of this principle. He would not play the role of the perennial benefactor. Gyarados was remarkably swift, and as they were not far from the Green Prairie, they soon arrived. "My goodness, what is that?" Yi gasped. In the distance, what should have been a vast expanse of vibrant flowers and lush grass was now enveloped in translucent crystals. At the center stood two towering spires made of crystal, soaring majestically into the sky. It was as if the entire world had succumbed to crystallization, with the crystalline structures continuing to spread outward. Suyu murmured in awe. "Is this the Crystal Tower? It is even more magnificent than I had imagined. Let us first proceed to the Elf Center. I am uncertain of the current developments," Suyu suggested, directing Gyarados towards their next destination. Upon entering the Elf Center, Suyu was met with the worried expressions of Meiwan, Lu Li, Professor Okido, and Ash. "Mother, are you all right?" he inquired with concern. "I am fine, but I am worried about Aunt Huazi's situation," Meiwan replied, shaking her head anxiously. They had initially been on vacation. However, upon receiving news from Professor Okido, Huazi had felt compelled to check on Dr. Shuri Snorton's young daughter, leading them to the center. It was from this point that they learned both Huazi and Shuri Snorton were students of Professor Okido. However, shortly after Huazi's arrival, the Fire Emperor had made its entrance. Despite Meiwan sending Suyu's Dragonite into battle, it was unable to vanquish the Fire Emperor, and they could only watch helplessly as it took Huazi away. In haste, Meiwan had called Suyu. "Rest assured, Aunt Huazi should be unharmed. I shall handle this matter," Suyu reassured them, certain that Huazi was currently safe with Shuri Snorton's daughter, Xiaomei. "Suyu, please take me with you," Ash implored earnestly, unwilling to remain idle. "Of course, I was already planning to bring you along," Suyu smiled. Despite his doubts regarding the Fire Emperor's strength, the situation was not as dire as he had anticipated, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Suyu, in addition to the Fire Emperor, there exists a mysterious Pokémon known as the Unknown Totem. You must exercise utmost caution," Professor Okido advised. "Understood, Professor Okido." We shall depart without delay. We can discuss matters further upon our return. Do prioritize your safety, all right? Although Meiwan trusted Su Yu's abilities, she remained somewhat anxious. Fear not. With that, Su Yu, along with Ash and Yi, set forth towards the Crystal Tower. Their decision to include Ash was logical. The tale of the Crystal Tower was not overly complex. A young girl, yearning for her family in her solitude, inadvertently summoned the unknown totem. Sensing her wish, the totem constructed the Crystal Tower to aid her, creating a fire emperor akin to a father figure. Unbeknownst to them, this led the girl into a perfect illusion, gradually crystallizing her heart. Su Yu's aim in bringing Ash along was to awaken the girl's inner self. While the power of the unknown totem seemed more formidable than he remembered, it made little difference to Su Yu. Even a forceful approach would suffice. However, this crystalline realm is but a manifestation of Xiaomei's inner world, shaped by the mystical power of an unknown totem. Should one attempt to forcibly obliterate it, the little girl might very well be affected. Although some of her actions may be displeasing, it is essential to remember that a 5-year-old child, deprived of parental companionship from an early age, may understandably act out without proper guidance. Moreover, Xiaomei's situation is intrinsically linked to those around her, rendering violent measures unacceptable. Under the influence of dreamlike superpowers, the group arrived at the castle's entrance. "Oh, there is someone here?" Mei exclaimed, following her gaze. They spotted a figure clad in ninja attire, standing before a crystalline pillar. "Mr. Aju, I didn't expect to see you here," Su Yu remarked. "As long as you're here, that's good. I am no match for the Flame Emperor," Aju replied, visibly relieved to see Su Yu. "The Flame Emperor is far too powerful. It defeated my little sprite with a single blow. However, it did not trouble me further, merely forbidding me from approaching the castle." Su Yu nodded, acknowledging that the Flame Emperor was birthed from Xiaomei's heart, indicating her inherent kindness. "Mr. Aju, leave this to us," Su Yu stated confidently. Regardless of whether it was to rescue Huazi or fulfill Dudu's request, he had taken it upon himself. "All right, be careful," Aju said, recognizing his presence was merely ancillary. And he chose to depart. As Aju left, Xiaoji curiously inquired, "Isn't Mr. Aju the gym leader of the Shallow Red City? How did he end up here?" "He is no longer the gym leader. He has ascended to become the champion of the Johto region," Su Yu answered succinctly. "Champion?" Xiaoji and his companions were taken aback, astonished that Aju had reached such heights. "Enough about him. Dream has located Aunt Huazi. She is safe now, and we must go rescue her," Su Yu said with a smile, having already instructed Dream to scan the entire castle. Not only had they found Huazi, but they had also detected the location of the unknown totem. "Wonderful. Thank you, Brother Su Yu," Xiaoji exclaimed excitedly. Ever since Huazi was taken by the Flame Emperor, Xiaoji had been deeply worried. He initially intended to rescue her alone, but Professor Okido had advised him against acting impulsively. After all, the Flame Emperor's might was evident. Even Su Yu's Dragonite was no match for it, and charging in recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, Huazi was unharmed, and his anxious heart finally found solace. Chapter 31, Xiaomei's Inner World. The castle's grand entrance was completely enveloped in crystal, leaving no crevice unsealed. However, under Dream's formidable superpowers, even the most resilient crystal yielded, cracking open a substantial opening. The group successfully entered the crystalline tower. In a spacious chamber, the resounding voice of the Flame Emperor echoed, "Xiaomei, someone has entered. Shall I chase them away?" Sitting beside a large pink bed, a charming little girl adorned with a blue bow gently shook her head and asked the Flame Emperor, "I wish to engage in a Pokémon battle, but can I truly manage it now, Daddy?" The Flame Emperor nodded, his gaze toward the little girl filled with tenderness as he replied, "Indeed, if that is your wish." With the Flame Emperor's affirmation, the little girl beamed with joy, leaning against Huazi's embrace and slowly closing her eyes. "Yes, I can do it. Though I am still young, I shall be able to once I grow up." Observing the girl nestled peacefully in Huazi's arms, the Flame Emperor gradually rose, his massive form melding into the ground. Su Yu and his companions ascended to the second floor. "What is this place?" they exclaimed in astonishment at the scenery before them. Just moments ago, they were surrounded by a crystalline castle, but upon stepping into the second layer, it had entirely transformed. A pink sky, a carpet of vibrant flowers, and a staircase leading into the heavens. This was nothing short of a fantastical scene. "This is a world constructed by the unknown totem based on Xiaomei's heart," Su Yu explained. "It is essentially an illusion. While the power of the unknown totem may be formidable, it cannot possess the ability to create from nothing like Arceus. In this illusion, if your strength does not surpass that of the unknown totem, you cannot escape the realm it has fabricated. Let us press on," Aunt Huazi and Xiaomei are still above. Suyu urged. Just as they prepared to ascend the floating staircase to a higher level, the Flame Emperor reappeared, a golden-haired maiden seated upon its back, adorned with a blue bow on her chest. Are you Pokemon trainers? The golden-haired girl inquired with a smile. Xiaoji, his expression darkening, retorted, so what if we are? The sight of the Flame Emperor reminded him of its forceful abduction of Huazi, igniting a surge of anger within him. Upon hearing Xiaoji's response, the Flame Emperor leapt into the air, and the maiden dismounted, approaching the group. Join me for a Pokemon battle. She beckoned. I do not know who you are, but I lack the time for a duel. Xiaoji firmly refused, turning to the Flame Emperor to demand, why did you take my mother away? This place is only for me and my parents. This realm contains only me and my father and mother, the golden-haired maiden replied. The Flame Emperor cast a glance at Xiaoji, remaining silent. Calm down, you must be Xiaomei, Suyu said, patting Xiaoji's shoulder and smiling at the golden-haired girl. Indeed, I am Xiaomei. You are quite well informed, she replied cheerfully. Xiaomei, Mei exclaimed in confusion. Isn't she just a 5-year-old girl? How could she, have grown up like this? Though they had never seen Xiaomei's true form, surely a 5-year-old could not appear so mature, Xiaoxia whispered. Right? Xiaomei should be a younger girl. This is Xiaomei's inner world. Anything is possible here, Suyu explained to the others, then turned to Brock, saying, Brock, I entrust you to battle Xiaomei. This version of Xiaomei is not the true Xiaomei. To awaken her inner self, we must find her true essence. Xiaomei's heart is kind, and the battle will not pose any danger. Meeting Suyu's gaze, Brock understood and nodded in agreement. Pretty sister, I will battle you. Brock stepped forward, smiling at Xiaomei. It's fine, Xiaomei replied. With that, a Pokemon battle arena materialized out of thin air, and Brock and Xiaomei began their duel. Let us go, Brock will be fine. And we have other tasks at hand, Suyu said, leading the group up the floating staircase. The Flame Emperor paid no heed as it remained beside Xiaomei, watching her joyfully engage in Pokemon battles. The third layer was a world of beach and ocean. As the group stepped onto the third layer, Xiaomei appeared on the beach. Grinning, who will battle me this time? Has Brock already lost? Suyu pondered thoughtfully. However, this was to be expected, as they were in Xiaomei's inner world. Defeating her would be tantamount to conquering the unknown totem. No one besides Suyu could achieve that. This time, I shall take my turn, Xiaoxia declared. Who are you? Xiaomei asked. My name is Xiaoxia, a world-class beauty traveling to become a master of water-type Pokemon. Xiaoxia proclaimed, radiating confidence. Don't underestimate me. Closing her eyes, Xiaomei's form began to shrink, transforming into a girl around 10 years old. Soon, she opened her eyes, revealing an innocent smile. Then let us begin, Sister Xiaoxia. All right, as I am from the Hualan Gym, I will battle you with water-type Pokemon, Xiaoxia said, hoping to buy more time for Xiaoji and the others. Then I shall also use water-type Pokemon, Xiaomei replied. Suddenly, the ocean began to stir, waves surging towards the land. The crowd was taken aback. Suyu quietly observed as the seawater started to engulf the land, submerging the entire world. It's truly remarkable, Mei exclaimed, that we can breathe underwater. Though the seawater had submerged everyone, they did not experience any sensation of suffocation or lack of oxygen. Let us go, Aunt Huazi is up there, Suyu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiaoji hurriedly ascended the stairs, racing towards the 4th floor with Pikachu in tow. By the way, Naji, can you dispel this illusion? Suyu inquired curiously. He was aware of Naji's formidable psychic abilities, yet he was uncertain of their full extent, only knowing that they did not surpass those of Mew. However, Mew's powers were nearly the pinnacle of this world, rendering any measurement futile. Naji shook her head and softly replied, I can sense that this world is infused with a powerful energy. I cannot match it, but I can protect myself. I see. Suyu pondered silently. The energy emanated from an unknown totem, capable of conjuring the NDI that could defeat a Dragonite, indicating at least a level of Divine Tier 2. Naji's ability to sense it and ensure her own safety suggested that the gap was not insurmountable, likely placing her psychic powers within the same Divine Tier. Suyu felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Goodness, to withstand a divine beast with a mortal body? Chapter 32, Redemption. On the 4th floor, the pink sky and the flower-filled meadows were nowhere to be found. Instead, there was a vast, empty room, furnished only with a large pink bed, rendering it stark and desolate, hardly a fitting space for a young girl. Upon seeing Huazi quietly seated by the bedside, Xiaoji rushed over. Mom, are you all right? Huazi appeared oblivious to his voice, offering no response. Mom, what's wrong? Xiaoji felt a pang of anxiety, perplexed by Huazi's state. Suyu, noticing the vacant gaze in Huazi's eyes, understood the situation and addressed Mew. Mew, please help Aunt Huazi break the hypnosis. The NTI, conjured by the unknown totem, had proven surprisingly adept in employing psychic abilities. A flash of white light flickered in Mew's eyes, instantly dispelling the hypnosis cast by the NTI. Huazi's eyes regained their spark as she turned to Xiao Ji with a gentle gaze. You're still as reckless as ever, running off to this place. Relieved to see Huazi back to her normal self, Xiao Ji smiled and replied, what can I say? I'm my mother's son, and this time I had Suyu Ji and everyone else helping me. Huazi looked at Suyu, her expression warm. Thank you, Suyu, and everyone. I'm just glad you're okay, Aunt Huazi. Is this little girl Xiao Mei? Suyu asked, glancing at the sweetly sleeping child nestled on Huazi's lap. Huazi tenderly stroked Xiao Mei's hair, her eyes filled with compassion. Yes, this child is so small, and her parents are not around. It's quite pitiful. She bore no resentment towards Xiao Mei for bringing her here. Rather, she felt an overwhelming sense of sympathy for the girl. What about her mother? Suyu inquired with curiosity. Huazi sighed, gazing at Xiao Mei's peaceful face, and slowly said, Shinaton has long been obsessed with his work, neglecting his family. His wife, dissatisfied with his behavior, chose to leave. Ultimately, it is the child who suffers. A solemn silence enveloped the group. As they traversed through Xiao Mei's inner world, they encountered the vibrant meadows, the dreamlike skies, and the azure ocean, all manifestations of Xiao Mei's innermost dreams and hopes. Yet, the harshness of reality compelled Xiao Mei to seal her heart, isolating herself in a warm corner of the cold crystalline tower, deceiving herself. However, the facade could not endure. And due to Xiao Mei's actions, the crystalline tower began to pose a threat to the outside world, though it was never her intention to untangle this predicament. It was essential for Xiao Mei to emerge from her self-imposed cocoon. Suyu turned to Huazi and stated, we must guide Xiao Mei to step out of this illusion. Huazi nodded, comprehending Suyu's intent. It seemed their conversation roused Xiao Mei from her slumber. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she looked at Huazi in confusion. Mom, what is happening? Xiao Mei, there are things I need to tell you, Huazi said, her heart heavy, yet she steeled herself for Xiao Mei's future. Actually, I am not your real mother. Come with us, Xiao Mei. Yes, Xiao Mei, once we leave here, you can become a trainer, make many friends, and encounter delightful Pokémon companions, Suyu added softly. Mei chimed in with a smile. We will be your friends too. Friends? As Huazi revealed, she was not her true mother. Tears began to well in Xiao Mei's eyes, her emotions surging. Indeed, do you find Mew adorable? Suyu pointed at Mew perched on his shoulder, grinning. It has always been by my side. Mew, in response, happily nuzzled against Suyu before flying to comfort Xiao Mei. My Pikachu was once indifferent towards me. But after a series of events, we became the best of partners, Xiao Ji said, gazing fondly at Pikachu. Pikachu smiled and joined Xiao Mei's side, followed by Kirichi and Ralts, who offered their comfort. Despite the tears streaming down her cheeks, they were tears of joy. An unfamiliar warmth enveloped her heart. At that moment, Xiaoxia and Xiaojiang returned, while the NTI silently appeared beside Xiao Mei. It did not drive anyone away. Rather, it yearned to see the smile on Xiao Mei's face and would grant her every wish. Xiao Mei, join us. The world is vast and fascinating, and you can become an exceptional trainer in the future. Suyu extended his hand, his face radiating warmth. Yes, thank you all, Xiao Mei replied, tears glistening in her eyes as a pure smile blossomed on her face, reaching for Suyu's hand. It seemed that everything had reached a perfect resolution. The crystalline structure enveloping the entire castle began to dissipate gradually. Suddenly, countless sharp crystals erupted from the ground. Mew, protect everyone. Suyu quickly cradled Xiao Mei in his arms and shouted. Mew. Mew unleashed its psychic powers, levitating everyone into the air. The crowd was momentarily bewildered by the unfolding events. The NTI unleashed a plume of purple flames, melting the nearby crystals, and roared, this way. Suyu nodded and led the group down the passage. In the stillness of the environment, a voice emanated from Xiao Ji's electronic communication watch. Hello, Xiao Ji, be careful. The unknown totem has unleashed its power uncontrollably, and it cannot be contained. Understood, Xiao Ji replied. Knowing where the issue lies is a relief. Everyone, do not resist. I will have Mew take us through, Suyu cautioned, then instructed Mew. Mew, teleport us to the location of the unknown totem. In the next moment, they all vanished, reappearing in the hall where the unknown totem resided. Countless unknown totems swirled in the air, emanating an unimaginably potent energy that spread outward. No wonder the NTI has grown stronger. Such a multitude of unknown totems is indeed rare, Suyu mused. It was well known that when a single unknown totem appeared, nothing would happen, but when two or more manifested, a certain power would emerge. Moreover, due to the existence of numerous types of unknown totems, they wielded different abilities. So many gathered together, their collective power nearly rivaling that of a lower deity. Chapter 33, Crisis Averted. Just moments ago, Dr. Oki's words resonated with everyone, revealing that the anomaly stemmed from the enigmatic totem before them. Upon sighting the unknown totem, Ash, in a moment of impulsiveness, charged forward and launched a tackle at it. Bang! The totem remained unscathed, while Ash was sent sprawling. A protective barrier manifested around the totem, fortunately serving merely a defensive purpose. Are you all right, Ash? Must you always act so recklessly? Hanako hurriedly helped him up, exasperation evident in her voice. Suyu could hardly fathom Ash's bravery. Charging forth without any understanding of the situation, he then addressed the others, there's a protective shield. Step back, I shall handle this. Xiaomei, having found her inner redemption, would no longer tolerate the unknown totem's chaos. Mew, use Hyper Beam. Suyu commanded with a sweeping gesture. Mew's gaze turned serious as it focused on the totem, unleashing a massive beam of energy that hurtled toward it. Upon contact, the protective barrier was instantly dissolved. The beam collided with the totem with a resounding boom, resulting in a violent explosion. The blinding light forced everyone to shield their eyes. As the radiance faded, the once vibrant totem appeared to have exhausted its energy, partially reverting to stone and cascading to the ground. Xiaomei, Xiaomei, the deep voice of the Fire Emperor suddenly echoed, though it carried an unusual tone. As its imposing form began to dissipate, Xiaomei opened her eyes from Su Yu's embrace, gazing at the Fire Emperor in the air, sensing a shift in her emotions. Daddy? The Fire Emperor replied, thank you for calling me that. I shall return to your dreams, and I believe you will grow to be an exceptional trainer in the future. Tears streamed down Xiaomei's cheeks as she sorrowfully looked at the Fire Emperor. Daddy. The Fire Emperor cast one last gentle glance at her before slowly closing its eyes, its form gradually transforming into shimmering particles of light. It was, after all, created from the power of the unknown totem, which had now been depleted. Consequently, the energy sustaining the Fire Emperor had vanished as well. The Fire Emperor has not vanished. It has merely returned to your heart. It will always watch over your growth. Suyu gently stroked Xiaomei's hair, offering soft comfort. Xiaomei sobbed against Suyu, her cries unceasing. She was, after all, just a 5-year-old child. Suddenly, a rift in space opened. The totems that had transformed into stone scattered like dust, while those yet to change hurriedly rushed into the rift. This world harbors many unknown mysteries. Suyu cradled Xiaomei, marveling at the extraordinary scene before him. No one knew what lay beyond the rift, and even he dared not venture into such a perilous place. Unless, of course, he could one day obtain the spatial deity, Palkia. With Palkia's protection, perhaps he could unravel the mysteries of the space. As the unknown totems departed, the crystalline formations that had blanketed the verdant fields and castle gradually faded, seemingly restoring everything to its original state. The azure sky and gentle breeze returned, and the rejuvenated green pastures resembled a breathtaking sea of flowers. This was truly the essence of a green pasture. No wonder it was so beloved. Captivated by the stunning scenery, Suyu found himself enchanted. Suyu, the meal is ready. Come and eat. Majuan's voice called from a distance. Coming, Suyu replied, leading Mew to the picnic blanket and taking a seat. After resolving the crystalline tower incident, Suyu did not rush to depart. How could one not take the time to appreciate such beauty? Thus, everyone decided to have a picnic on the green pastures. Wow, Aunt Hanako's food is delicious, Xiaomei exclaimed joyfully after taking a bite. Hanako smiled, if it's tasty. Be sure to eat plenty. That way, you'll grow tall. With the unknown totem incident behind them, Xiaomei's father was safely returned to this realm. Overcome with guilt after learning about the event and having been lectured by both Hanako and Dr. Oki, Dr. Snorton had a profound realization. To ensure Xiaomei's healthy growth, he decided to temporarily abandon his research on the unknown totems and rush to reunite with Xiaomei's mother. It was likely they would return shortly. Savoring the delicious food in his bowl, Suyu asked, Mom, when will you set off again? At that moment, only Meiwan, Xiaomei, and Suyu were present. Ash and the others had departed the previous day. Hanako had encouraged Ash to linger for a few more days, but he was eager to challenge the next gym. Dr. Oki and the others, intent on studying the unknown totems, also left the green pastures swiftly. Let us wait a few days until Xiaomei's father returns before we leave, Meiwan suggested, glancing at Xiaomei with nostalgia. Seeing Xiaomei is like witnessing you as a child. Both are so adorable and sensible. Hearing this, Mei inquired with curiosity. Aunt Meiwan, What was Suyu like as a child? Are there any pictures? Indeed, Suyu was quite the little adult, occasionally quite amusing. Would you like to see? Meiwan chuckled. Suyu's face flushed with embarrassment as he muttered. Such things should not be discussed in front of the subject. I want to see. I want to see. Mei eagerly insisted, nodding enthusiastically. She was extremely intrigued by Suyu's past. Even Xiaoxue and Naz appeared curious. Meiwan smiled at them. Well, I'll share some of Suyu's embarrassing tales later. Let us see if he dares to act so proud in front of you all. Suyu cough. Cough. Aunt Hanako, has Xiaomei's father been in touch with you recently? He quickly changed the subject, addressing Hanako. Hanako ruffled Xiaomei's hair, replying, yes. Xiaomei's father told me they would arrive tomorrow. Xiaomei beamed. Daddy will be back tomorrow? That is wonderful. Although she understood that her father was busy with work and couldn't often be with her, at heart, she was still just a 5-year-old girl yearning for her family's companionship. Yes, Daddy is bringing a gift for Xiaomei, Hanako added with a smile. As everyone enjoyed the meal, laughter and conversation filled the air, the essence of life's joy. That evening, Suyu lay in bed, opening the system panel. Coins, 486, 666. Not surprised by the modest increase in coins, Suyu reflected on the situation. Although the Fire Emperor created by the unknown totem possessed the power of a secondary deity, it did not imply that the totem itself shared that strength. Yet, he noticed a few thousand coins had indeed accumulated. Suyu speculated that the system likely calculated the strength of each individual unknown totem. The totems, in their essence, were not particularly formidable, even weaker than a Magikarp. Granting 1 coin was already generous. With several tens of thousands of unknown totems present, contributing a few thousand coins was reasonable. If tens or hundreds of thousands of totems were to manifest their power, the magnitude would be unimaginable. Thankfully, most unknown totems were spread across ancient ruins worldwide, preventing the simultaneous emergence of millions of them. After pondering for a while, Suyu embraced Mew and drifted into slumber, as they would set off the next day. Chapter 34, Arrival at Mankin City. The following day, Xiaomei's father returned, accompanied by her mother. Upon seeing her mother, Xiaomei's tears flowed freely as she joyfully leaped into her mother's embrace. Witnessing the heartwarming reunion of Xiaomei's family, smiles of contentment spread across everyone's faces. It seemed evident that Xiaomei aspired to become a Pokémon trainer in the future. In light of this, her father had thoughtfully brought her a bear cub. Upon witnessing Xiaomei's radiant smile, Suyu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Though their time together had been brief, Xiaomei reminded him of his younger self, evoking a profound sense of compassion within him. It is often said that only a child who cries can expect to receive sweets, while the sensible child frequently bears the burden of unspoken grievances. Subsequently, Suyu and his companions bid farewell to the others. The couple, Xiao Li and Shernua Dan, warmly invited Suyu to extend his stay, wishing to express their gratitude for his assistance to Xiaomei. However, Suyu graciously declined their generous offer, feeling that his time there had already been ample. Moreover, he did not share a close acquaintance with Xiao Li and Shernua Dan. Despite Shernua being a student of Professor Ohm, one could say he had a slight connection, having studied under Professor Ohm for a considerable duration, nearly qualifying as a half-student. Yet, he found himself at odds with some of Shernua's practices. While he could empathize with Shernua's busy schedule, the neglect of familial responsibilities was an undeniable truth. Fortunately, Xiaomei was still young, and there was still time for reparations. It is worth noting that the misfortunes of childhood can leave some individuals with lifelong scars. Finally, Suyu gently ruffled Xiaomei's hair, smiling as he wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, tenderly saying, "If you ever need anything, just give me a call, and remember to grow up happily." "Okay, brother Suyu," Xiaomei replied, her eyes reddened and her voice choked with emotion. "Mom, Aunt Huazi, and Sister Li, we shall take our leave now. Feel free to call if anything arises," Suyu announced. "You silly boy, if you're leaving, just go. Why the fuss?" Meiwan waved her hand, visibly impatient. Yes, we are departing now." The verdant pastures were not far from Mankin City. After departing from Xiaomei's home, they arrived at a quaint town. Crossing through this town would lead them to Mankin City. However, since their supplies had been nearly depleted, even with frugal usage, they could not sustain themselves until they reached Mankin City. Thus, they decided to replenish their resources in the town. Upon entering the town, they discovered something peculiar. "Wow, there are so many psychic-type Pokémon here," Yai exclaimed in astonishment. As they strolled down the main street, psychic-type Pokémon were abundantly visible, including Snorlax, Hypno, and Exeggutor. Psychic Pokémon had always been relatively rare, so it was surprising to encounter such a multitude here. The Pokédex indicated that this was a psychic town, where the locals traditionally trained psychic Pokémon. Suyu checked the information in the Pokédex and remarked, "It appears that the surrounding forests are frequently inhabited by Ghost-type Pokémon," prompting everyone to train Psychic types for protection. Ghost-type Pokémon. Yai recalled the ghastly family, shivering slightly as she understood that indeed seems necessary. The pranks of Ghost-type Pokémon can be genuinely terrifying. For those with timid hearts, it could even induce a heart attack. Suddenly, a Kadabra materialized on Suyu's shoulder. This is teleportation. Suyu observed curiously as the little creature clung tightly to his clothing, resting its head against him without a hint of fear. A lady nearby called out, "Young man, could you please help me catch my Kadabra?" Upon hearing this, Suyu gently cradled the Kadabra, which offered no resistance. Instead, it squinted its eyes in contentment against Suyu, appearing quite pleased. "Suyu, you truly have a way with Pokémon. Honestly, have you spritzed on some perfume that attracts them?" Yai said, her expression tinged with envy as she watched the Kadabra's joyful demeanor. This was not the first instance. Unfamiliar Pokémon had consistently gravitated towards Suyu, seemingly drawn to him. With a flick of his finger, the Pokémon obediently approached him. This ability left Yai utterly envious. Suyu chuckled, cradling the Kadabra. "What perfume? If I had one, I would have used it long ago." The lady hurried over, breathless, and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." "Young man, not at all. Auntie, here is your Kadabra. It seems quite lively." Suyu smiled as he handed the Kadabra back. The woman sighed, shaking her head. "This child can't seem to shake off its bad habits. It truly gives me a headache." Despite her apparent discontent, her gaze was filled with affection for the Kadabra. Just as the Kadabra was embraced by the lady, it teleported once more, landing atop a passerby's head. "Hey, Kadabra, stay right there," the lady shouted, rushing after it without a moment's pause. It seemed there was still a long road ahead in educating the mischievous Kadabra. Yai whispered, "Indeed. Pokémon can be quite unruly at times." "Pokémon are not unlike humans," Suyu explained with a smile. "Each Pokémon is a unique entity with its own personality. Some are playful, while others are composed. Take Ash and Pikachu. Their bond is profound now, but it wasn't too long ago that Pikachu was shocking him mercilessly. However, one aspect where Pokémon excel over humans is their sincerity. As long as you treat them genuinely, they will eventually accept you and never betray you." After replenishing their resources in the Psychic Town, they pressed onward toward Macon City. The journey ahead was smooth, devoid of any unforeseen incidents. As they traversed a vast forest, a coastal metropolis emerged before them. This was Macon City. Upon entering the city, they were enveloped by its vibrancy, with towering buildings, shopping malls, arcades, cinemas, and five-star hotels all around, creating a veritable paradise of amenities. The shopping instincts of Yai and her companions were ignited. Had it not been for Suyu's restraint, they would have dashed into the department store. With Suyu's gentle reminder, they finally noticed their disheveled appearances. Therefore, under his guidance, they settled into a hotel. They enjoyed a comforting hot shower and savored a delightful meal. Once refreshed, they were eager to embark on a shopping spree at the department store. Chapter 35, The Challenge of Macon Gym. In the department store, Yai twirled in a beautiful white dress before Suyu, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Suyu, do you think this dress looks good?" "Absolutely, it suits you perfectly," Suyu replied, nodding in agreement. Delighted by his words, Yai hurried back to the changing room, determined to purchase the outfit. After sending Yai off, Suyu let out a long sigh of relief. In the beginning, it was enjoyable to witness the lovely young girl modeling beautiful clothes and seeking his opinion, and he had been quite enthusiastic in his responses. However, over an hour had passed. His vocabulary was nearly exhausted, and he felt parched from the incessant conversation. Yet, the trio seemed oblivious to any fatigue, still eagerly selecting garments. The Dream Eater on his shoulder, along with Kirachi and Ralts in his arms, had succumbed to slumber. When Xiaoxue and Naz came out, Suyu quickly slapped his slightly stiff face and forced a smile. "Xiaoxue, that outfit looks lovely, and Naz's is also quite charming." Half an hour later, the three finally sensed a hint of weariness. Abandoning the thought of trying on more clothes, they hurried to the checkout counter. Fortunately, the large store offered delivery services. Otherwise, Suyu would have had to bear the burden of carrying bags. After leaving the clothing store, they began to explore the other levels of the department store. It would not be an exaggeration to describe this place as a veritable emporium. It encompasses all aspects of life, from clothing to sustenance to transportation. Remarkably, even eggs of small Pokémon can be procured here, albeit at a rather steep price. As he strolled along, Suyu stumbled upon a doll shop bustling with patrons, and his gaze was drawn to a familiar sight, a doll of Ralts, a rarity indeed. Such creatures are seldom seen in the Johto region, which attests to the owner's extensive knowledge and experience. Ralts, noticing its own likeness, tugged at Suyu's sleeve. Do you want one? Absolutely, I shall procure one. Suyu replied with a smile. Just as they exited the clothing store, a few little ones awakened. Ralts, captivated by a plush toy resembling itself, expressed great interest. Suyu entered the doll shop and purchased a doll of similar size to Ralts, presenting it to the ecstatic Pokémon, which embraced the toy with joy. Mew and Jirachi, witnessing this, blinked their large eyes at Suyu, their intentions unmistakable. They too desired a doll. Suyu, chuckling, replied, All right, I shall fetch one for you as well. However, after searching the store for quite some time, he failed to locate dolls of Mew and Jirachi. After all, they are not ordinary Pokémon. This predicament left Suyu perplexed. Observing his dilemma, Xiaoya smiled slightly and reminded him, if they are not available in the store, you can request the owner to custom make one. Indeed. How did I not think of that? Xiaoya, you are quite astute, Suyu exclaimed, realizing that in this day and age, having wealth can indeed facilitate matters. He promptly approached the owner and articulated his request. Initially, the owner hesitated, but upon learning that Suyu was willing to pay 3 times the price, his demeanor transformed into one of joviality, and he readily agreed, assuring that the dolls would be crafted with utmost speed and delivered to their hotel. This news delighted Mew and Jirachi, who were informed they would receive their bespoke dolls the following day. After discussing a few details with the owner, they departed the store. After a day of indulging in the vast shopping mall, Yai and her companions had truly satisfied their cravings. As night descended, they returned to their hotel. Upon arrival, Suyu felt utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the soft sofa. He felt as though his stamina fruit had been wasted. Yai and the others possessed remarkable endurance for shopping. He humbly acknowledged his defeat. While he could understand Naz's use of psychic abilities, it was astonishing that Yai and Xiaoya, both mere mortals, could outlast him. He had initially anticipated that a half-day excursion would suffice, allowing him to challenge the gym afterward. Yet, what ensued was an entire day of exploration. The gym challenge would have to wait until tomorrow. Speaking of the gym challenge, the Mekon gym was etched in his memory. The formidable Blissey loomed large in his recollection, its rolling attack exhibiting an overwhelming dominance. It had effortlessly defeated Ash, although at that time, Ash was not particularly strong, a rather uncommon occurrence. Nevertheless, Ash is Ash, and Suyu is Suyu. His curiosity about that Blissey remained. After lounging on the sofa for a while, Suyu retreated to his room to bathe and rest. The following day, after breakfast, the group set off toward the Mekon gym. Suyu had checked online, confirming that the gym was open that day. The gym leader, Xiaoqian, was a beautiful girl with pink hair who had a poor sense of direction. This gym specialized in normal-type Pokémon, yet aside from that Blissey, Xiaoqian's other Pokémon appeared rather average in strength. Upon arriving at the gym, they found the doors wide open. Once inside, they quickly located Xiaoqian, and Suyu expressed his intentions. Xiaoqian readily accepted his challenge. Now commencing, Suyu from New Town will battle Xiaoqian, the gym leader of Mekon Gym. The contest for the gym badge begins now, announced a female referee, standing at the center of the battle arena, radiating a bright smile. Xiaoqian looked at Suyu and said, Let's begin. I won't hold back. Suyu replied, Of course, since this is a battle. Giving it my all is the greatest respect for my opponent. Go, Teddiursa. Xiaoqian sent forth her first Pokémon, a charming light brown bear adorned with a crescent-shaped white pattern on its head and a small brown tail. Teddiursa licked its paw, displaying an adorable smile. Then I shall send out my Pokémon. Go, Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil yawned lazily, appearing as if it had just awoken. Suyu couldn't help but chuckle at its nonchalant demeanor. Although Cyndaquil seemed lackluster, it transformed entirely when it entered battle mode. During previous challenges, Suyu had allowed Cyndaquil to participate in several battles, and it had performed admirably. Currently, Cyndaquil was the only Pokémon Suyu was focusing on nurturing. Shakira's was still digesting mineral energy, while it could fight. It was paramount that it grow properly during this period. Reaching the pinnacle with Charizard and becoming a champion could not solely rely on battles. Otherwise, champions would be everywhere in this world. To attain such a level, one must consider talent and luck. Ralts, indulging in its delights, had already achieved initial champion status, while Charizard, despite its rigorous training, still lagged behind Ralts. This was determined from the moment of their birth. Fireball, use Ember. Suyu commanded. Upon hearing Suyu's directive, Cyndaquil's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Flames erupted from its back, the earlier lethargy vanishing without a trace. Cyndaquil focused on Teddiursa, showing no mercy simply because of its cuteness. A torrent of fire surged forth, racing toward Teddiursa. Teddiursa, dodge! Xiaoqian shouted. As the flames approached, Teddiursa momentarily froze, only coming to its senses upon hearing Xiaoqian's voice. It quickly rolled away, narrowly evading Cyndaquil's attack. Excellent. Teddy Ursa, rush in and use fury swipes. Xiaoqian commanded. Teddy Ursa sprang to its feet, raising its sharp claws and charging toward Cyndaquil. Suyu observed that Teddy Ursa lacked battle experience. Otherwise, it wouldn't have hesitated before attacking. The levels of Teddy Ursa and Cyndaquil were quite comparable, both at the beginner elite level. It seemed that Xiaoqian had indeed devoted her attention to training Blissey, neglecting her other Pokémon. Initially, Suyu was concerned that Cyndaquil might face a tough battle, but it appeared his worries were unfounded. Cyndaquil, use quick attack to evade. Suyu instructed. Just as Teddy Ursa closed in, prepared to strike with its sharp claws, Cyndaquil suddenly accelerated, deftly escaping Teddy Ursa's attack range. Teddy Ursa was taken aback. Wasn't this supposed to be turn-based combat? Shouldn't it have landed a hit? Cyndaquil, unleash Ember once more. Suyu called out. Cyndaquil's flames surged higher, releasing a fire blast even more potent than before. Teddy Ursa, watch out! Xiaoqian shouted in alarm. However, Teddy Ursa was too close to Cyndaquil, and in the blink of an eye, the flame struck it. As the fire dissipated, Teddy Ursa collapsed onto the ground, dazed with swirling eyes. The referee checked Teddy Ursa's condition, raised a flag, and announced, Teddy Ursa is unable to battle. Cyndaquil is the victor. Ah, come back, Teddy Ursa. Surprised by the swift defeat of her Pokémon, Xiaoqian recalled Teddy Ursa. Jigglypuff, it's your turn now. Xiaoqian's second Pokémon, Pippi, is an adorably plump little fairy creature adorned in a delightful shade of pink. Due to its charming appearance, many aspire to capture one as a pet. However, Pippi is quite rare and difficult to encounter. In fact, Pippi belongs to the fairy type, yet logically, as Xiaoqian is associated with a normal-type gym, she ought to utilize a normal-type Pokémon. Nonetheless, most of Pippi's abilities are normal-type moves. And since the fairy type has not yet gained widespread recognition, Pippi is still classified as a normal-type Pokémon in the Pokédex. Pippi, please use your usual move. Xiaoqian said with a smile, gently patting Pippi. With a joyful bounce, Pippi hopped onto the battlefield and began to wave its fingers excitedly. Observing Pippi's actions, Suyu felt a twinge of confusion. Is that the finger wave? No one uses the finger wave in battles. The finger wave randomly selects and executes one of the numerous techniques available, and the sheer variety of skills in this world is an enigma. The ability to unleash a specific skill is purely a matter of luck. With good fortune, one might unleash a powerful move. With misfortune, one could inadvertently knock themselves out. Watching Pippi merrily gesturing, Suyu remained patient, recognizing that this particular skill was ill-suited for a Pokémon battle. The lengthy setup could easily be interrupted if the opponent chose not to relent. After several seconds, Pippi's fingers began to emit a radiant blue light. Here it comes. Fireball Mouse, be cautious. Suyu warned, just in case Pippi truly unleashed something formidable. Pippi pointed its finger at Fireball Mouse, and suddenly, Fireball Mouse felt an uncontrollable urge to unleash a torrent of flames. The fiery blast struck Pippi, who exhaled a puff of black smoke before collapsing onto the ground. Oh, Pippi, you've worked hard this time. Upon seeing Pippi fall, Xiaoqian quickly recalled it into its Pokeball. Fireball Mouse scratched its head, eyes brimming with confusion, having unwittingly released an attack without understanding why. Is that another go? Suyu pondered, uncertain since Fireball Mouse had acted autonomously before he could command it. Moreover, Pippi's finger wave had indeed concluded with its finger pointing at Fireball Mouse, indicating a skill had been executed. Then, Fireball Mouse unleashed flames that instantly incapacitated Pippi. The effect of another go ensures that the target can only use its last employed move for the next 3 actions. Fireball Mouse had last used Flamethrower. Now, the real battle begins. Go, my ace. Xiaoqian proclaimed confidently as she summoned her third Pokémon. Out came a pink Miltank, its tail adorned with a black orb. Miltank is exclusively female, with its male counterpart being Tauros. Suyu was not surprised by the appearance of Miltank, but he was taken aback to discover that this particular Miltank possessed the prowess of a near-elite level. This was the most formidable gym leader he had encountered since arriving in the Johto region. Miltank, use Rollout. Xiaoqian instructed eagerly. Here it comes. This move has defeated countless Fireball Mice. Fireball Mouse, dodge with quick attack. Suyu commanded hastily, observing Miltank transform into a rolling battering ram. As Fireball Mouse attempted to execute quick attack, it suddenly found itself unable to control its body, inadvertently unleashing Flamethrower. Suyu gasped, realizing, oh no. Pippi's move really was another go. The flames from Fireball Mouse had no effect on Miltank. With a resounding crash, Fireball Mouse was sent hurtling away. Shakily, it managed to rise. the previous blow having inflicted considerable damage. Come back, Fireball Mouse. You performed admirably, Suyu said, recalling it. Fireball Mouse was already at a significant disadvantage in terms of level compared to Miltank, compounded by the effects of Pippi's move, with only one flamethrower left. Another rollout from Miltank would surely be too much for Fireball Mouse to withstand, especially as the power of rollout escalates with each consecutive hit, potentially reaching 16 times its original strength. How about that? My strength is formidable, isn't it? Xiao Qian beamed, witnessing Miltank effortlessly defeat Fireball Mouse. Suyu nodded, smiling, indeed. You have trained your Miltank exceptionally well. However, you should remain vigilant moving forward. Bring it on. My Miltank fears no one, Xiao Qian declared with confidence. Suyu chuckled. That's good to hear. Just remember not to shed any tears if you lose. Xiao Qian blushed and retorted, I won T. Go, Charizard, I'm counting on you. Suyu called out. With a thunderous roar, Charizard erupted onto the battlefield, emanating an aura of formidable strength as it set its piercing gaze upon Miltank. Chapter 37, The Weeping Xiao Qian. Sensing the overwhelming presence of Charizard, Miltank instinctively took a step back. Miltank, do not fear. We can prevail, Xiao Qian encouraged. In response to her encouragement, Miltank steadied itself and focused intently on Charizard. Xiao Qian's prowess in nurturing Miltank to such a state was commendable. It is known that Miltank is primarily bred for its high milk yield and nutritional value, while its robust and sturdy nature allows for battles. Few can achieve what Xiao Qian has, turning it into her mainstay. Yet, appreciation aside, with Charizard now in play, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Suyu commanded. Charizard inhaled deeply and expelled a torrent of flames far hotter than those unleashed by Fireball Mouse. Xiao Qian, seeing this, quickly instructed, Miltank, roll to evade. Miltank reacted swiftly, entering a rolling state almost instantly, thereby enhancing its speed and successfully avoiding Charizard's flamethrower. Excellent, Miltank. Charge in and defeat it. Xiao Qian declared with confidence, recalling how this move had vanquished countless opponents before. Observing Miltank barrel toward Charizard, Suyu smirked slightly and commanded, Charizard, use Earthquake. Charizard nodded, gathering its strength before forcefully stomping the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Each stomp caused the battlefield to tremble violently. Miltank, caught in the upheaval, was forced to cease its rolling, momentarily dizzy and swaying in place. Miltank, are you alright? Xiao Qian exclaimed, alarmed and concerned, having not anticipated that Suyu would counter her ultimate move so effectively. Charizard, finish it with Blast Burn. Suyu called out, seizing the opportunity. He had no intention of holding back in this battle. With a mighty roar, Charizard unleashed a blazing fireball that gradually morphed into a colossal character, hurtling toward Miltank. The deep crimson flames appeared overwhelmingly powerful. Miltank, watch out. Quickly dodge. Xiao Qian shouted. Unfortunately, Miltank was still dazed, and although it heard Xiao Qian's warning, its response came a moment too late. With a resounding crash, Charizard's Blast Burn struck Miltank directly, resulting in a violent explosion. In the next instant, a massive silhouette was propelled rapidly out of the smoke. Miltank, enveloped in blackened steam, crashed heavily outside the battlefield. Miltank, Xiao Qian cried out in distress, rushing forward. Judge, the milk tank has lost its combatability, and thus, the battle is won by the Charizard. Upon hearing the judge's declaration, the crowd was not the least bit surprised, for Suyu had yet to face defeat. Suyu approached Xiao Qian, observing her somewhat unwell state, and expressed his concern. Xiao Qian, are you alright? I'm fine, really, Xiao Qian replied, gathering her milk tank. Slowly rising to her feet, a painfully forced smile gracing her face. She had promised Suyu she wouldn't cry. With a resigned smile, Suyu said, if you feel like crying, then cry. It's perfectly fine if that brings you comfort. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Qian could no longer hold back her tears, exclaiming, Wah, you're incredible. How can you be so strong? Indeed, it feels much better to let it out. Seeing Xiao Qian sobbing uncontrollably, Suyu found himself at a loss for words to console her. Mei Yi and the others, noticing Xiao Qian's tears, assumed Suyu had bullied her and hurried over to offer comfort. After a while, Xiao Qian finally ceased her weeping. I'm sorry. I don't know why I feel so miserable every time I lose a battle, but crying makes it a lot better, Xiao Qian said, her cheeks flushed. It's all right. Crying is merely a way to release emotions. Far better than keeping everything bottled up, Suyu reassured her. Hearing his understanding words, Xiao Qian looked up at him with gratitude, then produced a badge. Thank you all. This is a regular badge, and now it belongs to you. Thank you. Suyu replied. In a gesture of appreciation for Mei Yi and the others' consolation, Xiao Qian warmly invited them, if you don't mind. Would you like to visit my grandfather's farm? He has plenty of delicious milk and treats. Mei Yi exclaimed with delight, really? That sounds wonderful. I've never been to a farm before. Then we shall make our way there, Suyu said. Not at all, let's go. Xiao Qian replied cheerfully. As she prepared to leave, Suyu hesitated, now? What about your gym? Don't worry, it's fine. I just need to close it down, Xiao Qian said nonchalantly. Suyu couldn't help but feel pity for the next unfortunate soul who would arrive to find the gym closed. Soon after, the group followed Xiao Qian to her grandfather's farm. Upon reaching the outskirts, they were greeted by a vast expanse of grassy plains enclosed by fences. Wow, there are so many milk tanks here, Mei Yi exclaimed excitedly, spotting the numerous milk tanks dotting the landscape. This entire area belongs to my grandfather's farm. Most of the milk in Jin City comes from here, Xiao Qian explained with a smile. That is impressive, Mei Yi responded in awe, continuing along a path. They arrived at a quaint cottage and were introduced to Xiao Qian's grandfather, a kindly old man. Upon learning that Su Yu and his friends were Xiao Qian's companions, he warmly welcomed them. Come, come. This is the milk from the milk tanks, a specialty of ours. Do give it a try, the grandfather said, cheerfully pouring steaming cups of milk for everyone. Upon seeing the pure white milk and inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, Su Yu was pleasantly surprised. What a rich scent. It's absolutely delightful. It's so fragrant and pure. Mei Yi's eyes sparkled with delight. Seeing their enjoyment, Xiao Qian beamed. Isn't it? My grandfather's milk is the best. Don't be shy. There's plenty to go around, her grandfather added, bringing out a large jug brimming with milk. By the way, Su Yu, the fire mouse was injured earlier. This milk can help restore its strength. It's very beneficial for Pokémon, Xiao Qian reminded him. She had already sent her milk tank for treatment, and Su Yu's fire mouse had only suffered from fatigue. Hence, he hadn't taken it to the Pokémon Center. Taking Xiao Qian's suggestion to heart, Su Yu released his fire mouse. Sure enough, after drinking the milk tank's milk, its condition improved significantly. Chapter 38, The Whimsical Tree. Afterward, Xiao Qian's grandfather presented an array of dairy products to the group. They spent the entire afternoon at the farm before departing, with Xiao Qian's grandfather sending them off with beautifully packaged milk. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was evening. After a hearty dinner, they retired to their rooms for rest. In the following days, Su Yu and his companions explored every nook and cranny of Jin City, visiting famous spots like the Jin Game City, the underground streets, and the Jin Flower Shop. Su Yu also toured the Maglev train station, which connects Jin City to Huang City. However, it was still under construction and not yet operational. Nonetheless, it was nearing completion, promising enhanced convenience for travel between the Kanto and Johto regions. During their stay, they had visited all the noteworthy locales and partaken in various activities. Thus, Su Yu and his companions set off for their next gym destination, the Yuanzhu Gym located in Yuanzhu City, a historic cultural city in the Johto region. Legend has it that the top of the bell tower was once the abode of Ho-Oh, while the peak of the burn tower was home to Lugia. The legendary beasts also originated from this very place. It could be said that Yuanzhu City is the epicenter of Pokémon lore in the Johto region. Su Yu was filled with curiosity about this ancient city, hoping for a stroke of luck that might allow him to encounter a legendary Pokémon. Sister Xiaoxue, look. That tree is so peculiar, Mei exclaimed excitedly. Mei's voice drew the attention of the group, and they turned to see what she was pointing at. That appears to be a whimsical tree, Xiaoxue observed after a brief examination. Mei, her eyes wide with wonder, gazed at the distinctly different tree. A whimsical tree? Is that a Pokémon? Su Yu nodded, chuckling. Indeed, it is a Pokémon. As if sensing that its disguise had been unveiled, the whimsical tree awkwardly smiled, setting down its camouflage branches and slowly moving its feet. The whimsical tree took 2 steps to the left, and Mei, with wide eyes, followed suit. It then shifted 2 steps to the right, and again, Mei mimicked its movement. Suddenly, the whimsical tree raised its hand and, with a look of surprise, glanced towards something behind Mei. When Mei turned to look, she found nothing, only to discover that the whimsical tree had vanished in a flash. Ha ha ha, it seems to be playing tricks on you. Su Yu nearly burst with laughter. Ah, how infuriating. Gyarados, go catch it for me. Mei, flustered and embarrassed, threw out a pokeball, shouting. Gyarados, swift as the wind, soon returned with the whimsical tree in tow. Humph, let us see if you dare to fool me again. Mei glared at the whimsical tree, which trembled in fear. What should I do to punish this naughty creature? She pondered aloud. Quite simple. Just give it a splash of water, Su Yu suggested with a grin. Water? A grass-type Pokémon fears water? Mei questioned, her expression one of skepticism as she eyed Su Yu. Su Yu rapped her on the head playfully, exasperated. What are you thinking, silly? Who told you this creature is a grass type? Mei turned her gaze back to the whimsical tree, incredulous. Isn't it a grass type? Do you think I'm foolish? Despite its appearance resembling a shrub with branch-like arms and 3 green orbs atop, the whimsical tree was indeed not a grass-type Pokémon. After a brief pause, Suyu continued. Actually, this Pokémon is of the rock type. Rock type? Mei exclaimed in astonishment. I haven't read enough. Don't deceive me. Without a word, Suyu silently retrieved his Pokédex and pointed it at the whimsical tree. Whimsical tree, a mimic Pokémon that disguises itself as a tree. Its surface is not bark, but rather has a rocky texture and is completely defenseless against water. The mechanical voice from the Pokédex announced. Indeed, it feels just like rock. Mei said, prodding the whimsical tree, finally convinced by Suyu's assertion. The whimsical tree, panting and struggling under the constricting embrace of the monarch serpent, exhibited a palpable fear of water as Mei anxiously prepared to douse it. All right, it was just a jest, monarch serpent, release it, Mei urged, nodding in response. The monarch serpent gradually loosened its serpentine coils around the whimsical tree. Gratefully, the whimsical tree bowed towards Mei, its antics eliciting laughter. Shall we rest here? It seems unlikely we'll exit this forest today, Suyu remarked, disregarding Mei's chatter and addressing Xiao Shui and Nazi. Certainly, just as well. For my supply of fairy food is dwindling. I must prepare more, Xiao Shui replied with a smile. She had meticulously crafted the fairy food in advance. For commencing preparation at mealtime would be an arduous endeavor. Suyu often assisted her, having previously studied under Professor Oak. Though he may not match Xiao Shui's prowess now, he was still capable of lending a hand. Nazi occasionally helped, albeit her lack of knowledge often led to more hindrance than assistance, leaving her with the task of feeding the fairies. Setting down his backpack, Suyu released the fairies, which included only the fire mouse and Charizard. For Gyarados was far too large to accommodate in the forest. He then commenced to gather ingredients and kindle a fire. In no time, an appetizing aroma wafted through the air, signaling the meal's completion. All right, it's time to eat, Suyu announced after washing his hands. Gathered around a small table, the group enjoyed their meal while engaging in lively conversation. Why hasn't the whimsical tree left yet? Suyu inquired, noticing the creature munching alongside the fire mice. This isn't my doing, mind you. It's not my fault, Mei mumbled, gnawing on a bone. It was simply watching me prepare the fairy food. So I shared a little with it, Xiao Shui explained, smiling. It's quite the glutton, much like you. Mei, Suyu teased. Mei shot him a glare, retorting, what nonsense. I'm far cuter than it. Suyu playfully stuffed a piece of rib into Mei's mouth, chuckling. Yes, you're the cutest. Now eat. Humph. I'll let you off this time, just because of the food, Mei huffed, savoring the rib. After finishing their meal, the whimsical tree lingered, inching closer to Xiao Shui, seemingly in search of a permanent source of sustenance. Xiao Shui, unfazed, happily decided to tame the whimsical tree. Chapter 39. The Colossal Snorlax. How strange. Why does the temperature rise the moment we entered this forest? Mei wondered aloud, fanning herself with her small hands while gazing at the blazing sun overhead. Xiao Shui and Nazi also glistened with beads of perspiration. Logically, such a rapid temperature shift seemed improbable, especially in an area devoid of volcanic activity. Yet, the group distinctly felt the heat intensifying. Suyu, perplexed, retrieved his Pokédex to ascertain if any anomalies were present in this location. To his surprise, the information revealed something quite extraordinary. A natural hot spring lay hidden here. Ah, there's a reason for the temperature increase, Suyu exclaimed. What reason? Mei inquired, her curiosity piqued. It states that there is a splendid secret hot spring here. Suyu replied with enthusiasm. A hot spring? Mei's excitement was palpable as she urged. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go soak in the hot spring. Suyu restrained her, saying, Hold on. It's a secret hot spring, and the Pokédex doesn't specify its exact location. We must wait for Mew to locate it. Mew, please help us find a pool of steaming water, he implored. Mew nodded, its psychic abilities radiating as it meticulously scanned the forest. Before long, Mew discovered what Suyu had described. Gently tugging at Suyu's hair, it signaled for them to follow. Let us go, Mew has found it, Suyu announced. Soon, they arrived at the natural hot spring Mew had revealed. Due to its seclusion, the area retained its pristine ecological beauty, and the water was crystal clear and inviting. Suyu tested the temperature, finding it neither too hot nor too cold, perfectly suited to the surrounding climate. This is fantastic. I can hardly contain my excitement, Mei exclaimed. Without delay, the group set up their tents, changed into swimwear, and began to relish the hot spring. Suyu, clad only in swim trunks, leapt into the water, creating a splash that prompted the others to retaliate with playful splashes of their own. The pool was vast, and Suyu released Gyarados, who took up a third of the area. Immersed in the hot spring, all fatigue from their earlier trek faded away. Life should be a balance of relaxation and vigor. Suyu mused contentedly, his eyes half closed. Observing the three ladies, Suyu couldn't help but jest. Ladies, would you like me to give you a back rub? Absolutely not. Mei promptly declined, sticking her tongue out at Suyu, recalling his previous antics. To turn down a free service, truly, Suyu sighed, swimming over to Gyarados, intending to offer it a massage. Gyarados' smooth skin felt delightful to the touch. As Suyu pressed on either side of Gyarados' fins, he wondered if the Pokémon could even sense his strength. However, Gyarados' cheerful demeanor suggested it was unfazed. As Suyu dried Gyarados with a towel, several small creatures approached, joyfully bouncing on the Pokémon's back. Gyarados, unperturbed, allowed them to frolic. Smiling, Suyu decided to give the little ones a bath as well. After reveling in the hot spring for a considerable time, Suyu eventually rose, noticing an abundance of fruit nearby. He intended to gather some, as the climate here produced particularly delicious wild fruits, free from pollution. However, as he focused on picking the fruit, the ground began to tremble. Alarmed, Suyu thought, "What on earth? An earthquake?" Soon, he realized his assumption was incorrect. A colossal Snorlax had appeared not far away. The tremors were caused by its immense weight. "No way. Buddy, are you a prehistoric Pokémon? How can you be so enormous?" Suyu gasped, staring in awe at the Snorlax. Typically, Snorlaxes stand around 2 meters tall, with the larger ones reaching 3 or 4 meters. But this one seemed nearly 10 meters tall. "My goodness, this must be a mutation," Suyu exclaimed. The Snorlax, oblivious to Suyu, began to munch on the fruits from nearby trees, clearly relishing its feast. Suyu utilized his aura abilities to gauge the Snorlax's strength, discovering it possessed the power of a novice Elite Four member. Such growth in a wild Pokémon was rare. While size does not always equate to strength, a larger physique certainly offers advantages in power and defense. After consuming the surrounding fruits, the Snorlax's sleepy eyes turned towards Suyu, or rather, the basket on his back that contained the freshly picked fruits. With an eager hand, Snorlax reached out, preparing to snatch Suyu's basket. Its gaze fixated solely on the food. Suyu swiftly dodged the massive hand. "You made the first move, so don't blame me for being rude," he declared, patting Mew and employing hypnosis. Just as the Snorlax was about to continue its pursuit of food, a wave of drowsiness suddenly engulfed it. In an instant, the massive creature collapsed to the ground, soundly asleep. Upon encountering the colossal Snorlax sprawled on the ground, Suyu retrieved an empty Master Ball and hurled it towards the creature, exclaiming with a grin, "From now on, you'll be my companion, and your meals will be plentiful." Whether it was the formidable properties of the Master Ball or the promise of ample food that worked its magic, the ball wobbled slightly before coming to a halt. Suyu picked up the Master Ball, wiped it clean, and released Snorlax once more. The Snorlax lay lazily on the ground as Suyu called out a few times, even giving its ample belly a gentle pat. In response, Snorlax merely rolled over, resuming its slumber. "This fellow is indeed a sleepyhead," Suyu chuckled. "It only knows to eat and sleep." Mew, with a serene smile, used its psychic abilities to rouse Snorlax. "Snorlax?" It rubbed its eyes, stretching languidly, still appearing drowsy. "Snorlax, you mustn't steal others' food anymore. I will ensure your meals are well prepared, so you can rest easy. If you continue to snatch food from others, I shall give it to someone else." He feared that Snorlax's gluttonous nature might lead it to consume all the food meant for the other Pokémon. Snorlax nodded blankly, then patted its belly, its gaze fixated on the fruit strapped to Suyu's back, licking its lips. However, remembering Suyu's admonition against stealing food, it obediently refrained from acting. "You truly are a voracious eater." Suyu shook his head with a smile, turning towards the campsite. "Come along. Let us go have a meal." "Snorlax, Snorlax." The creature beamed with joy, for eating was its greatest delight. Chapter 40, The Fishing Tournament. Bang, bang, bang. Before they even arrived, the heavy footfalls of Snorlax announced their presence. Suyu sighed, realizing he should have brought Snorlax with a Pokeball to avoid such a ruckus. Mei and her companions mistakenly thought an earthquake was occurring as they hurriedly packed their belongings. Suyu rushed forward to explain. Upon seeing the immense Snorlax, Mei and her friends could not help but gasp in astonishment. "Indeed, this fellow shall accompany us from now on." Suyu recounted the earlier events. Mei exclaimed in wonder. "This Snorlax is truly gigantic. How marvelous. I will go prepare some food, for Snorlax must still be hungry," said Xiaoxua gently after hearing Suyu's account. "Yes. Allow me to assist you," Suyu offered with a smile. I want to help too. May raised her hand eagerly. I shall assist as well. Nazi chimed in with a smile. Thus, they began preparing the food. With the addition of a voracious eater to their team, providing sustenance for the Pokémon was no longer a trivial task. Fortunately, Snorlax could sustain itself for quite some time with one meal. Otherwise, feeding such sizable creatures daily would be a daunting challenge. After consuming nearly half of the team's provisions, Snorlax finally felt satisfied and laid back down, ready to sleep. Come back, Snorlax. Suyu recalled it into its Pokeball. With such a large mass sprawled across the path, it resembled a mountain of meat. It seemed necessary to provide Snorlax with some specialized food, for its consumption of ordinary fare had become excessive. Xiaoxua nodded. I recall reading in the book you gave me that there are special diets. I shall try that next time. Luckily, Gyarados and its kind did not require much sustenance. Otherwise, catering to these colossal creatures would not be a simple affair. After resting for an entire day at the hot springs, they resumed their journey. As they meandered through the forest, the group noticed something amiss. The once sparsely populated forest path was now teeming with people, all wielding fishing rods. Isn't that Ash and the others? Suyu exclaimed as he spotted a familiar group conversing by the roadside. Weevee caught up to them. Having parted ways at the green fields, Ash and his companions seemed to have wandered back into their path. Hey, Ash, Misty, Brock, good to see you again. Suyu greeted as he approached Ash and patted him on the shoulder. Ash turned around, his face lighting up. Suyu, what a coincidence. Are you here for the fishing tournament too? The fishing tournament? Suyu echoed. Indeed. They're holding the Goldfish King fishing contest here, and we're preparing to participate. Ash replied. I want to join too. Misty raised her hand. Let us go check it out. It sounds intriguing. May tugged at Suyu's arm, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Then let us go together. I, too, wish to experience the joy of fishing, Suyu replied, leading the way as the group followed the crowd. They soon reached the event's venue, where a substantial number of attendees had gathered. In the center stood a makeshift stage. The host ascended the stage, microphone in hand, and announced, Welcome everyone. I will now explain the rules of this competition. After a lengthy explanation, the main points were clear. Whoever caught the largest Goldfish King would be crowned champion. Participants were permitted only one Pokemon partner. Using a second would result in disqualification. The champion would receive a year's supply of chocolate and a trophy. Initially intending to merely join in the festivities, Suyu's interest peaked upon seeing the pile of chocolates on stage. Of course, it was not merely his fondness for chocolate that motivated him. Having recently captured a colossal Snorlax, he envisioned the creature devouring a year's worth of chocolates with relish. At the registration desk, a young lady called out, Next, please. A rather arrogant young man stepped forward, declaring, I'm Shifu, and my partner is this Quagsire. So it's Shifu. His fishing skills are quite formidable. Someone in the crowd murmured. I didn't expect him to participate in this tournament as well. He has consistently ranked highly in fishing competitions. Seemingly catching the whispers from the crowd, Shifu smirked confidently. Today's championship is as good as mine. Haha. That guy. I refuse to lose to someone like him. Misty glared angrily at the boastful individual. Noticing her ire, Suyu's curiosity was piqued. It appeared there was some history between Misty and Shifu. Sensing Suyu's confusion, Brock recounted the recent conflict between Misty and Shifu. It turned out that Shifu's Quagsire had bullied Misty's Froakie, and when Shifu witnessed the incident, he not only failed to apologize but also mocked Misty's Pokemon for their weaknesses, infuriating her greatly. How despicable. Misty, I stand with you, May declared, her face flushed with anger on Misty's behalf. Xiaoxua encouraged, Yes, Misty. We'll be cheering for you. Nazi chimed in, You can do it. Thank you, everyone. I will defeat him. Misty expressed her gratitude. Suyu stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing slightly. This arrogant fellow seems to require a lesson. Next, called the young lady at the desk. Let us register first, Suyu urged as he led the group to the registration area. Hello, I'm Suyu. And this is my partner, Mew, he introduced himself. Mew, nice to meet you. Registration complete, the young lady remarked, casting a curious glance at Mew but refraining from further comment. The rules allowed for any Pokemon type as long as only one was used in the competition, and her unfamiliarity with Suyu's Pokemon did not hinder his participation. I'm May, and this is my Servine, May cheerfully announced, releasing her Pokemon. May, you're participating too? Suyu asked. Of course. Who knows, I might catch a bigger fish than you. Prepare to concede defeat, you, May declared with unbridled confidence. Suyu shook his head, remarking, This child is beyond saving. I am Ash, and this is my companion, Pikachu. I am Misty, and my partner is this mosquito frog. I am Brock. Might I ask if you could be my partner, miss? Brock stated earnestly, producing a bouquet of flowers from seemingly nowhere. The young lady replied, huh. The onlookers responded, all right, Brock, why don't you take care of Bokbai? Misty, exasperated, tugged on Brock's ear, leading him away from the scene. Chapter 41. One should not be too arrogant. After Suyu and Ash completed their registration, they set sail in 2 small yachts provided by the organizers, arriving at the fishing competition venue, Kingfish Lake. This lake was devoid of any Pokémon save for the kingfish, specifically designated for the competition. Dream, are you ready? Here comes another one, Suyu exclaimed, gripping the fishing rod tightly. Dream nodded affirmatively, prepared for action. With a vigorous pull, Suyu commanded, come on up. Splash. A sizable kingfish was yanked from the water. Dream observed the thrashing kingfish in midair and activated its psychic power, rendering the fish immobile. After assessing the size of the kingfish, Suyu shook his head and said, never mind, Dream, let it go. This one is too small. Hearing this, Dream released its psychic grip, and the kingfish plopped back into the water, flicking its tail as it swam away. Ultimately, the fishing competition only counted the weight of a single kingfish. Victory could not be achieved through quantity alone. To claim the championship, one needed to reel in a substantial kingfish. Seeing Suyu effortlessly catch another while releasing it, May cast a forlorn glance at him and lamented, Suyu, how did you catch another? Do you realize I haven't even had a single bite yet? Channel that pre-competition vigor. I believe in you. I'm still waiting for you to defeat me. Humph. Just wait. I refuse to believe I won't catch a fish today. Suyu chuckled as he cast his line back into the water. While he was no master angler, these were no ordinary fish. They were Pokémon. For him, there was little difficulty in this task. The kingfish eagerly nibbled at the bait. May's bait remained untouched, largely due to Suyu's presence. The kingfish were drawn to him and paid no heed to May. Meanwhile, wow, Suyu has caught so many kingfish. Ash exclaimed, his face brimming with admiration. Truly, he was the idol Ash aspired to emulate, excelling even in fishing. Indeed, it wasn't just Suyu who was successful. Even that arrogant fellow had managed to catch one. Misty glared at the boastful Shifu nearby, her eyes ablaze with anger. This one do. I must deploy my secret bait. Ash and Brock turned to Misty, exclaiming in unison, secret bait? Absolutely, look at this. Misty produced a Q-version Misty bait from her backpack. Exuding confidence. Misty Super Enhanced 4th Edition. Brock nodded. I wonder how large a kingfish this 4th edition can catch. In this lake, only kingfish resided. Attempting to catch anything else was futile. Misty had previously caught Gyarados with earlier versions, yielding commendable results. With renewed determination, Misty cast her line again. Her gaze fixated on the water's surface. Noticing Misty still had yet to catch a single fish, Shifu sneered, I advise you to give up. The championship is already mine. With your feeble Pokémon, even if you catch one, you won't stand a chance against me. Ha ha ha. Since capturing a kingfish resulted in a subsequent battle, failure to win meant they could not be secured in a Pokeball. Hearing such taunts, not only were Misty and Ash incensed, but even the typically amiable Brock found it hard to tolerate this egotist. The group glared at him. Allowing his Pokémon to attack others and then openly mocking them was utterly infuriating. Though the fishing spots were not far apart, Suyu and his friends witnessed this scene. How despicable. How could someone be so arrogant? May and Misty, being close friends, could not stand to see Shifu bully them. Observing Shifu's haughty demeanor, Suyu frowned slightly. He found this individual equally distasteful, especially since he was mocking his friends. He then patted Dream, nodding in understanding. Though Suyu said nothing, Dream comprehended his intent. With a smile, Dream gazed at Shifu, appearing unassuming. Suddenly, the previously calm lake waters around Shifu began to stir. The wind picked up. With a whoosh, a strange wave surged forth, sweeping towards Shifu's yacht. The vessel lost its balance under the force of this sudden power, toppling like a fragile leaf in a storm. Shifu was unceremoniously tossed into the frigid waters. Fortunately, his Frogadier was nearby, leaving him in a rather awkward predicament, but not in any real danger. Although uncertain of what had transpired, seeing this arrogant individual in such a plight brought smiles to Misty and the others. Shifu, bewildered by the sudden tempest, felt his face flush with embarrassment upon hearing their laughter, leaving only a harsh retort as he hurriedly instructed Frogadier to assist him away. Fantastic. Even the heavens could not tolerate such arrogance. Serves him right, May exclaimed, brimming with joy, initially believing it to be mere coincidence. A smirk crept onto Suyu's lips. He was no paragon of virtue, opting for direct action when displeased, never holding grudges. If he was this impressive yet not so arrogant, how could Shifu dare to be so? The competition swiftly approached its conclusion, with only 10 minutes remaining. Suyu had caught a single kingfish weighing 70 kilograms. While oblivious to the sizes of the catches made by others, he presumed none could surpass his. After retracting his fishing rod, Mei's previously motionless line finally stirred, elevating her frustration towards Suyu to its zenith. She felt as though he had cursed her luck. How could she only catch a fish after he had ceased fishing? Ultimately, Mei landed a 55-kilogram kingfish, successfully securing it in a pokeball with the aid of her superior. Misty and Ash also made their catches. Returning to the original stage, an additional water tank had been set up for weighing the kingfish. Several competitors had already completed their measurements, with the largest catch so far weighing 50 kilograms, a record set by Shifu. Observing Misty arrive at the stage, her hair still somewhat damp, Shifu scoffed. "What's this? Did you manage to catch a kingfish? Given your skills, you might as well spare yourself the embarrassment." Ignoring the drenched fool, Misty walked straight to the water tank and released her captured kingfish. Remarkably, it weighs 55 kilograms. The host exclaimed, astonished. "Incredible. We initially thought Shifu had the championship secured, yet here comes an even greater contender." The audience buzzed with excitement as Shifu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated being surpassed by someone he had looked down upon, condemned to second place. Moreover, Misty's dismissive demeanor towards him only deepened his humiliation. Just as the host was about to announce the champion of the competition, Suyu and his companions stepped onto the stage. Chapter 42. Indeed, the village of Wang. "We still have 2 kingfish that have not been weighed," Suyu announced. Mei then approached the water tank and released her captured kingfish. The host gasped, "Oh, another 55-kilogram kingfish. Remarkable." Shifu's expression darkened further, his hands clenched into tight fists. He realized he would not even secure second place. "Yai, you are truly remarkable," Xiaoxia exclaimed, astonished by Yai's fishing prowess. "Hee, just luck, just luck," Yai replied with a smile, displaying her humility. It must be said that Yai's success in catching such a magnificent king goldfish was partly due to Suyu's efforts, as he had attracted quite a number of larger fish. Xiaoxia was indeed skilled at fishing, managing to catch a sizable king goldfish even with most of them drawn away. At that moment, Suyu placed his own king goldfish into the tank, and upon seeing the numbers displayed on the monitor, the host could hardly believe his eyes. After what felt like an eternity, he exclaimed excitedly, "Goodness! 70 kilograms. This must be the largest king goldfish caught in the history of this competition. 70 kilograms. Has the ancestral king goldfish been caught?" Just when everyone thought Shifu was invincible, a newcomer outshone him. Who could this person be? Lacking sophistication and expression, all he could manage was impressive. The audience of anglers applauded in admiration. Shifu's face darkened. Remaining on stage felt like being a clown. He quietly turned and exited the stage. After boasting at the beginning, he fell silent afterward, failing to secure even a spot in the top 3. Remaining there would only be a humiliation. The championship was indisputably awarded to Suyu. Initially, both Xiaoxia and Yai had caught king goldfish of equal weight. To distinguish second and third place, they should have engaged in a Pokémon battle. However, since there was little difference between the 2 positions and being good friends, they naturally did not mind the ranking and deemed it unnecessary to compete. Xiaoji also caught a king goldfish, but due to its small size, he did not bring it to the stage. After successfully obtaining a year's supply of chocolate, Suyu shared some with Xiaoji and the others, retaining a small portion for himself. It served well as a snack. Dream, Kirichi, and Ralu all enjoyed these treats, especially Kirichi, who had been influenced by Dream. The remaining chocolate found its way into Snorlax's belly. Suyu couldn't help but wonder if Snorlax's stomach possessed its own dimension, given its capacity. The caught king goldfish, however, could not be taken away. The organizers returned the captured fish to the lake. It remained uncertain whether that 70-kilogram king goldfish would ever be caught again. Afterward, Xiaoji and his companions bid farewell to Suyu and set off first. Despite Xiaoji's habitual early departures, Suyu always managed to catch up with them. It wasn't that Suyu was particularly fast, rather, Xiaoji and his friends were prone to getting lost. In the past, he had not lost his way with Xiaojian, though they often went hungry. Now, traveling with Xiaojiang, he was no longer hungry, but they frequently found themselves lost. Unhurried, Suyu and his friends took a restful night before leisurely embarking on their journey the following day. A few days later, they arrived at a quaint village. Their water supply was dwindling, and running out in the desolate wilderness would be perilous. Thus, Suyu decided to collect some water here. Knock, knock, knock. Suyu approached a house and gently knocked on the door, calling out, "Hello, is anyone home?" Soon, a sweet-looking young girl opened the door, gazing at Suyu with curiosity. "Big brother, what brings you here?" "Hello, I am Suyu," he replied warmly. explaining his purpose. No problem, big brother. Please come in and sit for a while. I'll fetch some water for you. My name is Xiaoxin. Seeing that Suyu did not seem like a bad person, and accompanied by several lovely older sisters, she cheerfully invited them inside and took Suyu's water jug to fill it. We will not disturb you, Suyu said as he stepped inside Xiaoxin's home. He was not surprised by Xiaoxin's boldness in inviting strangers into her home. In another world, he would have been suspicious of such warm hospitality. However, here, the people were generally simple and kind-hearted. This was not his first encounter with such warmth. Of course, it might also be attributed to his own amiable demeanor. Whenever he ventured out, few would refuse him. Thus, whenever they needed to borrow something from passers-by, Yai and the others would often send Suyu to do the asking. Oh, there's even a Gurega here, Suyu exclaimed in surprise upon spotting a blue Pokémon in Xiaoxin's house. The Guregu seemed to acknowledge Suyu's words with a polite gesture. Isn't Guregu adorable? Every household here nurtures one, Xiaoxin remarked while filling the water jug. Indeed, it is quite charming, Suyu replied with a smile. He had always found Guregu endearing, recalling its non-aggressive nature and the potency of its rebound skills, which had left a lasting impression on him. The most memorable encounter was with Musashi's Guregu. No, it was no longer referred to as Guregu, it was now called Gushen. With a single move, it had secured its place among the gods, marking the fall of yet another first-level deity. He wondered if Musashi's Gushen still possessed that ability. However, he had no intention of stealing, he was merely curious. Although he admired Gushen, he was not the type to forcibly take someone else's Pokémon. After quite some time, Xiaoxin finally filled Suyu's water jug. Despite its seemingly modest exterior, the jug possessed a considerable capacity. Most travel equipment utilized space-folding technology. Otherwise, carrying a small backpack for long journeys would be tantamount to folly. The group did not linger too long. After expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Xiaoxin, they departed from her home. Following the street, they soon discovered, just as Xiaoxin had said, that every household had its own Guregu. Under a tree, numerous Guregu lay languidly. Just looking at them brings a sense of tranquility, Yai said with delight. Suyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, they never engage in conflict. If only everyone were like them, the world would be a much better place. Although this world was beautiful, it was not without its evils. Such elements seemed inescapable everywhere. Chapter 43. 3 delinquents leap from the bushes. Aside from the abundance of Guregu on the streets, many individuals were busy decorating the area, hanging lanterns and streamers, seemingly preparing for an event. Intrigued, the group observed the bustling crowd but chose not to disturb them. As they continued walking, a colossal Gurega structure came into view, though it was still under construction, with many workers hammering away. These people truly love Guregu, Suyu chuckled. Observing the grand Gurega building, he speculated that they were likely preparing for a Gurega festival. If fortune favored them, they might participate. Naturally, they had no intention of waiting for the festivities to commence. The group swiftly exited the Guregu village. Not long after, 3 unexpected guests sprang from the roadside bushes. Among them, a youth with spiky red hair shouted, "Hey, stop. You're a Pokémon trainer, aren't you? Bring out your Pokémon and battle me." Had they encountered delinquents? Suyu scrutinized the trio. Their flamboyant hair, leather jackets, and vests exuded an air of arrogance. They were unmistakably troublemakers. When Suyu remained silent, the red-haired youth fumed. "What's the matter with you? I'm talking to you, are you deaf?" A smirk crept across Suyu's face as he replied, "Are you certain you want to challenge me? While a typical battle would not concern me, your haughty demeanor is quite irksome. Enough with your nonsense. What do you think I'm here for if not to challenge you? We have been training here for quite some time, and you are the perfect candidate to test our progress. Hurry up, unleash your Pokémon." The red-haired youth, with his spiky hair reflecting his impatience, pulled out a Pokeball and declared, "You better send out your Pokémon quickly, or I'll resort to violence." Previously, this trio had caused a ruckus in Guaran village and were subsequently expelled. Unwilling to accept defeat, they had been training diligently, biding their time until the village's upcoming festival when they could disrupt the festivities. Upon seeing Suyu and his companions emerge from the village, they felt a surge of motivation to use him as a practice target. The punk in the leather jacket scoffed. "Is this kid really so scared of us that he has gone mute?" Ha! May and her friends couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for these delinquents. Of all people to provoke, why him? Suyu replied coolly, "Since you're so eager to fight, then let us do this. A friendly tip, you 3 should team up." Such bravado. "I hope you won't be begging for mercy later," the red-haired youth scowled, his irritation palpable as he threw his Pokeball and commanded, "Infernape, give him a beating." Suyu produced a Pokeball and responded, "Rayquaza, it's your turn. Just be careful not to kill anyone." He was not a cold-blooded killer who would resort to murder just because someone taunted him. However, he believed in teaching these ruffians a lesson so they would think twice before acting so arrogantly again. With a resounding roar, Rayquaza appeared, its fierce gaze directed at the three miscreants. Provoking Suyu was tantamount to challenging Rayquaza itself. Had it not been for Suyu's intervention, these three would have met their demise. With a thunderous roar, Rayquaza unleashed its dragon might upon them. What on earth is that thing? The red-haired youth plopped down in terror, eyes wide with fear as he felt his life flash before his eyes. His companions, clad in leather and sporting a center part, also crumbled to the ground, utterly drained of strength, unable even to retrieve their Pokeballs. Their earlier bravado vanished without a trace, leaving only dread and helplessness. Even Infernape, known for its fiery temperament, cowered behind the red-haired youth, trembling uncontrollably. Rayquaza, teach them a profound lesson, but spare their lives, Suyu instructed. He then led May and her friends away from the scene. Rayquaza, with a menacing grin, loomed over the trio, instilling such terror that they nearly soiled themselves. The red-haired youth regretted his choices immensely. Had he possessed strength, he would have slapped himself for seeking out such troublemakers. Traveling with three stunning beauties. Was he just an ordinary fellow? How could he have been so foolish as to provoke someone like Suyu? Now that Suyu had left, he found himself with no means to plead for mercy. As Suyu disappeared from view, Rayquaza descended upon the trio, its dragon claws ensnaring them as it soared into the sky. Meanwhile, Infernape was left behind, forgotten on the ground. The three were tossed around like toys at an altitude of 10,000 meters, while Rayquaza reveled in its play. The pitiful cries of the trio echoed far and wide. After this harrowing lesson, the three miscreants vowed to amend their ways and never again stir up trouble. Thus, the world was rid of three delinquents. The group, now distanced from the scene, paid no mind to the fate of these ruffians. Even the kind-hearted Xiaoxue and her friends were unconcerned. Who could truly know how many people those troublemakers had bullied? Encountering Suyu was simply their just desserts. It was fortunate for them that Suyu had chosen to spare their lives. As the saying goes, those who bully others will inevitably be bullied in return. As they strolled through a forest, Suyu's gaze fell upon the Pokédex, and he inquired of his companions, "There is a Pokémon Ninja Academy nearby. Would you like to pay a visit?" As the name suggests, this academy primarily instructs Pokémon in the art of ninjutsu. Pokémon can learn ninjutsu? May exclaimed, surprised. The mention of ninjutsu reminded her of the two ninjas they had encountered at the Shallow Red Gym. Due to Ayaka's influence, the mysterious image of ninjas had been shattered in her mind. "I'm not entirely sure. I suppose it involves techniques that complement a Pokémon's skills," Suyu speculated. His knowledge in this area was limited, and given the multitude of styles in this world, some smaller factions consisted of only a handful of individuals. The announcement indicated that their beauty department was currently offering a special experience course, claiming it could enhance the beauty of already beautiful individuals. Suyu glanced at the promotional material regarding the Ninja Academy and remarked, "Beauty? Become more beautiful?" This piqued not only May's interest, but also drew the attention of Xiaoxue and Naz. Suyu chuckled and nodded. Yes, that's how they advertised it, though specifics weren't provided. "Let us go. Let us go," May exclaimed excitedly, grabbing the hands of her companions. "Sister Xiaoxue and Sister Naz want to go too, right?" They both nodded, clearly captivated by the Academy's promotion. Indeed, no woman could resist the allure of beauty. This is why it is said that women and children are easier to persuade when it comes to spending money. Seeing their eagerness, Suyu smiled and said, "Then let us go check it out. I'm also curious about how they teach Pokemon ninjutsu." With consensus reached, they made their way to the Pokemon Ninja Academy. Chapter 44, a reunion with Ayaka. Before long, they arrived at the Pokemon Ninja Academy recorded in the Pokédex. So many people, and so many Pokemon, May exclaimed in astonishment. Suyu surveyed the surroundings, noting the ancient wooden structures that bore striking resemblance to those at the Shallow Red Gym. Perhaps this style was popular among ninjas? The area was bustling with students and Pokemon in training. Some sat cross-legged in meditation, while others stood on the backs of Starmie in the water, seemingly engaged in some form of training. "Hey, Suyu, when did you arrive here?" A familiar voice rang out, laced with surprise. The group turned to see a tall woman clad in a red ninja outfit, her long dark green hair cascading down her back, approaching them with a joyful smile. "Suyu, May, do you remember me?" "Ayaka, it's been a while," Suyu replied with a grin. He had previously battled her at the Shallow Red Gym and was pleasantly surprised to encounter her here. "You seem much more composed than before. Is that so?" Ayaka chuckled awkwardly, taking it as a compliment. "Sister Ayaka," May said, her impression of Ayaka lingering, as she had shattered her fantasies about ninjas. Although she was uncertain about Su-Yu's purpose for visiting, it was clear that conversing here was not appropriate. Ayaka led them to the reception room of the dojo. Sorry to keep you waiting. Please enjoy some tea. She served them tea. Su-Yu then shared the purpose of their visit with Ayaka. Noticing Mei's expectant gaze, Ayaka understood her desire and smiled. The beauty department's special experience course is indeed ongoing right now. If you're interested, I can take you to try it out. Really? Thank you, Sister Ayaka. Mei exclaimed joyfully. It's no trouble. This place is part of my family's legacy. Ayaka responded nonchalantly. Then turned to Su-Yu with gratitude. I must also thank you for helping my brother last time. Ayaka's brother, Akira, must have mentioned Su-Yu's assistance during the incident on the Green Prairie. There's no need to be formal. We are all friends. And such small matters aren't worth dwelling on, Su-Yu said with a gentle smile, dismissing her gratitude. Though there were many reasons behind his actions at the time, he didn't wish to delve into them. However, even in the absence of those reasons, Su-Yu would still assist if it meant connecting with Aki. He simply did not wish to be bound by the so-called greater good. Friends? Ayako gazed at Su-Yu, momentarily lost in thought. Ever since Su-Yu had bested her, she found herself frequently contemplating him. The sudden encounter with Su-Yu just now caught her off guard, and she was unaware of how genuinely delighted she felt. Ayako. Huh, what is it? Ayako snapped back to reality at Mei's enthusiastic call, her delicate visage tinged with a faint blush. When shall we embark on that special experience course? Special experience course? Let us do it now? Ayako almost failed to register the question, responding in a somewhat flustered manner. Yay, let us go right now, Mei exclaimed, jumping to her feet with excitement. Mei was oblivious to Ayako's unusual demeanor. However, both Koyuki and Natsuki, being exceptionally perceptive, noticed Ayako's distinct feelings towards Su-Yu. Yet, they chose to remain silent, confident that Su-Yu would navigate the situation adeptly. As such, Ayako led Mei and the others to the beauty department's special experience course. Before departing, Ayako arranged for a student from the dojo to accompany Su-Yu on a tour of the training grounds. Upon arriving at the outdoor training area, the student introduced, our Pokémon Ninja Academy is divided into 3 main categories. Firstly, the tactical specialization focused on Pokémon battles. Secondly, the technical specialization aimed at enhancing Pokémon move levels. And thirdly, the beauty department, which teaches beauty and weight loss techniques. After listening to the student's introduction, Su-Yu inquired, could you take me to observe how they conduct Pokémon battle training? Of course. Senior Ayako has instructed that you are free to enter and exit all areas of the dojo, the student replied respectfully, nodding in acknowledgement. Su-Yu followed the student to the tactical training ground. As he walked, the thought of Ayako's gaze upon him caused a slight headache. Sometimes, possessing too much charm could be burdensome. He certainly did not harbor any disdain for Ayako. Who could possibly dislike a strikingly beautiful long-legged woman, despite her somewhat juvenile tendencies? However, entangled in emotional debts, he could only take things one step at a time. Upon reaching the battle arena, Su-Yu observed several individuals engaged in Pokémon battles. After watching for a while, he discerned that the so-called ninja battles were not significantly different from standard Pokémon battles. However, they employed superior tactics based on their Pokémon's characteristics to outmaneuver their opponents. This realization dulled his interest. Fixed strategies were hardly effective in the unpredictable realm of Pokémon battles. Consequently, he ventured to the technical training area. The focus there involved utilizing Pokémon's speed and move accuracy to burst balloons scattered around. This was reminiscent of the specialized training he had undertaken during his challenge in the Orange Islands. After exploring the various training areas, an entire afternoon slipped away. He found little interest in the ninja training, while Mei and the others raved about the beauty department's courses. Mei leaned closer to Su-Yu, joyfully exclaiming, Su-Yu, do you see how much whiter and smoother my skin has become? Su-Yu examined her closely, gently pinching her cheek, and nodded with a smile. Indeed. It seems to have improved quite a bit. Right? Mei beamed, unfazed by his playful gesture. That evening, the group decided to stay overnight, as the beauty department courses would not conclude for several more days. Naturally, Su-Yu had no intention of dragging them away just yet. Ayako's teacher returned to the dojo, an elderly gentleman who radiated vitality and welcomed Su-Yu and the others warmly. During this time, Ayako challenged Su-Yu once more. Previously, Su-Yu had swiftly defeated her with his water-type Pokémon, leaving her quite disheartened. This time, he opted for a less overpowering Pokémon, battling with a Cyndaquil against Ayako's Furret. As before, the outcome was similar, with Ayako succumbing to defeat, though it was evident she had made considerable progress. Days later, Mei and the others completed their beauty department courses. Remarkably, their skin had indeed improved, transforming from merely fair to a radiant, jade-like complexion. each inch of their skin exuding a luminous glow that captivated Su Yu's attention. Subsequently, the group bid farewell to Ayako. She warmly saw them off, embracing Su Yu deeply before turning to leave. Chapter 45, The Clear Cliff. After departing from the Pokemon Ninja Academy, Su Yu and his companions pressed onward towards the city of Yenju. The Johto region was abundant with forests. After a lengthy trek, they finally emerged from the woods, revealing a towering cliff that pierced the clouds. Gazing at the imposing mountain blocking their path, Mei's eyes widened in awe as she exclaimed, "What a tall mountain!" Koyuki, equally astonished, remarked, "Nature truly is astonishing." The cliff ascended relentlessly into the clouds, resembling a colossal pillar. No one could ascertain what lay at its summit. Was this the legendary Clear Cliff? Su Yu set down his Pokédex, quietly observing the cliff before him, a glint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. He had long awaited this moment. But how shall we get across? Mei turned to Su Yu, inquiring. As the living map of their group, seeking answers from him was always a safe bet. Below the Clear Cliff lay a bus station that circled the mountain weekly, with the next bus scheduled for today. However, before Mei could express her delight, Su Yu's face fell with a hint of regret. "Unfortunately, it seems we have arrived too late. The bus departed at noon." "What? Are we to wait here for an entire week? Or do we have to walk?" The sheer scale of the Clear Cliff suggested that circumnavigating it on foot would take an eternity. Su Yu said, "Let us not rush. There is accommodation at the bus station for those waiting for a ride. We can head there first and devise a plan." Upon hearing about the lodging, Mei's mood lifted considerably, and she nodded. "All right, it seems we have no other choice." Despite Su Yu's feigned disappointment at missing the bus, it was indeed to his advantage. After all, the individual he eagerly anticipated awaited him atop the Clear Cliff. Taking the bus directly would not suffice. As the group leisurely made their way to the bus station at the base of the mountain, a sudden gust of wind swept through. The previously clear skies darkened ominously, signaling an impending rainstorm. "The weather is so unpredictable," Mei muttered, reaching for her backpack to retrieve an umbrella. "No need for an umbrella. Let us hurry to the bus station before the rain starts," Su Yu urged, quickly pulling Mei and Koyuki along as they broke into a light jog. Natsuki, utilizing her psychic abilities, moved even faster than the three of them. Before long, they arrived at the bus station beneath the Clear Cliff, where a wooden cabin stood nearby. Just as they reached it, a light rain began to fall, prompting the group to dash inside the cabin to take shelter. "Phew, why did we have to run? I'm exhausted," Mei gasped, leaning against the railing of the wooden cabin, panting heavily as she addressed Su Yu. Taking a deep breath, Su Yu gradually exhaled before explaining. The Clear Cliff experiences unstable weather due to its terrain and air currents. Once it rains, it can quickly turn into a torrential downpour, leading to mudslides. And strong winds can reach speeds of 40 meters per second. Tornadoes are not uncommon, which is why few dare to venture here. Noticing Mei's bewilderment, Koyuki added, 40 meters per second is roughly equivalent to typhoon-level winds. It could lift a person into the air. Only then did Mei grasp the gravity of the situation, her heart racing with apprehension. If only we had delayed our departure a bit longer, we might have found ourselves swept away along with our umbrellas. After a brief respite, Su Yu rapped on the wooden door of the cabin. Moments later, a young woman opened the door. She had flowing, deep green hair, tied back in a ponytail, adorned with round-framed glasses, and wore a yellow turtleneck sweater, exuding an air of tranquility. "Hello, we accidentally missed the bus. May we stay here for a few days?" Su Yu inquired with a gentle smile. The serene girl responded with a warm smile of her own, nodding gently. "Of course, we do offer lodging here. Please come in. It's quite chilly outside." She ushered Su Yu and his companions into the cabin. The interior was simply decorated, featuring only a wooden table and a few chairs. Several individuals were gathered around the table at that moment. "Xiaoji," Su Yu exclaimed in surprise. "Brother Su Yu? What a coincidence." Xiaoji replied, equally astonished. The group at the table consisted of Xiaoji, Xiao Xia, and Xiao Gang, the familiar trio. It was unexpected that they had navigated with such efficiency, even surpassing Su Yu and his friends in speed. After exchanging pleasantries, the group took their seats at the invitation of the quiet girl, who introduced herself as Luna. She was conducting research on the local natural environment while also managing a small inn for those waiting for the bus. "Here, please enjoy some tea and take your time to rest. The next bus won't return for another week," Luna said, serving several cups of hot tea with a gentle demeanor. "A week? Is there no other way to cross the mountain?" Xiaoji asked anxiously, clearly disinclined to wait for such an extended period. Luna smiled and replied, "There is another option. If you follow the river downstream, you might reach the other side. By waterway. Leave that to me," Xiao Xia declared confidently. "I am the daughter of the water-type gym leader. Shall we go together? Mei tugged at Suyu's sleeve, inquiring. Suyu shook his head, smiling. There's no rush. He understood that due to the water quality at the Crystal Cliff, the waterways were teeming with bug-type Pokémon, and given Xiaoxia's aversion to them, they would not be able to proceed that way. By the way, the water here is exceptionally good. Would you like to try some? Luna suddenly remembered and addressed the group. They had no objections and followed Luna to the balcony at the back of the cabin. Below the balcony flowed a crystal-clear river. Luna utilized a water extraction device on the balcony to fill a wooden barrel with water, which appeared remarkably pure, devoid of any impurities. She then produced several cups. Please, do sample it. I assure you, you have never tasted anything like it, Luna urged with a smile. Without hesitation, the group eagerly took a sip. Wow, this is truly delicious. Such sweet water, Mei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Indeed, it feels as though my entire being has been refreshed. This is simply the best. Xiaoxia closed her eyes, savoring the taste. Suyu nodded in agreement, praising, this is the finest water I've ever tasted. Its sweetness is a true testament to the mountain spring. He felt inspired to become a bearer of nature's bounty, convinced that such quality water could captivate the world. Observing their reactions, Xiaoxi looked puzzled and remarked, but it just seems like ordinary water. You'll know once you try it. Xiaoxia retorted, promptly handing her half-finished cup to Xiaoxi. Not one to be picky, he took a sip from her cup. What do you think? Xiaoxia asked expectantly, certain that no one could refuse such delicious water. I still think my mom's cocoa with milk is better, Xiaoxi replied, setting down the cup. Xiaoxia snatched it back, dissatisfied. You simply don't understand water. Xiao Gang nodded in agreement with her statement, ignoring the playful banter of the trio. Suyu offered some to Mew, who squinted her eyes, clearly enjoying it. After tasting, Xiao Shui remarked, if we could use this water to make Pokémon food, I believe it would taste even better. Naji also smiled, clearly pleased with the water. Suyu gazed up at the nearby crystal cliff, pondering if it sensed their arrival. It was home to Mewtwo, who had chosen this secluded spot for its retreat. Mewtwo, along with its cloned Pokémon, had settled in this remote area, living a life free from disturbance. Logically, such a hidden place should remain undetected, even by Team Rocket. However, upon seeing Xiaoxi, Suyu realized that Mewtwo's presence had undoubtedly been revealed. Wherever Xiaoxi was, events were sure to unfold, a lesson Suyu had learned through experience. Although he had altered many historical events, the overarching course of the world remained unchanged. After savoring the exquisite water, Xiaoxi and his friends borrowed a kayak from Luna, intent on attempting an escape via the waterway, as a week was far too long for Xiaoxi to remain idle. Naturally, Suyu chose to stay behind, engaging in conversation with Luna while the others ventured out. It wasn't long before Xiaoxi and his companions returned, with Xiaoxia appearing quite shaken. It was evident that they had encountered a fright from the bug-type Pokémon. The waterway is not feasible. It seems we have only one option left, Xiao Gang declared. What option? Xiaoxi inquired eagerly. Xiao Gang pointed toward the distant crystal cliff, stating, we shall ascend the crystal cliff and break through from the front. Luna chuckled softly, shaking her head as she replied, that is the least viable option. Why? Is there something up there? Xiaoxi queried, puzzled. Luna raised her gaze, quietly observing the crystal cliff, and spoke softly. The crystal cliff has preserved its rich natural resources due to its unique geographical features. The lake, surrounded by vast forests and flowering plants, is the source of the local river's water. It is the blessing of these waters that enables the wild Pokémon to thrive here. It is difficult for both the steep cliffs and the wild Pokémon to traverse the crystal cliff. At that moment, a swarm of butterfree gently floated from the night sky toward the crystal cliff. Under the moonlight, the shimmering powder scattered by the butterfree created a breathtaking spectacle. On a ledge of the crystal cliff, Mewtwo gazed at the butterfree soaring freely. It began to ponder the significance of its existence alongside these Pokémon and where its path should lead. Unlike the butterfree, which were alive, it was merely a copy. However, Mewtwo seemed different now. The once violent aura had dissipated, leaving behind a cold demeanor, yet it was clear that a transformation had occurred. Beside Mewtwo were a Pikachu and a Meowth. What do you think? Mewtwo turned to ask Pikachu and Meowth. Pika Pika. Pikachu gestured with its small hands, conveying its thoughts. Mewtwo queried, are you saying living here feels like being imprisoned? Pikachu nodded in agreement. Mewtwo then asked, Meowth, what about you? Meowth glanced at the full moon and replied, no matter where we are, the moon is always round, isn't it? Yet we are not true Pokémon. Mewtwo reflected, regardless of whether we are Pokémon or not. The moon is round and shines brightly, does it not? Mewtwo slowly turned its gaze toward the moon hanging in the night sky, a hint of a smile gracing its lips. I see now. That is indeed the case. Suddenly, there was a knock on the cabin door. At this late hour, could we have a visitor? Luna wondered, yet promptly responded, coming. As she opened the door, a golden-haired beauty and a middle-aged man stood before her. The two parties conversed for a while, establishing a preliminary acquaintance. The elder, Benisrina, a doctor of medicine, and the golden-haired maiden, Domino, from the National Institute of Fairy Research, exchanged introductions. Domino subtly surveyed the individuals within the cabin and was momentarily taken aback upon spotting Suyu, clearly not expecting to encounter him here. Quick to regain her composure, she cheerfully engaged Luna in conversation. Unbeknownst to her, Suyu had already discerned her true identity. However, he had no intention of exposing her. The mere presence of Domino here indicated that Mutuo had indeed been revealed. With both Mutuo and Suyu situated in this place, one could only ponder the possible reactions of Giovanni. The last time he had refrained from eliminating Giovanni was due to his insufficient strength, but the circumstances had since transformed. The present was not the past. Now, he had grown formidable. If Giovanni remained oblivious, Suyu would not hesitate to ensure his departure from this world. During their discussion, the group learned of Benisrina's intentions. He had discovered beneficial components within the waters of the Crystal River and had come to investigate its source, the Crystal Lake. The very water that Suyu and his companions had recently consumed was sourced from this river. Upon learning of Benisrina's intentions, Luna's expression turned grave, as if questioning him or perhaps speaking to herself. If people were to learn of the properties of Crystal Lake, would the tranquility of this place remain? Benisrina fell silent. It was evident that they were not fools. The reason no one had ventured here before was due to the considerable risks involved and the absence of any tangible benefits. Should Benisrina uncover the lake's effects and publicize them, the dangers associated would become trivial, inevitably attracting countless visitors. What would become of the natural environment then? Where would the wild Pokémon go? Sensing the somber atmosphere, Luna softly suggested, however, it is exceedingly difficult to ascend that mountain. Let us discuss this matter tomorrow. Her words left Benisrina in a state of turmoil. His intentions were noble. As a medical doctor, he might be able to create something beneficial for humanity from the waters of Crystal Lake. Yet, as Luna had pointed out, once the news spread, the influx of visitors would be inevitable. Who could predict what might transpire when immense profit was at stake? The atmosphere grew heavy, and after a brief conversation, the group retreated to their rooms for rest. Chapter 47. The True Team Rocket. Late into the night, the group slumbered soundly. The cabin door creaked open slowly. The moonlight illuminated the silhouette of a figure with golden hair, the only one in the cabin being Domino. Holding a communicator, Domino respectfully reported, "Boss, Suyu has appeared here." Upon hearing that name, Giovanni fell into silence. If he still commanded Mutuo, and Suyu possessed only a single Mew. Even if Mutuo could not defeat Suyu's Mew, he would not feel such trepidation. However, reality was devoid of such what-ifs. Presently, Suyu commanded a Rayquaza, a Kyogre, a Mew, and several level 3 deities. This was no longer a secret. The level 3 deities were not to be underestimated. Yet the black technologies wielded by Team Rocket were sufficient to contend with them. Beyond technology, he had also procured the Mega Evolution Stone for Beedrill. Even level 3 deities might not prove a match for him. However, Rayquaza, Kyogre, and Mew were entirely different. They could easily flatten Team Rocket multiple times over. In the upper echelons, Suyu had become a taboo presence, one that none dared provoke, especially considering their previous grievances. The cold wind howled outside the cabin, yet Domino, clad in light attire, offered no complaints, patiently awaiting further instructions. The plan has been expedited. We are commencing operations immediately. Remember, do not engage Suyu directly. This operation is entirely under your purview, Giovanni stated coolly. He was reluctant to abandon the pursuit of Mutuo, as its immense power was the key to his world domination. Moreover, according to the information Giovanni had gathered, Mutuo bore no connection to Suyu, suggesting that this operation might not necessarily bring them into conflict. Nonetheless, he opted for caution and refrained from personally approaching Crystal Cliff. Domino replied, "Understood, boss, I shall handle this." After concluding the call, she retrieved another walkie-talkie and announced, "To the standby elite team of Team Rocket, the plan has been expedited. Commence operations immediately." With no hesitation, Domino dashed toward Crystal Cliff. Early the next morning, while Suyu and his companions leisurely enjoyed breakfast in the cabin, Ash hurriedly burst in, drenched in sweat. "Miss Luna, do you have any climbing gear? My Pikachu has been stolen," Ash exclaimed, panic evident on his face. With dawn just breaking, Ash had taken Pikachu outside for exercise, only to be ambushed by Team Rocket, who seized Pikachu in an unexpected moment. Before Ash could react, the trio of Team Rocket took to the skies in their hot air balloon, uncontrollably swept up by the winds. Ash stood helplessly on the ground, watching as Team Rocket made their escape. Initially, he had considered climbing Crystal Cliff barehanded, but the treacherous terrain, compounded by the gusts of wind, proved insurmountable. After a futile attempt, he was blown back down before he could ascend significantly, leading him to return to the cabin to borrow climbing gear from Luna. Upon learning that Ash's Pikachu had been taken to Crystal Cliff, everyone prepared to assist. Suyu quickly finished his breakfast, aware that the plot was unfolding. Addressing the anxious Ash, he declared, "There's no need for climbing gear. Simply dress warmly, and I will have me take you up." "Thank you, Suyu. I feel like I'm always bothering you," Ash replied gratefully. Suyu chuckled. "No need for formality with me. Hurry and get dressed." Luna and Benisrina were puzzled by Suyu's mention of Mew, prompting Brock to provide clarification, allowing them to understand. Benisrina, keen to investigate the source of Crystal Lake, seized the opportunity for a safe ascent, requesting Suyu to take him along. Suyu, unconcerned, thought that bringing one or two along made little difference. However, if Benisrina were to attempt anything excessive, Suyu would be forced to administer a memory erasing treatment. Luna, genuinely wishing to help, would not be turned away by Suyu. Soon, they all donned warm clothing. It was then that they realized one person was missing. Domino had yet to emerge from her room. Benisrina knocked on Domino's door, but received no response. So he refrained from persisting. Since they were not particularly familiar with Domino, and given the urgency of the situation, they did not delay any further. Consequently, Suyu directed Mew to use its psychic abilities to elevate them into the air. The weather at Crystal Cliff was notoriously unstable, with the wind howling fiercely. Fortunately, Mew's formidable powers remained unfazed, astonishing both Benisrina and Luna, who were witnessing Mew's prowess for the first time. Crystal Cliff loomed high, yet Mew's pace was swift, soon revealing the summit. The group spotted the trio of Team Rocket, whose hot air balloon danced precariously in the wind, rising and falling erratically. Suddenly, an updraft surged, propelling Team Rocket's balloon successfully to the top of Crystal Cliff. Remarkably, once they reached the summit, the fierce winds ceased. At this moment, Suyu and the others also arrived at Crystal Cliff. Gazing down from above, they beheld a shimmering lake, embraced by a surrounding forest. This was Crystal Lake. The group was astounded to discover. In the heart of the crystal clear lake lies a small island. However, this place has been infiltrated by many elements that do not belong here. Surrounding the island, a fleet of airships hovers, each emblazoned with the letter R. Team Rocket, return Pikachu to me, Ash shouted at Jesse's group. Little brat, you followed us here, Musashi exclaimed, her gaze darting to Suyu, her surprise crystallizing as she recognized him. And Suyu is here too. Mew, bring back Pikachu. There's no time for games with them, Suyu commanded. Mew nodded, and, using its psychic powers, snatched Pikachu from Kojiru's grasp. Ash, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced Pikachu tightly. Mew then created an opening in Team Rocket's hot air balloon. With a whoosh, Team Rocket fled. Suyu glanced at the airships encircling the island, realizing that Sakaki had not yet given up. However, since they had not departed, it indicated that Mutwo was still present. If Team Rocket appeared unharmed, it meant that Mutwo was in trouble. Mew, let us proceed to the island, Suyu said. Mew sensed Mutwo's energy and instantly teleported them to the island. Chapter 48, The Weakened Mutwo. On the island in the crystal clear lake, beneath a cliff, Doino, Mutwo, and the small Pokémon cloned from Mutwo were gathered. At that moment, Doino wore a victorious smile, cradling a mini Nido in her arms. Meanwhile, Mutwo's condition was dire. Two machines relentlessly drained Mutwo's energy. The sudden arrival of the group caught Doino's attention, and upon seeing Suyu, she became flustered. Ignoring Doino, Suyu turned to Mew, saying, Mew, destroy those two machines. Wait, Su King, please don't. Doino urgently intervened. Suyu shot her a cold glance and replied, What? Do you wish to stop me? And no, I wouldn't dare. Doino quickly averted her gaze. Although Suyu was not Sakaki, Sakaki had once stated that under no circumstances should anyone confront Suyu. Even now, when their plan was on the verge of success, Doino could only watch helplessly as Suyu came to Mutwo's rescue. It's Mutwo. It looks so weak, Ash said, concern lacing his voice. Last time, under Suyu's assurance, Mutwo had not erased Ash and his friends' memories, which is why they still recognized Mutwo. Yet, the contrast between the weakened Mutwo and the previously cold and domineering figure was stark. Ash and the others hurried to Mutwo's side to support it. Suyu continued to disregard Doino and approached Mutwo, feeling a pang of empathy at its frail state. Indeed, having emotions equates to having vulnerabilities. Once, Mutuo had been merciless, capable of breaking free from Team Rocket's base. Yet now, a single Team Rocket officer had reduced Mutuo to this state. Doino had leveraged Mutuo's feelings for its companions, holding Nito hostage and forcing Mutuo to surrender. Mutuo cared about the safety of its companions. Otherwise, with its immense power, it could have dispatched Doino in an instant. Nevertheless, Suyu found himself favoring this version of Mutuo even more. Let me handle this. You all wait here while I take Mutuo to recover, Suyu said with a smile as he noticed Ash struggling slightly to support Mutuo. Mutuo's 2-meter height made it a challenge for Ash to lift. Mutuo's weakness stemmed not from injury, so Mew's healing wound suffice. However, he knew where to heal Mutuo. As he carried Mutuo away, Suyu summoned Kyogre and Rayquaza. The two mighty beings circled in the air, their fierce gazes fixed on Doino and the other Team Rocket members. Doino, relinquishing Nito, realized that their plan had failed. Given their gathered information on Suyu, they knew he was not susceptible to threats. Thus, there was no need to provoke him at this moment. Is this fate? I never expected to meet you again, Mutuo spoke weakly. Suyu smiled and replied, this signifies our bond. What do you say, consider it? Mew flitted around, grinning at Mutuo. Mutuo responded, you have gained another powerful companion. You no longer need me. Despite its current frailty, it could sense Rayquaza's strength. Even at its peak, it might not have been a match. You are mistaken. What I desire is companionship, not merely powerful allies, Suyu stated as he ascended the steps. I understand your concerns. You fear that without you, they may not be able to fend for themselves? Mutuo remained silent. Suyu continued. But do they genuinely wish to live this way? Do they not long to leave here and explore the world beyond? Hearing Suyu's words, Mutuo recalled Pikachu's statement. Living here felt akin to imprisonment. Mutuo closed its eyes. Perhaps it truly was time for a change. Noticing Mutuo's silence, Suyu understood it was deep in contemplation and chose not to interrupt. The three of them quietly traversed the cavern, their footsteps echoing within. Shortly after, Suyu emerged from the cave, carrying Mutuo, revealing a pristine spring brimming with vibrant life. This was the source of the crystal-clear lake. Rest here and recover well. Whatever decision you make, we will remain friends, Suyu said with a smile. Friends? Mutuo mused internally. Without hesitation, Suyu gently placed Mutuo into the spring. As Mutuo submerged, he turned to Mew and chuckled. By the way, is this truly your bathing pool? Can you sense anything? Mew blinked. Never mind, just a joke. Let us head back and deal with those people. Suyu cradled Mew and ruffled its soft fur. Having walked earlier to converse with Mutuo, he now intended to use teleportation to return. He had always held an affection for Mutuo, aspiring to capture it and travel together. However, things had changed. He still cherished Mutuo, but no longer harbored the obsession to capture it. Back at the base of the cliff, Team Rocket members appeared pale and slumped on the ground. Under the watchful gaze and pressure of the two legendary Pokémon, only those with formidable willpower could withstand it. Even Doino, a Team Rocket officer, sat despondently on the ground. Looking pitiful, faced with these individuals, Suyu was momentarily at a loss regarding how to proceed. If they provoked him, he would certainly bury them all. However, since they were merely executing their duties and had avoided him, he found it difficult to act against them. It seemed this was a result of his immense strength. Without those foolish villains, it was challenging to find justification to kill. Suyu felt a headache coming on. Su King, might you allow them to leave first? Rest assured, we will be completely honest, Doino pleaded softly. Observing Doino's pitiable expression, Suyu nodded and looked up at Rayquaza and Kyogre, smiling. Thank you for your effort. Feel free to stretch your wings. Rayquaza nodded, its tail swishing as it soared into the atmosphere to find some food. Kyogre floated serenely in the crystal-clear lake. Once Rayquaza and Kyogre withdrew their pressure, Team Rocket members exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from their brows, their faces reflecting the relief of having survived. Su King, do you think we can leave now? Doino stood, brushing off the dust from her clothes, and respectfully addressed Suyu. In her view, there had been no conflict with Suyu this time, and she assumed he would not make things difficult for them. Leave. I am a king. You Team Rocket are my adversaries. How could I let you go so easily? Suyu replied coolly. This group of individuals was not to be exterminated entirely. Yet they could not be allowed to escape so effortlessly. Naturally, it was unwise to entrust their fate to Junsha. Otherwise, it would not be long before they were released. A person of considerable influence was required. It is essential to note that Team Rocket had been exceedingly active in both the Kanto and Johto regions. This time, they had even captured a high-ranking member of Team Rocket, who would surely pique Dato's interest in handling these individuals. Chapter 49. The decision of Mutuo Domino was taken aback. never anticipating that despite her compliance, Suyu would still have no intention of letting her go. However, she did not resist Suyu, for she understood that resistance was futile. She was merely a fish on the butcheress block. For her, as long as she remained alive, imprisonment was not a significant concern. As a senior officer of Team Rocket, Sakaki would not abandon her. Subsequently, Suyu made a phone call to Datu. Upon learning that Suyu had apprehended a senior officer from Team Rocket, Datu was overjoyed, eager to come at once. One must understand that within such a vast organization as Team Rocket, the number of high-ranking officials was alarmingly low, making the capture of a live one exceedingly difficult. After informing Datu of the location, he assured Suyu that he would arrive within half a day. With Datu willing to take over these individuals, Suyu chose to disregard them. Domino was self-aware. Suyu trusted that she would not act irrationally. At that moment, Ash had already mingled with the replicated Pokémon. Although they had previously battled, they had since transformed their enmity into camaraderie. As for Benisrina, she had vanished, presumably to investigate the source of the Clear Lake. Luna was assisting Brock in treating some injured Pokémon, casualties of Team Rocket's actions. Fortunately, their injuries were not severe, merely an over-extraction of Mewtwo's energy, which was the reason Suyu had refrained from lethal measures. Just moments earlier, Rayquaza and Kyogre had only lightly chastised these individuals, leaving the subsequent handling to the League. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy emanated from the source of Clear Lake. A smile crept across Suyu's face as he remarked, "It seems Mewtwo has recovered." In an instant, Mewtwo appeared before them, radiating a terrifying aura, his demeanor starkly contrasting with his previous frailty. Mewtwo's gaze fell upon Suyu, gripping Benisrina tightly, and inquired, "Is this your friend?" Benisrina had only just located the source of Clear Lake and had not yet begun her measurements when the restored Mewtwo brought her forth. Suyu replied, "He came with us to uncover the secrets of Clear Lake." Mewtwo nodded and continued, "To prevent humans from disturbing the Pokémon here, I shall erase their memories." Suyu understood that Mewtwo was seeking his opinion regarding which memories should be retained. Let Ash and his companions keep their memories. You may handle the others as you see fit. He pondered for a moment before responding. Although Benisrina had good intentions, should word spread, the situation here would spiral beyond his control. Luna, being an ordinary person, might find her knowledge detrimental. Mewtwo nodded in agreement. However, instead of immediately erasing the memories of those present, he approached the replicated Pokémon. A hint of warmth flickered in Mewtwo's cold gaze as he spoke. "You possess the ability to thrive anywhere on this planet. Go forth into that world." The Pokémon hesitated. For them, Mewtwo had always been their guardian, their creator, a paternal figure. Yet, as children grow, they must venture out into the world. A faint smile graced Mewtwo's lips as he unleashed his psychic power, enveloping the Pokémon and gently transporting them away from Clear Cliff. With the departure of the Pokémon, only Team Rocket members and Suyu remained. Suyu approached Mewtwo and exchanged a few words. Mewtwo nodded and then activated his powers to erase all memories of this place from Benisrina and Luna, sending them back to the cabin at the foot of the mountain. Next, Mewtwo obliterated the memories of all Team Rocket members and relocated both Team Rocket and Suyu's group to the outskirts of the city across from Clear Cliff. Upon arriving in the suburbs, confusion washed over the faces of Team Rocket members. Domino, too, wore a bewildered expression, utterly unaware of why she found herself in such a location. To prevent any potential unrest from Team Rocket members, Suyu had Mew control them all. Subsequently, he sent Datu an address. With that, the matter was essentially concluded. Once Ash and his companions realized how close they were to the next town, they expressed their gratitude to Suyu and departed. Suyu, awaiting Datu's arrival, could not leave just yet. Noticing that Mewtwo had not departed, he extended another invitation, grinning. "How about traveling with me?" Mewtwo glanced towards Clear Cliff, then turned to Suyu, finally fixing his gaze on Mew, his eyes igniting with a fervor for battle, stating, "Let us engage in one more match." Mew tilted its head in confusion, unable to fathom why Mewtwo craved another confrontation. Mewtwo, with an icy demeanor, declared, "My strength has grown beyond our last encounter. This time, you shall not triumph so easily." Indeed, Mewtwo had advanced from an intermediate level 1 deity to a high level 1 deity. One could genuinely commend the original Mewtwo's prowess. Its combat abilities and learning capacity far surpassed those of the later female Mewtwo. "Go forth, Mew." Suyu chuckled as he patted Mew's small head. He understood Mewtwo's implications. Should Mew defeat him, Mewtwo would accompany Suyu on his travels. The mere thought of potentially capturing Mewtwo filled Suyu with excitement. As for Mew's ability to defeat Mewtwo, there was no doubt. Despite Mewtwo's enhanced strength, Mew was at the pinnacle of level 1 deities. Progressing through levels became increasingly challenging, with even a minor level representing a vast disparity in strength. Hearing Su Yu's agreement, Mew beamed with delight, accepting Mewtwo's challenge. For Mew, battling Mewtwo was akin to playing a game. Mewtwo's temperament had softened considerably. In its previous volatile nature, it would have been enraged by Mew's nonchalant demeanor. Soon, Mew and Mewtwo soared into the sky. Engaging in battle on the ground would undoubtedly wreak havoc on the surroundings. After Mew departed, Su Yu entrusted Kyogre with overseeing Team Rocket, observing the colossal figures in the sky, though puzzled by the unfolding events. Everyone felt the oppressive aura and hesitated to act recklessly. Before long, Datu arrived, riding his Dragonite. Upon seeing Su Yu surrounded by several Team Rocket members clad in black uniforms marked with an R, Datu struggled to contain his smile. His excitement soared upon spotting Domino. Team Rocket had long been a thorn in the side of the Kanto and Johto leagues. Capturing so many members, including a high-ranking officer, represented a significant breakthrough. If he could extract the location of Team Rocket's headquarters and its mastermind from Domino, the League could deliver a decisive blow to Team Rocket. Datu expressed his gratitude to Su Yu repeatedly, assuring him that the League would provide rewards. Su Yu, however, was indifferent to any rewards. He handed these Team Rocket members over to Datu, or rather, to the League, not merely out of a desire to avoid complications. He had previously analyzed that the completion of hidden achievements within the system might correlate with 1S status. Thus, attaining the title of champion in the Kanto region became imperative. Now, with his accomplishments and sufficient strength, along with favorable relations with the Elite Four and Professor Oak, he was confident that the title of champion was within reach. Chapter 50. Capturing Mewtwo. Datu gathered information from Su Yu, who revealed little. Understanding Su Yu's reluctance to elaborate, Datu refrained from pressing further. Capturing the culprits was sufficient. Shortly thereafter, Miss Junsha led a team to the site. One by one, the Team Rocket members were handcuffed and escorted into police vehicles. Domino held a significant position within Team Rocket, her influence considerable. After confiscating all her weapons, Junsha felt it insufficient and handcuffed the two together, personally overseeing Domino. Subsequently, Du and Junsha departed, leaving only Su Yu and a few others behind. Su Yu was astonished that Mew and Mewtwo had battled for such an extended period. The last encounter between Mew and Mewtwo had concluded swiftly. It remained uncertain whether Mewtwo's enhanced strength was the cause, or if Mew's playful nature was to blame. Nonetheless, Su Yu was confident that Mew could not possibly lose. And indeed, that was the case. Just as Su Yu and the others were preparing lunch, Mew returned with Mewtwo, who was in a far more grievous state than during their previous encounter, having succumbed to unconsciousness. Mew gently laid Mewtwo on the ground and recounted the recent battle to Su Yu. Throughout the fight, Mewtwo had been at a disadvantage, yet it did not relent, fighting until it was utterly exhausted. Mewtwo's formidable combat prowess had inflicted some damage upon Mew, but in comparison to the unconscious Mewtwo, Mew's injuries were negligible. Understanding Mewtwo's intentions, Su Yu did not hesitate to produce a Master Ball and captured Mewtwo within it. The Pokeball displayed no struggle. The red light flashed once before ceasing its motion, signifying Su Yu's successful capture of Mewtwo. Though a spark of excitement flickered within him, the moment was not one for celebration. The group ceased their lunch preparations, packed away their belongings, and Su Yu instructed Kyogre to fly them directly to the Pokémon Center. Kyogre's massive form soared swiftly through the town, causing quite a stir. After entrusting Mew and Mewtwo to Nurse Joy for treatment, a Ms. Junsha, riding a motorcycle, followed Su Yu to the Pokémon Center. However, upon recognizing Su Yu, she discreetly chose to leave. Ms. Junsha's team had recently come from this city to apprehend Team Rocket, and she was not inclined to offend Su Yu over such a trivial matter. The treatment took some time, and since Su Yu and his companions had yet to have lunch, they availed themselves of the food service provided at the Pokémon Center. By afternoon, Mew and Mewtwo had recovered. Mew had regained its lively demeanor, while Mewtwo retained its stoic presence. Mew seemed quite fond of Mewtwo, frequently perching on its shoulder in attempts to provoke it playfully. Mewtwo, indifferent to Mew's antics, allowed it to frolic freely. It was hard to fathom that Mewtwo was created from Mew's genes, given the stark contrast in their personalities. Throughout their journey, the duo attracted countless gazes. Yet none dared approach due to Mewtwo's formidable aura. After leaving the Pokémon Center, the group found a hotel to stay in, as it was already late, and there was no pressing need to rush. The following morning, they set out towards Yuanju City. As they walked along the rural path, Su Yu checked the map and remarked, "If all goes well, we should reach Yuanju City the day after tomorrow." Mei, hearing this, quipped, "Why does it feel like the Johto region is significantly larger than the Kanto region?" Xiaoshuer explained, Actually, the Kanto and Johto regions are quite similar. However, the cities in Kanto are more densely packed, while those in Johto are more sparsely distributed. Suyu chuckled. Did you hear that? I told you to read more. But you wouldn't listen. This was also the reason Suyu had only challenged a few gyms thus far. The considerable distances between each gym meant that completing all 8 would require traversing a significant portion of Johto. Mei, feeling defiant, retorted, I am reading now, you know. I actually understand quite a bit. Then let me test your knowledge. Can you guess what this is for? Suyu pointed at an apparatus on the apple trees by the roadside, smiling. The device connected the trees with thin strings, adorned with numerous wooden signs. Let me think. Mei pondered, gazing up at the apple trees. Suddenly, a Pidgey flew overhead. That's it, Mei exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. It's an alarm. To prevent anyone or Pokémon from stealing apples. Suyu applauded. You've become quite clever, Mei. Truly, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Of course, I am intelligent and quick to learn, Mei beamed with pride. Just then, the alarm on the apple trees sounded. Coincidentally, an apple fell from the tree, which Suyu deftly caught. Even more fortuitously, a woman with long purple hair dressed in an apron happened to be walking by, seemingly the owner of the orchard. Suyu glanced at the apple in his hand, and then at the purple-haired woman, smiling wryly. Do you believe it fell by itself? The woman pointed to a nearby sign, her striking eyes fixed on Suyu as she said coolly, 500, cash or scan. Suyu looked at the sign, which read, Unauthorized apple pickers will be fined 500. Mei, Nazi, and the others struggled to suppress their laughter at Suyu's predicament. They would have explained. But as companions of Suyu, the purple-haired woman would likely not believe them. Fortunately, Suyu noticed a tiny bite mark on the apple, clearly not made by a human. Mew's teeth were significantly larger than that mark. He showed it to the purple-haired woman and explained what had just transpired, realizing her misunderstanding. The woman blushed and deeply bowed to Suyu, saying, I'm sorry for misjudging you. I shouldn't have been so hasty. No worries. It's just important to clarify such matters. Suyu smiled, acknowledging the effort she put into her orchard. As for why there isn't a fence. In this world of Pokémon, would a fence truly deter thieves? My name is Anju, and I am the owner of this orchard. If you would not mind, I would like to invite you all to my home for tea, Anju warmly offered, wishing to make amends for her earlier rudeness. Seeing Anju's earnest demeanor, Suyu and his companions felt it would be impolite to decline. They followed Anju to her home. Chapter 51, Piku. I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding earlier. Please don't hold it against me. Anju set down a platter of fruit, reiterating her apologies to Suyu. Suyu waved his hand dismissively, replying, Miss Anju, you are too kind. The group gathered around the table. It has also been quite common for thieves to lurk about lately, which has left me quite frazzled, Anju sighed, expressing her frustration. As Suyu handed a slice of apple to Mew, he couldn't help but inquire, are they human or Pokémon? Doesn't the alarm system work? Anju shook her head, stating, every time the alarm goes off, by the time I arrive, nothing is ever there. However, it should not be human stealing. I sometimes find bitten fruit on the ground, much like the one in your hand. This was why Anju was convinced of Suyu's innocence. She simply hadn't thought it through in her anger. If it's Pokémon, then it should be manageable, Suyu remarked, taking a sip of tea. Let us go to your orchard later. Perhaps we can find the culprits. The persistent phenomenon in the orchard suggested that those Pokémon had not left, and it was possible they had even made it their home. That would be a tremendous help, Anju expressed her gratitude. Although unsure how Suyu could assist her, she was touched that he did not blame her, but instead offered to help. It's no trouble. Consider it my way of thanking you for your hospitality. Suyu replied with a smile. Mei nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, Sister Anju, your fruits are so delicious. We cannot allow Pokémon to ruin them. Thank you. Thank you all. Anju expressed her heartfelt appreciation. Subsequently, Suyu and his companions followed Anju to the orchard. Earlier, Suyu had noticed the orchard's vastness from the roadside. Now, walking within its confines felt akin to navigating a labyrinth, a testament to its grand scale. Suyu remarked, Managing such an expansive orchard must be quite arduous for you, Miss Anju. Actually, I am not alone in this endeavor. During harvest time, I do hire help. Anju replied with a smile. Primarily, I am tasked with keeping the Bobo at bay from pilfering. The troublesome part is that these Bobo return shortly after being frightened away, and it seems I have acquired new troubles as well. At this point, Anju couldn't help but express her vexation. Suyu nodded in understanding, noting that the Bobo were akin to sparrows, occasionally sneaking in to steal a bite. We have arrived. This is the heart of the orchard, Anju declared, pausing in her tracks to address Suyu. Earlier, he had requested her to lead them to the center of the orchard, claiming he possessed a method to unveil the hidden mystical sprites within. Observing Suyu's confident demeanor, Anju felt a flicker of hope in her eyes, believing he might indeed accomplish this. Suyu patted his companion, Dream, and chuckled. Having just indulged in Miss Anju's fruits, you must now exert yourself. Dream patted its chest, declaring that such trivial tasks were well within its capabilities. In an instant, Dream unleashed its psychic abilities, enveloping the entire orchard in a shimmering aura. Every blade of grass and tree stood vividly in Dream's mind. Shortly thereafter, it identified the sprites that did not belong to this orchard. Mew, Dream softly called, before soaring in a specific direction. Let us proceed. Dream has located them. Suyu instructed the group, following closely behind. Anju, taken aback, could hardly believe that the conundrum that had troubled her for so long had been resolved in mere moments. Regaining her composure, she hurried to catch up with Suyu. Navigating through the underbrush, they soon arrived beneath a rather large fruit tree, where a cluster of diminutive creatures huddled together. These are Piku, Suyu gently remarked, observing the timid, pale yellow sprites with wide eyes. Anju and the others parted the foliage to join him, their expressions reflecting astonishment at discovering these sprites, which were clearly not native to the orchard. So, it turns out these Piku are the culprits, Anju said, noting the pitiable appearance of the little creatures, her anger dissipating into helplessness. They are so adorable that it feels almost cruel to be angry with them. They truly are charming, Mei added, sticking out her tongue, unable to resist voicing her thoughts, despite the slightly inappropriate timing. Just then, a commotion erupted from the tree above. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 noticeably larger Piku leapt down, standing resolutely before the smaller ones, their gazes unwavering, as if to protect them. One wonders how these little ones ended up here, Suyu mused, observing the trio of larger Piku alongside the small cluster. Such a number suggests they are not newborns, but rather have strayed here from elsewhere. Wild sprites also engage in territorial disputes. It is likely these creatures were driven away. However, Miss Anju, what do you intend to do with these little ones? Suyu inquired, aware that he could not make decisions on behalf of another in their orchard. Anju furrowed her brow, a look of indecision on her face. She was uncertain how to proceed. Among the Piku, it was evident that only the 3 leaders were capable of survival, while the others seemed too frail to thrive in the wild. Yet, these Piku had already begun to impact the orchard's yield. Improper handling could pose a significant dilemma. What if, Mei suddenly proposed, we utilize these little ones to guard the orchard from the Bobo? They could also assist in harvesting the fruits. And all you would need to do, Miss Anju, is provide them with food. Anju considered this, her interest piqued, as it appeared to be a promising idea. Although these Piku were diminutive, their sheer numbers could still be quite beneficial. While the Bobo could be deterred with alarms, they would inevitably return. Employing Piku to fend off the Bobo seemed a viable solution. However, Xiao Shui interjected, Piku have a significant flaw, due to their youth. They cannot adeptly control their electrical powers. Engaging them in combat against the Bobo could result in self-harm. Indeed, these little ones are not yet suited for battle. They might inadvertently shock themselves before they can strike the enemy. Suyu concurred with Xiao Shui's observation. Seeing Anju in a quandary, he suggested, Miss Anju, if you do not mind, I could take these little ones under my wing. Anju looked at Suyu quizzically, unsure of his intentions. You see, Suyu elaborated with a smile, I have a designated area at home for wild sprites, and these little Piku would thrive there. Previously, at my request, Luing arranged for several gentle and amiable sprites to reside in my estate's courtyard. The area is well defined, preventing territorial disputes, making it the perfect haven for these little ones. Moreover, I have a fondness for Piku's evolution into Pikachu. It would be delightful to see them frolicking throughout the estate. Upon hearing Suyu's proposition, Anju readily acquiesced. Handling these sprites had proved to be quite the challenge for her. She placed no doubts in Suyu's words, recognizing that he had no reason to deceive her. From their demeanor, it was clear that Suyu and his companions were not ordinary individuals, and the sprites they employed were unlike any she had previously encountered. Such individuals evidently had no need to go to great lengths for a few commonplace sprites. With the decision made, Suyu acted swiftly, dialing Luing to arrange for someone to come and collect the sprites expeditiously. This was the advantage of his elevated status. A mere phone call sufficed to set things in motion. Following this, Suyu retrieved some sprite food from his backpack and distributed it to the famished Piku. Sensing Suyu's goodwill, the 3 leaders sampled the food first, and upon deeming it satisfactory, shared it with their smaller companions. The delicious provisions successfully won the friendship of the little sprites. Subsequently, Suyu shared his intentions with the 3 leading Piku. Without hesitation, they quickly accepted Suyu's invitation. A long-awaited smile graced Inju's face. These little sprites had been a source of great concern for her. The smooth resolution of this matter was more than welcome. Mei was equally elated. The prospect of these adorable sprites settling in the estate courtyard meant she would see them upon her next visit. Once the situation was resolved, Inju extended an invitation for everyone to stay at her home. Suyu did not decline, as he had requested Lu Ying to bring something along during their conversation. The following day, as they resided at Inju's, Lu Ying's appointed personnel arrived at the orchard with remarkable speed. Under Suyu's guidance, the Piku understood that these individuals were there to assist them, and they obediently boarded the vehicle. At that moment, a woman clad in a black uniform, her long black hair cascading down her back, approached Suyu, cradling a Pokémon egg. She bowed respectfully and said, "Lord Su, this is the item you requested. Thank you for your hard work. You may proceed," Suyu replied as he accepted the egg. "Yes," the woman responded before stepping back. Subsequently, Suyu cradled the egg and returned to Inju's residence, where she was watching television with Mei and Nazi. "Have you already completed everything?" Xiao Shui, who had been reading on the sofa, inquired, lifting her gaze. "Yes, the little ones were quite cooperative," Suyu replied with a smile, then turned to Mei, saying, "The sprite you have been eagerly awaiting has arrived." "Really? My precious Evie," Mei exclaimed, jumping with excitement as she rushed to Suyu's side to embrace the egg, her smooth cheek affectionately rubbing against it. Originally, Suyu intended to request a standard EV from Dr. Omu. However, upon realizing that Mei would be participating in the grand contest, he understood that acquiring some dazzling skills was imperative. Yet, certain skills demanded a notably high level of proficiency. Additionally, the second stage of the grand contest included a battle segment, where inadequate strength would render them unable to secure the coveted ribbon badge. Although Mei was already in training, her experience with Pokémon was severely lacking. Hence, having a Pokémon with exceptional aptitude became exceedingly necessary. This was why he had yet to deliver the EV. He had recently obtained a Pokémon egg of remarkable quality. Observing Mei's joyful demeanor brought a smile to Suyu's face. After concluding his affairs here, he bid farewell to Inju. At the moment of parting, Inju generously gifted them an abundance of fruits and warmly welcomed them to visit her home again in the future. Yuanju City. After departing from the previous gym, it was unclear how many days had passed. The group finally reached their destination. Upon stepping into Yuanju City, they immediately noticed its distinctiveness compared to other cities. Everything here exuded an aura of antiquity. The traditional Japanese-style buildings made it seem as though they had traveled back in time. Suddenly, a rotund man wearing sunglasses and garishly resembling a clown approached them. "Is there something you need?" Suyu inquired as the man obstructed their path. "Hold on. Let me introduce myself. I am Plask, the fire-breathing entertainer. Greetings." After finishing his introduction, the man showcased a fire-breathing performance. Mei applauded in admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, that's impressive." Suyu remained silent, pondering the uniqueness of this world, which had birthed many extraordinary individuals. While special abilities were rare, they certainly were not unheard of. Without looking far, even Ness had supernatural powers, and he himself could harness the power of aura. Noticing Mei's enthusiasm, Plask smiled and remarked, "This is your first time in this place, isn't it? How did you know?" Mei responded, astonished. Suyu couldn't help but smirk, given their attire and their occasional use of the Pokédex for navigation. It was evident to any astute observer. Plask exhaled another plume of fire, but rather than addressing Mei's curiosity, he earnestly continued, "Dear guests, since you have arrived in Yuanju City, you must not miss this." With that, he produced a metallic device resembling a dragon-finding tool. This ancient city is said to harbor numerous treasures, and this treasure-seeking device was crafted for precisely that purpose. If you purchase it, you are bound to profit. So, what do you say? Interested? Really? Mei replied, her excitement palpable. "Absolutely. As long as you encounter a treasure, this device will beep continuously. It's incredibly easy to use." Plask energetically promoted his wares. Not wishing to indulge further in Plask's sales pitch, Suyu gently tugged at Mei, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, and led her, along with Xiaoxue and Naz, away. This contraption was likely only of interest to the wealthy young master, Kojiro, and perhaps Plask himself. Suyu silently critiqued Mei's naive enthusiasm. As they departed, Plask called after them, "If you decide to buy, come find me. It's quite affordable. You're always welcome back." Subsequently, the group settled into a nearby inn. With time still on their side, Suyu prepared to take a glance at the legendary Scorched Tower. While en route, Mei curiously inquired, "Why are we heading to that seemingly burned tower instead of the beautifully constructed one?" "It is not just seemingly burned. That tower has indeed been scorched," Suyu replied. The buildings in Yuanzhou City were relatively low, making the two towering structures particularly striking from afar. One was pristine, while the other appeared dilapidated and somewhat decrepit. The new tower was merely symbolic, devoid of any notable treasures within. The old one, however, might still hold some discoveries, Suyu mused with a smile. He was uncertain about what they might encounter, but exploring for the sake of broadening their horizons seemed worthwhile. Chapter 53, The Scorched Tower. Following the street. The group soon arrived before a dark and crumbling high tower. This was the Scorched Tower. As they approached, the extent of its dilapidation became starkly apparent. The structure, ravaged by fire, was cloaked in an inky blackness. Through the shattered and grimy windows, the interior remained obscured. Mei, feeling uneasy, voiced her concern. There won't be anything inside, right? Suyu reassured her with a smile. Rest assured, such places typically house only ghost-type Pokémon, and with your sister Naz and Mew here, you need not worry. Reflecting on this, Mei felt a bit more at ease, though she still instinctively moved closer to Naz. A gentle smile graced Naz's face as she softly grasped Mei's small hand. There were no signs of life around the Scorched Tower, leading Suyu and his companions to wonder if the citizens of Yuanzhou City had abandoned this site in favor of safeguarding the newly constructed tower. They ascended the Scorched Tower without incident. From the outside, the tower appeared severely worn, yet the wooden floors within were surprisingly sturdy. It seemed that genuine materials had been used in its original construction. As they walked through the Scorched Tower, Suyu examined everything, though he found nothing of note. Scorched remnants were everywhere, and the tower felt ominously empty. Even if some items had been left behind, they had long since been removed by others. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Naz spoke up. Something is approaching. The group halted in their tracks, yet the vacant hall offered no clues. They trusted Naz's instincts, however. Unexpectedly, flames erupted from the very spot they had just traversed. Not only that, but the surrounding windows ignited as well. The firelight flickered ominously in their eyes, threatening to engulf them in an instant. This is an illusion, Naz calmly declared. Suyu stepped forward, cautiously extending his hand into the flames and remarked, "It seems the original inhabitants do not welcome us." Upon first glimpsing the Scorched Tower, he had suspected it housed ghost-type Pokémon, and it appeared his intuition had been accurate. "Mew, reveal them," Suyu commanded. These ghost-type Pokémon were known to be elusive, and while they acknowledged their presence, their invisibility still felt unsettling. Mew nodded, a glimmer of blue light flashing in its eyes. In an instant, ghost-type Pokémon began to materialize around them. Most were ghastly, with a few being haunter. Sensing the formidable presence of Mew and Naz, the ghostly beings dared not approach, merely watching from a distance. "Do not worry, I am not here to usurp your territory. I am merely an archaeologist," Suyu explained to the ghostly figures. The ghastly exchanged glances, unsure whether to trust Suyu's words or recognize their inability to confront him. One by one, they retreated into the wooden floor, disappearing from sight. Suyu did not intervene. Their voluntary departure was preferable, as he wished to avoid conflict. Continuing their ascent, they found that most floors were similar, merely remnants of charred furniture remaining. Eventually, they reached the top floor. Sunlight streamed through the dilapidated roof. And in that light, they discovered an intact object, a wooden mural depicting Ho-Oh, remarkably preserved on the wall. "Is that a Pokémon?" Mei inquired, leaning closer to the mural. Xiaoshu gently shook her head, equally uncertain. Suyu nodded, his gaze fixed on the mural of Ho-Oh, and spoke. "Indeed, this is Ho-Oh, a legendary Pokémon. I never anticipated that a mural of Ho-Oh would still exist here." "Suyu, is this why you came here?" Mei finally understood his motivation for visiting this place. "Indeed. Yet not entirely," Suyu chuckled. "I initially came here in hopes of encountering some legendary sprites, but it appears this place holds no particular allure." He had expected to find the 3 guardian beasts here, but aside from the previously encountered Ghastlies, no other sprites had made an appearance. They will not return. The Phoenix King has utterly lost faith in humanity and shall not grace us with their presence again. A voice from outside the door chimed in. The group turned to see the newcomer, illuminated by the light, a seemingly half-awake orange-haired man, adorned with a blue bandana, accompanied by a Jengar. The Ghastlies mentioned a powerful group had arrived. "I presume you are here for the legend of the Phoenix King?" The man approached, addressing them. Suyu did not contest this. Indeed, he was drawn by the legend of the Phoenix King, yet his aspirations extended beyond that. For he also sought the 3 guardian beasts. "And you are?" he inquired. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Matsuba, the leader of the Yuanzhou Gym. My ancestors were the guardians of the Phoenix King." Matsuba bowed respectfully to the mural of the Phoenix King adorning the wall, reverence gleaming in his eyes. "Since you are devoted to the Phoenix King, Why has this place fallen into such disarray? Mei asked in confusion. Upon hearing Mei's question, Matsuba sighed deeply and replied slowly. You must have seen another tower upon your arrival, correct? Suyu nodded. Indeed, it seems that tower represents the original form of this one. Precisely. 300 years ago, my ancestors were entrusted with the protection of this tower. Following a visit from the Phoenix King, it became a symbol of peace between humanity and sprites. My ancestors were fortunate to be chosen as the guardians of the Phoenix King, able to communicate with them. With the Phoenix King's guidance, Yuanju City flourished. Its citizens lived in harmony, and the coexistence of humans and sprites was idyllic. The group listened intently to Matsuba's tale. Yet the charred state of the tower hinted at a subsequent calamity. Indeed, Matsuba's tone intensified, his teeth clenched. However, at that time, some ignorant individuals emerged. They coveted the Phoenix King's immense power and foolishly attempted to control it for their own selfish desires. In the ensuing conflict, the tower was inadvertently set ablaze, resulting in its current state. 3 unknown sprites perished in that incident, but the Phoenix King descended from the heavens to revive them, leading to the emergence of the 3 guardian beasts. Since then, the Phoenix King has never manifested before humanity again. Such is the innate flaw of humankind. Such individuals exist everywhere. Yet, Matsuba's assertion that the Phoenix King had not appeared before humanity was not entirely accurate. Ash had encountered the Phoenix King on the very first day of his journey, though no one believed him. After all these years, are you still waiting for the Phoenix King to return? Suyu asked. Matsuba's gaze was resolute as he affirmed, Of course, I firmly believe that one day, the Phoenix King will return. Is this what it means to be a devotee? How remarkably pious, Suyu mused inwardly. Their exploration of the charred tower concluded, and aside from the mural of the Phoenix King, there was little else to behold. However, having encountered Matsuba, the challenge at the gym could now commence. Matsuba, of course, would not decline, especially since the Yuanju gym was not far from the charred tower. Soon, Matsuba led the group to the Yuanju gym. We shall now commence the gym challenge. Each participant may use 3 sprites. During the competition, gym trainers cannot substitute their sprites, whereas challengers may. The referee meticulously announced the rules. To earn a badge from me, your strength must not be lacking. Go forth, Gast. Matsuba summoned his first sprite. A smile graced Suyu's lips as he produced a master ball, saying, I hope my companion won't frighten you. You are the one. Mutuo materialized in the arena, casting a cold glance at its opponent, before turning to Suyu. Isn't this opponent rather weak? Only you would dare to challenge a gym with a first-level deity. Isn't this simply an opportunity for you to stretch your legs? Suyu replied cheerfully. Matsuba appeared momentarily taken aback by Mutuo's speech, exclaiming, It spoke. Mimikyu waved its tiny hands, grinning at Mutuo, seemingly cheering it on. Mutuo shook its head, then turned its gaze toward Gast, emanating an icy aura that instilled a sense of dread even in the ghost-type sprite. Matsuba, sensing Mutuo's unusual demeanor, initiated the offensive. Gast, use Night Curse. Though Gast felt trepidation, it obeyed Matsuba's command and launched a beam of dark energy toward Mutuo. Mutuo raised a hand, and the dark beam from Gast seemed to be drawn to it like a magnet, striking Mutuo's outstretched hand directly. The light dissipated, leaving Mutuo unscathed. What is this? Matsuba exclaimed in shock, having faced formidable opponents before, yet he had never encountered someone who could so effortlessly absorb an attack. Suyu was not surprised. You, with a peak elite sprite, think you can breach the defenses of a first-level deity? Surely, that is a fanciful notion. Receiving no command from Suyu, Mutuo took matters into its own hands, casually casting a shadow ball toward the opponent. Gast, be cautious. Matsuba shouted, but before his warning could fully escape his lips, Gast had already soared into the air. Gast landed on the ground, having lost consciousness. Gast is unable to battle. Mutuo wins, the referee announced. Return, Gast. You did your best, Matsuba consoled. Observing Gast's condition, Suyu understood Mutuo had held back. Indeed, Mutuo had developed emotions. Despite its frigid exterior, its heart had transformed. Otherwise, a single strike would have obliterated Gast. Your strength is formidable, but I shall not concede easily. Jengar, I entrust this battle to you, Matsuba proclaimed. Even if the outcome is inevitable? Mutuo remarked with indifference. Matsuba chuckled. Without a battle, how can one ascertain the outcome? Jengar, use invisibility to approach Mutuo and execute Lick. Having just been eliminated by Mutuo's strike, Gast's defeat indicated Mutuo's skills were exceedingly potent, and its speed was remarkable. While Jengar was slightly stronger than Gast, it was not significantly so. A direct confrontation would prove futile. They would have to rely on the ghost-type sprite's unique traits to fight. Just a friendly reminder. Mutuo is a psychic type, Suyu remarked with a light-hearted grin. A psychic type? This is bad. Matsuba realized the dire situation Jengar faced. Utilizing its invisibility, Jengar stealthily approached Mutuo from above, a mischievous grin adorning its face. It believed Mutuo was oblivious to its position and extended its long tongue, preparing to deliver a lick. Mutuo stood still, motionless, until Jengar was mere moments from contact. Then it moved. Mutuo lifted a hand and swiftly grasped Jengar's tongue. Jengar was taken aback, hastily attempting to retract its tongue, but to no avail. Mutuo yanked forcefully, then abruptly slammed Jengar into the ground. With a resounding crash, Jengar was knocked unconscious. Matsuba wore a wry smile, shaking his head as he recalled Jengar into its pokeball. The invisibility of ghost-type sprites was rendered transparent under Mutuo's psychic force. Jengar had practically delivered itself to its demise. The duel between their sprites tested the knowledge of both trainers, yet it was only natural that Matsuba, unfamiliar with Mutuo's enigmatic nature, would struggle against such a formidable opponent. Moreover, the sprites Suyu possessed were far from ordinary. If Matsuba were to discover that the sprite he is currently battling is of the same caliber as the legendary Ho-Oh, one can only wonder what thoughts would cross his mind. Suyu mused silently. It's up to you now, my companion. As long as we give it our all, we shall prevail. Go, Gungue, Matsuba murmured, already resigned to the realization that victory was an unlikely prospect against such formidable strength. Mutuo raised its gaze to assess Gungue, acknowledging that this specter was indeed significantly stronger than the previous two opponents, though it made little difference to Mutuo itself. A Gungue at the peak of the quasi-champion level possesses commendable prowess, and perhaps it could even ascend to true champion status in the future. Gungue, unleash your odd light. Gungue floated gracefully in the air, a sinister smile curling at the corners of its mouth as its red eyes gleamed with a blue glow. Mutuo did not shy away. Its cold, piercing gaze remained fixed upon Gungue. Did it succeed? Matsuba found himself momentarily uncertain of the outcome. The answer soon revealed itself. Mutuo slowly extended its hand, and a blue sphere of light materialized within its palm. With a gentle lift of its hand, the orb sped toward Gungue with alarming velocity. Gungue, don't confront it directly, evade. Matsuba, having learned from experience, shouted urgently. As Gungue sensed the immense energy contained within the sphere, its smile vanished in an instant. It hastily attempted to dodge, but before Gungue could catch its breath, the sphere struck again. That's a wave missile. As long as your sprite remains in the arena, it is bound to hit, Suyu explained. Damn, what a grotesque ability. Matsuba almost let slip an expletive. The skill was indeed repulsive. Boom. The sound of an explosion reverberated through the air. In the midst of Suyu and Matsuba's conversation, Gungue was ultimately unable to evade the wave missile, much like ghost-type Pokémon before it, and was sent flying by the blast. Chapter 55, The Ancient Civilization of Giant Trees. With Gungue rendered unable to battle, Mutuo emerged victorious. The contest is won by Suyu from Pallet Town, the referee announced loudly. Well fought, Mutuo, Suyu exclaimed, giving a thumbs up with a beaming smile. Mew, the mythical Pokémon, approached Mutuo and joyfully circled around it. Mutuo maintained its characteristic stoic demeanor. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a subtle hint of amusement in its eyes. Matsuba recalled Gungue into its Pokeball and approached Suyu slowly, a bittersweet expression on his face. Since I became the gym leader, I've never encountered an opponent as formidable as you. This year's Silver Conference seems to hold no suspense. This world is far from simple. Some individuals merely prefer to remain in the shadows, Suyu replied with a smile. If there exists one legendary Pokémon, it stands to reason that there are others. Those who have earned the recognition of the legendary beings are undoubtedly not few in this world. This is the Mirage Badge. It now belongs to you. Thank you. After completing their gym challenge, the group did not linger and bid farewell to Matsuba before departing from the gym. Upon exiting, the sun had already begun to set. They found a quaint restaurant to enjoy dinner before returning to their inn. The following day, Suyu and his companions leisurely explored the ancient city of Yuanzhou. The city indeed boasted numerous attractions worth visiting. They also ventured to the newly constructed bell tower, which bore a striking resemblance to the charred tower in architectural style. However, access to the top floor of the bell tower was prohibited for visitors, with guards stationed to enforce this rule. Legend has it that on the top floor of the bell tower lies a relic associated with Ho-Oh, the transparent bell. Whenever Ho-Oh descends, the 4 transparent bells ring out. However, no one has heard them chime for nearly 3 centuries. Though they could not witness the transparent bells firsthand, ordinary bells were present on each floor, purportedly used to convey Ho-Oh's will. Whether this is true remains uncertain. Suyu pondered silently. If all the transparent bells were to be shattered, would it summon Ho-Oh? Aside from the bells, there was little else of significance at the bell tower, prompting the group to leave swiftly. Later, Mei Xiaoxue and Natzi attended a graceful tea party hosted by the EV's sisters, while Suyu, lacking knowledge of such social affairs, chose not to accompany them. Instead, he roamed the streets with Mew, indulging in local delicacies and purchasing various souvenirs intended for his mother. However, Meiwan mentioned that they were currently too far from the Johto region. Upon further inquiry, Suyu learned that Meiwan, Huazi, and Liuli had all relocated to the Alola region. The Alola region, renowned for its breathtaking natural scenery and abundant vacation facilities, was well known to Suyu. The thought of sandy beaches, oceans, and a plethora of beautifully clad individuals stirred excitement within him. Yet, this also reminded him that with airplanes now readily available, distance was no longer a significant barrier. Before the league competition commenced, he could take a vacation in other regions and return afterward. However, such a journey was not feasible at the moment, as he had only completed half of the gym challenges in the Johto region. At the very least, he would wait until time permitted. After enjoying a day out with Mew, Suyu finally returned to the inn. The following days passed without urgency as they took the opportunity to relax, purchasing more items in Yuanju City and ensuring Snorlax was well fed before departing. Adjacent to Yuanju City were two cities, Aoki City and Jianlan City. After deliberation, the group decided to head to Aoki City first, primarily due to its renowned water-based attractions. After leaving Yuanju City, the group journeyed for several days, finally emerging from the forest's embrace. They now found themselves in a barren desert expanse, which was even more disheartening. As far as the eye could see, only rocks were visible, devoid of any greenery. It is only in the absence of something that one learns to cherish it. The group deeply appreciated the comfort of walking through a forest. Mei took a water bottle from her backpack and gulped down a generous amount. "It's scorching here. And has it not rained for ages?" she remarked, glancing at the nearby dry riverbed, her observation not without merit. "It appears so," Suyu replied, studying the map in his Pokédex. A building marked with a large pause not far from their location, prompting him to exclaim, "I never expected to find a Pokémon Center in such a desolate place. One must commend the League for its extravagance." "Really? That's fantastic. Let's go there and rest." Mei cheered excitedly. Suyu readily agreed. Just as they prepared to head to the Pokémon Center, a breathtaking display of colorful lights appeared in the sky nearby. "Wow, look at that!" Mei exclaimed, her keen eyes catching the anomaly in the sky, prompting her to shout. The group looked up to see the previously clear sky transformed into a rainbow of colors. They stood mesmerized by this enchanting spectacle, but before they could react, the phenomenon vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, like a mirage. "Did you all see that? The sky was so beautiful," Mei inquired, her face alight with excitement. Suyu nodded. Indeed, it was remarkable, but what could it have been? Xiaoxue and Natzi confirmed they had seen it too. "Shall we investigate? There might be something to discover," Suyu proposed. Encountering such a wondrous event and simply leaving would not align with his usual approach. The others shared no objections, their curiosity piqued by the extraordinary sight. They roughly pinpointed the location where the anomaly had occurred on the map. Suyu led a few companions towards their destination. But before they could reach it, they halted in their tracks. They had arrived at a site reminiscent of ancient ruins. "Wow, are these ancient relics?" Yet he exclaimed in astonishment. Suyu approached a colossal wooden pillar, scrutinizing it closely. Numerous intricate carvings adorned its surface. "This should indeed be an ancient ruin, though I am uncertain to which civilization it belongs," he remarked. Most of his studies had been centered around knowledge related to fairies, leaving him with limited understanding of such ancient sites. Xiaoxue surveyed the towering wooden pillars and, with a hint of uncertainty, suggested, "Could this be the ruins of a giant tree civilization?" The others turned their gazes toward Xiaoxue. The giant tree civilization refers to a community that constructed dwellings by felling colossal trees from the forest, though this civilization is not widely recognized. "I have only encountered it in an encyclopedia, and I cannot vouch for its accuracy," Xiaoxue explained with a smile. Yi gave her a thumbs up, praising, "Sister Xiaoxue, you know so much." What she said is indeed correct. A gentle voice suddenly emerged from behind one of the enormous wooden pillars. The group turned to see a beautiful woman emerging. Miss Joy. Chapter 56. The Mysterious Sky Phenomenon. The recognition from the group did not surprise Miss Joy in the slightest, for all those who bore the name Joy were strikingly similar, with only the most minute differences distinguishing them. The average person would find it nearly impossible to tell them apart, save for Brock, who possessed an unusual sensitivity towards Miss Joy. Miss Joy approached the group, her face radiating a soft smile. What you just mentioned is entirely accurate. This place is indeed the site of the giant tree civilization, also known as the Iron Cannon Fish civilization. Iron Cannon Fish. Now that you mention it, this wooden carving appears to depict one, so you pointed out at a wooden sculpture of the Iron Cannon Fish on the ground. The Iron Cannon Fish is a type of fairy reputed for its ability to expel water in great quantities, capable of shooting up to 100 meters high. Yes, precisely that. Miss Joy nodded and continued. Long ago, this area was once blanketed by a lush forest. However, the people of the Iron Cannon Fish civilization, in their quest to construct homes and gather fuel, ravaged the trees of the forest. This led to the degradation of the local ecosystem, and gradually, the area grew desolate, with rainfall becoming increasingly scarce. Eventually, the Iron Cannon Fish people abandoned this land. What a case of self-inflicted consequences. Suyu shook his head, reflecting on how they had destroyed their own living environment, leaving him speechless. Fortunately, modern society had learned from such lessons and began to prioritize environmental conservation. Did you come here to investigate ancient civilizations? Suyu inquired. Miss Joy gently shook her head and raised a blooming flower in her hand, smiling. This is the true purpose of my visit. A flower? The group gazed at the flower in Miss Joy's hand, feeling a sense of incongruity. How can such a beautiful flower bloom in such a desolate place? Is it hard to believe? Look over there. Miss Joy gestured towards a shadowed area obscured by the giant trees. Following her, the group discovered another flower blooming in that shadowed spot, identical to the one in Miss Joy's hand. Good heavens! This is simply astounding. Yeah, exclaimed, her face awash with astonishment. I too find it remarkable that flowers can bloom in such a place. Upon closer inspection, there are indeed many more nearby, Miss Joy laughed. Sure enough, in various shadowed corners, numerous flowers were thriving. Is this the tenacity of life? Truly awe-inspiring. Suyu couldn't help but exclaim. Did you come here specifically for research? Miss Joy asked. Suyu replied, No, we merely passed through here and recently witnessed the sky phenomenon. He proceeded to inform Miss Joy about the celestial spectacle they had observed. I see. Why not take a moment to rest at the Pokémon Center? A traveler there has also witnessed the phenomenon you described. He may possess some insights, Miss Joy cheerfully invited. The group had initially intended to visit the Pokémon Center for rest, and now, having not yet discovered the cause of the phenomenon, they decided it prudent to do so. Following Miss Joy, they arrived at the Pokémon Center. As they stepped inside, the oppressive heat from the outside world dissipated instantly, as if they had entered two entirely different realms. Miss Joy served them several glasses of ice water. After downing the refreshing beverage, they felt rejuvenated. There's an ample supply of water here. You should take some with you before you leave, in case you encounter shortages on your journey, Miss Joy advised with a smile. Has the Alliance sent such abundant supplies here? Suyu inquired, intrigued. Logically, the area should see few visitors, and although the Alliance was financially robust, it seemed unlikely they would allocate substantial resources to such a location. Miss Joy shook her head, explaining, the water here does not originate from the Alliance. Then where does it come from? Suyu asked. Follow me, and you shall see. Miss Joy smiled, leading them to a tunnel descending underground. Suyu was astonished to discover that there was indeed space beneath the Pokémon Center. As he walked through the spacious underground passage, he marveled. I had no idea this existed here. Miss Joy explained, this has been here since I arrived. I'm unsure when it was constructed. The walls of the underground passage were equipped with lighting fixtures, dispelling any sense of gloom. As they descended, they soon emerged from the tunnel into a vast underground cavern. How can there be such a large pool of water here? Yet he exclaimed in shock, given the severe drought outside. It's remarkable that there is so much water here, and it appears quite deep. Honestly, I don't quite understand it either. A previous elder mentioned that every few decades, an abundance of fresh water suddenly surges from the desiccated valley across the mountains, which eventually accumulates here as underground water, Miss Joy explained. So you pondered. It seems there may be some secrets hidden here, possibly related to the colorful sky. Colorful sky? When did you witness this? An elderly voice suddenly resonated behind them, tinged with excitement. The group turned to find a white-haired man dressed as a painter, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he stared at Suyu. Please, calm down, sir. Let us take our time discussing this, Suyu hurriedly replied, realizing that an elderly individual should not become overly agitated. The elder nodded and took a moment to compose himself, yet his gaze remained fixed on Suyu. Subsequently, the group left the underground cavern and returned to the main hall of the Pokémon Center. With Miss Joy's introduction, they learned the elder's identity. His name was Lu Gu, a traveler who had resided there for over 30 years. Suyu recounted the sky phenomenon they had recently witnessed. The elder appeared exhilarated. taking a long moment to regain his composure before speaking. Is it finally about to appear again? This phenomenon is indeed linked to the underground water of the Pokémon Center. Each time the flood occurs, a breathtaking rainbow-colored brilliance appears in the sky across the valley, which is what you witnessed not long ago. I saw it over 30 years ago, and at that moment, I resolved to capture this scene on canvas. Regrettably, due to insufficient preparation, I have failed twice already. This is my final opportunity, and I must succeed this time. Upon hearing the elder's account, Suyu remained somewhat perplexed. Although there seemed to be a connection among these elements, it appeared that they did not intrinsically relate to the sky phenomenon. Chapter 57. This is Science. Suyu cast his gaze upon Miss Joy and inquired, Miss Joy, might there be any extraordinary places nearby? Or perhaps some intriguing legends associated with this area? It is well acknowledged that legends often possess a kernel of truth. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Miss Joy slightly furrowed her brow, lost in profound contemplation. After a moment's pause, she re-emerged with a smile and replied, Indeed, there exists such a legend in the vicinity. A look of delight instantly illuminated Suyu's face as he thought to himself, just as I suspected, far from the Pokémon Center, there lies a location known as the Iron Cannon Pool. Though termed a pool, it has long since been parched for years. An incredible legend has been passed down regarding this body of water. The iron cannon fish found therein are notoriously elusive. Upon hearing Miss Joy's narrative, Xiaoxue could not help but voice her confusion. But the iron cannon fish is not exactly a particularly difficult Pokémon to catch. Miss Joy nodded in acknowledgement and responded, Indeed. Thus this legend appears to be somewhat inaccurate. However, Suyu held a different opinion. He requested Miss Joy to mark the location of the Iron Cannon Pool on the map. Subsequently, he compared this location with the area he had roughly identified for the recent celestial phenomenon. To his astonishment, the 2 points lay perfectly aligned. Furthermore, the distance to the Iron Cannon Pool was negligible compared to his initial estimation. This strongly suggested a connection between the Iron Cannon Pool and the celestial anomaly. Just as Suyu pondered this, the celestial phenomenon reappeared in the sky. The prismatic glow instantly captivated everyone's attention. Lu Gu, momentarily taken aback, hurriedly retrieved his specially prepared equipment, a box of crayons containing 251 distinct colors. He quickly settled before his drawing board, gazing up at the magnificent radiance above. Momentarily at a loss for which color to choose, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, not this color, nor that one. Lu Gu frantically searched for the most suitable crayon, glancing up at the glowing spectacle with a desperate expression on his aged face, pleading, Just give me a little more time. Please don't fade away so quickly. Aside from Lu Gu's anxious quest for crayons, Suyu and the others, along with Miss Joy, were utterly entranced by the magnificent display in the sky. Even though it was the second time witnessing it, its beauty remained unparalleled. Suyu remarked with a smile. After a while of admiration, the rainbow glow began to gradually dissipate. Ah, it's about to vanish, Mei exclaimed, observing the colors fading away with a sense of regret. Wait, just a moment. Lu Gu was still desperately searching for the perfect crayon, his drawing board remaining pristine, as he had yet to make a mark. It's gone, Miss Joy stated. Lu Gu looked up, and indeed, the sky was now devoid of any spectacle. His actions came to a halt as he sighed. It's hopeless. With 250 colors to choose from, it's overwhelming. And I cannot find the most fitting one. Noticing Lu Gu's despondency, Miss Joy felt a pang of sympathy and approached him, offering consolation. Do not be too disheartened, Mr. Lu Gu. That radiant glow emerged above the Iron Cannon Pool. I believe we may uncover something there. Indeed, a visit to the Iron Cannon Pool is warranted. Suyu concurred. Initially a mere speculation, with Miss Joy now confirming that the phenomenon hovered above the Iron Cannon Pool, it was evident that secrets lay within. Encouraged by Miss Joy's words, Lu Gu came to terms with the decision and resolved to accompany the group in their exploration of the Iron Cannon Pool. Without hesitation, the group shouldered their backpacks and set forth toward the Iron Cannon Pool. It was a considerable distance from the Pokémon Center, and they did not reach the vicinity of the Iron Cannon Pool until midnight. Upon arrival, they discovered numerous vibrant flowers in bloom, identical to those found at the giant tree civilization ruins. Perhaps due to the significant temperature fluctuations in the desert region, the air grew increasingly cold. Fortunately, each individual had packed adequate clothing, so the chill was not overly discomforting. After traversing a bit further, they finally arrived at the marked location on the map, the Iron Cannon Pool. Strange, how is there such a large ice pillar here? Miss Joy remarked with intrigue. She had previously visited this site for investigation and recalled it to be merely a desiccated giant pool devoid of any peculiar features. To her astonishment, the ice pillar had materialized since her last visit. Suyu stroked his chin and pondered aloud. Could this be the cause of the celestial phenomenon? It was not entirely implausible. Water vapor generated from melting ice under sunlight could reflect the sun's rays, creating a dazzling halo effect. One must remember that sunlight is composed of a multitude of colors. In this light, it seemed that this was not an extraordinary event after all, but rather a scientific phenomenon. Shaking his head, Suyu gently patted Mew, inquiring, "Are there any creatures residing in this vicinity?" An ice pillar could not simply appear out of nowhere. There hasn't been a hint of rainfall here, making it improbable for ice to manifest. Mew activated its psychic abilities, enveloping a vast area centered around the iron cannon pool. "Mew," it chirped. "Ah, I see now," Suyu nodded. Mew conveyed to him that this seemingly desiccated iron cannon pool actually harbored life, and considerable quantities of it. Beneath the parched surface of the pool, there existed a cavern teeming with iron cannon fish. However, it seemed that the cave was currently experiencing a flood, completely submerged in water. Upon closer inspection, one could discern numerous small holes in the dry bed of the iron cannon pool. Inside these holes, iron cannon fish were nestled, the architects of the ice pillar. Yet, it was nighttime, and even with the moonlight, it was challenging for human eyes to discern the bottom of the iron cannon pool. Suyu shared Mew's findings with the group, who were equally astonished, clearly not anticipating the existence of iron cannon fish in this location. As the night deepened, despite having discovered the iron cannon fish, the group remained determined to witness the formation of the rainbow in the sky and thus refused to depart. Each person began to set up their tents for camping. Although Lu Gu was an elderly artist, he had once been a traveling trainer. As he had mentioned during their journey, his former dream was to pursue Pokémon, and after witnessing the wonders of the sky, he chose to remain here. Consequently, his backpack was well equipped with travel gear. Miss Joy, however, had not brought a tent. This did not pose an issue, as Mei eagerly invited her into her tent. Chapter 58, Team Rocket's Roasted Corn. The following day dawned with a faint light, carrying a crisp chill. The group awoke early, each mind preoccupied with thoughts of the iron cannon fish. After all, they had only heard Suyu's account. Having not seen the iron cannon fish with their own eyes, they found it hard to fully believe. However, soon enough, the truth would affirm Suyu's claims beyond doubt. Under the sun's warm rays, the bottom of the iron cannon pool became vividly visible to all, just as Suyu had described. The bottom was riddled with small openings. Faint silhouettes of iron cannon fish could be discerned within. Miss Joy exclaimed in awe, "This is truly remarkable. I never imagined that iron cannon fish could actually thrive here, and in such large numbers. That is the marvel of Pokémon," Suyu replied with a smile. "It seems that, regardless of the harshness of the environment, Pokémon find a way to survive." The sounds of their conversation stirred the slumbering iron cannon fish, prompting them to poke their heads out of the openings. Following this, they unleashed their water gun attack. In an instant, the parched cannon pond transformed into a magnificent fountain pool. The water accumulated at the bottom grew ever more abundant, and the number of cannon fish increased steadily. Some of these fish began to unleash their freezing rays, causing the ice pillar at the center of the pond to swell in size. Under the sun's radiant gaze, the ice began to melt gradually, with steam rising and reflecting the sunlight. A marvelous transformation unfolded above the cannon pond, as brilliant colors spread across the sky, rendering the scene far more beautiful and breathtaking than when viewed from a distance. At that moment, it would not be an exaggeration to call this place a fairyland. The pond soon filled to capacity, and the water surged down the river, explaining why the previously dry valley in front of the Pokémon Center suddenly overflowed with fresh water. One might wonder, could the water produced by the little fairies using their water guns truly be drinkable? Suyu's thoughts began to wander. The cannon fish, too, departed with the flowing river. Initially, I thought my pursuit had shifted from chasing the little fairies to something else entirely. Yet, unexpectedly, I found myself still in pursuit of them. Lu Gu gazed at the departing cannon fish, overwhelmed with emotion. Suyu inquired, "By the way, Mr. Lu Gu, aren't you going to draw?" Lu Gu gently shook his head and replied with a smile, "No need. This scene is already etched in my mind with utmost clarity, and I shall never forget it in this lifetime." Miss Joy's face lit up with joy as she remarked, "Perhaps in the future, the water brought by the cannon fish will rejuvenate the mountains and valleys, and this place will surely thrive once more." There might be such a possibility, though one cannot fathom how much time it would demand. Relying solely on the strength of the cannon fish, who knows how many such occurrences we must endure. This is the consequence we must bear after the environment has been ravaged. The ice pillar, having lost the reinforcement of the cannon fish, melted back into water under the sun's relentless heat. The rainbow-like sky vanished without a trace. With this understanding, Suyu decided not to linger. Before bidding farewell to the two, He summoned Dream to transport them back to the Pokémon Center. Subsequently, they continued their journey toward Aoki City, leaving the arid desert behind. They returned to the familiar embrace of the forest. Walking in the forest is so comfortable. If I bask in the sun for a few more days, I might end up getting sun-kissed, Yi exclaimed joyfully. Suyu chuckled. Such is travel. No one can predict what awaits us. Perhaps even harsher environments lie ahead. Oh, please no. Yi's mood soured at the thought of such a dreadful scenario. As they chatted and laughed while on the road, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Faintly, they could hear the sounds of vendors calling out. How delightful. That smells like roasted corn. Yet he couldn't help but wipe her mouth, which bore no traces of saliva. Suyu murmured, who would conduct business in such a place? Although it wasn't an entirely desolate wilderness, it was indeed rare to see many people around. This person truly knows how to run a business, Suyu mused silently. Shall we go take a look? Urged Yi, tightly clutching Suyu's arm with excitement. All right. I never said we wouldn't go, you little glutton, Suyu replied with a smile. Hurry. If we delay, we might miss out. Yet Yi, brimming with enthusiasm, dragged Suyu toward the source of the commotion. It's already impressive that there's business in such a place. Selling out seems far-fetched, Suyu thought to himself as they quickly arrived at a barbecue stall. To his surprise, there was quite a crowd gathered around the vendor. Goodness, the aroma of the brew does not fear the depth of the alley. In such a secluded area, the roasted corn was evidently in high demand. It seemed the vendor had genuine skill. Noticing the throng of customers, Suyu was promptly pushed forward by the others to buy the corn. After considerable effort to weave through the crowd, he finally reached the front and called out, Boss, I'll take 7 roasted corns. Coming right up, please wait a moment, came a familiar voice. Suyu began to scrutinize the vendor, and upon closer inspection, he exclaimed inwardly, Wait, isn't that Team Rocket? Despite Kojiro and Musashi's efforts at disguise, Musashi's iconic hair was unmistakable. Who, besides Ash and his companions, could fail to recognize her? At that moment, Kojiro also recognized Suyu, and their eyes met across the bustling stall. A smile crept across Suyu's face as he nodded slightly. Seeing Suyu, Kojiro was momentarily taken aback, his mind flooded with memories of being sent flying, even envisioning what pose he should strike upon takeoff. However, upon noticing Suyu's nod, Kojiro quickly grasped the situation and breathed a sigh of relief. Realizing that Suyu would not be dealing with him today, he promptly welcomed Suyu, then turned to Musashi and said, Quickly, this customer wants 7 roasted corns. Prioritize his order. Why is first? Don't you understand the concept of queuing? Musashi grumbled, her head bent in concentration over the corn. Upon hearing this, Kojiro's face turned pale, and he hurriedly tugged at Musashi's sleeve, whispering urgently in her ear, Are you out of your mind? Look at who is standing in front of you. Musashi, upon hearing his words, glanced up and saw Suyu smiling at her, panic flooding her features as she stammered. Before she could finish, Kojiro swiftly covered her mouth, wearing an awkward smile as he said, Let us not keep this esteemed customer waiting. Let us prepare his order first. Musashi nodded repeatedly, her eyes wide with alarm. No need, just roast normally. Call me when it's ready. We're all old acquaintances. Suyu said with a smile, handing cash to Kojiro. Kojiro shook his head insistently, refusing to accept payment. Suyu chuckled, leaving the money behind as he turned to leave. He pondered who else would conduct business in such a location. If it were them, it wouldn't be surprising. If they were here, it was likely that Ash had also arrived at this place. Chapter 59, Snowy Mountain. To be honest, if Team Rocket simply switched tracks, they would undoubtedly thrive. Instead of always trailing behind Ash, they stubbornly pursued Pikachu, and the most critical part was that they still hadn't succeeded. After all this time, how had Sakaki not kicked these 3 out of Team Rocket? Whether it was because he didn't take them seriously or due to Kojiro's unique status remained a mystery. Kojiro worked rapidly, and as soon as the corn was roasted, he beamed as he presented Suyu with the 7 ears he had requested. It was evident that these 3 genuinely dared not provoke Suyu. Wow, this is delicious. The boss's skills are truly remarkable, Yet he exclaimed, nibbling on her corn and giving a thumbs up in praise. Indeed, the flavor is quite delightful, Xiaoshui commented, after distributing the corn to the little ones. Suyu also took a taste and nodded in approval. It's indeed tasty, but I wonder where these fellows sourced their corn. I saw Nyasu bringing it from behind. I investigated and found a cornfield over there, Nazi informed them. So it seems these guys have pilfered from someone again. Suyu shook his head in resignation. He had no intention of punishing them. In the end, they would face their due consequences. Sister Nazi, do you know the owner of the roasted corn stall? Yet he asked curiously, munching on her sweet and soft corn. Suyu smiled and suggested, take a closer look at those 3. Don't you find them familiar? Yet E directed her gaze toward the two who were fervently roasting corn, scrutinizing them for a while, until she finally laid eyes on the walking Nyasu, and uncertainly remarked, "Is that Team Rocket?" Suyu couldn't help but place a hand on his forehead, exclaiming, "Should I commend their exceptional makeup skills, or should I deem you foolish?" Mei retorted, "You're the foolish one." Humph. Stinky Suyu. After purchasing several roasted corns from Xiaoxilong, the group finally departed from the area. Despite the considerable profits they had earned from their business ventures, they often found themselves unable to enjoy a warm meal. Following the map for several days, they arrived at a snowy mountain region. Indeed, it was a snow-capped mountain. In a remarkably short distance, they had traversed from desert to forest, and now to snow-capped peaks. Such climatic shifts were astonishing. This place was somewhat renowned, known as White Snow Mountain. It was a towering peak. Although not the highest in the capital region, it could be considered the tallest in the northern area. "Brr, it's so cold," Mei exclaimed, rubbing her hands together. Even clad in winter attire, she could still distinctly feel the biting chill. The cold wind howled fiercely, and little snowflakes danced in the air. Glancing at the map, Suyu remarked, "Just a bit further ahead, there is a small Pokémon Center where we can take a respite." Xiao Shui huffed out a cloud of white vapor, saying, "It is said that this place has a connection to the Articuno. I wonder if that is true." Articuno? Mei mused, her mind racing as she recalled. "Is that the trio we encountered in the Orange Archipelago?" Suyu nodded, affirming, "Yes, indeed. However, those three are far more powerful than the one rumored to be here. They were imbued with divine power and even dared to confront their superior, Lugia. While uncertain of the existence of Articuno here, the mere presence of a legend suggested a higher likelihood of encountering it. Should they come across it this time, Suyu had no intention of letting it slip away. The three Articuno from the Orange Archipelago were untamable at that time. He hadn't even considered capturing them. But the ones in such a location were wild, and capturing one wouldn't pose a problem, akin to how he had previously captured Zapdos. If one were to rank the beauty among the legendary birds, Articuno would undoubtedly take the crown, possessing an elegance that was unmatched, much like Suicune among the legendary beasts. Regrettably, Suicune had long since fallen from grace. Following the map, they arrived at a wooden cabin. Above the door, a red and white Pokeball emblem marked the entrance, the symbol of the Pokémon Center. This establishment claimed to be the highest Pokémon Center in the world. "Excuse us, is anyone in?" Suyu pushed open the wooden door and called out. Hearing his voice, Nurse Joy approached with a warm smile, saying, "Hello. Please come in and rest." Nurse Joy was clad in her familiar nurse outfit, her face perpetually adorned with a sweet smile. Besides Nurse Joy, Miss Junsha, dressed in a police uniform, was also present. Under Nurse Joy's warm hospitality, the group gathered around the heater, the cold brought by the snowstorm quickly dissipating. Nurse Joy kindly served them steaming cups of hot tea. In such snowy weather, to be able to sip a cup of hot, fragrant tea in the warmth of the cabin was nothing short of a sublime delight. "Are you also here to find Articuno?" Nurse Joy inquired with a smile. Suyu responded, "Not quite. We're merely passing through and heard there is an Articuno here, so we came to take a look." Nurse Joy nodded. "Many come here because of the legends surrounding Articuno. I assumed you were among them." Despite Suyu being accompanied by numerous legendary Pokemon, it was due to his extraordinary luck, which couldn't be considered ordinary. In reality, countless individuals traverse the world in hopes of catching a glimpse of the legendary Pokemon. Yet, even so, they may not be fortunate enough to encounter one. Legendary Pokemon remain steeped in myth, powerful and enigmatic. This is why, despite the frequent blizzards, many brave souls venture here undeterred by adversity. "If you wish to seek Articuno, please be cautious," Miss Junsha advised, having already dissuaded countless others. Yet, those who arrive do so with the singular goal of witnessing Articuno, undeterred by the perils ahead. Thus, Miss Junsha found herself repeatedly urging these individuals to prioritize their safety. She perceived Suyu and his companions as no different from the rest. Each year, numerous accidents occur on White Snow Mountain. If you genuinely wish to go, we want to stop you, but please ensure you take all necessary precautions, Miss Junsha stated earnestly. This was set out of concern since she did not know Suyu. Otherwise, she might not have voiced such warnings. Aware that Miss Junsha had their best interests at heart, Suyu nodded earnestly, stating, we would never jest with our lives." Seeing Suyu and his companions resolve to seek out Articuno, Nurse Joy sighed and began recounting a tale about Articuno. Once, individuals faced peril on the snowy mountain, and at the brink of death, it was Articuno that saved them. Grateful, they erected a statue in honor of Articuno and shared the story of their rescue. Since then, Articuno has been regarded as the guardian deity of White Snow Mountain. However, this has led to an influx of people eager to witness Articuno's true form. Many have fallen into danger due to their carelessness, yet still, people continue to arrive. One wonders if Articuno's presence here is a blessing or a curse. Chapter 60, Articuno. Every individual must bear the consequences of their actions, whether they come to admire Articuno's grace or to capture it. All potential outcomes must be faced by them. Articuno is not humanity's personal guardian, constantly watching over every visitor to White Snow Mountain. Its willingness to assist those in danger merely reflects its benevolence. Yet, one cannot expect it to save everyone, otherwise it would be perpetually overwhelmed. From Nurse Joy and Miss Junshaw's words, it was confirmed that Articuno indeed existed atop White Snow Mountain. However, they were unaware of its exact location, nor could they ascertain whether it still resided there. Nevertheless, this uncertainty did not deter Suyu from deciding to explore White Snow Mountain. If he were to encounter it, that would be splendid. If not, it bore no consequence. For others, legendary Pokémon were elusive, but for him, they were merely a part of fate. If he didn't encounter it, it simply meant that his destiny with Articuno had not yet come to fruition. After resting in the Pokémon Center for a considerable time, Suyu resolved to venture to White Snow Mountain once the blizzard outside subsided entirely. Considering the extreme cold, he initially intended to go alone. However, Mei insisted on accompanying him, clinging to his arm and playfully coaxing him. Reluctantly, he agreed to take her along. Suyu then inquired about Xiao Shui and Na Zi's thoughts. Both shook their heads, opting to remain at the Pokémon Center until Suyu's return. Thus, accompanied by Mei, Meng Huan, and the exuberantly cheerful Kirichi in Mei's arms, they departed from the Pokémon Center, making their way toward White Snow Mountain. The further they ascended the mountain, the more treacherous the weather became. Initially, Mei had been in high spirits, but now she was so cold that she could barely speak, though she felt too embarrassed to suggest turning back, having insisted on coming along. As Suyu beheld Mei's pitiful demeanor, he couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Gently ruffling Mei's delicate head, he remarked, "Honestly, you've turned into a popsicle, and yet you never thought to tell me. There's no need for you to feel embarrassed around me. I am not embarrassed." Mei's cheeks flushed a soft crimson, her voice dwindling into a whisper. "Dream, please help Mei," Suyu directed towards the unfazed Dream. Dream, with a cheerful demeanor, alighted upon Mei's shoulder, conjuring a protective shield around her using its extraordinary powers. In the next instant, the biting cold winds and the penetrating chill were completely warded off. "Thank you, Dream. You're simply amazing," Mei exclaimed joyfully. At the praise, Dream beamed, clapping its tiny hands in acknowledgement, indicating that it was no trouble at all. Seeing Mei regain her vitality, Suyu's worries dissipated, and the two continued their ascent towards the summit of Snowy Mountain. With his naturally exceptional physique, augmented by the benefits of a physical enhancement fruit, even among the elite, he was a force to be reckoned with. Thus, in such harsh conditions, he merely felt a slight chill, remaining largely unaffected. "Suyu, is the Articuno really up there?" Mei inquired, her curiosity palpable. Suyu gazed ahead at the endless expanse of white and shook his head, saying, "I'm not entirely sure. We should let Dream take a look first." Dream activated its abilities, although in such extreme conditions, even its powers faced certain limitations. Fortunately, Dream's prowess proved formidable, and it ultimately located the whereabouts of Articuno. Upon learning that Articuno resided atop Snowy Mountain, both Suyu and Mei felt invigorated and emboldened. With Dream by their side, they were free from concerns of straying off course or encountering peril. Their journey proceeded smoothly. However, the blizzards atop Snowy Mountain had a tendency to strike suddenly, and their ferocity was immense. Even Suyu found it challenging to withstand their onslaught physically. If he struggled, one could only imagine the plight of ordinary individuals. Employing his aura powers, Suyu formed a protective barrier around himself, though not as robust as Dream's shield. It sufficed for the current predicament and served as a valuable exercise for his aura capabilities. Battling against the tempest, he laboriously reached the summit of Snowy Mountain. At long last, he laid eyes upon their target, Articuno. Its resplendent azure, translucent feathers resembled crystalline ice, shimmering under the sunlight. A crown of 3 deep blue, diamond-shaped feathers adorned its head, exuding an air of nobility and mystery. Its long, flag-like tail trailed behind. Articuno's crimson eyes gazed silently at Suyu, leaving one to ponder its thoughts. "How beautiful!" Mei exclaimed, captivated by Articuno's elegant and stunning appearance. Observing that Articuno neither attacked nor retreated, Suyu discerned that his charm was once again exerting its influence. "Articuno, I wish to invite you to join me on a journey." Suyu boldly addressed the majestic creature, meeting its gaze directly. With a flap of its wings, Articuno ascended into the air, its red eyes fixed intently upon Suyu. Recognizing Articuno's demeanor, Suyu chuckled. It appears we must settle this through battle. I shan't hold back. Indeed, no matter how compelling his allure, subduing a legendary Pokémon was not a feat to be taken lightly. Nevertheless, the opportunity to engage in such a confrontation was already a significant boon. He had never shied away from battle against anyone or any creature. Articuno was formidable, a level 3 legendary Pokémon. Following Professor Oak's announcement of Mega Evolution, elite trainers and powerful factions, upon discovering evolution stones, had significantly enhanced their strength. Even if Suyu chose not to capture Articuno now, others would inevitably come forth to challenge it. Chapter 61, Capturing Articuno. At the peak of Snowy Mountain, Articuno had clearly entered a battle stance, emanating an icy aura. Suyu gently patted Dream, saying, "This battle rests upon your shoulders." Dream nodded, gracefully taking flight from Suyu's shoulder. The only Pokémon capable of securing victory against Articuno were Rayquaza, Kyogre, Mutwo, and Dream itself. Suyu was concerned that Rayquaza and Kyogre's battles might generate excessive noise, potentially triggering an avalanche. In contrast, Mutwo and Dream seemed more suitable for this encounter. After much contemplation, he concluded that having Dream face Articuno was the most prudent choice. Dream soared into the air, its face adorned with a cheerful smile, exuding an aura of ease and contentment. Articuno, however, did not seem angered by Dream's demeanor. On one hand, it was inherently a gentle Pokémon. On the other, it could sense the immense power residing within Dream. Unlike Rayquaza, which occasionally unleashed its overwhelming presence. Palpable even to ordinary people, Dream's adorable exterior and understated personality led many to perceive it merely as an endearing mascot. Yet, among sufficiently powerful Pokémon, they could unmistakably recognize Dream's formidable strength. Consequently, Articuno hesitated to initiate an attack, its gaze fixed intently upon Dream. "Articuno, since you choose not to strike first, I shall not hold back," Suyu called out boldly to the majestic figure soaring above. "Dream, unleash Thunderbolt." "Mew." Dream chirped, its petite form enveloped in crackling electricity. In an instant, a bolt of lightning surged forth at incredible speed towards Articuno. Dream, heralded as the progenitor of Pokémon, could wield nearly all skills with ease, including electric-type techniques. Bam! Articuno squawked in surprise, deftly evading Dream's thunderbolt. Simultaneously, it flapped its wings, summoning a violent blizzard. This was Articuno's signature move, Blizzard. In this environment, Articuno's abilities were significantly amplified. The howling winds battered against Suyu's aura shield, threatening to overwhelm it. Fortunately, Dream was acutely aware of Suyu and Mei's circumstances. Immediately, it utilized its psychic abilities to envelop Suyu in a protective barrier, ensuring his safety. The blizzard raged uncontrollably, engulfing the entirety of Snowy Mountain. Suyu's vision was obscured, rendering the scene a pale white blur, making it impossible to discern the situation. However, bolstered by Dream's formidable prowess, he felt no trepidation regarding unforeseen dangers. As the blizzard gradually subsided, the scenery re-emerged. Dream was seen employing its teleportation skill, vanishing and reappearing around Articuno in a playful manner, a joyful smile adorning its face. Indeed, Dream had resumed its playful antics, prompting a chuckle from Suyu as he shook his head. Such was Dream's nature, playful and spirited. It relished treating battles as games. Articuno, provoked by Dream's teasing, was incensed. Its beak unleashed a barrage of ice beams, yet none found their mark, squandering considerable energy instead. Attempting to outpace Dream, Articuno quickly realized it was futile. Dream's teleportation speed far surpassed its own. "All right, Dream, focus," Suyu called out with urgency. Upon hearing his command, Dream spread its tiny hands, offering an apologetic glance at Articuno, as if to say, "He told me to attack you. It's not my fault." Bam! The Articuno let out a piercing cry, its crimson eyes glaring with dissatisfaction at Mew. "Could you grant me a swift end?" Mew responded by unleashing thunder. Thunder rumbled ominously, and the clouds atop the Snowy Mountain echoed with deafening roars as bolts of lightning danced within. With a resounding crash, a powerful bolt descended, striking Articuno before it could even react. In an instant, Articuno lost its fighting spirit, plummeting from the sky. "Mew, quickly catch it," Suyu shouted urgently. For the location where Articuno was descending was a cliff, leading into an unfathomable abyss. Mew nodded, and, using its psychic powers, gently grasped Articuno's body, bringing it safely to Suyu's side. Ya-e, cradling Kirichi, hurried over to Suyu. Her curiosity piqued as she examined the unconscious Articuno. Without a moment's hesitation upon seeing Articuno incapacitated, Suyu retrieved an empty Master Ball from his pocket and tossed it towards the fallen bird. A flash of red light ensued, and Articuno was drawn into the Master Ball, which landed softly in the snow. It wobbled twice before coming to a halt. A smile spread across Suyu's face. He had successfully captured Articuno. He picked up the Master Ball, brushing off the snowflakes that clung to it, releasing Articuno once more. Suyu remarked, "Mew, I must trouble you again." Mew understood his intent and swiftly healed Articuno's injuries. Once restored, Articuno let out a triumphant cry, its gaze softening as it turned towards Suyu, a gentle glimmer in its eyes. Lowering its head, it affectionately nuzzled Suyu's cheek. "Ha ha, from now on, we shall be companions. I look forward to your guidance," Suyu laughed, wrapping his arms around Articuno's neck. Standing 2 meters tall, Articuno towered over Suyu. The majestic creature, sensing the pleasant aroma emanating from Suyu, nodded in delight. As Suyu gently stroked Articuno's feathers, he found them to be not as hard and cold as ice, but rather soothingly cool to the touch. Meanwhile, Ya-e observed with longing, eager to bond with Articuno but hesitant to provoke its disdain. Noticing her desire, Suyu sought Articuno's permission. The bird regarded Ya-e, sensing her pure heart, and nodded. A smile illuminated Suyu's face as he took Ya-e by the hand and led her to Articuno, saying, "Articuno says it quite likes you." "Really?" Ya-e exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at Articuno. Once again, Articuno nodded. Overjoyed, Ya-e approached the magnificent creature and, mimicking Suyu, gently caressed its feathers. Articuno regarded her with warmth, showing no signs of resistance. Some legendary Pokémon are gentle, while others possess a more dominant nature. Articuno, Kyogre, and Kirichi are among the more amiable, unfazed by human contact, whereas the likes of Rayquaza and Mewtwo tend to be more aloof, often ignoring others entirely. Mew also has a kind disposition, albeit with a hint of mischief. After some time, ye might occasionally enjoy a hug from it. Chapter 62, Encounter with Ash. Suyu, Ya-e, and Articuno interacted for quite some time before realizing that the sky had begun to darken. The journey up the snowy mountain had consumed a considerable amount of time, and after the battle, evening was fast approaching. Spending the night atop this snowy peak was not an option, it would be sheer folly. Initially, Suyu intended to have Mew carry them back, but upon noticing Articuno's broad back, a sudden idea struck him. After conferring with Articuno, the majestic bird flapped its wings in affirmation, indicating it was more than capable of the task. Suyu then shared his plan with Ya-e. The thought of soaring down the snowy mountain atop Articuno thrilled her, and she eagerly nodded in agreement. With everything settled, Suyu and Ya-e climbed onto Articuno's back. Given Ya-e's petite stature, Suyu tightly embraced her with one arm, while securely holding onto Articuno with the other. Mew perched happily atop Suyu's head, ready for takeoff. After a brief test to ensure stability, Suyu signaled for Articuno to commence their descent. The magnificent creature indicated for Suyu to hold on tightly, before plunging headfirst off the cliff. Though Suyu knew he was in no real danger, the sudden drop sent his blood racing, and his heart raced uncontrollably in response to the exhilarating rush. Ya-e, frightened, squeezed her eyes shut and clung desperately to Suyu's waist. Articuno rapidly descended through the air, the howling wind roaring in Suyu's ears. Suddenly, with a powerful flap of its wings, Articuno halted their descent, transitioning into a smooth forward flight. Peering down, Suyu watched as the steep, snowy cliffs rushed past them. Slowly, Ya-e opened her eyes, peeking out from Suyu's embrace. Realizing they were flying steadily through the air, she sighed in relief. "Wow, this is so exhilarating," Ya-e exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, Suyu could distinctly feel his heart still racing. Mew, however, seemed entirely unfazed, curiously gazing around from its perch atop Suyu's head. The ascent had taken 3 hours, yet their descent lasted a mere 3 minutes. Articuno landed gracefully outside the Pokémon Center, as if sensing the commotion outside the cabin. The door creaked open. Xiao Shui spotted the two descending from Articuno and smiled, saying, "We were just wondering when you would return. It seems everything went smoothly." Suyu, with confidence, replied, "With me on the task, it was hardly a challenge." Soon after, Naza, Nurse Joy, and Junsha emerged from the cabin. Upon seeing that Suyu and Ya-e were unharmed, Nurse Joy visibly relaxed. She had been worried about them being caught in some mishap after their prolonged absence. Thankfully, her concerns were unfounded. Then, Nurse Joy's gaze fell upon Articuno behind Suyu. Its graceful and beautiful form, even in the dimming light, radiated an undeniable allure. You actually captured Articuno? Nurse Joy gasped, her expression one of disbelief. Suyu chuckled. Yes, I was quite fortunate. Articuno is now my companion. Junsha too was taken aback, clearly not expecting Suyu's remarkable prowess. A gust of cold wind swept through, prompting everyone to shudder involuntarily. They quickly retreated into the warmth of the cabin, gathering around the cozy hearth to enjoy the dinner Nurse Joy had meticulously prepared. As Suyu recounted the tale of capturing Articuno, admiration filled the faces of Nurse Joy and Junsha. Having lived in this area for so long, they had witnessed countless individuals come in pursuit of Articuno, most merely hoping for a fleeting glimpse of the legendary bird. Few had ventured to capture it, and none had succeeded. Even among those who reached the summit of the snowy mountain, very few were fortunate enough to even catch sight of Articuno. To everyone's astonishment, Suyu effortlessly captured the Articuno, leaving both of his companions in sheer admiration. Xiao Shui and Na Zi were completely unfazed by Suyu's achievement, given his prowess. It would have been more surprising had he failed to subdue the legendary creature. After finishing their dinner, the group retreated to their rooms for a well-deserved rest, as the treacherous snowy mountains were hardly conducive to leisurely strolls. The following day, Suyu chose not to depart immediately. Having arrived at the snow-capped peaks, it would be a pity not to indulge in some recreational activities. Thus, he engaged his companions in a spirited snowball fight, inviting Miss Joy and Miss Junsha to join in as well. Both women, who had spent countless days managing the Pokémon Center in the snowy expanse, were eager for a change of pace and happily accepted Suyu's enthusiastic invitation. As the snowball fight ensued, Suyu began to sense something amiss. Why were the attacks so concentrated? Had they formed an alliance against him? Before he could retaliate with his own snowball, he was bombarded by 3 or 4 snowballs at once, leaving him utterly bewildered. Hearing Mei Yi's joyful laughter, he realized that they had indeed banded together, leaving him as the sole adversary. With a mischievous grin, Suyu harnessed his aura to rapidly form and launch snowballs, dramatically increasing his attack speed. Even against 6 opponents, he managed to keep them at bay. No, Suyu, you mustn't use your aura, Mei Yi exclaimed, peeking out from behind cover. But before she could retreat, a well-aimed snowball struck her squarely on the head. Nice shot. Suyu chuckled, adding, you started this, so don't blame me. He then proceeded to land another snowball deftly on Miss Joy's head. Just as he was reveling in his success, the tide of the battle shifted once more. Suyu found himself on the receiving end of several snowballs, pondering who was throwing them with such precision. To his shock, he witnessed a snowball curve midair. Wait, what? Realizing something was amiss, he quickly raised his hand in surrender. No way, this isn't fair. The snowball fight concluded amid the laughter of Mei Yi and the others. In the afternoon, several familiar faces arrived at the Pokémon Center. The trio of Ash, Misty, and Brock, accompanied by a boy wielding a camera. Ash, is it true you've come here to capture a legendary Pokémon? Suyu inquired. Ash had never been particularly fixated on legendary creatures. To him, there was no essential difference between ordinary Pokémon and those of myth. His affection for Pokémon stemmed from a pure and sincere love for them. In truth, if Ash had truly desired to capture a legendary Pokémon, he had ample opportunities to do so. Upon hearing Suyu's question, Ash candidly revealed their purpose for visiting. They had come for the sake of their friend, Archer. Archer, a Pokémon photographer, had heard tales of the legendary Articuno and was eager to capture its image. Thus, Ash and his companions had journeyed to the snowy mountains to assist him. Suyu's words startled both Ash and Archer. Suyu, has the Articuno already left this place? Or is the news about it simply a ruse? Their anxious expressions prompted Suyu to smile reassuringly. No need to worry. The Articuno is indeed still here, although it has moved from the summit. Relieved to learn that the Articuno was still nearby, Ash and Archer felt a weight lift from their shoulders. They certainly did not want to have traveled all this way only to find nothing. Do you know where the Articuno is now? Ash asked eagerly. Far yet near. Mei Yi piped up, gesturing towards Suyu with a grin. Suddenly, Misty seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming, could it be that Suyu has successfully captured the Articuno? Bingo. You're quite perceptive, Misty, Mei Yi replied with a playful snap of her fingers. The confirmation left everyone astonished, though upon reflection, it seemed entirely plausible given Suyu's formidable capabilities. While Ash often expressed a desire to surpass Suyu, the others had a profound respect for his strength, except for Archer, who was visibly incredulous. The Articuno has been captured? How is that even possible? In the eyes of ordinary people, legendary Pokémon represented mystery and power. Archer had merely hoped for a fleeting glimpse of the Articuno, only to be told it had already been captured. It felt absurd. Yet, despite his skepticism, Archer had come to trust Ash and his companions over their time spent together. You're still as impressive as ever, Suyu. In comparison, I realize I have a long way to go, Ash admitted, genuine admiration shining in his eyes. His respect for Suyu stemmed from his assistance and profound understanding of Pokémon, qualities Ash aspired to emulate in his journey towards becoming a Pokémon master. With a gentle shake of his head, Suyu encouraged Ash, do not underestimate yourself. Believe in your potential. Confidence is vital in your pursuit to become a Pokémon master. And I have no doubt you will achieve your dreams. Thank you, Suyu. I will strive to do my best. Ash replied earnestly. Now that they were aware of the Articuno's capture, there was no longer a need for Archer and the others to attempt scaling the treacherous mountain. Given the harsh conditions of the snowy peaks, Suyu was genuinely concerned for their safety. Although Archer was unfamiliar with Suyu, he did not wish to abandon his dream of photographing the Articuno and thus sought Ash's assistance. Suyu, of course, had no objections to such a simple request. Furthermore, the Articuno was inherently gentle and would be amenable to allowing Archer to take a photograph, as it reserved its disdain only for those with malicious intent. This ability to discern good from evil was a primary reason why so few were fortunate enough to encounter legendary Pokémon. They gravitated towards kind-hearted, pure individuals while steering clear of those with ulterior motives. Upon learning of Suyu's willingness to assist Archer in capturing the Articuno's photograph, Archer was overwhelmed with excitement. Showering Suyu with gratitude, Suyu waved his hand dismissively, assuring him that such courtesy was unnecessary. The group then made their way outside the Pokémon Center. Into the snowy landscape, Suyu released the Articuno, which let out a melodious call and joyfully nuzzled against him, gently stroking the creature's cool feathers. Suyu smiled and said, "A little friend would like to take your picture, so please cooperate for a moment." The Articuno nodded, gracefully flapping its wings and hovering in midair. Its crimson eyes scanned the surroundings before settling on the ecstatic Archer. At that moment, the sight of the majestic Articuno left Ash and his companions utterly mesmerized. "What a stunning Pokémon!" Misty exclaimed, cradling her Togepi in her arms. Even though her favorite Pokémon belonged to the water type, she couldn't help but be enchanted by the elegant and beautiful form of Articuno. Its crystalline feathers sparkled under the sunlight, and its graceful demeanor captivated everyone present. Even Nurse Joy and the elegant Junsha, who had encountered Articuno just yesterday, couldn't suppress their expressions of admiration. Overcome with excitement at the sight of the beautiful creature, Archer found himself at a loss for words. Fumbling to retrieve his camera, he couldn't resist capturing the moment. However, upon reviewing the photographs, he shook his head in disappointment, feeling that they utterly failed to convey Articuno's splendor, lacking even half of its essence. After numerous attempts, Archer finally managed to snap a somewhat decent picture, fulfilling his desire to capture the moment. He once again expressed his gratitude to Suyu and Articuno. Meanwhile, Ash's fervent desire to battle surged uncontrollably upon witnessing Articuno. Despite knowing that Suyu could easily overpower him, and acknowledging Suyu's status as a champion, Ash resolutely issued a challenge. Noticing the fiery determination in Ash's eyes, Suyu smiled and accepted the challenge. Now that's the Ash I know, he thought. He can lose, but will never shy away from a fight. Chapter 64, A Challenge from Ash. As the two prepared for battle, Misty and Brock, despite knowing Ash would likely be defeated, rallied to support him. Brock stepped into the arena's center, declaring himself the referee for the upcoming Pokémon battle between Suyu and Ash, where each would utilize 3 Pokémon until one side's creatures were entirely incapacitated. With unwavering confidence, Ash declared, "Suyu, I've learned quite a bit during this time. Get ready to see my progress." Suyu replied with a smile, "Oh really? Then I must put you to the test. Go, Cyndaquil. You're up for the first round." Eagerly, Ash sent forth his first Pokémon. As Cyndaquil emerged, flames erupted from its back, exuding an air of determination. "Cyndaquil, huh? I'll send out one too. Go, little buddy." Suyu chuckled softly as he tossed his Pokeball. Upon entering the fray, Suyu's Cyndaquil let out a massive yawn, appearing drowsy. Seeing the lethargic demeanor of Suyu's Cyndaquil, Ash was momentarily taken aback. "I didn't expect you to have a Cyndaquil too, Suyu. But it seems your Cyndaquil hasn't undergone much training," he remarked with a smile. This observation held merit, as Suyu had adopted a free-range approach to training his Cyndaquil, which lacked a strong desire to improve. He had even acquired an Everstone for it, preventing its evolution and ensuring it would always retain its adorable baby form. "Don't underestimate it just because it looks cute. Being careless can lead to regret," Suyu cautioned with a grin. Ash nodded solemnly, recalling his past defeats, and called out to his Cyndaquil, "Cyndaquil, use Ember." A torrent of flames erupted from Cyndaquil's mouth, rushing towards Suyu's Pokémon. Cyndaquil, Dodge with quick attack. Suyu calmly commanded. Though his Cyndaquil had been through some battles, it lacked rigorous training, placing it at an intermediate elite level, while Ash's Cyndaquil was at the peak of elite status. However, without evolution, Ash's Cyndaquil would likely hit a ceiling. As the battle commenced, Suyu's Cyndaquil's eye sharpened with focus. With quick attack activated, its speed surged, effortlessly evading the fiery assault. Now, charge in for a tackle, Suyu commanded. Seeing Suyu's Cyndaquil spring into action, Ash shouted urgently, Cyndaquil, watch out. Quickly dodge. However, propelled by the boost from quick attack, Suyu's Cyndaquil closed the distance in an instant. Ash's Cyndaquil attempted to evade, but was a beat too slow, getting knocked away by the impact. Great opportunity. Cyndaquil. Use Ember. Suyu called out. The recent tackle wouldn't be enough to defeat Ash's Cyndaquil, and if he allowed Ash's Pokémon to regain its composure, his own Cyndaquil would be at a disadvantage due to their level disparity. Cyndaquil, quickly use Smokescreen. Ash shouted, showcasing a strategic response that made Suyu nod in approval. Ash's Cyndaquil executed the command flawlessly, spinning in midair to unleash a thick plume of black smoke that engulfed Suyu's Cyndaquil. Confused and without a target, Suyu's Pokémon stood still, scratching its head innocently as it glanced back at him. Suyu couldn't help but facepalm, marveling at how adorable it was. Cyndaquil, aim to the left side of the smoke and use Ember, he commanded again. Although his Cyndaquil couldn't see its target, it followed Suyu's orders and unleashed a torrent of flames into the smoke, but failed to hit its mark. Try again. This time aim a bit more to the left, Suyu instructed. Without hesitation, Cyndaquil released another powerful burst of flames. This time, it successfully struck Ash's Cyndaquil, sending it flying from the smoke and crashing heavily to the ground. Cyndaquil, Ash exclaimed, disbelief washing over him. Was it luck or something else that allowed the attack to hit so accurately amidst the smoke? Well done, Cyndaquil, Suyu praised with a smile. With the power of aura, he could perceive what the smoke obscured. Though Ash felt a flicker of confusion, he chose not to question it further, deciding to inquire after the battle concluded. Retrieving his fallen Cyndaquil, Ash comforted it. You did great. Now it's up to your partner for the next round. Ash has certainly improved compared to before, May remarked, observing the back and forth of the battle. Although she wasn't particularly skilled in battles, she noted how Ash, who once fell to Suyu in just a few moves, was now holding his own. Nodding in agreement, Misty added with a smile, Ash has indeed grown a lot, though his impulsive nature still lingers. With Suyu's strength, it takes courage for Ash to challenge him, Snow commented with a slight smile. Misty paused, contemplating, and realized that if Ash were to become calm and calculated, weighing his actions, he wouldn't truly be Ash anymore. With this thought, she cheered loudly, Go Ash. You can do it. May cheerfully exclaimed, Exactly. Defeat the great demon king Suyu, go for it, Xiaoji. Suyu raised an eyebrow, bemused. When did I become the great demon king? He shot a disapproving glare at May. Unfazed, May continued to cheer for Xiaoji, raising her cheerful Kirichi alongside her. Hearing the encouragement from everyone, Xiaoji regained his confidence and said, Suyu, you're still as formidable as ever, but I will strive to catch up to you. Next up is you, Little Alligator. Chapter 65, Little Alligator vs. Snorlax. Wow. Little Alligator hopped excitedly onto the battlefield, bouncing energetically in place. The sight of such a lively creature brought a smile to Suyu's face as he remarked, What an adorable little fellow. Come back, Fireball Mouse, you did wonderfully. The next battle is in your hands, Snorlax. With a flash of white light, Snorlax's enormous form landed heavily on the snowy ground, its massive feet sinking deep into the snow. However, Suyu's Snorlax stood nearly 10 meters tall. Although its feet were trapped in the snow, the impact was not particularly severe. Upon witnessing this colossal creature, Little Alligator was momentarily stunned, its jubilant hops ceasing abruptly. Is this truly my opponent? Little Alligator thought, eyes wide open. Was this really the caliber of competition? Xiaoji was also taken aback, momentarily frozen. He too had a Snorlax, but his was only about 3 meters tall, already slightly larger than average. Yet, the one before him was absurdly gigantic. Don't be afraid, Little Alligator. Though it is enormous, it surely lacks our agility. We can handle this with caution, Xiaoji encouraged, noticing Little Alligator's dwindling spirit. Wow. Little Alligator nodded vigorously, its serious gaze fixed upon the hefty opponent before it. Suyu nodded slightly, acknowledging that Xiaoji's Pokémon had developed a demeanor akin to his own. Typically, they would not shy away from combat due to fear of their adversary. Little Alligator, use Water Gun. Xiaoji initiated the attack, recognizing that a stalemate was not a viable strategy. Hearing the command, Little Alligator opened its jaws wide, unleashing a powerful jet of water directed at Snorlax. Suyu refrained from issuing any commands. Snorlax remained indifferent to the oncoming assault, sitting comfortably in the snow. Had it not been for the current battle, it might have already dozed off in the snow. The water gun struck Snorlax squarely, prompting it to scratch the spot, as if feeling a slight itch. Xiaoji and Little Alligator gaped in disbelief. If the opponent merely sat there and let you attack, and you still couldn't penetrate its defenses, what could be more disheartening? No, it wasn't just sitting, it was lounging. A smile crept onto Suyu's face. This was Xiaoji's team, adorable, indeed, but their levels were not advancing. Their skills lacked potency, and some powerful techniques remained beyond their grasp. When faced with a formidable opponent, even breaking through the defenses would be a daunting task. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaoji commanded, Little Alligator, rush in and use bite. Since special attacks proved ineffective, he had no choice but to attempt a physical assault. This was a last resort, as Little Alligator's skills were quite limited, and it hadn't even learned Hydro Pump yet. Little Alligator nodded and darted towards the seated Snorlax. Snorlax, see if you can catch it, Suyu casually remarked. Even if it failed to catch Little Alligator, it was still at the elite peak. While Snorlax was a beginner at the champion level, not to mention its already impressive defensive capabilities. Even if Little Alligator managed to bite, the damage it could inflict would be exceedingly limited. Upon hearing Suyu's command, Snorlax extended its massive claw, attempting to seize the rushing Little Alligator. However, Little Alligator was remarkably agile, dodging left and right to evade Snorlax's grasp. Seizing the opportunity, it bit down hard on Snorlax. Yet, Snorlax appeared unfazed, merely feeling a slight itch where it was bitten. The thick layer of fat allowed Snorlax to disregard most attacks. Little Alligator was unable to inflict any substantial damage. However, Snorlax couldn't catch Little Alligator either. It seemed they were at an impasse. Snorlax, use Body Slam, Suyu instructed with a grin. One must understand that Snorlax was nearly 10 meters tall. With such a weight descending, could Little Alligator possibly escape? Snorlax stood up, its immense frame bearing down on Little Alligator. The sight instilled fear in Little Alligator. Run, Little Alligator, Xiaoji cried out, realizing that Little Alligator's speed would not suffice to evade the impending attack. In a moment of desperation, a thought flashed through his mind. Little Alligator, jump and use Water Gun against Snorlax. Without hesitation, Little Alligator obeyed Xiaoji's command, leaping high into the air and unleashing a torrent of water. The jet struck Snorlax's round belly, yielding no effect whatsoever. However, this was not Xiaoji's intention. The water hit Snorlax, creating a recoil that propelled Little Alligator away from Snorlax's attack range. Boom! Snorlax crashed heavily into the snow, causing the ground to tremble despite the thick layer of snow beneath it. The magnitude of this impact was evident. Xiaoji's heart raced. Fortunately, that fleeting inspiration had saved Little Alligator from peril. Suyu nodded approvingly, stating, impressive technique. It seems you've indeed made significant progress during this time. Flushed with modesty at Suyu's praise, Xiaoji scratched his head, saying, but compared to you, Suyu, I still have a long way to go. Throughout the two battles, Xiaoji had been at a disadvantage, unable to land even a single effective attack. Moreover, Suyu had yet to deploy any of his more powerful Pokémon. As far as Xiaoji knew, Suyu had not yet called upon the likes of Mew or Kyogre resting on his shoulder. Suyu remarked, as long as you continue to improve, the gap will only narrow. Just remember that. Seeing Snorlax rise from the snow, Suyu cautioned Xiaoji, be careful now. Snorlax is quite formidable. Xiaoji nodded earnestly, aware that the battle was only just beginning. Suyu was not merely teasing Xiaoji. He aimed to convey a crucial lesson through practical experience. Leveling up is paramount in battles. It is not wrong to respect a Pokémon's wishes. It is indeed the right approach, as he too believed in it. However, the League Championships would not take such sentiments into account. If Xiaoji sent Little Alligator into battle while the opponent deployed a mighty Croconaw, he'd already be at a disadvantage before the match even commenced. If Xiaoji were to take competitions more seriously and utilize his strongest lineup, perhaps the championship would already be within his grasp. Not to mention, he should at least secure a minimum win in each match. Otherwise, sending out 3 weaker Pokémon might lead to an untimely elimination in the preliminaries. Whether Xiaoji could grasp this concept was beyond Suyu's concern.